This is Brian Fulford. A.D. Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN SportsWrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN SportsWrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
It was a monumental game for A&M and Tampa. It was a monumental game. Somebody had to lose, and thank God it was them this time.
We knew it was going to be a battle. Look at Jake Ave's record. 202 and 36, I think, some off-the-wall figures.
And nobody would play him because they didn't want to take a chance of getting beat. But the truth of it is,
over 46,000 tickets. Blacks were sitting in the east stands. Whites were sitting in the west stands. And the score wound up 34-28.
The only thing we proved that we wasn't inferior, that we were not inferior, and we were not afraid.
For one night, for 160 minutes, we was better than them.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
It's like a loot machine. All around town, people trying to get down. It's like a loot machine.
Follow the Black College Sports Network on social media at MyBCSN1, the number 1, on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at MyBCSN1.
2020 has been a year like no other. Today, we're going to take a look back at some of the best BCSN Sports Wrap shows from the year 2020. BCSN Sports Wrap with Brian Fulford and myself, A.D. Drew.
Hello and welcome back to the BCSN Sports Wrap. Brian Fulford and A.D. Drew here, and we're continuing our conversation with student athletes, recent graduates, current students who obviously, they are the peer group that we don't get a chance to hear from them very often. I mean, a lot of shows that we've been doing over the past month or so, we've been talking to coaches and administrators and other media people. And, I was telling AD, we got to talk to the actual students who, especially those who, their graduations were changed. And then, of course, we have all of the things going on in our society right now. So I just wanted to reach out to whomever and however many we could get. And it's a pleasure to have on with us right now, Thomas Lee, a.k.a. Snacks, from Jackson State University. He's a recent graduate of Jackson State University. And I will admit, Thomas, your moment of 2019-2020 actually ranked as my number 2 moment of the athletic year. So I thought just everything that went into your story, that game, and I think all of the positive publicity that went in after it is what kind of made it, for me, one of the things that I will remember most about this past year. And I wish it would have kept going, because I think, Jackson State and all the positive press you and Jackson State had received was going to be a good thing. So before we talk about that, welcome on to the show. And let me just start off by saying, how are you and how are you and your family doing right now in this, COVID-19 pandemic that we're in, and just all of the other things that are going on in our world? How are you doing?
I'm feeling great. I've been doing well over this period of time. My family's been doing very well. We've been finding ways to stay active during these times, not just, staying in the house, but, finding ways around the house to be active and doing different circuits or different workouts around the house, as well as, getting out when necessary.
With let's kind of start with where we are today and some of the more recent news. Obviously, the world has, I'm just going to say it flat out, the world has woke up or awakened. We knew certain things, but it seems like the rest of the world has kind of woke up as it relates to the passing of George Floyd and just all of the things going on in the world with different protests and things. And you as a young man and a recent graduate, what are your thoughts as you see things in your community? Maybe give us some thoughts on how Jackson, Mississippi, which is where you're at, your hometown, how are people in Jackson, Mississippi, reacting, and just your friends in your community?
Overall, I think it's just, beautiful to see the unity with, not only just, African Americans, but, those that encounter or have relationship with African Americans as well. I think it's, beautiful to see the togetherness on the social media platforms, to see of course, like today, the blackout day, and just to, see to see everyone on one accord. I think it's essential, and bringing awareness and, kind of bringing change.
Thomas, let's kind of get a little background about you. You grew up in Jackson, Mississippi, correct?
Correct.
Was going to Jackson State something that, or was that a place that you had always wanted to attend? I mean, were there other schools on your radar? Do you have a lot of family that went to Jackson State? Kind of give us a little bit about, who Thomas Lee was in high school and how he found himself going to Jackson State.
Jackson State, in my opinion, was mandatory. I mean, coming from being a kid that was raised around the HBCU environment, my aunt, taking me to different Jackson State events, whether that was to go watch the Sonic Boom of the South or, local pep rallies that Jackson State was having, or, a football game or basketball game, just that HBCU feel, just that, that college game day experience, it was like none other. So all throughout elementary school, high school, middle school, when it was time to have that college spirit day, I used to have, from the shirt to all the way down to the socks with something with Jackson State on it. So a lot of people often say, we know where you're going. So it was like a no-brainer. Honestly, I didn't apply to any other colleges. It was a few colleges that, like junior colleges, that wanted me to come and be a manager for my first 2 years and things like that. But most definitely, it was just Jackson State was mandatory in my opinion, and I had no other school, in my eyesight. But I look back on it with the different opportunities that I would have had. Sometimes I second guess and say, what if I would have took this route, or what if I would have took that route? But after looking back on it, Jackson State was one of the best decisions by far that I've made.
So it was Jackson State or bust.
Right.
Were you involved in any athletic programs? Tell us, what was your athletic involvement, career, or were you involved simultaneously in different clubs and academics? What kind of extracurricular activities were you in high school?
In high school, I was a part of the Baylor Club. I was a part of the DECA. I also was, I'm a musician. So I did different events with the choirs, as well as live band events and different programs that they had at the school, different coordination. I was a part of student council. I also was a band member. I was very versatile in band as well. I played the tuba and the drums.
Do you still play?
Oh, most def.
Okay.
I've kind of put all of my emphasis in my piano now. I've kind of went that route now, so it's kind of became a hobby for me, and I really took pride in the work that I do on the piano. And I mean, it's a lot of course, high school, you try to balance 12 different activities at the same time, trying to be a basketball manager, being in the band, being in different organizations. So it definitely kind of helped me to have balance once I got to college.
So you were a basketball manager in high school. You were in the band as well, correct?
Correct.
So did you give consideration or thought to being a part of the Sonic Boom? I mean, was that something that you considered going into Jackson State? I mean, I know that obviously is one of the best bands in the land, and it's a challenge, I'm sure, to try out. What any stories there, or how did that not come to be? How did you end up becoming the basketball or working with the basketball program and versus the Sonic Boom?
Originally, my family, they wanted me to be in the Sonic Boom because my brother was in the Sonic Boom, and they wanted me to keep that tradition going. But I've always been the type of person that likes to ride my own wave, and I kind of had developed a passion for working around athletics and being a manager, and I took pride in that work, and just the environment of being being that support staff or being that encourager and being the extra help with the athletic team. So they tried to get me to audition, but I wouldn't do it. I told them I was going to college to work with men's basketball, and I wanted my my free time, and I wanted to be able to be all in with with basketball. So, you know, they had their opinions and I had mine, but now that we look back on it, they kind of saw the bigger picture.
You know, Thomas, I deal with a lot of kids coming out of high school, and I've always told them if you want to be involved in athletics, you don't always have to play the game or coach the game to be involved in athletics. And you're a prime example of that. Being a student manager, you've got student trainers, you've got people who just who are tutors for the athletic programs and different things like that. So your case in point is showing that you could be involved in athletics without necessarily playing athletics and be an integral part of the team. But I've got to ask you this one thing. Why basketball specifically? Why not football? Why not baseball? Why not any of the other sports? Because I'm pretty sure you sound like a versatile guy. You probably follow the other sports. You probably try to play some of the other sports and supported some of the other sports. But why you zero in on basketball?
Basketball, it was just a sport that always stuck out to me, coming from always trying out on different teams. And I tried out in middle school. I tried out in high school. I always tend to have a great tryout. It was like, I blended in with all the other guys, but, certain circumstances, you're kind of at a disadvantage because maybe, the coach already kind of have a blueprint or idea on what kids they want and things like that. But in my mind, I always said, if I didn't make the team, I would, still be around the team and be a manager. So once I started to be a manager, I developed love and passion for, being around and, helping out. But I mean, I tried other routes like football. I played football in middle school. I played a little spring ball in high school, but it just wasn't my speed, if that makes sense. So it's just like I did different city leagues with basketball, and my teammates from the local high school team, they used to come over in the summertime to watch me play and things like that. So I always stayed around the game. I could always shoot, and my teammates often challenged me, and I would beat them sometimes. So it's like, I kind of said, I just got to stick with it. It's something that I enjoy doing, and I always want to be around it. So it was a just that significant sport that stuck out.
Do you see yourself coaching one day?
Most definitely. I coached an AAU team my 12th grade year of high school. Also,
what age group did you coach?
I had 17U. I had 17U.
Oh, wow. So you were actually coaching your peers.
Right. Right. So
wow.
It was crazy. Actually, one of the players that I coached, he actually ended up coming to Jackson State. And he ended up coming doing very well. He won Freshman of the Year. He won Defensive Player of the Year. In his freshman year, he won All SWAC first team. So it was kind of odd seeing somebody you coach, come on to college and you both in college at the same time, and it was a different feel.
So you were definitely a student of the game if you were able to coach your peers, and you had to be well respected by your peers in order to coach your peers and get them to. I'm pretty sure you won a tournament or two, a few games there while you were coaching.
Most definitely. We won. We definitely won a couple of tournaments and won some games. We played in some. I think my first tournament that I actually coached the whole tournament, we actually went all the way to the championship, and we lost. We lost in the championship, but the road to the championship was crazy. We had one game where we went into triple overtime, and in the triple overtime, it was the first one to score, and we won the tip. And one of the guys, they probably had 27 points that game. They kicked it to him in the corner, and it was two people running at him. He just threw it in the air, and it went in, and it was just that feeling of them storming the court, and like you know what I'm saying? It was kind of a great moment to see, especially your peers and people that are around your age bracket buy into what you're trying to tell them when they know you're learning as well and they know you're young, for them to, kind of respect that and still buy into what you're trying to tell them or listen, follow through with your game plan. It's always special to see that from people of your age.
And you got a big smile on my face and Brian's face because we've both been involved in AAU basketball over the years. Both of us have coached high school basketball and
Okay.
coached beyond basketball. So we definitely understand that story that you're telling us. Maybe not quite as young. Didn't never coach my peers, but everything else I definitely can appreciate that you talked about. Go ahead, Bryan.
Yeah, no. I'm just sitting here. I'm a little jealous because I wish I had started at an age when you did, Thomas. And you got me thinking about those early moments, that very first season of you coaching, and what that was like.
I had the pleasure of coming to Jackson, Mississippi about 2 years ago. Brought my high school basketball team to Jackson, Mississippi to play in a basketball tournament. And Jackson, Mississippi has a lot of history, especially a lot of Black history. A lot of people don't realize there are really 2 HBCUs within the metro area: Jackson State,
Right.
and then Tougaloo. You've got Medgar Evers House. You've got a lot of other stuff. If you could just take a couple of minutes, because you could probably talk on that for about 20 minutes, just the history, especially Black history in Jackson, Mississippi. Just kind of educate some of the people on some of the historical things that are there in Jackson, Mississippi, when it comes to us as African Americans.
It'll be if I was explaining, it'll probably take me a while, but
Yeah, I know.
we definitely have great tradition.
AD loves AD's a history guy. So I mean, he got, we go on a history tour of Jackson, Mississippi here all day if we leave it up.
I have in me the ability to make you a better you. So if you work hard, focus, stay on point, you can do anything. Trust me.
We made this track to tell everybody they can follow their dreams.
The Creole seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar-free blend that's versatile enough to put on anything. One of the first blends I developed more than 8 years ago, the Creole seasoning has an unmistakable aroma, a bold flavor, and a little heat for character. Every time I open one of these bottles, I hear trumpets and big band music.
For my people that don't get to see me, trying to remind you who you are, just like in Romans 3. See, we about to blow across the world just like a day that's breezy. This motivation for the people and this classic Bible teaching say, make this for my people that don't get to see me, trying to remind you who you are, just like in Romans 3. See, we about to blow across the world just like a day that's breezy. This motivation for the people and this classic Bible teaching, hey, motivation.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at mymajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
Coach Wayne Brent was actually, he's your head coach, was there. He's been there since 2013. When you go in to sort of, when you come on campus and you come into as a freshman, kind of give me a little idea of what that initial conversation was with Coach Brent and what were some of the expectations initially for you as a manager, and how did that grow or change over the course of the next 4 or 5 years?
That was my freshman year of high school. He was at Callaway, and I tried to be a manager at the time, but they had no availability. So, I still, followed them everywhere as a fan, and I just stuck around like choir and band. But when my 9th grade year was up, I went to Provine, and they rezoned. And I didn't work with the team my 10th grade year either. I actually just, supported and stayed in the band and kind of just worked around with Jackson State, going to all the games. I followed them pretty much from all the local games except for the Texas Roll Swing. I pretty much was at every game. And my 12th grade year, Coach Casey Burke, he was actually a player around the time that I was coming, because I had been around the Jack State men's basketball program for about 16 years now. But I think he was an assistant coach or a graduate assistant, one of them. My senior year of high school, and he told me, if I made the honor roll, he would let me come on and work with the team. So I had made honor roll, and he had, allowed me to come and be a part of the program. And initially coming in, me and Coach Brent, we didn't really just, of course, sit down and have like a meeting, but I knew the expectations of, being around a high-profile coach as Coach Brent. And, everyone had to wear their hat and come in, ready to work and, be all in. So over time, me and Coach Brent developed a great relationship, actually, from me being like a son, like his second son. His son was probably in, I think maybe 8th or 9th grade, and he would work him out early in the morning, and I would take him to school because we practice early in the morning. I go get him from school. Also, just being a help for Coach, wherever he had needed help. So we kind of developed, a great bond over the course of the years.
How many other student managers did the program have? Because I know sometimes that can vary at every school. How many other student managers are there with you?
We probably have anywhere from 4 to 6.
Okay.
Wow.
That's a good number. And so I would imagine by the and I don't know if they by the time you're a senior, you've got other guys who are maybe just coming in as student managers and things of that nature. Maybe take us inside the locker room, or take us inside behind the scenes. What's something that maybe we don't know about student managing that we might find interesting, or that basketball junkies might find interesting?
The manager life is very competitive, just as being a regular player on the team. We actually compete day in and day out with each other as well. Just trying to get the step ahead of being at the gym earlier than each other, or if that's trying to, with us, we have like intense practices. So if a player is diving on the floor, we're running to the we're diving at the wet spot, trying to be the first person to wipe the floor. Or it's a lot, man. As well as organizing late night sessions, coming back in the gym, the manager combos. Like I might be close to one manager, and we feel like we can beat the other two managers. Like we'll play 2-on-2 bragging rights, and after practice every day, we'll all play each other again, king of the quarter, 2-on-2, kind of trying to gel well before we go on the road and play other teams. On the road, we go and play manager games. We played Baylor, San Diego State, different schools. Santa Clara, we play their managers and reach out and play, real games on the day before the game. And it's kind of fun to see those guys doing the game and, kind of brag if you won, or just, interact with other managers as well to kind of get that experience.
Yeah, no, I definitely heard that the student manager games are definitely very competitive and very spirited.
All right, Thomas. Here's the question of the day. Where did the nickname come from?
The nickname originally came from my early years of being around the basketball program. I often got to the games kind of early, so I used to always have my food with me and sit in the locker room waiting on the players to get there. And over the course of the years, no one really ever knew my name, but I always had this ritual with the team where I give them Skittles before the game, 3-pack of Skittles every game, and they're divided throughout the team. And it kind of became a tradition. And I did it all the way throughout college. And once it was probably that 3rd or 4th year, they were like, we got to get this guy a name. And they gave me snacks. And it kind of got popular from there.
Because you always had the snacks. And by the way, when I was coaching, Skittles was always my go-to candy also. So I appreciate that, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, thinking back on that moment where you finally got a chance to dress out and go to that game? Do you just maybe on a drive home or maybe just at night, do you replay some of the events of that night in your head every now and then?
Oh, most definitely. I probably watched that video about anywhere from probably hundreds of times. I often watch the Today Show interview. I watched the different other interviews that I had with some major media outlets. I probably watch The Shot almost every day, if not every other day. I also watched the interview, that they, when they interviewed Coach Brent. I also been trying to get some footage of the HBCU, not the HBCU, but the ESPN College Game Day. It was kind of like a interview with coach and my teammates. I've been trying to get that as well. So it's a lot of different content that I look at in a day in and day out basis.
Tell us something about the moment. I mean, I've watched it. I tell you, I get a chill every time I watch it. I'm just being honest. It's one of those really cool moments, and that's why I said I made it one of my number 2 moment of the sports year.
What was the number 1 moment?
Well, the number 1 moment for me, I actually called it was Bethune-Cookman's win over FAMU at the end of the year. And the reason I chose that one is because I think it impacted the Black College National Championship debate.
Okay.
And they beat them for the 9th year in a row, and it was just, and that was the 3rd straight year FAMU had lost the way they did. So I mean, had FAMU won that game or had that game been a blowout by Bethune, your moment would have easily been number 1. So
okay.
I'll just be honest.
So
I tell us something that you maybe, if you look back at that video, maybe something that you saw in the video of that moment that you kind of laughed at or you didn't know you did.
Probably two different moments that stuck out to me was one of my teammates was sitting behind the bench. He jumped over all the benches and he actually ran out onto the court in his jogging pants and hoodie. And
Cost you a technical foul.
Right. And another one would probably be when my teammate Roland Griffin, I was celebrating, and I think the first time he tried to hype me up and push me a little bit, but he kind of struggled to push me. And it was like maybe he felt like, oh man, I can't go out like this. And he came back again and pushed me, and I went super far. And it was like in the heat of the moment, we were just so excited, man. I just sat on the other end interacting with the fans. So those definitely some moments that stick out to me.
And then among all your interviews, I watched the Today interview where you went to New York for that. Which interview or maybe trip that you went on, I don't know if you went anywhere other than New York, but what interview kind of stands out the most with you?
The most by far would be the Today Show, to see the love and support from the fans and to see, the different, supporters and just, recognition, and to be able to get the autographed jersey and the tickets to the game and to walk down to get ready. Our school song, it was amazing. It was amazing. Most definitely amazing.
Have you got a chance to use those tickets yet? I know not too long after
I plan on using them for next year once Kevin Durant plays.
Yeah, because the COVID, not too long after you had your interview up there, the COVID crisis hit us. So I didn't think you had a chance to use them yet. All right. Now, what was your major at Jackson State, Thomas?
Recreation administration.
All right. Now, with everything that's going on with the COVID-19, that how tough has it been not only for you but for people who graduated this year trying to figure out their way into the work? Talk about that.
A lot of opportunities have been cut short, but I've definitely still had the ability to network and collaborate with other companies as well to kind of, do different projects. So it's had its highs, it's had its lows. I just been trying to stay level-headed and positive and not, try to, think too much on it.
Short-term goals, long-term goals for yourself professionally?
Short-term goals probably just to continue to build my brand and continue to market myself and continue to develop, promote that positive image that maybe, have low confidence or, target those people that may be down on themselves and not believe in themselves to target their audience. Long-term goals include, of course, coaching, having my own team one day, maybe coming back and coaching at Jackson State. It's a long-term goal of mine, one day being the athletic director at Jackson State. So that's definitely a goal of mine.
That means we got to start working on that master's and that PhD to put yourself in position for that.
Most definitely.
Hey, before we let you go, Thomas, I appreciate you taking time. I noticed you've been doing a lot of workout videos. It seems like you've been either just personally training for your own health benefits, or are you getting ready for something big? Tell us a little bit about what's kind of inspired you, or what's got you working out these days.
I just decided to take a different approach on health and wellness. I've been, just deciding to just, continue to better myself mentally, physically, emotionally, socially. Just, trying to just be better and do better, eat better, develop a better, just sense of urgency of my health, as well as, continuing to keep myself in tip-top shape, because I never know what opportunity may present themselves. And I still want to be around the game, and you never know what opportunity may come through and happen with, of course, being able to maybe, play on another team, or maybe, do some projects with other viral celebrities as well.
Well, definitely. I mean, you're a great follow. We're pleased that you actually follow us. We follow each other on the BCSN. Give it to people. Where can the people follow you on social media? Where are you at? Go ahead and give yourself some plugs.
They can follow me on all my platforms at BigHomie_Tom, BAG, HOMIE _TOM. And they can follow me on Facebook at Thomas Lee.
All right, sounds good. And as you go forward, are you going to keep the snacks, or are we going to graduate to something else? Or are we going to leave snacks in the college years? What are you going to do with that?
At the moment, I'm just, continuing to just build a snacks brand. So it's kind of the plan for right now.
All right, man. Well, look, I hope that as things get back up and running in the world, that you continue to grow your brand. I mean, you're a great role model for young people. You got a great story to tell. And, we appreciate you coming on and spending some time to talk with us. And, again, much success to you. And anytime you've got something going on, anytime you want to talk, we got a platform for you. Let us know, and we'd love to have you tell us about it, all right?
Most definitely. I appreciate you guys taking time out today to give me a chance to share my story.
All right.
All right. We appreciate you talking to us.
God bless, Thomas. Take care of yourself now.
Same here.
All right. We'll be back right after this with more conversations with student athletes. You're watching the BCSN Sports Wrap. Let me get that out. You're watching the BCSN Sports Wrap with Bryan and AD. We'll be back right after these words.
Industry was hurting, but I done bandaged her up. Now I got too sick with it. Now we done found us an abrupt sound. Look, I be tearing the speakers up and we shaking the whole ground. Found pros in this profession, we calling that profound. Studio in every city, I'm calling that yo town. Some of these words that I'm using make me wanna throw down, but I got humbled in my veins and learned to tone it down. Major league when I'm pitching, I'm needing the pitchers, man. Shake the room with my powers and knocking the pitches down. Trying to teach you business first and put your pitches down. Yo, Major. But my beats, they are hard.
Have you had your Earth Blend coffee today? At Earth Blend Coffee, we take pride in offering you the very best of beans across the world, blended and roasted to perfection, giving you superior quality and satisfying and flavorful taste. Experience the world in one cup with Earth Blend Coffee.
My God. It's another sad day in America.
Painful to be introduced to George Floyd during his last breath with a cop's knee on his neck. On his neck. He deserves so much more. So much
How
more.
many black lives have to be taken before something is done?
We are not a threat.
I am shaking as I type. This has got to stop.
We are sick of it.
We need conviction.
I just want us all to live.
The death will not stop until the powers that be are finally held accountable.
Don't look away from the truth until every one of us are free from white supremacy.
The world stands with you.
Criminalizing and killing of black and brown bodies is not new. It's as old as America. It's just getting filmed more.
Do you know what it feels like to be hunted? To have a new hashtag for a dead black person every single day? How does one plan a life if they aren't sure they will have a life to plan? Trayvon,
Armstrong, Deborah Daniels,
Megan Clay,
Michelle Lee
George Floyd. His name was George Floyd. Say his name.
Say his name.
George Floyd. Say his name.
Say their names.
Once again, and always, we fight for justice.
Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter.
Rest in power, beautiful. You didn't deserve this.
'20 has been a year like no other. Today, we're going to take a look back at some of the best BCSN Sports Wrap shows from the year 2020. BCSN Sports Wrap with Brian Fulford and myself, A.D. Drew.
A.D. Drew here, Black College Sports Network. Joining us here on the BCSN is head coach Mo Williams, Alabama State University head coach Mo Williams. First of all, Coach, how's it going? How's the family? How's everybody doing? Especially in this COVID-19 society that we're living in right now.
Hey, we just on the grill every day. On the grill every day. That's it. Hanging out, family time. But, most importantly, since, the job came about, it's been a lot on my plate. So we just been working, obviously recruiting, obviously getting everything settled. Obviously the coaches, getting my assistant coaches hired. And, it's a process. So we just been busy.
How does it sound, head coach Mo Williams? How does that sound to you, Coach?
Oh, I love it, man. I mean, I'm excited about the opportunity. I'm motivated. I mean, it's almost like, when I was a freshman at Alabama, that excitement, you know, a rookie in the NBA, that excitement. That excitement when I first took the Division I job here as an assistant, that excitement, but head coach, that's a different excitement because it was a goal I set for, and I achieved it. Now I achieved it. Now, you know, the process begins.
One thing that I've always said is I've got experience coaching ball, coaching on the collegiate level, coaching on the high school level. What I've always said is the hardest move that you ever make are the 24 inches from chair 2 to chair 1 on that bench. What do you think is going to be one of your biggest challenges going from an assistant coach just to a head coach in general?
Well, the basketball part, I would, you know, I'm saying easy, but I'm just using that as a barometer for everything else that comes with being a head coach. You know, you have to know everything that's going on in your program. You actually run your program. You got to know the ins and outs of everything, everything off the court. You know, you have to be in tune with your players. And the most important thing as a head coach, you have to say so on the kids that you bring in. So you can actually bring the kids that fit your culture. It's just a different ball game. I think, you know, from an assistant standpoint, you assist the head coach. And from a head coach standpoint of view, obviously, you get all the credit, but at the same time, when things don't go as smooth as, you know, viewers may like, you're going to get that all that criticism also. So I'm prepared for that. Hey, it's been a part of my life and my career, you know, as far as criticizing this or criticizing that. So I'm up for the challenge. You know, I always took the approach that, you know, I was an underdog type player and person, and always got to prove people wrong, and I still have that attitude today.
Coach Bo Williams, Alabama State Hornets, new head basketball coach. And we're going to kind of take things in reverse chronological order right now. You just spent the last 2 years at Cal State Northridge as an assistant coach under your former college coach, Mark Godfrey. Cal State Northridge, not known as one of the bigger programs, not a Power 5 program. What do you think that you could bring from a smaller Division I program out there in California that's going to help you transition to the Southwest Athletic?
Well, I think that helped the transition easier. You know, understanding how those type of institutions function. You know, and what they need to function. I didn't come from a Power 5 situation where their budget is so huge and you don't have to worry about this, and you're flying private and you're doing all these type of things. The way we travel here in Northridge, the way we go play games in Northridge, as far as like guaranteed games, so we have to raise money. We had to do the same thing here. So all those things I'm familiar with. So I think that transition actually helped me more so than not.
And prior to you becoming a coach at Cal State Northridge, 13-year NBA career. And I'm going down the list: Utah Jazz, Milwaukee Bucks, Cleveland Cavaliers twice, Los Angeles Clippers, actually Utah Jazz twice, Portland Trail Blazers, Minnesota Timberwolves, and the Charlotte Hornets. Before we get to the championship and everything that you won in Cleveland, of those stops that you made in the NBA, what was the one that kind of stuck out to you throughout your career? What was your most memorable stop?
You know, I can get into a few of those. All my experience I learned from, but the one that really shaped my career was my rookie year playing in Utah for Jerry Sloan. He really changed my life. He gave me structure. He gave me a balance, and he showed me how to be a pro my rookie year. I love Jerry Sloan to death. You know, after that I had some experience, but I would say my rookie year was the experience with itself. I was in Utah and I had an amazing time. Coach believed in me. Jerry Sloan, Phil Johnson was assistant on that staff. I remember my rookie year just like it's yesterday. They did a lot for me. They put me in a position to be successful. I owe them a lot.
All right. All right. Of course, everybody knows you were on the championship team, the team that came from the 3-1 deficit versus the Golden State Warriors 2016 team. Just first of all, just talk about that championship run, and then the ins and outs, overcoming that grind from that 3-1 deficit that you guys were able to beat the team that set the record for the most wins in the regular season. Just kind of give some insight on that.
You know, first off, it was you know, we down 3-1, and people people know, but just a reminder that season Golden State hasn't lost 2 games in a row all year. Start from the first game. If they lose a game, they're not losing the next game. They was that good. So down 3-1, and it's never happened ever in NBA history. Well, chances are it's probably not going to happen this year either, because Golden State is
especially in the finals.
So, you know, we go into Game 5, which was on the road at Golden State, down 3-1. They got a chance to close us out, and we go in there and get a win. And we're flying home, and we're on the plane. All we're saying to ourselves is they're not celebrating on our court, because the previous year before I came back, Golden State won, and they won on our court in Cleveland. So that was our motivation. So we pull out Game 6, and we go into Game 7. It's 3-3 now, going to Game 7. You know what? In Game 7, our motivation, anything can happen in Game 7. Anything. So we go to Game 7, pull it off, and pull off the unthinkable, the impossible. That experience was amazing. So we're going to just a little tad bit with that. We're going into Game 7, and the whole flight, while we up there to shoot around the next day, all we're doing is we're visioning and we're speaking it into existence what we're going to do in the parade. We're already saying we're going to win it. Like that's the psyche. We never thought.
Have your outfit picked out for the parade?
That's where when you see guys like JR in the parade, where the biggest thing, you know, he never had a shirt on. That started because we was just joking around, like, man, when we win, man, I'm not wearing a shirt all day. Like, it just became jokes, and we actually won. And guys was like, well, I said I was gonna do this, and I'm gonna do it. It was amazing. You know, we win the unthinkable 3-1. We come back, and the parade the next day is 1.5 million people downtown Cleveland for the parade. That was amazing. I mean, it's a memory that'll stick with me for the rest of my life.
But I kind of want to go down your timeline a little bit. Before you joined the league, you played basketball at the University of Alabama under your guy who you just got finished working for, Mark Godfrey. Talk about your experience in Alabama. Talk about getting recruited by Mark Godfrey in Alabama.
Well, first off, I have to I have to say Mark has been an integral part of my life. Being a high school kid, he coming into my house recruiting me since I was in the 9th grade, and you know, I decided to go to University of Alabama going into my junior year, and he's been an integral part of my life. He said what he was going to do. He put his vision out for me. He knew what I wanted to accomplish, and he got that accomplished. Did the things he was going to do when I was at Alabama. You know, he put me in a position to be successful, and then he paid it forward. You know, again, obviously when I wanted to get into coaching, and you know, he was the one that reached out to me and said, "Hey, man, you ever think about getting into college coaching?" I said, "Well, it's been a thought." He said, "Man, it'll be great. You know, I think you'll be a great head coach, and you come out here with me, and you know, we'll fast track you. You know, we'll put you in position so you can learn everything. So if you get that opportunity, you're ready." And he did that. He did exactly that. You know, I got up. I was in Dallas at the time, and moved out here to LA and spent 2 years with him. And those 2 years was to prepare me for this opportunity. So I owe him a lot. Obviously, he's put me in position for the last, 18, 20, damn near 20 years, far as when I left college, put me in position to be successful now when I was done and getting into coaching, he put me in a position to have longevity in this business. So I'm extremely grateful for Mark. He's been great for me in my life. He's a mentor of mine. Overall great guy. Taught me the ins and outs, the do's and the don'ts. Because nobody's perfect, and obviously we know, some of his downfalls. But those conversations are had between us. Say, hey man, don't make these mistakes. I made this mistake at this time. So when you're learning things, you learn from the good and the bad, so you can prepare yourself when you do get in those situations where you understand that someone handled this way, and they give you the tools to handle it a different way. Even though they might have handled it the wrong way the first time, they understand.
Right. And you played high school ball at, is it Murrah or Murrah High School? How do you
It's pronounced Murrah.
Murrah High School in Jackson, Mississippi. First of all, Jackson, Mississippi, 2 HBCUs there in that time. You've got Jackson State, you've got Tougaloo. So, coming from high school ball for Murrah, you've seen a lot of SWAC ball, you've seen some GCAC ball coming up. Now, it's time for me to switch it over to Mo Williams, the coach. If Mo Williams could could go back and recruit Mo Williams, the player, what are you going to tell Mo Williams, the player? Why are you going to tell him to come play for you at Alabama State University?
Well, it's just recruiting, man. It won't be a better place. Obviously, what I can do for you is unmatched. You can put my staff up against any staff in the country. You can do all that. So there's just me recruiting you now. I can get you where you need to go. First of all, you're going to graduate. That's the only goal that I have. Everything else is up to you.
All right. You're coming from basically a Group of 5 school out there in Cal State Northridge. You're coming into the Southwest Athletic Conference. What type of transition do you think that's going to be coming from California, where the culture is totally different, kids are totally different, coming into the Deep South, traditional Southwest Athletic Conference, probably the power conference of the HBCUs? What type of transition is that going to be for you, Coach?
It won't be a hard transition at all. It's home. I'm comfortable. I'm more comfortable there than here. So I foresee that being no issue at all.
And you say there because you're still in California as of right now. You have not made the transition to Montgomery, Alabama.
Correct.
As we go on, a lot of things are different from how you played college ball. HBCU, lot of bus travel. Travel's different. Facilities are different. Just give me your thoughts on that. As far as differences and like how you still have an excellent program despite those differences.
Well, it's no different. We was in the same position here. We bust. We bust all our games. We didn't fly. It's the same. Non-conference, we flew the games that we had to fly to, but 75% of our games we drove. We was on the bus. So those things are the same thing that I'm coming from. There's no different.
All right. Are you looking forward to the atmosphere? HBCU has a totally different atmosphere than.
I grew up in the SWAC, man. My whole family is SWAC. So I grew up as a kid going to SWAC games, football, basketball, baseball, all that. You know, that's just what I grew up around. I remember my freshman year at Alabama, and you know, Alabama football is Alabama football. I mean, we had Alabama. I can't remember exactly who we had the home game against, but shoot, I got up and drove down to Jackson, Mississippi with the homecoming, and didn't go to Alabama football game. So that should tell you something. You know, it wasn't out my system yet. You know, so
I got you. Speaking of, obviously, when you played, the big rival was Auburn, Alabama Auburn. Now you've got Alabama A&M as your top rivalry. Are you looking forward to that rivalry for the bragging rights in the state of Alabama, and it's a conference game just like Alabama Auburn was?
Absolutely. I mean, you inherit hate, and I'm okay with that. That's just like when I went to the University of Alabama, I automatically hated Auburn. You know, me and Cam Newton are pretty good friends, and every time we talk to each other and see each other, I mess with him, you know, and he mess with me, you know, so we go back and forth. Oh, it's all fun, but it's a competitive rivalry. You know, I don't know anybody personally over there, so I don't hate them personally, but they got A&M on their chest and on their back, or even in their vicinity. We don't hate it. We don't get along.
Well, at least for 40 minutes.
There you go.
Right. Now, you got a couple other HBCUs right up the road from you. You got Biles, you got Tuskegee. Any thoughts on those teams right there in your backyard? Because you're recruiting against those three teams that I just mentioned: Alabama A&M, Miles, and Tuskegee.
Yeah, we're recruiting against those schools, and you know, obviously, you know, we want to be the best version of us. You know, we're really not concerned about too many other people, because we know if we are good, we are ready, we are prepared. It doesn't matter who we play, and it doesn't matter who we play. The outcome is the win. That's the only goal. You know, it's magnified a little bit if it's a A&M or if it's a Tuskegee, it's a Miles, because you know what? They're close by. You want to be the best team in your area, and that helps your recruiting. So a lot of factors go into that to beat those programs, because, you know, when you want a player, you want to be the best option for that player. So it's important that we take care of business at home.
I have in me the ability to make you a better you. So if you work hard, focus, stay on point, you can do anything. Trust me.
We made this track to tell everybody they can follow their dreams.
For my people that don't get to see me, trying to remind you who you are, just like in Romans 3. See, we about to blow across the world just like a day that's breezy. This motivation for the people, and this classic Bible teaching say, hey, this for my people that don't get to see me, trying to remind you who you are, just like in Romans 3. See, we about to blow across the world just like a day that's breezy. This motivation for the people, and this classic Bible teaching, hey, 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 motivation.
Obviously, you've got NBA experience. We know that's going to be one of your selling points to your recruits. But you can't do it by yourself, despite all the NBA experience, despite the championship rings. What not to give, I don't want you to give out any names, but what are you looking for as far as your assistants, or what type of personalities or character traits are you looking for as you start hiring your assistants?
Well, you know, for one, a veteran coach, you know, that's been a head coach, that's been doing his thing for over 30 years. That's a guy that I want right next to me as my number two. And then obviously, you know, the rest of my staff, I want to find, you know, some young, hungry, intelligent, future head coaches. You know, someone that's going to work their ass off and come in here and put their head down and get the job done.
And we're talking with Alabama State University newest head coach, Mo Williams. Now, we're going to get you out of here on these last couple of questions. You're coming in following a long line of tradition of Alabama State coaches. Coach Jackson had been there for 15 years. Prior coach before Jackson had been there for many years. And they had Alabama State ties. You're coming in basically as an outsider. Kind of elaborate and talk about that, and talk about the changes in philosophy that you're going to have to not only sell to the people internally, but to the alumni, because you're not an Alabama State grad. We know you, we love you, but you're not an Alabama State grad. So kind of talk about that.
Well, for me, it's just your body of work. It makes who you are. For me, I'm just coming in and just proving. I go back to what I told you. I like people to criticize or doubt me. That motivates me. Obviously, I understand all the parameters of the decision, bringing someone in like myself that obviously not the traditional hire that they have done in the past, but that's the whole goal. Think outside the box. Our goal is to be very, very successful, and I put a staff in place. Obviously, my motivation to be great. I think we'll get all those things accomplished. Everybody's on the same page.
All right. Normally, this is the time when I usually allow coaches or our guests to talk their school up, tell the website, tell where they can send the donations, where they can send the check, because every school needs a check. I don't care what it is, but I'm not gonna put you on the spot yet, because I'm not 100% sure that you know it. So I'm gonna do it for you. If you want to follow the Alabama State Hornets and their basketball program and any of their sports, you can go to BamaStateSports.com, and they have the information on how you can make your donations, just the roster, anything. If you're trying to get your child recruited, they have the recruiting form. Everything is right there for you. That's BamaStateSports.com. So I got that out the way for you, Coach, because I wasn't sure if you do it yet. But before I officially get you out there, is there anything else that you want to bring out, that you want to say to the alumni, to the donors, to the fans, to the recruits?
I will say this, I'm extremely excited. It will be great. We have full support of everybody. Everybody has a goal to be great. To recruits, you want to find a better staff. Obviously, you got a young coach and myself that's motivated. So I'm looking for guys that has a like mind, that want to get things accomplished.
All right. And Coach Williams, hopefully some point in time we actually get to be in house at the same time.
Absolutely.
When we can see each other face to face and cover a game for Alabama State this upcoming year.
Okay. All right. Last, I want to leave you with this.
Go ahead, Mo.
Go Hornets.
Now, I'm going to teach it. Now, full disclosure, I'm a Tuskegee University grad.
Okay.
But I know how it goes. All my Tuskegee alumni, forgive me, but it's ASASU.
There you go. ASASU.
Right. That'll be the last time you ever see me do that on camera, Tuskegee.
Hopefully, hey, we got this recorded. We're going to put this on YouTube.
Hey, 364 days a year. Love Bama State. Just can't deal with y'all the first Saturday of September. That I got you covered, man.
I got you.
All right, Coach. Appreciate you taking time out and talking to us this morning.
Appreciate you.
But my beats, they are hard.
those people that are uniquely able to speak to why Florida Memorial is so important.
When we rebirthed football, that's when it really began to take fire. When we said that we were going to start playing football in fall of 2020, things started to happen.
One shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah, I was building on the.
It's an honor to be here on campus with you guys. The Super Bowl down here in Miami.
Miami, Super Bowl weekend, man. We out here.
Your dreams are talking one shot for the kill. The breeze cut, freeze up, straight drop for the kills. I'm talking taking over pieces and shares of all.
And all the men you see here today are here for one reason, and one reason only. And that's because they love you.
I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. New memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the brakes. I'm talking one chance at best.
Stay true to who you are, stay true to what you believe in, and stay dedicated to what you're chasing.
You never rest. Freedom is a teacher under pressure, now we blessed.
That's what we're all about here. We're about educating, we're about teaching, we're about making people better.
Yeah. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
I mean, I'm learning a lot about little things, but you got to do all of this stuff to produce. I'm only imagining when you do your shows and just all the different things that go into what we see.
"2020 has been a year like no other. Today, we're going to take a look back at some of the best BCSN Sports Wrap shows from the year 2020. BCSN Sports Wrap with Bryan Fulford and myself, A.D. Drew.
Hello, this is Bryan Fulford with the Black College Sports Network, and it's a pleasure to have an opportunity to be speaking with a group of individuals that are trying to make a difference in the lives of HBCU student athletes. First off, I've got joining me former HBCU coach as well as national champion with the North Carolina Tar Heels, 12-year NBA veteran, George Lynch, and his co-founder, Ms. Tracy Pennywell of HBCUheroes.org, as well as national recording artist, hip-hop legend from No Limit Records, Mr. Serv-On. Lady and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you all here to talk today. How's everybody doing?
Having us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, very much so. I'm honored to be here.
Well, the primary, purpose of what brought us all together is the organization HBCUheroes.org. And so for those of you who may not be familiar with the organization, co-founded by George and Tracy, the mission of the organization to raise funding to level the playing field for HBCU sports programs by assisting with scholarships and resources to meet the athletic objectives. And one of my first questions, George and Tracy, obviously there are a lot of needs for HBCU student athletes as well as athletic programs, but right now we're in the midst of this COVID-19 pandemic, and it sort of brought an opportunity, a very specific opportunity for your organization. Tell us a little bit about how you all got started and the focus of HBCU heroes right now?
George?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. I'll start it off. We got started, like you said at the beginning of the statement, to level the playing fields for HBCUs throughout the country. I was currently a coach at Clark Atlanta University for 2 years. Now I'm full-time with the HBCU Heroes, trying to, do something positive during the pandemic. I had a lot of student athletes on my team. Majority of them 3.0 students. I had nine student athletes on the current team this past year with a 3.0 or higher. 2 of those student athletes had a 4.2. 6 out of the 9 student athletes, when was challenged with distance learning, didn't have the proper tools to finish their education for the year. So not only for Clark student athletes, we reached out to other athletic directors, other head coaches throughout the country at HBCUs, and they all have the same challenge. So Tracy and I decided that let's try and help these student athletes by getting them the tools that they need, by computers, laptops, and learning devices so they can finish their education.
Tracy, I'm sure there are all kinds of challenges that administrations and schools are dealing with right now. Give us a little bit about the background, maybe in just the process. I'm real curious about the process of trying to, I guess, one, establish what everybody's needs are, and then being able to serve them.
Good question. So, and we also have to mention our other partner, Kwame Jackson. Kwame, probably most of your viewers might remember, who was a runner-up on The Apprentice back in the day, but he is our brand strategist extraordinaire. And he also is helping, through different philanthropy, through corporations, that sort of thing. What we've done is we've created a pool of funding so that we can go out to each HBCU, and George and I are on the phones every day. We do have a process that the HBCUs can sign up on our website, hbcuheroes.org, as you mentioned earlier, and they can actually fill out on our site how many computers they need, and what the needs are, basically. Then the other thing is, because we just started this, George and I are reaching out and talking to different, like we talked to Prairie View. We have a donation going out to North Carolina A&T shortly. We've been on the phone with Johnson C. Smith in Charlotte, and Xavier is up next, because we work with Chris Broussard and obviously Service from New Orleans. So, we got to get Xavier in there too. So we are reaching out institution by institution and seeing what their needs are. Some have told us they need as many as 300 devices, which, we're raising the money and raising computers as we go, so we haven't been able to fulfill those. But, we started with Grambling, and we were able to give them the first donation of devices, just because we were on the phone with Rick Gallo, who's the president, and we were able to facilitate that. So it is literally a ground roots mission, and it is each institution by institution. What we have, we give.
And so you're helping, regardless of private or public institution, you're helping all HBCUs.
Right. Yes.
And as you're going through the process, are you having to work with the athletic departments? Are you working with the university in general? How's that being, or I guess what routes are you having to go in order to establish and find out who has the needs?
Well, I'm glad you asked that, because here's the thing, because we're in a pandemic, the normal routes that you would go through, you would be, I guess, different than they are now. So we have had ADs connect with us on our website. We have had people who know people, or they've seen us, the write-ups in Sports Illustrated or Forbes.com. And so they've reached out saying, hey, I know students who need computers at this university. So it really, the process is varied depending on how we get to them or how they come to us. But we definitely want to make sure, George and I, and Serve as well, who's going to be helping us with the donations for this, that we don't leave a single HBCU out for their student athletes who need it.
And what would you say, roughly, maybe by percentage wise, how many schools? I know we've got, my partner who I do my show with, AD, would probably notice 100 and something HBCU schools. Not really sure whether all 100 have athletic programs, but what would you say the percentage is of schools that have already signed up?
Well, I'll tell you, probably maybe so far, maybe 15 to 20% have signed up so far. But I will say this as a stat that I recently learned. There are 187 HBCUs, and of those, before the pandemic hit, only about 30, which is less than a third, had online distance degree programs. So many of them didn't have a single solitary online class. So now you're talking about sending not only the students home who used to study in the libraries or go to computer labs and get their computer, be able to use computers in the computer labs. Now you're sending them home, and then also you're having to get the instruction uploaded for teachers to get online. So it's just been a big process. Statistically, like I know Bennett doesn't have a student, they don't have teams per se, but we have been in touch with them because our dean, we got to give Roz Fusehall, she was our dean at Carolina and used to be the president of Bennett. She actually is helping to coordinate some things with Bennett as well, so that we can serve those students as well.
George, let me come to you and ask, you went to North Carolina. You did not want for much in terms of academically, when things that you needed were there and available for you. And then through your time in the NBA, how did you find your way into creating an organization that works with HBCUs?
Well, 2 years ago, not a lot of black coaches was getting the opportunity to become head coaches. Through the assistant coaches program with the NBA, I was given an opportunity to become the head coach at Clark Atlanta. And then, you hear the stories like back in the 90s when I played in the early 90s in the NBA, all my teammates would talk about the great experience at Morris Brown, at Clark, at Morehouse, at Spelman when we played the Atlanta Hawks. And I've always had family in town, so I never got to go out and hang out with the guys when we had a day off, but I would always hear the stories. So when the opportunity came up to become the head coach at Clark, and I got to campus, my expectations of what the stories I was told was totally different from what I saw. They talk about the promenade, the yard, and, driving around on campus and things like that. And then the homecoming games, my first homecoming experience, I thought I was going to see something like Drumline. and when I got to the football game, there was maybe 100 band members. I was looking for 400 band members. So because when I was at Carolina, I went to an A&T homecoming, and that was in the late 80s, early 90s, and I saw hundreds of band members and the whole experience. So I was looking forward to that, every Saturday at Clark, and it wasn't there. And then when I got to the men's program, all the things that we lacked, we had great student athletes, guys who worked hard, but just the equipment, the things that we needed, the resources, the challenges you had trying to raise funds and gather the support for the program, it was real. It was real as a coach. And, that was the challenge. So Tracy and I decided that, we would take on that challenge and try and raise funds. That's how it all came about.
And you, through that prism of just your previous experiences and what you saw as you started at an HBCU, and I'm always curious about this because I'm always looking for and trying to find out what's the difference between on the basketball court between our HBCU programs and what we might say are the PWIs, the UNCs or the NC States and programs like that, Georgia Tech in your own backyard. What's one or two of the things that maybe separate from a program wise, or what a coach needs that separates an HBCU program from a PWI program?
If a coach at a HBCU had the full allotment of scholarships, then a student don't have to choose between, do I need to get a summer job to pay for my education, or do I have time to, finish my studies? if we take that burden off of students' back, because a lot of times, a lot of the students that go to HBCUs are first-time college students. Their parents didn't go to college. At least at Clark, the experience was majority of them, their parents didn't go to college. They were first time, and they were doing this on their own. And then because they had the passion to play basketball, a lot of them was just playing for the love of the game. Whereas if you go to a PWI, they have 15 to 13 full scholarships, so student athletes don't have to worry about paying for their tuition.
Yeah, and so moving over, just to ask you, Tracy, as and I don't know, I guess maybe share with me whether it was George coming to you or you just in your daily conversations with George or even your other partner, when he comes to you and says, hey, I got an idea, I'm coaching over here at an HBCU, we need some funds. What kind of thoughts go into your mind and how to get this started? What are some of the immediate things that come to mind?
I know you know the struggle, Bryan, so it was not pretty like that. No. So George and I went to Carolina together. I've known George since college. I moved to LA when George was in LA playing for the Lakers and have followed him throughout his career. We've been business partners for a while, working on other projects with different celebrities and that sort of thing. And so when he got the job at Clark, I actually had moved to Atlanta as well. And so we happened to be in the same city at the same time again. And then I started hearing him saying, we don't have enough money to purchase things like they didn't have a meal table at a training table at Clark, which in George is very, 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 he's not only a winner, he's very competitive. And things for George, because he went to Carolina and played in the NBA, protein and eating meals that are healthy is vital. Like that in his daily life, that's who he is. So that transferred over to him making sure his team had good meals. And I think the general allotment is $7 a meal, something like that. I'm not saying for Clark, I'm saying in general. I think that's kind of the standard. And so he was putting in money for that. He was putting in money for shoes. He was putting in money when kids didn't have books. And I'm like, George, we got to do something about this. And so initially it came about me just seeing him over here saying, oh, I can't because I got to do this now and I can't, So that's how that came about. And then we combined our resources with different celebrities and athletes that we've worked with over the years. Like Takeo Spikes is one of our biggest supporters. We've got Chris Broussard, like I said, on board. We've got DL Hughley and Michael Blackson and Bill Bellamy and people who we've just worked with who have said, you know what, we'll donate and we'll help support. But because of that, we then knew, like George said, and he was going to Tuskegee and other schools that are legacy schools. And he would say, their coaches are saying they need some support too. So it was all a support thing. We just wanted to do it for HBCUs and not just only for Clark because the need was bigger than Clark. That's all.
Okay. No, I totally understand that. Sir, let me come over to you for a second from a different perspective. You're in the New Orleans area. Your background in working with No Limit Records, who has a heavy foothold in New Orleans and just that whole Bayou community. What's your HBCU experience like in the music industry back when No Limit Records was standing on the top of the hills with Bad Boy and Death Row and all of those other music families?
With No Limit, people got to understand, once we moved back to Louisiana from Oakland, Pete decided that he wanted us in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, which, was like 60 miles outside of New Orleans because most of us from New Orleans and the dangers and things like that. And a couple of us were immature and hard-headed, so we wanted to be in the streets or whatnot. And by being in Baton Rouge, Southern University was right there. Right. And so, growing up, the Bayou Classic in my city, you had a choice of I would like to go to Southern, I like to go to, Grambling, but I also had Xavier and Dillard in my city. So the experience was already there. And, to go back before No Limit getting to Baton Rouge, Xavier University for us as artists, that was like saying, okay, for somebody in New York to say, okay, I'm getting to perform at Madison Square Garden, or you know what I'm saying, as a rap artist. Xavier University's Spring Fair was like that come up for you as an artist. And so, you know, you began hanging on campus, so you saw the HBCU life. And then when I jumped back with No Limit, we were on Southern campus because every day Master P required us to go play basketball together to build camaraderie. Whether you could play or not, you had to go. So we would be on, you know, and for me, I played ball, you know, all my life. That was my first love. So we would be on Southern campus. And for me, I would walk away when we wasn't playing, and I would just walk around the school, you know, and you would meet college students that really didn't have anything. And when you see Southern Band doing Mardi Gras, this huge, beautiful band, and then you go on this campus and the buildings look like they do, the dorms look like they do, you know, and these students really don't have much. And the basketball players, a lot of times, you know, we all go get something to eat, you know, and we never understood whether it was wrong or right. And it's like these kids didn't have much. So now you got them, they would be around us. So we start really understanding, like, what for me coming from the hood is like, you got a scholarship, you know, you playing ball, you okay. But then to experience it on two campuses, LSU campus, ball players didn't really want for anything. Southern campus, you know, and it was rough seeing it. So as we took a liking to Southern, and for me growing up, it was Xavier and Dillard having that like, you know, but seeing the rough parts of it, you know, and being married at one time to my ex-wife who went to Dillard, and I met her as a freshman on Dillard campus, and I saw firsthand where it's like, hey, you could come home here and study, you know, by my mom's house, you know, for the weekend, you know, and making sure she has something to eat and take back to campus. And even athletes that I met there on Dillard campus, you know, it was rough. They had their basketball shoes, but, you know, they didn't have other shoes, you know, tennis and things like that. So just to see it firsthand, it was something, you know, different. And then that was Xavier, but then going to being out in Baton Rouge with No Limit with Southern, and you're riding on this campus in these big time cars, you know, and these kids is like, they don't have nothing. And you looking at like Southern University, like greatest band in the land to me. And you would think, you know, in the Bayou Classic on TV, 44 million people watching it, but both of those schools are struggling, and especially the athletic departments. You know, so it was something to see that put a change in me.
And I got to imagine as you all toured the South, the country even, and especially in the South, you did a lot of tours on college campuses or in a lot of cities. I would imagine you saw sort of the same thing and heard the same experiences as well, right?
Yeah, because, you know, a lot of times when you hit those cities, you know, especially with No Limit, we're of course we were worldwide and we were huge. We're on top of the game, you know, we on top of everyone. But our blackness, you know, was always really deep and always on display, you know, meaning, you know, whether it's Master P on down to the lowest artists, once we hit a city, it was like, where the HBCU at? You know, we going on campus because, you know, that's where we wanted to be. And, you know, and it was hard to watch that in a lot of different cities. And then, you know, when we had shows, a lot of HBCU students came to our shows. You know, and one thing P was always good with was basically those athletes, football, basketball players. He would always tell them, yeah, bring them backstage. It's cool. Let them come backstage with us. You know, and you sit down and you're watching these young guys, and you can look at a young guy that not starving to be like us. They have their own life, but at the same time, you could see things wasn't right. So we saw it firsthand. And the one thing I think we always made the mistake back then, you know, is that when we did things like we did, you know, saying, okay, they got HBCU in the city, let's give to them, you know, let's, you know, and that's the one mistake and some of the things I regret for not speaking up more, you know, with P, because he's the type that you show him that somebody black or something black or black business, because HBCU is a business, you know what I'm saying? Oh, it's a business. you know, he would have done more, you know, but we all, you know, it was rough touching those cities, but that's where our strong point was also, you know, those HBCU campuses.
Sir, let me ask this, and maybe you can speak on this from an entertainment and an entertainer's perspective. I always felt like in the 80s and even going into the 90s, the entertainment, and I'm for me personally as a kid, I grew up in Indianapolis, Indiana. No HBCUs really near me, okay? But the influence of TV shows, music artists that represented HBCUs helped me connect with my parents who were HBCU grads. And that story probably resonated with a lot of us from the Midwest or areas where there weren't HBCUs.
Yeah.
As we got into this new millennium, I always feel like music and music artists got away from representing HBCUs, whether it be with gear or as you mentioned, just, you know, maybe in songs and things of that nature.
Yeah.
Is that, would you, can you talk on that for a minute if you can, and why do you think that happened?
I think, you know, because you go back to, I can remember watching Martin, and I had to have the sweatshirt when he had the sweatshirt on, when there was supporting the HBCUs, and, you know, and all the rap artists then did it. But what I think happened in between, like from even my generation, you know, going into this younger generation, you know, they're so brand name conscious and not proud of where they're from, and want to push where they're from. It's like, I'll do Gucci before I put on a Southern University sweatshirt in my video, you know, or I'll shoot my video, you know, on, you know, say on LSU campus before I shoot it and do a song for LSU before I do it for Southern, you know, because I think more or less hip hop became so commercial. And then once it became commercial, it became corporate. And once it became corporate, you know, most corporations are not going to, you know, if they're saying, okay, I'm going to give this endorsement to this artist for this X amount of money, you know, hey, I want you to push over here. But they definitely don't have HBCUs in mind. And I think also the money wise, you know, and we, in a lot of, within rap, we lost our way a lot with money also, because you would perfect example. We just had a show in Chicago on the University of Chicago campus, right? And, you know, that was a lot of money brought to them, you know, where it was other places we could have done, you know, that concert at, you know, and I mean, and they, you know, and then the stipulations they gave us, you know what I'm saying, and things like that, which Mystical couldn't perform, and it was crazy. But saying to the fact that we lost our way because of, I think, the money aspect of it, you know, and these artists, a lot of these young artists, because they come from a lot of broken homes, they still coming from broken homes. In my generation, we did without fathers and things like that, you know. Their guidance doesn't push them towards HBCUs like it did for me and for my generation, the Fiends, the David Banners, you know, the Killer Mikes, you know, that understood the legacy and understood. And this might sound crazy when I say it, I grew knowing who Martin Luther King was and know where he came from and what school he went to. You know what I'm saying? Whereas these younger artists, they might know of MLK because it's a day they didn't go to school when they were younger, but they don't have that background understanding because most of their parents were not there, and, you know, didn't have a dream to attend one of these schools. So that goes into it when artists are younger, of what they taught. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I was brought to the homecomings, you know, Southern homecoming or Xavier's, different things, whereas these young artists, you know, they're not. And then I can honestly say this lastly, you know, the skin color thing, meaning you might have a young artist that's coming up, but he has more white friends. And so those white friends are going to say, I'm going to bring you on the University of Kentucky campus, you know, and before somebody, they bring them to a black school. You feel what I'm saying? And so a lot of them getting their starts because it's so crossed over now, you know, and I think we do have to make a conscious effort to come back and say, like you said, because it does make a difference if I shoot a video and I got on Gremlin, or I got on Clark, or I got on this school and that school, you know, to bring awareness where some young kid might say, man, that's a nice sweatshirt, not knowing what school it is. But then once he looks it up, he'll understand the music aspect and the connection, because some of the best artists ever have come off college campuses. I remember when BET used to do their thing on the HBCU campuses, and you see how talented those artists were. You know, and for us, that's where our money was. That's where our beginning notoriety was. You know, and I think we've lost that because of the commercialization of music, you know, and endorsements and where they come from.
I want to come back to you in a second, Serv, and as we talk about how you got connected with HBCU Heroes, but we kind of got start talking about something that I wanted to see if George could add something to this, because you played with Allen Iverson, who as an icon changed the fashion. He was an icon for probably the current generation of players. He changed so many things within the NBA. And one of the things that I most recently have seen, guys like Chris Paul, who, as a matter of fact, I saw him just the other day with the NBA horse contest, wearing a sweatshirt from the, the Black Colleges group. And he has been very visible in terms of wearing HBCU gear, regardless of, he grew up in Winston-Salem, but whether it's, you know, Winston-Salem, FAMU, I've seen him with A&T gear. Any thoughts on the influence of just the dress and the wear that you guys had as NBA players back in the day, and what you see from guys now and how it affects the players that you interact with as a coach?
I think Serv hit on it a little bit about, you know, where these younger generations and even athletes, when I came through, where we brought up, my uncles went to Shaw, and they always tried to get me to attempt to go to Shaw or try to talk to me. I need to go to a HBCU. And as a youngster, you know, growing up in Roanoke, Virginia, there was no HBCUs within a 4-hour drive. You know, Virginia State, Hampton was the closest HBCUs to me in Roanoke. And my only experience was just my uncles telling me about it. They never took me to Shaw's campus. And then the closest I got to it when I became after I was already molded as a young man, you know, I went to high school in Northern Virginia, and I went on Howard's campus. And then, you know, as a professional athlete, like I said, you know, going to Atlanta every year as a, you know, being out west and then playing in the East, you get to go there twice a year. I really didn't get a chance to go on the campuses because I had family in Atlanta. So every time I went to Atlanta, I went to visit with family. So it's about how much can we get these younger kids to apply to HBCUs, take them on campuses. And I think the other thing is HBCUs have to do a better job of, you know, letting people know about their campuses, because the PWIs, the white universities, they sell their universities. They sell the best things that the university has to offer. And I think HBCUs, we have to do a better job of selling the best things about our university.
Well said. Let me come to you, Tracy. You have been successful in your marketing and social media campaigns that you run for some major names in the business. How do we get HBCUs? How do we get your organization? What's your plan, or what are one of the two things that it's going to take in order to get HBCU heroes on the minds and on the lips of everybody, especially to be able to help in this particular instance where we're trying to get laptops and other needs into the hands of student athletes, but just increase the exposure of the needs of HBCUs?
Well, Bryan, that's a great question too, because for us, for Serve, George and I, all three of us have in our networks, like you've heard Bryan talk about Master P, and George and Alan. I mean, AI, George actually introduced me to AI years ago, and I'm a huge fan of AI. And so is Serve, by the way. So Serve and I were talking about that yesterday, like people like that who can wear the t-shirts, that small thing is huge in the visibility and awareness for these younger generations to increase enrollment. But also, when you talk about the D.L. Hugleys and the Bill Bellamy's and the Michael Blacksons and people that I've worked with, even Mike Epps I've worked with, I think most of what's happening is, and you've heard it from these guys, they don't know what's happening on HBCU campuses. We all see the hype, we see the bands, we see the HBCU homecomings and classics and things, but we don't know the underbelly of what's happening. And so what we three have been doing is we've been, like when we talked to Serve the other day, he said, you know what, because we've been trying to get to Killer Mike, but we don't know him. And Serve said, I know him, I'll get his number, I'll call him. And that's what it takes. It takes people like us who know people who can be of influence to these universities and can give back. Even if they don't give $1 million, you know what they can give? They can give their time, they can post on social media. And the ambassadors that we have, that's what they do. They post for us, they speak for us, they'll come out and do something or do something online, COVID-19, now we're all doing things online. But it really does take a network of people. Not one of us is going to change it individually. It's going to take a network of people to be able to raise the visibility, to raise money continually. And I think the problem is sometimes people, this is what D.L. Hughley said, sometimes the most that an alumni from an HBCU will give will be that sweatshirt that they buy, or them going back to homecoming and spending $1,000 on homecoming. That's great. But we really have to create a culture of philanthropy. We've got to be able to give back ongoing in our HBCUs. And if we didn't go there, George, nor I, well, Serve, I think you went to one initially. I think you went.
Lightly.
He was in Rhodes. He was in Rhodes. So he got paid for it. But I think, for us, George and I both went to Carolina. We really have got to be able to adopt HBCUs. If we didn't go there, we have to create that culture and that visibility of everybody can be an HBCU hero, not just Serve, not just George Lynch, not just whoever. All of us have to be HBCU heroes for sustainability, because they're closing. I mean, some of them are closing, some of them are underfunded, some of them are millions in the red. And the future, especially after this COVID-19, is going to be really, really, it's going to, be bleak in some cases to get through, because they have to give kids back. Some of the kids are getting back refunds for not filling out the entire semester. So it's going to take this grassroots efforts from all of us to be able to pitch in and do whatever it is, volunteer our time, our efforts, our money. Serve is doing his song, which we got to talk about. He's donating all the proceeds from HBCU for Life for this mission, so that we can raise more money for the computer drive and giving back. So that's really what it's got to take. It's got to take us all.
Serve, as Tracy, great segue there, talking about your song HBCU for Life. Give us a little background on that, just the process of coming up with this song, and then how the idea came about. And I gotta ask, in this era of right now, I think I see a new TikTok video of somebody's family dancing or doing something almost every day. Is there a challenge that will come out of this? I gotta ask that, because I feel like there's a new challenge almost every day coming out.
Yeah, because for me, when I did it, it was more or less like I when I first talked to George and Tracy, it was one of those things where I always sat down and I said, man, okay, my legacy is set. I was on the #1 label in the world. I helped put it where it was at. I have a #1 album in the world. You know what I'm saying? That's forever in history. My kids will forever see that in #5. And by some considered a legend music wise. So my legacy is set in that moment. But then I felt like I'm a failure if I didn't leave a truer legacy, with my people and make a difference. And so HBCUs were always personal to me. you know what I'm saying, the culture. And it was almost an outlet for me being in New Orleans, getting away from things. So when, you know, you sit down, for me, you know, every day, you know, and this is something Tupac said when we were around him for a brief moment before he passed. He was like, every day of your life is a song. So you don't have no reason why you can't do a song. You know, your life is a song. So, you know, so I always, every day, regardless if I'm out there in the limelight, I do songs. And so I got this one beat, and long story short, you know, I'm listening and it comes on with, you know, and all I could think about is these HBCU bands. And so I'm like, I wanted to go back to my roots, meaning saying like, you know what, you know, I want to talk about the Greeks, you know, everything, you know, the bands and at the same time, and it started out that way. And the funny thing about it is when you sit down and realize how many HBCUs there are. So now, I mean, usually I don't write, you know, I freestyle. It's something, so many years in the business. And, you know, you sit down and now I got to actually pull my phone out like the young guys and type up these names like, okay, I'm forgetting Winston-Salem. I'm forgetting Tuskegee. I'm forgetting this. And now
if you miss somebody, they will let you know. Yes, they will let you know.
So when you, like, people hear the song, rappers will know what I did. Like, I'll throw other names of colleges on the ad libs. But really, it was like, oh my God, I can't forget this university. I can't forget this one. I can't forget that one. And then once I start doing it, you know, and at first it was like dealing with the Greeks and things like that, the Deltas, you know, Vegas, everybody. So I want to make sure I put everybody in. And then something was like the pride. Like I've always wished, you know, that I graduated from an HBCU. I've been to the graduation. I've been to games. I've sat there, watched them singing their football games after it's over. You know, their song and things like that, and the pride. And so for me, it was like, I want to make the song that's going to recruit. Because in my eyes, I want every young black in that inner city, black young adult, to look at HBCU first and enroll there first. I want our brightest and our biggest and our best to go to HBCUs, you know, to find that pride that, you know, that in Africa, you have a pride of your village. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and you're going to stay within that family structure. And that's what I really want. And I was like, and I was looking, I'm like, what song do they have as a recruit? And so, yeah, people hear me talking about the Greeks and all that, because as rappers, we know how to set those traps. Meaning, yes, I love the culture because my brother is Omega, and he shocked me. I didn't even know he was coming out. I had to show up at campus, you know, to be funny. I wasn't seeing him, and our mom was like, "You need to go talk to your brother. Something ain't right. We're not seeing him." So I go, and he wouldn't let me in his apartment, in his house, or nothing. So finally, he was like, "You'll understand, you know, in a few days." And then I go and watch him, you know, come out for the first time as a Q, and you know, it was like a jealousy, but a happiness, like damn, I wish I would have pursued it. You know what I'm saying? And so then I decided, like, the pride that I watched my friends that graduated have, and that's when you hear parts of the song saying, because I want them to know that it's more than Greek shows, it's more than bands. You know what I'm saying? It's the building of the family. If you hear what I say on the song is, I met my brother, I met my sister. You know what I'm saying? You know, I got a college degree. You know what I'm saying? And it always followed me. No matter where I'm at, HBCU, you always with me, because all my friends, they could be somewhere. We could be in Miami, and they could see a guy from Norfolk State, and he went to Hampton, and next thing you know, they going at it, the pride. You know, so that song, and then I decided, well, it's like, what can I do with it? And what I want to do is, like, you know what? And my thing was to put it out to raise money, you know, and hopefully help and give it to them. And not because I don't worry about having shine anymore. I was on the #1 label in the world. People know who I am. So it wasn't me doing it as an artist, like, I'm gonna put it on and I know they're gonna love it. You know what I'm saying? It was a deeper meaning to it. And so, you know, I mean, and I think that's where it came about, but I was holding on to it and didn't know what to really do with it. And when I went on a friend of mine's page, Michelle E. Thomas, which is a huge friend who I call, you know, my sister, And I read through it, and the funny part about it is I read like George Lynch, but I didn't even put together that this was one of my favorite Carolina basketball players of all time. So when he sent me the friend request, yeah, I've been around a lot of celebrities, but basketball players and Carolina basketball players is a little different to me. So it was like losing it, like taking a picture. And George don't know this, only Tracy know this. I took a picture of his friend request picture and sent it to my multi-platinum producer KLC, who's done all Ludacris Move songs. Everybody, after Mother Hitters, I can't say it like you don't want to say, but he's a character. And when I sent it to him, this how big it was to us. He lost his mind. Like he was like, "Oh man, you talked to?" I'm like, "Yeah, man, I haven't talked to him yet." You was gonna do the rapper extra live thing. Yeah, man, we talk with good friends, but so then realizing that he went to UNC and he's putting everything into HBCUs. So I knew it was, I have to do what I have to do. That's like me saying I'm gonna turn my back on what made me, being black, and HBCUs and the rhythm and the bands. And I'm from New Orleans. Bands mean everything. And, the high school I went to, it was like Southern Band was like in New Orleans, that's a way out. If you're in a band in high school, you go to HBCU and be in their band. That's another way out, And so, to me, it was my responsibility as a black man. That's HBCUs are our personal village that has our brightest and best. And, from athletes, student athletes to just period. And, we have to, as entertainers, if we calling ourselves and we so black excellence or whatever we're not, and we don't come back and make sure the one place that will accept our kids, the HBCUs will accept even a kid that might not have the greatest grade point average. They will accept our kids. And if we don't go back, if my job, if I don't do it, then I'm a failure as a black man. And that's the way I feel, because I understand education is not just high school, but a college degree in education makes a difference. And, and I'll sell this personally and won't hold up. I look at the fact of when music slowed down for me. Of course, I know I'm a very intelligent man. You know what I'm saying? But when I decided to say, I'm done with music, right? And I started working at a casino here in New Orleans in the marketing department, just off the marketing that I did for No Limit. And I created this awesome club that you can go to now. If anybody been in New Orleans, they'll know what casino I'm talking about and the club that everybody goes to. I brought that up of created that of bringing a DJ. And I ended up losing my position. And I watched a man look in my face that didn't want me to lose that position because I did not have a degree on file. And for me, it was like, what, a college degree is even more important. You know what I'm saying? And I look at, if anybody I'm going to make sure get to these college degrees, it's going to be my inner city young black females and males and get to where I feel the prize should be. HBCUs, like I even told George that I wish our 5-star athletes would go to these HBCUs. That way, these mega TV contracts will have to channel that money to the HBCUs. And I just, because it's a time right now in this life right now, you look at what's going on with this pandemic, that's out there. The more focus now is not becoming on the fact that we have a pandemic worldwide. It's black people. And it's almost like I feel like we're going to be pushed and become that pariah or that face of COVID-19, and so we have to stick together. And our best and brightest are in some HBCUs where that cure might be there. But if they don't have those tools that they need, then, how long will our community suffer? And so all of this is so much, is very important to me. That these HBCUs, these kids, these student athletes, they get what they have to have. And even the campuses as you go on, that they get what they need. And like George said, the scholarships and things like that, the money to be there and the tools they need is so important right now because, You know, we have a saying that no limit, you know, we all we got. And if you're a black person, whether you are successful or halfway successful or not that successful, if you don't believe we all we got right now in our kids, their future, that's in those universities, you're a failure and you're weak to me. If you don't understand, we have to start looking out for each other and looking out for our younger generation, and it starts with these kids in these HBCUs.
Well said. Well said. Let me make sure I have the I'm going to read right here from our press release. HBCU for Life will be available for downloads May 2nd, with pre-sales beginning Saturday, April 18th. Through Spotify, iTunes, Apple, and all outlets where music is sold and streamed. And 100% of the proceeds will go to the HBCU Heroes nonprofit organization, which co-founded by George and Tracy here. As well, and I want to leave your other partner out as well.
Oh, Kwame Jackson. Yeah.
Kwame Jackson. Thank you. Yeah. And so that 100% of the proceeds going to the organization. And so I got to ask, sir, what's the challenge? What do you predict the challenge?
Yeah.
You know, I know you don't want to call it. What do you think the challenge is that's going to come out of this?
Well, you know, I was brainstorming on that. It's funny, you need to be in the music business, man. Because I was actually thinking about that, and I'm like, you know, what challenge? But what I decided, I feel like the challenge you can do is, you know, just HBCU proud, like, because I'm going to make sure Tracy them have the instrumental, you know what I'm saying, and only my singing parts on it, you know, and hopefully families can get together, you know, to the HBCU challenge with, you know, that went to HBCUs or their child went to HBCUs, and they get their mom and their dad and see who just does their best HBCU and, you know, dance to the song. You know what I'm saying? Just like HBCU pride. And I want them to sing that part. That's very important. You know what I'm saying? All my life, I wanted to go to HBCU, and then it comes in, you know, because the band parts come in. And I you know, just, you know, we get it together, you know, but I was thinking about it last night. It's funny he brought it up. You know, I'm like, thank you for putting that pressure on me, but, you know, we all right. We got that.
That's we all we got. I like it.
Yeah, we all we got, man.
You know, I wasn't even going, you know, that was the first thought. You know, I've already started, you know, I already started planning the remix for you. So whenever you're ready to talk, because you're in true No Limit fashion, I know there's got to be a remix coming in a month after this.
Always, man.
I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Always, man.
Can I say one other thing too, which is
please, Tracy, please.
Thank you, because I don't think Serv is getting the credit he deserves here. He actually is giving, but like you said, 100%. He told us, you all, I don't want anything from this. Oh, that's right. You did say you wanted to sign North Carolina Tar Heels jersey, but that's it. He isn't getting anything from this at all. He put his heart, mind, and soul, and you hear the passion he has behind why he created this. But all he wants is for these kids to get these computers, for them to get scholarships, for them to prevail, and we get the brightest and the best and keep them moving, because he is not taking a single dollar from this. 100%.
Yeah, and might I say, I didn't mean to interrupt you, the enrollment, something that George and you guys definitely was taught me when I first spoke to George, the enrollment and getting more inner city kids to come on HBCU campuses, you know, to see, you know what I mean, and to get them there, that's pretty important. And it's even with the proceeds of 100%, but also, you know, giving the publishing, you know, and a lot of rappers, we don't do that, but this is like means the world to me. So even the publishing from the streaming and all that'll go to this. And one of my goals is to make other rappers feel like, oh, I got to do one.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And make them fall in line with the fact of, because I did that song, but you got younger guys that have these younger people so much, you know, and my thing is to make one of them do something and do a song and do the same thing and donate it, you know what I'm saying? And those challenges, you know, might come even better, you know what I mean? Because like I said, as music people, you know, we began, you know, those college students, those poor college students paid to come to our concerts in every city. We owe it to them. And so as far as, the money thing and things like that and the proceeds, giving it away, it was no brainer. It was always that, what I mean? I just happened to meet the right people to say, here, this is what I can offer and anything else I can do. But we're gonna get some remixes. You right about that. I know my hip hop community gonna be like, oh, he did it. I got one better. Good. That's what I want you to do. I was taught by the best, Master P, how to make you do what you didn't think you wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? And that's like even the students on campuses. I wish they can get back to their campus and things like that, because that would have been awesome having from each HBCU, their best, take the instrumental and do their best version of it, of their campus, which would have been a good challenge. But we definitely gonna put it together. You got it on my mind, so we're gonna get it done.
All right. Before we close, Tracy and George, remind anyone watching, what do we need to do? Where do we need to go in order to help HBCU heroes and to help student athletes and students in general at HBCUs?
If they sign on to our website, hbcuheroes.org, you can donate there and learn more about the cause there. Also, Cash App at HBCU Heroes. We have a GoFundMe account for HBCU Heroes. And also, we're always online at Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, and LinkedIn at HBCU Heroes. So there's never a way that you couldn't get in touch with us. We got all those outlets, always HBCU Heroes. And we would just welcome anyone, whether you went to an HBCU or not, whether you're going to go, whether your parents went, or you just know people who went there, to get involved, join in the effort. HBCU Heroes.
And so we're also, I know we want funds. Are we also accepting laptops as well, laptops and tablets as well?
Yes,
is that what
gently
we're also
used. We like to say gently used, because there's so many students without student athletes. The reason we're focusing on student athletes, by the way, is because obviously from George's, from where he came and from what he's seen personally with his athletes, but it's a smaller portion. There are students as well out there who don't have computers, but we couldn't do the entire 107 campuses who didn't have, you know what I mean? We had to draw the line somewhere. So student athletes, we can use gently used laptops, gently used tablets to help support this cause. We can use financial contributions to help support this cause. If you know of someone who is an HBCU person who is high up in a company that might be willing to make a donation, connect us. We can use resources as well. It takes a village, like you said, sir.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. George, any final words? We have it. We've covered I don't think there's so many more things we could cover and talk about, but I don't want to. You guys have been gracious with your time.
Well, y'all got to have us back then. That's what that means.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
anything we can do to help publicize, we surely will.
Because you're gonna lead the challenge, man. We're gonna get your video. Since you brought it up, you got to do the first one.
That's Bryan. You're gonna
got
you. I just like to say there's a lot of student athletes out there that's dependent on your support. Their families are dealing with this, COVID-19, not being able to work, and our support means a lot.
Well said.
We all we got. I like the no limit slogan. We all we got. I like that. Yeah.
We all we got.
We all we got.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you guys, George, Tracy, Serve, HBCUheroes.org is the website, and all over social media, the Cash App, donations. We'll even take what was the phrasing on the laptop again?
Not like if it's 10 years old, gently used.
Gently used. Right. We prefer if it has Windows 10 operating system.
There you go.
Must have Windows 10 operating system, please. Thank you for your time, and anything we can do to continue to promote. Let me plug the song one more time. HBCU for Life. Will be debuting Saturday, April 18th, online through Spotify, iTunes, Apple, all outlets where you can stream and purchase. All 100% of the proceeds going to HBCU Heroes. And then May 2nd is when it'll be available for download. And so we'll be looking forward to that.
I'm going to jump in here.
We'll be encouraging our HBCU community. You know, all the teams are out there. I've seen soccer teams kicking toilet paper around. I've seen doing all kinds of basketball players, volleyball players. This is the song that you guys will need to be making videos to in May. Graduation videos, everything.
Yes.
You know, all of that. Perfect time for that song to drop. So
and Bryan,
again, Serve, George, Tracy, thank you for your time. I sound like my producer was trying to jump in there. Roy, were you trying to jump in there?
I was. I know he hates me doing this, but
we all we got.
We actually have been given the permission by Serve and Tracy that we can actually premiere the song via this broadcast. So
yes, definitely.
So we're gonna actually get folks will get their first shot to hearing it here. So I wanted to make sure that you let them know that stay engaged, and they'll be able to hear this at the conclusion of your interview.
All right. Are you playing the whole song, or you only give them like a minute 30-second taste of it, right? You're not giving them the whole song, are you?
Nah, I thought we were gonna premiere the whole thing, sir. That's on you.
We're gonna do the whole thing, sir? We're good to do the whole song?
That's up to you guys. Look, it's in your hands now.
You're a musical creator, so you got to do it's all you.
I mean, I think it's up to you guys. You guys, you know what I'm saying? However you want to do it, it's in you guys'
Okay,
hands.
well, let's do the whole thing then. I guess we'll do the whole thing. Let's do it.
All right. Well, there it is. We'll debut the entire song for you to listen to and start working on. I'll start figuring out my challenges and go on from there after listening to it. Yeah. So again, thank you again for your time. Appreciate you guys. HBCUheroes.org is the site. HBCU for Life is the song. And let's try to make a difference in the lives of our student athletes, and let's take care of our HBCU students and our HBCUs in general with whatever resources we have available. All right.
We all we got.
That's it.
I can't say any more. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I say all my life I wanted to go to a HBCU and now I'm here. I say all my life I wanted to go to a HBCU and now I'm here. When you hear the band play, you know it's on. From them high snare drums to them perfect French horns. I'm talking SU, I'm talking GSU, I'm talking JSU, all the way to FAMU. I'm talking Talladega, 200 out players. I'm talking ASU, so what you wanna do? And when them freaks come through, the whole ground shake. You scream Omega Sci-Fi till they body lays. And when them Kappas come through, you see them canes swing. And when they tap the ground, you know it's going now. And when them elbows come, you know it's about to roll. They screaming out loud, black and gold until my body cold.
Don't forget my deltas and that crimson and cream.
Girl, you looking cute, stepping hard all night. Until my AKA in that pink and green. And when you hear them screaming, they stepping mean. Until my Zeta lady in that blue and white. When they come through, stepping low, they give me life. I'm talking Norfolk State, I'm talking Hampton U, I'm talking Albany State, what you wanna do? And when the bass drop, the whole place rock. We talking pride, we talking love, we talking college life. You hear them cymbals clash, you hear them tubas blow.
You want a challenge, bring your drumline section over here, let's go.
Who got the best? Is it BCU? Is it 10 State? Or is it TSU?
Spell mine.
Step, whoa, step, whoa, step, whoa, step, whoa, step, whoa, step, whoa.
Let's go.
I bet you won't step like a Q. I bet you won't step like a Delta. I bet you won't step like a Kappa. I bet you won't step like a AKA. I bet you won't step like a Alpha. I bet you won't step like a Zeta. I bet you won't, I bet you won't, I bet you won't. I bet you won't, I bet you won't, I bet you won't. Bring your drum majors. Bring your dance team.
Bring your drum line.
Bring your cymbal section. Bring your tuba section. Bring your horn section. Bring your fret. Bring your sorrow. say all my life, I wanted to go to a HBCU, and now I'm here. I say all my life, I wanted to go to a HBCU, and now I'm here. We talking SES, we talking Howard U, we talking Morgan State, we talking PBU, we talking Morehouse, we talking Morris Brown, we talking XUND, they stepping too. We talking Mississippi Valley and Elkhorn, we talking Tuskegee and Savannah State, we talking Clark and Atlanta, A&M and Alabama, NC Central, Winston-Salem State, make the ground shake. All my life, I wanted to go to a HBCU, and now I'm here. I say all my life, I wanted to go to a HBCU, and now I'm here. Now step, 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 now step, 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 now step. My sister, I met my brother, HBCU, I always love you. I met my sister, I met my...
At Hampton Law, our primary goal is to provide non-traditional yet effective solutions and redefine the approach to client legal concerns. As your trusted legal advisor, we believe in sophisticated, personalized services that eliminate the confusion and complexity sometimes associated with legal matters. Our high standard for client care and concern, coupled with our extensive legal knowledge and skills, make Hampton Law a resource focused on the protection of the client's interest and overall goals. We value our clients and truly enjoy working with them. Visit thamptonlaw.com to conveniently schedule an appointment online. Tamika Hampton Esquire, 1631 Rock Springs Road, Suite 336, Apopka, Florida, 407-494-1471. thamptonlaw.com.
Are you hungry for authentic Caribbean food like jerk chicken, oxtail, red snapper, shrimp, tofu, and rasta pasta? Well, find your way over to Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta.
Them belly full, but we hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, open daily from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. And on Friday and Saturday, we're open till 4 a.m. Come to Mango's and put some spice in your life.
So we've got a good thing going.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta. For more info or directions, call 404-698-3992 or log on to mangoscaribbeanrestaurant.com. For instant coupons, text MANGOS to 313131.
Tell your mama hungry, papa hungry, brother hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, authentic Caribbean cuisines.
Open up the door, tell your mama hungry.
2020 has been a year like no other. Today, we're going to take a look back at some of the best BCSN Sports Wrap shows from the year 2020. BCSN Sports Wrap with Brian Fulford and myself, A.D. Drew.
Welcome to another Black College Sports Network joint podcast with myself, A.D. Drew of the BCSN Sports Wrap with Bryan A.D. and my co-host today, Dr. Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Charles Bishop and Mike Washington. And if you see the screen in front of you, you're going to see some very distinguished faces that are joining Doc and myself. And we'll go in alphabetical order of the city. We're not going to go by names. We'll start off with Grambling, City of Grambling's Mayor Ed Jones, the Honorable Ed Jones. How you doing, Mayor Jones?
How you doing? Thank you so much for having me.
All right. And from Prairie View, Texas, Mayor of Prairie View, Texas, Mayor David Allen.
Pleasure to be here, gentlemen. Thank you.
And from Tuskegee, Alabama, former mayor of Tuskegee, Alabama, the Honorable Johnny Ford. How you doing, Mr. Mayor?
Fine. It's the pride of the swift-growing South and home of Tuskegee University. Thank you.
All right. And just give a little background about this. Obviously, everybody knows that over the past 3 to 4 weeks, our 4 HBCU conferences have decided not to play football this fall. Now, whatever adjective you want to use to describe their not playing, cancellation, suspension, postponement, use whatever adjective that you want to use. But the fact is, we will not see football this fall. That means no homecoming, no bands, no classics, and a lot of sad faces going around the HBCU world. So Dr. Cavill and I, we've had this conversation both on camera and off about some of the impact of these decisions. Now, obviously, we're hosts of sports shows. We focused on the field, the testing, and the other things that are going to be related to this. Now, we're going to get into some of the off the field things that Dr. Cavill and I have talked about, and we decided to bring in some experts, 3 mayors of 3 cities with HBCUs, and these HBCUs are the predominant industry in those cities, for lack of a better word, or a significant industry in those cities. And out of respect for time, because Mayor Ford has a prior commitment, we're gonna kind of let him go first. And Mayor Ford, just kind of give us an update on what's going on in Tuskegee, especially with how COVID-19 has affected the city in general, and some of your observations that you're seeing as how it can and will affect city government. We'll start off right there.
Well, first of all, let me just say that next time we'll make sure we have our present mayor, the Honorable Tony Haygood, for this cast. But in his absence, I'll go ahead and speak on behalf of our Tuskegee community, because we are headquartered here, the World Conference of Mayors and the Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance. Let me just simply say, I'll start off by saying I commend the leagues for making the decisions that they've made. I commend them because they put the health of the athletes first. All of us love college football. I love playing it as a running back and quarterback for Knoxville College back in the day. We all love our sports, but we love life more. And it's more important for them to take into consideration that until we get a vaccine, until we get a handle on this COVID-19 situation, it is best that they postpone, because life is most important. Now, I'm speaking not only as a former mayor, but I'm speaking as the president of and chairman of the board, rather, of the National Black Leadership Commission on Health, which is the voice of Black health in America. Our job is to look out for the Black community in this country, to make sure that health care is given a top priority. As a matter of fact, health care is the new civil rights struggle for us in 2020, getting adequate access to health care. But I am so happy that you all are doing this, because not having sports is going to have a major negative economic impact upon the city of Tuskegee. Already, we're feeling it in our community. The students are not back on our local economy. But homecoming, for example, is the biggest day of the year. And Coach Drew, you know that, in Tuskegee, Alabama, a town of 9,000 people, we grow to probably about 50,000 people once you count everyone. I mean, it's just tremendous. So it's going to have a very drastic impact upon the local Tuskegee economy. But they made the right decision, in my opinion.
Dr. Cavill?
Yes, let me jump in here.
And it is my esteemed honor to introduce the current mayor of the great city of Prairie View, the Honorable Mayor David Allen. And I say my mayor because he happens to be a Bachelor of Arts of Business Administration and MBA from Prairie View A&M University, and I happen to also be an alumni of Prairie View A&M University. So I am so proud. He was elected in May 2016. With that, let's start off with the same type of question first in terms of you, your family, and the city of Prairie View. How are you doing amidst the COVID-19 pandemic?
Well, thank you, Dr. Cavell, and again, Dr. Drew. It's just a pleasure to be here with you and certainly my esteemed honorable cohorts from Tuskegee and Grambling, especially Grambling. Anyway, no, that's it's a SWAC thing. No, fortunately, the family's fine, and the city, fortunately, is fine. We have had a few cases. Put it off for 4 months because I shut down City Hall immediately at the beginning of March. When I saw what was happening in other places, I knew it was only a matter of time. But we actually got hit pretty hard within the last 2 weeks in City Hall. A couple of police officers were exposed directly or indirectly, and same with a couple of employees. And fortunately, everybody's doing well behind that. Being the home of Prairie View A&M University, the second oldest institution in the state of Texas, they've had a few cases up there, again, with police officers, a few employees, and just a couple of students. But the concern is with school reopening and students coming back from all of these very hard-hit places into one conglomerate, social distancing is physically impossible with thousands of, relatively young adults coming and going through the same doors, touching the same doors and everything. So it's a serious concern for us as well. But from the economic standpoint, as was stated in Tuskegee, with homecoming, we have over 60,000 folks come here, and we're talking about a few $100,000 in lost revenue from an economic standpoint, just during that homecoming standpoint, not to mention the impact it will have on our local businesses, the employee jobs and the folks that they hire extra because of the crowds, and even the extra police force to help direct traffic and keep things under reasonable control with so many people coming and going. All of those things, on and off the campus will be lost. So it's an economic concern, as with, I'm sure, everyone nationwide. But I know California made the decision to shut it down. All the Ivy Leagues made the decision to shut it down. And I'm with the Honorable Mayor Ford on that I think shutting them down would be the right decision. We fall under the Texas A&M system. So right now, unfortunately, we're regulated by that board's decision. And right now they're trying to find ways of doing it safely, like they are in schools and colleges across the country. So we're just hopeful. Fortunately, as the home of the largest cricket sports complex in the United States, that has not slowed down. They're able to practice social distancing. It's all outdoors and that sort of thing. But again, even it was slowed down with state orders to shut down everything at one point.
Well, I want to say thank you, Mayor Allen, and I want to get into the cricket complex. But before we do that, I'm gonna pass it back to Drew so we can bring in the Honorable Mayor Edward Jones.
All right, and from Grambling, Louisiana, the home of Eddie Robinson and the refurbished Eddie Robinson Stadium. And for those of you all, before I let him speak, I'm gonna throw a little trivia fact that a lot of people don't know. Grambling hosted the NAIA championships last year, if I do remember that, in the refurbished stadium. So talk about economic impact. They've got cricket in Prairie View, Texas. They've got the NAIA football championships in Grambling, Louisiana. So, well, let's just put it out there. First of all, how's the family? How's everybody? How's everything going in the city? Then we'll let you get into all the ancillary stuff that you want to talk about, Mayor Jones. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Drew, and thank you for that input about the NAIA. I think Mayor Allen loved to hear about that. Thank you. Grambling has done exceedingly well, and I thank God for that. You know, we are in a rural community. Grambling was established in 1901. We have close ties with Tuskegee. Booker T. Washington sent Charles P. Adams to the Grambling to be the principal to start the school. With the COVID-19, we have really been financially impacted. We have over 5,000 students. They left. Many of our citizens worked at the university. They are now unemployed. We've been financially devastated, maybe to about 50% of our economy. But with all that said, we still look at our citizens. They are number one, and we want our citizens to be protected. And I just have to concur with Mayor Allen and former Mayor Johnny Ford, in that our citizens come first. And you know, we just have to take that financial negative impact until we can make sure that our citizens are secure. So as I listen to Mayor Allen and Mayor Ford, we're going through the same things. Our homecoming, we have over 50,000 alumni to come. We won't see that this year. We go to New Orleans for the Bayou Classic. We won't see that this year. So we're having to make adjustments. As of today, we have not received any financial federal assistance. So, you know, we're just taking it day by day. Our citizens, because they're unemployed, you know, some of them are unable to pay their water bills. And so we've had to make concessions for that, with maybe a 50% loss in revenue. So we're going to continue to praise God and thank Him for us not having a drastic impact on the citizens as far as deaths are concerned.
Thank you for sharing that, Mayor Jones. Again, this is Dr. Kenyatta Cavill with A.D. Drew. This is a joint presentation from the BCSN network of Bryan and A.D. SportsWrap, as well as Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab. We're visiting with the former Mayor Johnny Ford of Tuskegee, Alabama, current Mayor Edward Jones of Grambling, Louisiana, as well as current Mayor David Allen of Prairie View. I keep wanting to throw in the A&M University. There's so much connected there, but the city of Prairie View, make sure I make that distinction. Although David Allen is an alumni of Prairie View A&M University. We just like to throw that in there because we're so proud of Prairie View A&M University. I think there was something intriguing about what Mayor Edward Jones talking about the extension of how cities connect. You know, obviously we're talking about your personal city, in his case, Grambling, and then he connected to New Orleans and how things were going on there. Prairie View, in a lot of ways, is connected with both Houston in terms of vicinity, and especially how Houston has extended in a lot of ways. And also with the big game, I'm sure both of y'all would get a kick out of this in Dallas, that is played between the great university, Grambling State University, and the great University of Prairie View A&M University. If you would, and we will come back to that cricket, I do want to explore that. But because of what Mayor Jones talked about, I want to give you a chance to talk about the interconnectedness of these cities and how certain things play a role and how they may affect one city that we hear quite a bit about because of the numbers, Dallas and Houston, and how they happen to impact your particular city, Prairie View, if you would, Mayor.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Well, the bulk of most universities, students come from that particular state. And within the state of Texas, as you say, Houston, Dallas, and even San Antonio has significant populations. All three have been hit extremely hard. And even the state capital in Austin and Houston were vying with the governor to try to do stay home orders. You know, again, they were just, trying to get a handle on those things and keep people safe. So when you start referring to Prairie View, Outside of Texas, the largest number of our students come from California, another one of the top 5 states that have been hit as hard as it has been. So with those folks not traveling, the fees that they're paying, as Mayor Jones mentioned, the jobs at the university, when Houston initially in Harris County did their first stay home, the majority of people that work at Prairie View live in the Houston metropolitan Harris County area. So they had to shut the university down because their employees, you know, the majority of them would not be deemed essential. So that's how we led to our shutdown here. Like you said, a direct relationship with what happened in Houston and them trying to get a handle on it and doing a shutdown. It impacted almost 90% of the 9 out of 10 people who work at Prairie View were affected by that shutdown and were ordered to stay home. So the jobs, the money that they spend, the sales tax that it generates, all of those things affected us then and since. They've done a phase in, but it's not the same. And again, with the students not being here, that's so much revenue. Our students, after all fees are paid, receive anywhere between $45 to $50 million in hand that's primarily spent in our local stores within the city and adjacent cities and within the county. So that's a lot of revenue that's going to affect a lot of people. Now, that's what they spend. The sales tax that all of us get as a result of that is a part of or on top of that. So it's been a real situation, as with Mayor Jones working with folks and payment plans with utility bills. And but we've been doing a few things. I sent you gentlemen some pictures to show a couple of things to offset it. The U.S. Department of Agriculture programs, I've got another one, which will be the 3rd one on this coming Thursday, tomorrow. And that's with 1,536 boxes of fruits and vegetables and almost 3,000 boxes. A couple of weeks ago was 3,400 boxes of meat. And the line and the traffic jam that it created, my police force and the other forces, because they had to get involved, it started lining up toward the university because we used the community center right off campus, and the line was going on to the university campus and blocking traffic with people getting to work, which to me, again, was a good problem. So they rerouted it and it went down a few miles, about 3 miles, but that's a lot of people coming for the free food. And I love it because it's actually not only a duplicatable program in Grambling, Tuskegee, and our other areas, but it's also one of those things where we paid for it. Those are federal dollars. And all of us that have ever worked, we paid for that. So it's a great opportunity to tap into that. And I'll be glad to share that information with my colleagues and the rest of the folks of the World Conference of Mayors and Historically Black Towns and Settlements.
Yes, I wanted to jump back in with a question for Ford. I know his time is of the essence, as he has a prior appointment.
Go ahead.
And that was tremendous how you brought that to the table in terms of the current work that you're doing extended out of the market. With Mayor Ford, I want to ask you, looking at those dynamics, particularly about the homecoming you touched on, many of us are aware that follow HBCU sports. You know, one of the largest homecomings out there across the HBCU landscape, specifically in the proud for SIAC, the Southern Intercollegiate Athletic Conference, as we have the Southwestern Athletic Conference membership here as well. But talk about the magnitude of homecoming for Tuskegee and what it represents in terms of an economic framework that many may not be aware of.
Well, can you still see me? I'm in the car now.
Yes, we have you. You're fine.
Okay, good. Homecoming is really a reunion. It's an opportunity for alumni, friends, and supporters, families to come back and recharge their batteries, so to speak, because it brings the world back to Tuskegee. Football game is the highlight of everything during that weekend, but that whole week, the whole town is just excited about it. Our businesses benefit from it. Our people benefit from it. Our churches benefit from it. I mean, it's a happening, quote unquote, if I may say. Tuskegee is the pride of the swift growing South. Mother Tuskegee is the place where Booker T. Washington trained so many, and they went forth and helped to start other universities like the great University of Grambling, and also Prairie View. And Tuskegee has we have a great tradition because former mayor, there was one of the great former mayors of Prairie View, Sams, who was a football player as well as a great farmer in Prairie View, who is part of the great HBCU tradition. So whether it's Grambling, whether it's Tuskegee, homecoming is the biggest day of the year, and not to be able to have homecoming is going to be major. But I'm sure virtual is becoming the new normal now, not only to educate, but in some way to be able to play some of these sports. And perhaps I know we have to look out for the safety of the athletes themselves, but there may be some ways that some competition can take place, like tennis and maybe even crickets, and some of the other sports can take place, and through the virtuality of it, still be seen and enjoyed. But yes, homecoming is just such an exciting time for us in the pride of the swift growing South. And my mayor and council, they do a great job of opening up the town to make sure that everyone is welcome for that occasion. So we are just so delighted that homecoming takes place every year. Will not be able to take place this year. So I'm waiting to hear the plan that the university is going to unfold in terms of their reopening by going virtual this year. So homecoming is the biggest day of the year, okay?
Thank you. Back to you, Drew.
Now, we've heard Mayor Allen give us a urban or more better word, a suburban view of how this thing is affecting a school that's in a metro area, Metro Houston area, such as Prairie View. I want to turn to Mayor Jones now in Grambling, Louisiana, where Grambling is in a rural part of Louisiana. So kind of go through the economics, just like Mayor Allen did, of some of the things that's affecting Grambling as a rural college town.
Thank you, Drew. You know, we're going through the exact same thing. Our homecoming generates around $10 million for that weekend. We have community people that are vendors. They look forward to that weekend. They sell T-shirts, they sell food and other commodities. They're going to miss out on that funding this year. The university has national people coming in to be vendors. They're going to miss that revenue. So, you know, it really is a devastating impact. It has a devastating impact on our city. 42% of our students come from out of state. And then for homecoming, they bring their relatives, other alumni come, and we really have a great time on that weekend. But we can really tell the financial benefits from it, because our sales tax go up about maybe $20,000 to $25,000 for that month. So we really look forward to homecoming. As Mayor Ford said, it's like a family reunion. Everybody comes back once a year just to see that family member again. So it has a devastating effect on our city. We look forward to homecoming, to the parade, to the other activities that it brings. Unfortunately, we will not have that this year, but we want, again, to save as many lives as possible.
All right, I've got a follow up on that. I mentioned it earlier that Grambling hosted the NAIA football championships. I don't remember if it was. I think that was on the Division I level of NAIA, if I remember that correctly.
So,
number one, is Grambling scheduled to host that again for 2020? Has the NAIA, if you are scheduled to host it, has the NAIA made any contact with you about still putting on that event or pushing that event back? And you know, if that event is canceled, pushed back, or whatever, what would that impact of that additional revenue, in addition to losing the football season, have on Grambling's local economy?
I haven't heard anything yet, Drew, but it's going to be a double whammy for us. And hopefully, as of this date again, we have not received any federal assistance to compensate us for the loss. We are anticipating receiving some. So hopefully that will come in to make the burden a little lighter.
All right, Dr. Cavill.
Yes, thank you. I want to go back to Prairie View in terms of Mayor David Allen to ask a little bit about that cricket. You made sure that we understood the cricket, and I've had the opportunity to drive by it as I'm headed home back to my parents' house in Central Texas. And I really want to find a little bit about how that connection came to be. Obviously, many of us are not very familiar with cricket, the game. So if you can explain that a little bit.
That's what I
and
was
those that are out of Florida, you know, a lot of people in that cultural dynamic have a lot greater experience with cricket, obviously through the Caribbean, and then back over to Europe in terms of London, and to some degree Asia in terms of India as well. But all of a sudden, Prairie View, in regards to that, they have landed, as you stated, the largest cricket complex in the country. Quite amazing to be with that in regards to that. There's two parts of this question. One, the historical nature of it. How did it come to be? And two, why is it important? Because obviously we're a sports show and we talk about the sporting context of this. We don't necessarily see cricket as a HBCU sports, but who knows? That may be a growing field and an opportunity. But what is the connection with cricket in the city of Prairie View?
Thank you, Dr. Cavell. Well, the gentleman, Tanwir Ahmed, he is a cricket aficionado. He also happens to be a franchisor, KFC, Taco Bell, and a few other ventures he may be in. I know his franchises are in about 4 different states. He owned 16 acres in the area already. And when I was blessed to meet him and got to know him, first off, I'm from Panama. So we have cricket in Panama. So I was vaguely familiar, but my background is not politics. It's my first foray into politics. I've never held another position. I've never been on the council, but I got 40 years of business background. And that was what I've studied and trained in. I recall 25, maybe 30 years ago, you gentlemen will remember when we first started hearing soccer. Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of people didn't understand it because they called it football, as they do back home in Panama, Latin America, and all that. It's a big deal, and they still do. Only in the US is it referred to as soccer because we already had the NFL, AFL here. So they changed it to soccer. Well, fast forward, many of the people who didn't understand it back then maybe rejected it because they first came in with football and we already liked our Dallas Cowboys and whoever else. Well, now soccer has evolved to where not only is it the #1 sport in the world, which it was before it even came to the US, but those same people who didn't understand it, their children or grandchildren are playing soccer in school.
Right.
Okay, socially acceptable and a lot of revenue with the following as any sport. Well, cricket is #2 in the world, only behind soccer. So that's where, I started thinking, oh my God, because when I first started mentioning cricket around here, everyone was, is that cricket the cell phone? Or why do y'all want to have crickets? Why do y'all want to have those bugs in the city? You know what I mean? You know, all of that. And I loved it because that's exactly what happened with what we now know as soccer. And fast forward, we now have 7 or 8 completed fields, you know, fully, as you say, regulatory fields, all the, you know, standards that you need. And they have plans and an area where we're starting to put together for a 5,000 seat stadium that they're ultimately going to build. Well, it's right along the freeway, right on my western border of the city of Prairie View. Millions of people going between Houston and College Station to Texas A&M, or Austin, the state capital, or any place in between, come up and down that Highway 290. And what I talked to him about was, and he agreed, we set the cricket fields away from the freeway a little bit to leave room for development. Well, we've already had a couple of meetings and Zoom calls on some development and potential hotels and things right there on the freeway, places to eat, shop, what have you. Cricket, there's 74 colleges and universities that have a cricket team. I'm hoping to make Prairie View 75. But we hosted the National Collegiate Cricket Association tournament a little over a year ago, and then another one a few months ago, just before this stopped. Well, the first year there was 8 teams, and University of Houston beat MIT. Those were some of the 8 teams. Yale was there, and UT Austin, University of Texas, things like that. Well, this last one, it was 24 teams, from 8 to 24 in 12 months, just behind the exposure. But all of those people are doing what? Coming to the city of Prairie View. We're actively seeking hotels. I'm in touch with probably 4 different entities that are trying to bring hotels. And my position is, being on the freeway and with everything at the university and all that stuff, we really, again, we're still somewhat rural, because in our county, even though we're 40 minutes away from Houston, we're still somewhat rural. We don't have a lot of those facilities in the county, much less the city. So by having those things and using Prairie View as that foundation, all the research, the conferences, as Mayor Jones and Mayor Ford talked about, from a homecoming standpoint, to all the convocations we have, to the commencement and graduations, to the research people coming and going, I want all those people to stay in the city, along with their family and friends that come to visit. So those type of things are springboarding off of cricket. You mentioned London. One of my interviews was with the London Times. I remember 2 things from that call. He asked, was we the largest, really the largest, with 84 acres? I said, no, it's 86. And he asked, where is Prairie View? That's why cricket, okay?
No doubt. Great explanation, and thank you for sharing it. Back to you, A.D.
Now we've heard a little bit about some economic development going on in Grambling and in Prairie View. And if Mayor Ford is still there, are you still there, Mayor Ford?
I'm still here.
Talk about, even though the projects that you have going on, that are going on in Tuskegee, are maybe quite not as big as that 86-acre cricket complex, there is some exciting redevelopment going on in the Tuskegee area. Just kind of get into those, because those projects that were started as you were mayor from 2012 to 2016, and that are now coming to fruition.
Well, first of all, Mayor Jones share interstates. He's got Interstate 20, and I've got Interstate 85. And so development at our exits on the interstate is key to the economic development of our cities. You know, the interstates have played such a great role across America in terms of being a positive factor in terms of economic development in cities across America. So Mayor Jones and I share that. You all don't have anything on us. Well, let me just say this: you got the cricket field, but I've got Victory Land, which at one point, was the nation's #1 Greyhound racing park. We no longer do greyhound racing, but all kinds of pari-mutuel games. Is held, those games are held there in terms of in a virtual way at our racetrack. So entertainment, whether it's football, basketball, gaming, the American people spend a lot of money on sports and entertainment. We have to, as mayors, come up with some way to entertain our people and to use that entertainment as as an economic benefit to our community. We are so proud that Tuskegee, our cultural heritage, is really what we have. We have what the whole nation and the world is proud of, and that is the home of the flying, fighting Tuskegee Airmen, the National Historic Site for the Tuskegee Airmen located in Tuskegee, and also the home of Tuskegee University, where Booker T. Washington and Dr. George Washington Carver did so much. So we believe in using our cultural heritage tourism. Last year, Mayor Jones and Mayor Allen, I want to thank them and all of the mayors in the Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance for coming to Tuskegee and helping us to put on the first international conference on cultural heritage tourism. And while we'll not be doing it this year because of the COVID-19, we will certainly be continuing that initiative in the future. So all of us from these historic Black towns, let me just simply say that I am so proud of these two mayors. Mayor Jones, who is the president of the World Conference of Mayors, Conférence Mondiale des Maires, and Mayor David Allen, who is the mayor of Prairie View, who is serving perhaps, I guess this is your first term, but he has hit the ground running and has proven to be an outstanding mayor, particularly with his business aspects. His business background, he is our Vice President of Treasury. So both of these mayors make us very, very proud. And Mayor Jones, Mayor Allen, and my mayor, Mayor Haygood, all of those mayors who make up the Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance, I am honored to be able to serve as their president and as their humble servant whose job it is to coordinate and to support them and give them the kind of support they need to be able to interact and benefit from each other and from what may exist in the nation. Just like Mayor Allen mentioned a few moments ago about a program, and I'm interested in knowing about that food agriculture program, Mr. Mayor, because we do want to share with the rest of the towns. That's the benefit of being a part of the Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance. We share what's good for one town. In most instances, it's good for another town. Back to you, Drew, and to all of you all, thank you for letting me be on. I've got to get off now for an appointment. But carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks for having me.
Great.
Take care.
All right. And just to throw some historical context as Mayor Ford leaves us, Mayor Ford is the 8-time mayor of the city of Tuskegee, 2-time state representative for the 83rd district in Alabama, and in 1972 was one of the first was part of the group of the first African-American mayors elected in the South. So and he's been a mentor to Mayor Jones, to Mayor Allen, and to myself throughout the years. Mm-hmm. So just want to give some context on that. All right, Dr. Gaville, I'm gonna give it to you. We're gonna start trying to wind this show down. So I'm gonna let you get your last set of questions out, Dr. Gaville.
Yes, this is for both mayors. I'll start with Mayor Jones, and then we'll allow you to pick it up, Mayor Allen. In summation, in a lot of ways, when we look at it, what is the nexus? What are some things that you're looking at doing now? Obviously, the COVID-19 pandemic it's not something that we can certainly pin down and say, okay, it will be gone tomorrow, obviously in a short period of time. So what are some of the things that you all with your council looking at of how you will proceed during this period of time in the short term and then to some degree in the long term? What are some of your thoughts that people need to understand in respect to these cities, looking at it from a historical nature of Black cities, African-American townships into this very modern age? If you can encapsulate that and wrap all that together, I would appreciate it. And again, I want to start with the Honorable Edward Jones, and then we'll go to Honorable Mayor David Allen.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say thanks to Honorable Mayor Ford. He is our founder. He is our mentor. And if it were not for him, we would not be where we are today. I told them in a meeting last week that it was Mayor Ford that inspired me to go into politics when I was a senior in college. Wow. And I always attribute that
we lost your audio, Mayor Jones.
Talk about. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Go ahead and repeat that. You talked about college.
Right. I said that Mayor Ford was the person who inspired me when I was a senior in college to go into politics. So I want to give him a shout out for that. What we're doing now during this COVID period is planning for next year. And you mentioned about the vaccine, so hopefully by this time next year, there will be a vaccine for COVID. What we have every July is what we call the Legends Weekend. And that is always sponsored by Doug Williams and Shaq Harris. And everybody knows Doug Williams and Shaq Harris. We have a whole weekend that we give to those athletes who played at Grambling State University, and many of them went on to play professionally. What we did was, for 35 years, unfortunately, for the city of Grambling, we did not have a grocery store. We had to go 5 miles to go to a grocery store, so that made us a food desert. So what we did, we went to the federal government, and we were able to get $10 million to form what we call Legend Square. It consists of a grocery store and 5 spaces for other retail outlets. And at that square, we have what we call a Walk of Fame. And we have monuments that we have dedicated to athletes like Doug Williams and Shaq Harris and other athletes that have gone through the ranks at Grambling State University and went on professionally. So what we're doing, we are preparing not only for next year's homecoming, but we are preparing for next year's Legends Weekend. And we are preparing for other events that come into the city of Grambling. We're also looking forward to a hotel. In fact, 2 possibly starting in 2021. Our goal is to take care of ourselves, to become self-sufficient. We want to make sure that all of our goods and services, especially our basic goods and services, can be bought in the city of Grambling. So that will continue to be our goal here in our city.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. With that, Mayor Allen, you can take up with that. And personally, I've had the opportunity, as I said, I drove down Chandler Boulevard, seen the Black Lives Matter painted street, and that was tremendous. But along with that, not only are you doing those type of cultural significant standpoints, but also I've seen a lot of the growth. You talk about it on the sporting side with the Crickets, but I've also seen some of the building, the housing apartments and literally housing communities going around there. Can you tie all that in, similar to what Mayor Jones talked about? What's next? You mentioned a little bit about hotel potentially down the road. Give us a context historically to today. What does it all mean?
Okay, good question. And in picking up on what my my dear friend Mayor Jones, we're similarly situated. We don't have the grocery store like Grambling. Our food desert situation still exists. We're in a slightly different, not slightly, grossly different situation from Grambling. The city of Prairie View is in Waller County, and Waller County has a unfortunate history of not being too kind to African Americans. The city of Prairie View and Prairie View A&M University is built on the Alta Vista Plantation. So from that, a lot of things have happened and have been sort of an upstream. There's been Highway 290, some 30 something years now. And I noticed, one of the things I would notice as I came back home from Los Angeles to homecoming at Prairie View and in, board meetings with the Alumni Association, et cetera, that there was growth, economic growth, east of us in the city of Waller and west of us in the city of Hempstead. But there was nothing along the highway, and Mayor Ford touched on, a highway changes things. You got the traffic, you just need to give them a reason to get off, and just a small percentage can do a lot for your city. So what I commenced to do, and one of the reasons why I ran for mayor, was because our property taxes were some of the highest in the county, and yet we offered the least amount of services. So from a business standpoint, I already knew we had a student housing shortage, but I also knew, in taking a look at it, that those are relatively big projects, generate a lot of property tax to the city. So I commenced to going after those things, ran into the gentleman with cricket and added that, because number one, they're doing two things. They tend to, in our rural environments, they tend to clear up unfinished land. So you go from raw land, however it looks, whether it looks like a forest or just grass, to a nice improvement, and aesthetically as well as economically, that worked for me. So we got quite a few of those. But the Prairie View Cricket Complex I've touched on. We are about to open, it's already built, we're waiting on one part, a new Checkers restaurant right on the freeway. We opened a little over a week ago a new Shell gas station, huge convenience store that has a Mexican food and a pizza operation separately inside, like when you go into some of the things on the freeway. We also have the Campus Edge apartments, which is the ones you see from the freeway, and their 60 acres is maybe only about 12 acres built out, and they're continuing to do some things. Our Legacy of Prairie View, which is built by now that gentleman's daughter, they're from Turkey, but his daughter is a graduate of our College of Architecture. So between me meeting them, finding that out, he was in trouble and he didn't even know it. Being the number one recruiter of students in the university's history. The Legacy of Prairie View student apartments, 400 something units, is being built by two young ladies who are medical doctors from Prairie View. Panther Hill is a 1,400 bedroom, totally completed complex that's also built by some of the same principals with Campus Edge. The Gates of Prairie View, another project with retail townhomes, is under construction. I think about 5 of their buildings are up and built, and now I guess, finishing up the insides. Bringing Vietnamese orchid business to the city of Prairie View before they, got met by somebody like Mayor Jones and Grambling and stuff. So they are set to come. They were only being held up by the COVID thing. Fortunately, Vietnam hasn't had any deaths from COVID because those folks, a lot of countries did what they were supposed to do, unlike the U.S. But that business, we met with the consulate general. I met with the U.S. Embassy, the U.S. Department of Agriculture while I was in Vietnam. I spent New Year's in Vietnam because when they came over here and I liked what they were talking about and they invited me to come, I went if that's what it took to get them. And their starting an investment of over $1 million just to get that business started over here. And then you're going to have all that traffic and jobs with people coming to the city of Prairie View to get their orchids. Now I understand why orchids cost so much. We did a Panama City, City of Prairie View, San Antonio Airport, and I pulled in Prairie View A&M University. We did a trade mission. So now we've got things going between my home of Panama, and we did an MOU with one of the universities that's big on agriculture, since that's Prairie View's a big part of Prairie View. Guachane, Colombia was a relationship that was started with my predecessor, and I picked up on it. They asked me to come over, and I said, well, you know, Colombia was a part of Panama, so I didn't, you know, I'm okay. And they said, no, we'd like you to help us. I said, well, if there's something I can do to help, then I'll come. I came over, a wonderfully quaint town, founded by former runaway slaves, about 40 minutes outside of Cali, Colombia. 98% still, almost. I mean, you think you're like in Senegal or Ghana. You know, these are folks who haven't lost that deep black skin texture. That melanin is strong there, and almost 100% Spanish only. So I convinced the city council and the mayor, let's do an economic development program, bilingual Spanish, English. You already know Spanish is the fastest growing language in the world. And now they've been teaching English in the elementary schools for the last 3 years. And that's an exciting program because it's coming up into the rest of the schools. Did a city and Universidad del Cauca in Popayán, Colombia, one of the oldest universities in the country of Colombia, with the city of Prairie View. And now we're getting, again, a lot of stuff was stopped by this, but we've got the university and they're ready to fund 4 or 5 of the university agriculture people to come over there. They're big on coffee. The university even has its own brand and what have you. So that relationship is started. And the Houston Gateway to the Americas, I was a panelist there exposing them to Prairie View. And most of the countries there were from somewhere in Latin America, but there's a big movement now that we've got the super tanker going through the expanded Panama Canal, and they're building a few hours south of us in the city of Freeport. They're dredging so that they can hold the super tankers all the way from the Panama Canal and drop goods there. So that economic impact will be flowing up in the direction of Prairie View and Waller County, because they'll be shipping goods to Nebraska, Kansas, and Ohio and beyond. So we've been blessed in the city of Prairie View because of the previous economic development that was taking place. We have just recently been starting to receive the property taxes from those. So we haven't really lost. Sales tax with us, fortunately, is a minor component. Yes, we will miss it, but it went up from 382,000 in 2016 when I came in to over 900,000 last year. So we can afford for it to go down because property taxes is really going to supersede that, as several of these other places are now being finished out because only one is totally complete. Even the cricket complex, all the other stuff is still being added to the tax appraisals. So we'll be, you know, really blessed in that economic regard. And we're just trying to, you know, make sure we keep everybody safe. But financially, the business was so big and so ongoing. And we had so little that this addition is really helping to get us through this and take us, you know, for years to come, because the appraisals are going to continue to go up. The property taxes are continuing to go up. And that just means greater revenue for the city to provide services to our residents.
I just want to say thank you to both of you all before I pass it on to AD to close us out. But Mayor David Allen, Mayor Edward Jones, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your knowledge. Most importantly, thank you for the history, and thank you for providing the leadership that you have in regards to our institutions. Obviously, you know that we talk HBCU sports, but this was a chance for us to extend the dialogue, extend that conversation so people get an understanding, the direct connection between sports and the respective cities, and even more so the economic platform that we bring. And I'm one of those individuals that says that the more that we teach, the more we empower each other to really understand the impact we have in our particular decisions that we make in moving us forward as cities, as leaders, as people. And ultimately, that means when we do that, leading our culture forward, we move the United States forward, and therefore we move the world forward. So there's a bigger picture that we see in terms of this framework. So I wanted to make sure that I close on my part of this interview by saying thank you for your time, and thank you for A.D. Drew for setting all this up in regards to taking us on a slight bit of a tangent, but doing it in such a way that we educate and not just entertain, as we talked about earlier. So gentlemen, hopefully I get a chance to visit both of you all in the near future. Again, Honorable Mayor David Allen, Honorable Mayor Edward Jones, for what you are doing. And I will say this, go Panthers, go Tigers, as we continue to keep this forward in this SWAC family as we push back. And much love to former Mayor of Tuskegee as he came on, but I didn't get a chance to directly say, but make sure, A.D. Drew, if you would pass on my thank you for that. And you all be safe and continue to lead us in such powerful directions. Thank you so much for your time. Back to you, Drew.
All right, two mayors. My last question that I wanted to get off before we do our final farewells. Dr. Cavill was a little premature with his close out there, but
what the only reason I was saying that because I have to get off for another meeting, and so I was doing that in that thing. I knew that you had to need to actually carry on with the conversation, but I wanted to do that for me because I got a 1:30 appointment that I have to hit.
I got you. Well, we appreciate you, Dr. Cavill. And this is going to be my last question before I let you two guys close it out. Mayor Jones, Mayor Allen, both of you all are HBCU alums. Both of you all happen to be mayors of the cities where you went to school at. So talk about that HBCU foundation. And then how does it go from being a student on the yard to being the mayor of the town of the yard where you was a student at? That's the best way that I can put it. That's gonna be my final question I have you all before we do our outtakes. We'll start with Mayor Jones on that.
Thank you, Drew. You know, as an alumni of Grambling State University, actually, I was born in Grambling, and I've been here all of my life. And it really gives you quite an edge because you know the people that you serve. You know, it's different from what they say and what they feel. And so you hear what they say, but you really, really know how they feel about things. And that gives a person an edge on being the mayor. Because you have to know the people you serve, you have to know their needs and their wants, and it better prepares you to become a better mayor. So I am so happy that I was born here, that I received my undergraduate and graduate degree from Grambling State University. I participated in various organizations here. I was the president of the Grambling Chamber of Commerce. I served on the Crime Stoppers organization. I also served on the Grambling Housing Commission. So, you know, I've been in almost every aspect of the Grambling community life. So it's been an honor. It is still an honor. I don't look at this position as being a job. It's my life, it's what I do. So I remember Michael Jordan said that he didn't believe that he was getting paid for something actually he would have done for free. But the same here. You know, this is my life. And I don't know what I would do if I didn't have it. So from that perspective, that's how I feel about being the mayor and having the honor of finishing from Grambling State University.
Same question, Mary Allen.
Well, Drew, I'll tell you, it's as with Mayor Jones, we probably have a fulfillment that supersedes what most people can understand, because the foundation, the people that I met, I first heard of Prairie View when I was 12 years old from my all-time favorite teacher. No one in my family had gone to college, but I remember she said, David, college will be some of the best years of your life if you apply yourself and select the right school. I didn't have any schools, so I said, let me try her school because it worked for her and her husband. And that's how I came to Prairie View. Well, first time I saw it, they were dropping me off with my bags, and it was sight unseen. And I promise you, it did not look as good as it does today. But you know, it was rural and it showed. But fast forward, in having been involved and active with the Alumni Association, some of the professors were they're like lifetime friends to me. You know, I was blessed to be able to do some things here as a student that had I gone to a traditionally white institution, I wouldn't have had those invitations to people's homes to eat, or some of the activities, or to some of the mentoring. One of the programs that I started after COVID was, I remember after Hurricane Harvey, checking on several of our seniors, 90 plus or homebound. Some of these were my former professors, or I knew their husbands, you know, on the campus because of that community thing. And that's something that we're still doing today. Businesses have chipped in, individuals have chipped in, and every Friday and sometimes Wednesday or Thursday, we take meals to those 42 people throughout the city with me and a couple of volunteers. But the caring is the one thing that, for the people in the area, is probably the one thing me and Mayor Jones and anyone like us who came up through that area. I never thought twice that I would ever, I never thought once that I would ever live in the city of Prairie View. And most of my friends, after leaving Los Angeles and spending 3 years in Europe, you know, they'd ask, where are you? I said, I'm in PV. No, where you living at now? They said, no, I live here. They said, you live in Prairie View? You know, I mean, because it was more the student town, you know, for us. So to be here, to be able to help, to put back, we certainly learned while here some of the things that it needed. So after going out, getting some experience and being able to come back and help, like Mayor Jones, there's nothing more satisfying. Him bringing that grocery store when they didn't have a grocery store. Those things are things that make you feel in a way that you can't even articulate, or generating the revenue. Like right now, we're going through this thing. I was supposed to be out of here on May 2nd. The election was canceled because of COVID and moved to November 3rd in line with the national election. The things that I'm doing now, only God could have me still here, because I was supposed to be gone. An election has never been canceled, but this one was, you know, such a devastating thing that scared everyone that it was moved. But the satisfaction that comes from the grants that you're bringing, from the businesses that you're doing, from being able to be in a position to help people like the USDA project on tomorrow, and arrange for free COVID testing since we have this problem. I said, well, let's get some help with it. So we got people from Prairie View and of course all over the county coming, but I'm just excited because they're coming to Prairie View to get those services. And, you know, we're proud of our cities and our universities, and the fact that we're HBCU in a predominantly historically Black town, to me is just an incredible plus that we're able to give back to places and people that gave us so much.
All right. Once again, want to thank you all for joining us here today. I am going to let you guys get one parting shot. Anything that you guys want to get off your chest, we're gonna let you get that off. But I do want to get this out. We are here on the Black College Sports Network. This was a joint show for the BCSN Sports Wrap, along with Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab. Dr. Cavill had to jump off for a prior commitment. Also, we had joining us, in addition to Mayor David Allen and Mayor Edward Jones, was former Mayor Johnny Ford of Tuskegee, Alabama. So if you need to reach out to me, you can reach out to me on my Twitter at BCSN Drew. That's BCSN DREW. You can find this podcast along with all of our other podcasts on the JBN family of networks, online on YouTube at MyJBN Online, also on Facebook at the Black College Sports Network and the BCSN Sports Wrap. Also, this podcast will be available at Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab on Facebook and YouTube also. So we'll start off with you this time, Mayor Allen. 2 minutes, anything you want to talk about, anything you want to get out, 2 minutes, the floor is yours. And once you get out, once you tell your final thought, let everybody know how they can get in contact with you.
Absolutely. Well, the first thing I want to do is thank you and Dr. Cavill, Drew, because without people like you all doing what you do, we wouldn't be able to share the historical information, the educational information, you know, how even something like COVID is affecting us and our constituents, our concerns, and what we're trying to do to get past them. And certainly the Honorable Mayor Ford, his historical component goes so far back, I had no idea. And had he not started the Historical Black Towns and Settlements Alliance and the World Conference of Mayors, I wouldn't be meeting you all. I wouldn't have met my incredible friend, Mayor Ed Jones down in Grambling, you know, where even if they win the game, we mistreat them so bad at halftime that it doesn't matter. But we love the SWAC love. We love the SWAC love.
Wait, not to cut you off. Who is the Battle of the Bands? Between
us.
Jones?
Us?
Rebuttal? All right, sorry to cut you off in your final take there, Mayor Allen. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. No, I think that one of the best things that we can do is, and we've been doing a good job with what Mayor Ford started and what Mayor Jones leads with our World Conference of Mayors in sharing information. But my final point to you, sir, and Dr. Cavill, and we touched on before you started, we need to really blow out wonderful programs like this, and I'm sure so many others that you all do, because our young folks need to see and hear that not only can they go on and do what y'all are doing or what we did, but to learn how we even come together, work together, even with incredible competitions between schools like Prairie View A&M University and Grambling State University, how we have so much fun, camaraderie, fellowship, and love between us. A lot of folks don't understand the competing doesn't stop, but it ends and builds in just a wonderful, beautifully loved manner. And again, thank you, sir, for having us.
All right, Mayor Jones, same right. Mayor Allen, how do we get in touch with you before I let Mayor Jones go?
Oh, I'll give you my personal cell. It's area 323-646-9818. That's 323-646-9818. Email dallen, DALLEN, at Prairie View, Texas. All three words fully spelled out together. prairieviewtexas.gov, G-O-V for government.
And the city website?
prairieviewtexas.gov.
Is that spelled all right? Texas spelled all the way out?
Yes, and if you Google Prairie View, it'll come up. If you Google Prairie View Crickets, you'll probably get more wonderful information than you want to hear, but it's all good.
All right, now to you, Mayor Jones, same rights.
Hey, thank you so much, Drew. I really appreciate you and Dr. Cavill for having us on today. You know, many times the focus is always only on the university and not on the city that surrounds the university. So thank you for giving us this time to talk about our city. I also want to say that Mayor Ford has just been a true leader, as Mayor Allen has said, in pulling us all together, not only for the World Conference of Mayors, but also for the Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance. And Mayor Allen and I, we tease each other a lot, but we are great friends, and I have so much respect for Mayor Allen. So thank you very much for giving us this time to talk about our cities and how our cities relate to the universities that are within our cities. You can contact me personally on my cell. It's 318-480-1858. We also have our email address, which is mayor@cityofgrambling.net. Our Facebook page is cityofgrambling.org. So please contact us.
All right, and once again, we appreciate you for joining us, Mayor David Allen, Honorable David Allen, the Honorable Mayor Edward Jones, for my former mayor, the Honorable Johnny Ford, and for my co-host, Dr. Kenyatta Cavill, and my normal co-host, Brian Fulford, who could not be here today. This is A.D. Drew of the Black College Sports Network, and we'd like to thank you all for joining us, and we'll see you on the other side. I holla.
Everybody have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye. God bless and be safe.
I have in me the ability to make you a better you. So if you work hard, focus, stay on point, you can do anything. Trust me.
We made this track to tell everybody they can follow their dreams. But you'll stay on hard.
Now, you can't live in Texas and not have a good red meat blend. Texas Cowboy Dust is designed for steak and other red meats. It's out to be my most popular spice blend, made with onions, peppers, ground mushrooms, pink salt, and other spices. Texas Cowboy Dust also goes great with chicken, pork, vegetables, and adds a restaurant quality sheen to gravies and sauces.
It's like a loop machine. All around town, people trying to get down.
Vanilla smoked sea salt seasoning is for seafood. The tarragon and fennel bring out the natural sweetness in seafood. I also use it in rice dishes, on yams, asparagus, blueberry pancakes, and believe it or not, chocolate chip cookies. Vanilla smoked sea salt adds a salty and savory component to sweet dishes that create a symphony for the tongue.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
Our podcast you can find everywhere you listen to podcasts. Just do a search for BCSN SportsWrap. You can also find many of our shows on YouTube at MyJBN online, at BCSN SportsWrap on Facebook as well. Go download the app, Jericho Broadcast Network app. Search MyJBN or MyBCSN on the Google Play Store or iTunes Store. That's where you can download the app.
Major. 2020 has been a year like no other. Today, we're going to take a look back at some of the best BCSN Sports Rap shows from the year 2020. BCSN Sports Rap with Brian Fulford and myself, A.D. Drew.
Easy, this motivation for the people, and this classic Bible teaching say, made this for my people that don't get to see me. Trying to remind you who you are, just like in Romans 3. See, we about to blow across the world just like a day that's breezy. This motivation for the people, and this classic Bible teaching, hey, 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 hey. Motivation.
It was a monumental game for A&M and Tampa. It was a monumental game. Somebody had to lose, and thank God it was them this time. We knew it was going to be a battle. Look at Jake Aver's record. 202 and 36, I think, some off-the-wall figures.
And nobody would play him because they didn't want to take a chance of getting beat. But the truth of it is,
over 46,000 tickets. Blacks were sitting in the east stands. Whites were sitting in the west stands, and the score wound up 34-28.
The only thing we proved that we wasn't inferior, that we were not inferior, and we were not afraid.
For one night, for 160 minutes, we was better than them.
It's like a loot machine. All around town, people trying to get down. It's like a loot machine. It's like a loot machine. All around town, people trying to get down.
I have in me the ability to make you a better you. So if you work hard, focus, stay on point, you can do anything. Trust me.
We made this track to tell everybody they can follow their dreams.
It was a monumental game for A&M and Tampa. It was a monumental game. Somebody had to lose, and thank God it was them this time. We knew it was going to be a battle. Look at Jake Aver's record. 202 and 36, I think, some off-the-wall figures.
And nobody would play him because they didn't want to take a chance of getting beat. But the truth of it is,
over 46,000 tickets. Blacks were sitting in the east stands. Whites were sitting in the west stands, and the score wound up 34-28.
The only thing we proved that we wasn't inferior, that we were not inferior, and we were not afraid.
For one night, for 160 minutes, we was better than them.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
The Creole seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar-free blend that's versatile enough to put on anything. One of the first blends I developed more than 8 years ago, the Creole seasoning has an unmistakable aroma, a bold flavor, and a little heat for character. Every time I open one of these bottles, I hear trumpets and big band music.
For my people that don't get to see me, trying to remind you who you are, just like in Romans 3. See, we about to blow across the world just like a day that's breezy. This motivation for the people and this classic Bible teaching say, make this for my people that don't get to see me, trying to remind you who you are, just like in Romans 3. See, we about to blow across the world just like a day that's breezy. This motivation for the people and this classic Bible teaching. Hey, 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 motivation.
Hello and good afternoon, and welcome to a joint project between the BCSN Sports Wrap and Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab. My name is Brian Fulford, and joining me right now, we have everyone that's a part of those shows. Myself, Dr. Kenyatta Cavill, of course. We've got Mike Washington and Charles Bishop, and of course my show partner A.D. Drew. And we are coming to you with a live reaction and interview show. We will be talking to all the parties involved in today's historic decision in which the Florida A&M University Board of Trustees approved the Florida A&M University Athletics proposal to move from the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference to the Southwestern Athletic Conference by unanimous vote this afternoon. And so, of course, there's a lot of excitement, a lot of talk back and forth. It's a big day in HBCU athletics, HBCU football, all across the board. And so that's why we wanted to bring our two shows together. So, so first off, we've got all of the fellas in, and we've got a guest already lined up. So, Dr. Kenyatta Cavill, we'll start. We'll start with you, and just we'll go a quick reaction to everybody who's a part of the show, and then we'll get our first guest in. So I'll come to you, Doc, first, and get your quick thoughts and reaction on the news.
Yes, I'll be succinct in this part of it before we really get into it. To be plain and simple, I kind of took off my media hat and really put on my cheerleader hat. I think people may have saw that a little bit yesterday when I had the SWAC polo shirt on and had my FAMU Rattler cap on. So I'm just excited.
All right, Doc, I don't know are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I was just saying, plenty. I was excited and everything about the move, and that's really my thoughts. Around. But to get into it a little bit in regards to just how excited I am, you hear a little bit about this. I've written about this literally 20 years ago in regards to what would this look like if the SWAC had the ability to put a proposal together that would have people excited about coming to the SWAC. And obviously things have transpired in such a way, and you created the initiative in a lot of ways that allowed them to put the package together. And it was just the right time with everything coming together where the SWAC brand and the FAMU brand decided to literally link up. And I can't wait till the first couple of matchups take place, which really in a lot of ways starts potentially this year with Southern and FAMU. Obviously not a conference matchup, but full-fledged starts up next fall in 2021.
Yeah.
AD, let me come over to you. AD, Drew, let me come over to you and quickly get your thoughts.
Well, yesterday Dr. Cavill pulled out a FAMU hat that I did not know that he even possessed. So I could not, as an alum, I could not let him outdo me today. So I've got the hat and the shirt on, Doc, so I one-upped you. So the only thing I missed are the shorts and the underwear. So maybe next time I'll put everything on. But excited. Had a few people who saw the show yesterday contact me, and they're really excited. And some of these people who contacted me are not FAMU alum. They're alums of other HBCUs. Some SWAC schools, some BAC schools, but they're excited for this. It's a great day on the hill. It's a great day on the highest of 7 hills in Leon County. So, fangs up, Rattlers.
All right, well said. Let me jump over to Mike Washington. Mike, let me get your thoughts.
I echo everything that's been said. Tremendous excitement, big splash. You see, I have my Prairie View gear on. I've been on Coach Simmons since he was coach at Prairie View. He gave me some camouflage gear, so I'm not going to change anything. I'll wear some FAMU gear if he give me that camouflage FAMU gear, but no pressure. So obviously enough, you've been hearing the rhetoric on social media. I'm part of a large, even Southern corporate network, and their trash talking has already started. And this is just, fresh off the press. So on many levels, it's fun. It's fun. It's a jolt of energy. But I can't wait to see not only the first matchup, but the 2021 season. For sure. Lots of excitement.
All right, and then we go to Charles Bishop. Charles, want to get your thoughts, especially find out what what everything is sounding like from the Jackson State folks.
Tremendous excitement. A lot of excitement in terms of getting that Florida A&M brand back in the conference. Really jolt of energy in the conference, if you will, since there hasn't been expansion since the late 90s. And to see those matchups with Florida A&M coming back into the SWAC. Obviously, Florida A&M and Southern last year was one of the highlight games of the season last year. But those matchups again with Jackson State again. You got Jackson State with the Hail Mary pass from a few seasons back. You had the game of Florida A&M in Florida A&M where Jackson State was able to get the victory. So Jackson State athletic department, they've already started sending out the memes and wanted to remind the Rattlers at least of the past couple of contests. So I think that has been a lot of fun to play with. But really just looking forward to Florida A&M coming in the conference. They get those matchups, of course, Grambling, Jackson State, Southern, but those all SIAC matchups as well with Alabama A&M and Alabama State. So it should be really, really exciting.
Yeah, definitely. There are some interesting rivalries. So just from the football perspective, but also some classic matchups. Some of the greatest bands in Black college, just bands in general. We'll hopefully have opportunity to compete against one another in that fifth quarter and so forth. We want to go to our first guest that we have, and I believe we have Colonel Greg Clark, who is the president of the Florida A&M University National Alumni Association. Colonel Clark, thank you for joining us, and it's a joyous day for many Rattlers, especially the alumni. I want to start and just kind of get your general thoughts on this day, and just from the alumni, what is it that you're hearing as it relates to this move from the MEAC to the SWAC?
Certainly glad to be with you guys today, and it is a good day in the Rattler Nation. This has been a process, and if you give me a second, I'm going to try to walk you through how we got here. So FAMU had been down for a while in our athletics program, quite a bit. Administration and within our athletic teams. So we made a decision, enough was enough, and that we needed to get out of this hole in order to pull the rest of HBCU football and athletics with us. And so we made that decision. So the first thing we did was came out to Prairie View and decided to take their coach away from us. Really, we just had him on loan for just a little while. And Big Mama said, come home, and he had to come home. So, hey, it is what it is. He came on home. And so it started with Coach Simmons. That built the foundation. From there, we had to take a hard look at our athletic administration to make sure that we got a solid guy in there that could come in here and essentially take the next step and bring some outside of the box type ideas to what we do. And so we started looking, and we ended up with Courtney Gaucher. We stepped out on a limb with a smart, energetic, up-and-coming athletic director, and we took a chance on him. And I'll tell you, within 6 months, we've completely transformed our athletics department, where they're going to be operating with a balanced budget, and everybody's going to be happy. And so with that being said, when we hired him, we said, come in with big ideas. And he did. And one of those ideas we talked about was possibly looking at changing conferences. Although we did look at a couple of other ones, we wanted to stay within Black college football. And for, me being a former student athlete in baseball and playing in the MEAC and being away from school a lot, understood the importance of trying to cut down on some of this travel, but really get into those matchups that people kind of really want to see. There's a reason that when Southern came to town, it was our largest gate outside of homecoming. Those don't happen by chance. And so now you're talking about every single year having these kind of matchups. You're talking about getting a fan base excited. That's kind of where we are. So in December 2019, we started the conversation with the SWAC, take a look at the possibilities, and we've kind of moved it all the way along. And one thing that's unique about FAMU is that our president, the board of trustees, the National Alumni Association, the foundation, we're all in lockstep. And so when you got that kind of cohesiveness, if you will, among your administration, and you pull it in the same direction, it's easy to get to what just happened today. And so that's where we are, and we are certainly looking forward to being into the SWAC. So that's kind of a history of how we got to where we are. And we're looking for bigger things to come. So just the fan base is actually, I'll say this here, the fan base is actually excited about it. And of course our bands are happy, and I'm looking for some of those matchups now where, we used to have to go up and down the East Coast, but now we can put our bands on a bus and get to Montgomery, get to Huntsville and Jackson State, and start to put some of those matchups in place. And from an alumni social standpoint of view, I got a larger footprint of alumni to tap on, from Alabama all the way over to Texas. I got 4 alumni chapters in Texas. So it makes sense for us financially, and just for the history of Black college football, and the fact that that the commissioner is a very smart man. He impressed me. It takes a lot to impress me, and I needed to hear the game plan. And when he walked us through it, I'm in. You got my full support. So that's where we are, gentlemen. That's where we are.
AD, you got a question? Go right ahead.
Colonel Clark, you kind of hit on where I was getting ready to go with my question. Obviously, part of the alumni base's mission is fundraising. You just mentioned those 4 chapters that you have in Texas. It's kind of where I wanted to go. What does this mean for the alumni as far as potential giving, potential donations, maybe some new untapped markets? What do you think this move in the SWAC is going to be for the Alumni Association and FAMU in general as far as their giving?
Well, I think it should go up quite a bit. For instance, last year we started a tour with Coach Simmons. We call it the Millennium Tour, right? And we rolled through Texas and came out of there, over a couple of nights with about $50,000 in monies to support a lot of things that Coach Simmons needs. Now you're talking about they know we're coming, and our past chairman of our foundation board actually lives in Houston, so he is turning flips right now. And so it's going to certainly drive up our alumni giving. We got a big chapter in Dallas, and hopefully one day we can play a game over in Dallas, but certainly Houston, Dallas, I got one in San Antonio and Austin. And so it's going to drive those dollars up. And then, of course, coming here to Alabama, where I am in Birmingham, we will be good to go. So the fundraising is going to go up quite a bit. And, we're already working on a project right now in the field house, which we help fund. So people are excited, and this is going to make them even more excited.
Yes, Brother Colonel Clark wanted to ask the follow-up question in line with that, but give us a little more detailed in terms of, you mentioned meeting Dr. Charles McCullen, the current commissioner of the SWAC, and the opportunity to engage him in the thought process of why this made sense. Without necessarily getting into details, I don't know what you're able to put on the table, but at least if you would frame that kind of discussion, what things in particular, with your experience with the National Alumni Association, what was important to your constituents and how you look at this model that obviously could be different, maybe lock in step with athletics or from a presidential standpoint, and then obviously lastly from a trustee standpoint, particularly where your game plan is and what your mission and driving for the National Alumni Association, which I'll be frank with out there, I've heard is one of the strongest across HBCUs, which could be beneficial if there's a collective of these National Alumni Associations get together. So I guess there's a two-part component in regards specifically with you and what you have plans for Florida A&M's National Alumni Association and how this may benefit HBCUs in general, but specifically with the National Alumni Associations across the SWAC.
Yeah. So, hey, great question. I am pro National Alumni Association. When the president of these universities, along with their chancellors and or president, the chairman of the board of trustees, when they have the alumni president at the table on these decision-making pieces, it makes things go much smoother. And that's what's happened here. I've been at the table with the decision on court negotiator. I've been at the table with the decision on the president and of course now getting to the SWAC. One thing that we do, around football games in particular, we have a certain protocol. And the protocol is that the president of FAMU holds the National Alumni Association at great heights. And so that president is afforded a lot of access because of what we bring to the table as constituents. And so that's made our doing business together and working together much more smooth. When we come to town, I'll tell the SWAC presidents this now, alumni presidents, we come to town, the first call you need to make is to my alumni affairs director and say, what do you need? We take care of you when you get there. And conversely, I'll be looking for the same thing when I get on the road and come. We normally, we always gonna have a huge tailgate and probably some kind of party, and we fundraise in every city we go to on that Friday night. That's what we do. But we're gonna have a good time. We're gonna integrate. But it's important that alumni see this and they feel welcome. And we got a great president who's embraced the Alumni Association and depend on us for a lot of things. In meeting the SWAC commissioner, he's here in Birmingham. We hadn't met in person. We're going to make that happen. But I was looking for the vision. I'm not, we didn't want to just move just to be moving. What's the game plan? And I know he's looking at FBS. That's important. That if we can do this as a collective, conference, it makes more sense than to try to go out there and do it on your own like we tried to do in the early 2000s. It takes a lot of money to do that stuff. But I think we can build each other up. And so, it's important. I like his 10-year plan. I like the fact that you could host the, SWAC championship possibly on campus. I like the fact that, you can come here to Birmingham and play the semifinals and the finals of basketball. It makes sense because it was tough for our fan base, even in basketball, to get up.
Okay, it looks like we lost him there.
Okay. Colonel Clark, we may have had a little technical issue there. I want to remind you, if you're watching us on Facebook or Twitter, you're watching a special presentation the BCSN Sports Wrap and Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab, and it's a general reaction show. The Florida A&M University Board of Trustees unanimously approved the FAMU Athletics proposal to move into the Southwestern Athletic Conference from the MEAC. We were just talking with Colonel Greg Clark, the president of FAMU National Alumni Association. We had a little technical difficulties. We lost him, but I'm sure he will be calling back. So what we'll do is we'll shift over from the alumni. We will go, and we actually now have with us, and we thank him for being patient. We actually have the head coach of the Florida A&M University Rattlers, the head coach, football coach, Coach Willie Simmons. Coach, we've got you there. Want to make sure Coach is there. Coach Simmons, are you there? Want to make sure you.
I'm here. I unmute myself. How you guys doing?
Yeah, all right.
Pretty good.
All right.
How you doing?
Thanks for your time. I know we'll get the question started. I know, Mike, you got the first question. I'll give it to you.
Yes, Coach Simmons, again, congratulations. I guess with all the excitement, I want to get your reaction. How do you feel? But more importantly, in addition to how you feel, is have you had a chance to text the players and gotten at least an initial read, or read the temperature, tea leaves for how they are feeling and your coaching staff is feeling about this decision, at least on the onset?
Well, obviously, the cat was let out of the bag a little while ago, and so I had that discussion with the players last week. They started to hear the rumblings and all the rumors, and so we went ahead and addressed it. We told them that we were working towards it, but to keep it under wraps, obviously, until the final ruling came out, which did today. And so, these guys love football. They love to compete. They loved the atmosphere last year when Southern came to town. They loved the atmosphere 2 years ago when Jackson State came to town. They all know about the history of teams such as Grambling and some of those traditional rivalries that we've had in the past, because one of my biggest things when I got here was to help our guys remember our history. And of course, some of those long-standing rivalries were part of our blueprint. So they're excited about the opportunity. Obviously, a lot of them are excited about the possibility of hosting a championship game here on campus. I think that's an exciting thing. They've all watched the SWAC championship game in the last couple of years, being hosted there at Alcorn State. So there's a general level of excitement here. A lot of my coaches obviously have been a part of the SWAC. During my tenure at Prairie View A&M or Alcorn State, or even a coach like James Spady, who spent 4 years as the head coach at Alabama A&M. So we're all coming back to our roots. I see Mike Bishop over there sweating because he thought he had got away from us. We coming back, baby. We back.
Welcome back, Coach.
Welcome back.
I do want to ask this question, Coach Simmons, in terms of from moving from the MEAC to the SWAC, does it change your recruiting strategy any? Now, obviously, you get to have tentacles back in the state of Texas if you're not already over here, or Louisiana and Mississippi and Alabama as well. But does it kind of change the overall recruiting strategy for Florida A&M?
That's a great question. And if you look at our roster typically it more so fits a SWAC roster than MEAC. Obviously, being in the state of Florida, we don't have to go outside the state very often. But when we have 4 players from Louisiana, my starting middle linebackers from Texas. And so we'll be able to kind of get that blueprint back. I know KJ Black, my co-offensive coordinator, quarterbacks coach, has been wearing me out about getting back to Texas. My defensive coordinator, obviously, recruited the Houston area. He's chomping at the bits to get back out there. So it will allow us to get back into Texas and some of our own stomping grounds that we had during our 3 years at Prairie View A&M. Obviously, the relationships that we built with the junior colleges there in Mississippi during our time at Alcorn State. And so, again, our roster already kind of resembles more of a SWAC blueprint than MEAC, but it will definitely allow us to stretch those tentacles a little bit more, knowing that we'll start playing games now in Louisiana yearly, Mississippi yearly, and possibly even Texas yearly.
All right, Coach Simmons, how you doing today?
I'm doing well.
All right, great day on the hill. One of the things that came out during the various presentations was the travel. Was one of the big reasons. Obviously, you have more going to the SWAC East. You have more teams within a shorter bus ride of you. Just kind of talk about that, how important it is, not only for you as a football coach, but how that's going to affect some of the other sports, because obviously shorter bus rides means less time out of class for kids. So kind of hit on that for me, please.
Well, just thinking from an educational perspective, you hit it on the head. Obviously, for a lot of our non-revenue sports, that's less travel time. Obviously, when you're flying up the East Coast, which we have for years, it takes a lot of time away from campus. Whereas if we're going to Montgomery, which is less than 3 hours away from Tallahassee, that's a same day bus trip. For a lot of our student athletes, or even after the game, you can come right back. You don't have to worry about necessarily get back, say at wee hours of the morning, and expect our student athletes to get up and go to class the next day. Which is baseball, softball, a lot of those sports that play during the middle of the week. That's what we face. We face those kids getting back at late hours and sometimes even into the morning and having to get up and go to class. So from that perspective, it definitely benefits us. And then just financially, when you look at it, we're looking at possibly one flight a year here, and the way the schedule swings, if we keep the divisional format that the SWAC currently has, there's a chance we may not even play a Texas team on a given year. So that means no flights. Whereas here in the MEAC, we were guaranteed at least one flight per year, sometimes two. We're flying twice this year, once to DC to play Howard, and then again to Dover, Delaware to play Delaware State. So obviously flights are a lot more expensive than chartered buses. And so just from a logistical standpoint and from a financial standpoint, the move made perfect sense. And that's what the study did back in 2013. And then the most recent study conducted by an outside source that VP Gaucher did this year, it showed those numbers making dollars and making sense. And obviously it's a great thing for our program.
All right. So I believe we've also got Colonel Clark. Are you back with us as well?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, I lost you some kind of way, but yeah, I'm back.
That's all right. Let me jump forward just a second from Coach Simmons, coming back to you, because I also know Charles Bishop had a question for you as well. So I'll throw it over to Charles.
Sure thing. Colonel Clark, I want to ask this question. There's obviously a tremendous amount of excitement with Florida A&M coming to the SWAC, but for the portion of the fan base that still has a few reservations, or I'm getting texts now from people who are curious about, is it a rush decision? Talk about the timing of going to the SWAC now.
So, that came up. The timing, I think, is the best time. Because think about it like this. We're operating on a budget that was just approved that would get us through this football season, with the number of expenses that we'll have staying in the MEAC. Well, if we stayed there, you're still going to have those same expenses next year. Plus, when the report came out in 2014 when we did this, I'm turning my camera. We had this report done before. It came back with the same conclusion that we should move. I think the timing is right. The conference is making the invitation, and we're doing return on investment. We're looking at the long haul, which says that if we make this move, we leave the MEAC, we pay the out penalty, and in the years to come, we're gonna make a lot more money than we would normally make if we were to stay inside of the MEAC. So I know people are thinking about it, but trust you me, once Grambling rolls into Bragg and Jackson State and some of these other teams, trust me, this will all go away. So I think we did what was right for our student athletes first and foremost, and the time is right to get this done. In light of what we have no clue what's going to happen on the other side of COVID. But I'd rather go into next season knowing that I got less expenses to deal with than have those expenses put in place. So, these are teams that people want to see and fans people want to see. And frankly, like I said, I love the MEAC. These good people inside of the MEAC conference, but it's time to make a change, and this was the right time to do. And I hope that helps. But it was a lot of questions that came out around it. But I think this was the right time to do it, and let the new AD get in and get his feet wet and start to put in place, those financial mechanisms that's going to make sure that we remain in the black. And we want to be at a point where, we can give our teams a lot of the nice things that they deserve. They lay it on the line every day. They go out and represent this university. And we want to make sure that we take care of them and give the best that we possibly can.
Sure thing. I appreciate that.
Yes, yes sir.
All right, Colonel Clark, you mentioned the 2013 report. Now you actually have the benefit of hindsight looking at that 2013 report, and FAMU did not make the move in 2013. How accurate was that report, and how did that accuracy or inaccuracy affect this decision in 2020?
The conclusion that both reports came out that said that, we would save, the numbers around 40% in travel. I mean, it was almost identical if you look at them. But, when we did this particular report, we also took a look at the Atlantic Sun, too, when the consultant did it for us. So Atlantic Sun versus MEAC versus SWAC. And at the conclusion of the day, it still said the same thing, that if you want to save some money in travel, this is the way to do it. If you want to give our fan base those exciting matchups, then it'll make sense. And then I think here's the bigger thing here. I think this move is going to help everybody in the conference because, when we travel, we probably gonna fill your stadium up. We're coming, so it's a financial benefit for everybody. That now you can start selling in your season ticket packages that make sense, and it helps our ADs, out in the future what they're going to be getting. And I think the other thing is if we do this right, we ought to be able to get out of the business of playing these big FBS schools. If we do it right, I think we can get enough within just playing each other to sustain ourselves without having to go out and put our kids in that kind of harm, if you will. So, yeah, they were identical. Main thing was the travel, not to get on airplanes and go up and down that East Coast, and it makes sense for us overall.
All right, thank you, Colonel Clark. If you, Colonel Clark and Coach Simmons, if you two are able to stay with us, we want to take a short break and come back with some more. So hopefully, I know we've got some more questions, some more conversation that I know we'd all like to have, and I know a lot of people that are texting us, and I know they've got questions that they are sending to us. So hopefully, you two can hang with us for a little while longer, and we'll take a short break and come right back. You're watching a reaction show here on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab and the BCSN Sports Wrap. We'll be back right after this short message.
It was a monumental game for A&M and Tampa. It was a monumental game. Somebody had to lose, and thank God it was them this time.
We knew it was going to be a battle. Look at Jake Aver's record. 202 and 36, I think. Some off-the-wall figures.
And nobody would play him because they didn't want to take a chance of getting beat. But the truth of it is,
over 46,000 tickets. Blacks were sitting in the East stands. Whites were sitting in the West stands. And the score wound up 34-28.
The only thing we proved that we wasn't inferior, that we were not inferior, and we were not afraid.
For one night, for 160 minutes, we was better than them.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
The Creole seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar-free blend that's versatile enough to put on anything. One of the first blends I developed more than 8 years ago, the Creole seasoning has an unmistakable aroma, a bold flavor, and a little heat for character. Every time I open one of these bottles, I hear trumpets and big band music.
For my people that don't get to see me, trying to remind you who you are, just like in Romans 3. See, we about to blow across the world just like a day that's breezy. This motivation for the people and this classic Bible teaching say, made this for my people that don't get to see me, trying to remind you who you are, just like in Romans 3. See, we about to blow across the world just like a day that's breezy. This motivation for the people and this classic Bible teachings. Hey, 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 hey. Motivation.
It was a monumental game for A&M and Tampa. It was a monumental game. Somebody had to lose, and thank God it was them this time.
All right, welcome back to the BCSN Sports Wrap and Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab as we react to the news. Florida A&M University headed from the MEAC to the SWAC. A lot of conversation, a lot of reaction going on in the HBCU landscape. What does this mean for not only the future of the Southwestern Athletic Conference, but the MEAC as well? That will be one of those questions I'm sure that is coming up, and all of the natural rivalries and things of that nature that'll be coming up as a result of this move. And I know joining us right now we have Colonel Greg Clark, the president of the Florida A&M University National Alumni Association, as well as head coach Willie Simmons. Let me start with, we'll go to Coach Simmons to start. Coach, I'll ask a question, and let me just focus for this particular season with the news that this is the last year for FAMU playing in the MEAC. Are there any, as you think about them right now, are there any particular goals or just any heightened games that maybe coaches or players or maybe even yourself are thinking about? A potential last contest against North Carolina A&T, an opportunity in the Celebration Bowl, anything like that? There's a little heightened now that this is the last year playing in the MEAC.
Well, obviously, our goal every year is to be the best team in the conference, which means winning the conference championship and then represent the conference in the Celebration Bowl. So this decision doesn't change that. Obviously, being that A&T is exiting the conference as well, I think everyone is looking forward to that final matchup because the last 2 years, that they've been great games, and we've probably been the two best teams in the conference over the last couple of years. So I think that game will carry a lot of meaning. It was already going to carry meaning anyway, but now I think it carries even more meaning, being that two members that have been long-standing members of the conference are exiting after this season. So that game, and then obviously the Bethune-Cookman game, regardless of what conference we're in, is always going to be the marquee matchup for us of the year. So I don't think I don't think anything changes. We always feel like we have a target on our back here at Florida A&M. We feel like we get everyone's best shot every week anyway, and I don't think that's going to change. So we're looking forward to it. That's a part of the pageantry of college football, these rivalries and these big-time games that people look forward to. And so I'm hoping that we can start the season, on time, so that we can begin our quest of, like we say in our hashtag, leaving no doubt.
Coach, to kind of follow up on what you were talking about there, one of the questions I'm getting is, what does this mean for the Classic, obviously, with Bethune-Cookman University going forward? What does that look like? Will they continue to be on the schedule?
Well, obviously that's a staple, and we're contracted. We're contracted with Bethune-Cookman for years to come. And so I don't think this move will. I'm pretty positive that this move won't have any bearing on us playing them. I think it's something that people look forward to. I think it's a game that's going to always take place, just like any other cross-divisional, cross-conference rivalry. You look at Clemson, South Carolina, that I played in. They're both in different conferences. Florida State and Florida are in different conferences. So just because we're in different conferences doesn't mean that we can't have a rivalry. That is our rival. We have some rivalries within the SWAC that people want to see, but when you ask Rattlers who our rival is, it's the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats, and so there'll be a team that's always on our schedule, regardless of what conference either team is affiliated with.
Coach Simmons, I wanted to follow up with a question in regards to how do you have your young men, as I'm sure in a lot of ways they're probably excited about this new chapter because it is this new type of chapter. How do you get them to focus with everything going around, good, bad, and indifferent? How do you get them to focus on the time now? Because obviously you have a sentence, a year season to finish, if you would, complete as a MEAC member, and certainly would like to close out the season, I imagine, as a championship level team and push for HBCU championship in that bid to the Celebration Bowl. How do you refocus everybody, let everybody be excited, rightfully as they are, but then refocus them and saying, hey, let's get to work and let's make this meaningful as we close out this chapter this year before moving into next year?
Well, I think that with everything that's going on with COVID-19, with the cancellation of spring practices, alterations to summer workouts, and even talks about a modified season, we have enough things on our plate already that we'll have to kind of put to the side and focus in on once we resume the season. So to me, you just add this on top of it. Our message always is about being where our feet are, which means we're going to focus on what's right there in front of us. Even though we talk about the A&T game, we talk about the Bethune-Cookman game, our focus right now is the Orange Blossom Classic against Albany State, and that's always our mindset. We don't look ahead to opponents. We focus on what's in front of us. So right now it's about getting our young men back to campus safely, about keeping them safe, and then about resuming normal activity to prepare ourselves for the season. So we know that those things are out of our control. They'll come when they get here. But until then, we're just going to focus on what's right here in front of us.
Coach, this is not a question, and I'll pass it right over to Mike to ask the next question. But we're also on a live feed, so we have some comments. I wanted to kind of put those out there just so people know that we are responding and chiming in on what they say. Chuck Hunt out there, big Gremlin fan out there, he said, I'm looking forward to the reunited matchup between Willie Simmons and Broderick Favre. So you already got that out there. You got Price. Tessalane Price talking about, Bishop, you sweating already about the matchups? I think that was Coach Willie Simmons comment a little earlier. So James Spady was offensive coordinator under Rod Bravoy at Grambling. Chunk Hunt says KJ Black, Prairie View great. He's excited about the fact that he gets to come home in some ways and test his opportunity against fellow SWAC schools, obviously back with his alma mater. So people are excited about that, especially with the new move, him moving into a native role. I thought that was pretty fascinating with people looking at talking about some of those comments. So just wanted to share that. So for our viewers out there, keep them coming. There are some questions in terms of conference realignment, but I believe we might have an opportunity to bring the SWAC commissioner on as he's finished up. So I'll save those for him to watch in particular, unless you all may have some information on it.
Mike, the floor is yours. I know you had a question.
Yes, my question is to Colonel Clark. You mentioned kind of branding earlier, and you mentioned some of the band, but in that report there were a lot of items mentioning. So branding value for ESPN, TV, apparel. That there were a lot of issues around marketing and branding. And can you take us through a few more, maybe one level deeper into how this move will help in those aspects? We've talked about the travel costs, we've talked about other things, but from a pure branding standpoint, how can you give us some specifics as to what you would expect FAMU to benefit with this move on?
Okay, so good question. Two things. First, thing that jump out is the apparel deal. We need to be in a position to negotiate our own apparel deal. We spend a ton of money with apparel distributors, but our current deal has us up under the umbrella of the MEAC conference and their apparel deal. So that's the first big one that should pump a bunch of money back into our coffers by being able to go out and negotiate it. The second thing I think is, let's just be clear about it. If people think about black college football, they think about SWAC, period. Now, I know, we've done a great job in the MEAC, as you can see with the Celebration Bowl and some of the other things that's going on. But when you think about the history of black college football, I mean, the SWAC is the foundation, period. So for us, I think it was important. And what I'm going to be curious to see here, too, is I hope we can help each other through this process. I know I'm going to switch a second to the academic side of the house. I'm hoping that, our entrance into the SWAC will help to elevate the academics within the rest of the schools, because for those that don't know, I mean, we have to compete against Florida State and all the other schools as far as academic performance. The Board of Governors doesn't give us a break just because we're a HBCU. So we had to truly elevate our academics, and certainly we're rolling right now. And I'm hoping that that some of the other SWAC schools can start to elevate some of the degree programs, especially at the doctoral level and research level, where we can start doing some collaboration among these schools, within the conference. So, I think just the branding all together, I think you think about SWAC, you think about football. It comes down to academics. FAMU is dang good at what we do. And I think we're going to be just fine. And before I got cut off, I'm going to switch real quick. I was talking to the commissioner about how do we integrate the alumni truly into the SWAC model. And I'm talking about on an organized basis. We can all come to a game and throw a tailgate and do all those things. But do the alumni come and leave a check? or do we, pay Delta and everybody else to get there and have a good time and we leave? And I think we got to change our narrative and our mindset on we coming to have a good time, but we got to leave the president some money. And if you don't do it, it'd probably be better just stay home and watch it online and send the check, down to the university. Because at the end of the day, we've got to make sure that these institutions are in place for those babies yet unborn to have that same opportunity that we had going to these great institutions of higher and learning. But again, SWAC's got a brand. It got a brand. I think we can enhance that brand. And I'm curious to see, once Coach Simmons turn them loose in the trenches, to see how that matchup goes. But I'm alumni, and I was talking to Alabama State today, their AVP, about possibly once this COVID thing is over with, even bringing some of the alumni presidents into one area, and we talk about how we can help each other. I'm gonna be asking the SWAC commissioner to host the alumni presidents and leadership at the Celebration Bowl. We need to talk. This can't be done by just with state dollars. You've got to get some outside dollars, and I think there's can be some collaboration with the alumni associations, with the foundations. We got a great foundation board with a big endowment. Let's kind of talk about some of these best practices and how we help each other move the pendulum. So, but
amen,
I think we're going to help each other through this process.
Amen, Colonel Brock. You hit the nail on the head.
Yep. Welcome to the show.
I do have one follow-up. I'm sorry, I do this to Dr. Cavill all the time. I got 2 texts from a former Southern band drum major and a Prairie View drum major, and they ask, how do you think the 100s drum line would fail now that they're in a real conference? So, little snack talk.
Good Lord says you should respect your mothers and your fathers, that your days may be longer.
That's it. That's
your
it.
daddy is in Tallahassee, Florida. That been put on notice.
That's it. That's it.
I'm gonna leave I'm gonna leave that to Kofi to talk a little bit more about that band, but that band will it'll handle business. I have no worry. I have no worry at all about them taking care of business, and it's more than about blowing a horn loud. It's that thing called musicianship. Perfection, attention to detail.
Why don't we let the former band member answer that question?
That's my answer.
Before we get too far from this, folks, I want to jump in. I know we just had A.D. Gaucher come in. I'm going to let Bryan introduce him. But, Greg, I actually wanted to mention something to you, what you just said. You know that's something I've been talking to you about. So you don't have to worry that Alumni Association President's conference and meeting. You don't have to worry about that. Me and you will get together. We'll get together some of these other folks in the SWAC. We will plan that as the Black College Sports Network for you, and we will make that happen not only at the MEAC SWAC Challenge, but also at the Celebration Bowl to follow up for the year. We got you on that one, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
I'm in
and
full
he comes
support
to our
of that.
convention every year.
I'll be on that as well.
Yeah, we do a big national alumni convention every single year. We do it right, and we raise a ton of money every May or June. So, you know, I'm hoping that I can part some of that into some of the other SWAC schools as a way to raise money. But we got to get in lockstep. The coach shouldn't want for anything. The AD shouldn't want for anything. We got to do it. We got to do it. So.
All right. Again, if you're just joining us here on Facebook, whether you're joining us on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab or on the BCSN Black College Sports Network or the BCSN SportsWrap page, this is a live reaction show to Florida A&M approval, actually the unanimous decision by the Board of Trustees to accept the proposal by the athletic department to move from the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference to the SWAC. And joining us right now, as we've been fortunate enough to have Colonel Greg Clark of the National Alumni Association, Coach Willie Simmons, the head coach of the football program. It's a pleasure to now have one with us, the athletic director, VP Courtney Gaucher, joining us right now. VP Gaucher, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. I apologize for being tardy here. It's a special day for FAMU athletics, and obviously getting pulled in a bunch of different directions. But you know, good things are happening on the Hill, and we're fired up.
Yes, sir. It's been a busy 48 hours for you, and I think unanimous among everyone here. We were definitely impressed with everything we saw in your presentation to the board. Maybe if we can start, I know we'll have a lot of questions from all of our contributors here, but maybe if you would start with this process. I think one of the things that was most interesting was the timeline of this happening. As you stated in the presentation, you came on board as a new athletic director in right about the time of the Florida Classic in late November, and this study that happened was about a 5-month study. So we know we can do the math and see it's a very short time. So maybe if you give us a little background on you coming into the role as the athletic director and then putting this plan in process.
Yeah, so I'll give you the Cliff Notes version, but we accepted this position, or I was introduced into this position November 25th, 2019, and on that date, I made my president, my board of trustees, and my donors a commitment that we were going to put FAMU athletics in the best position that it could be to be successful. To be honest with you, you wish you had 4 or 5 years to kind of go through processes and those type things. We didn't have that long. We really had to move strategically to get us put in a position to really operate at our highest potential. So from day one, conference realignment was one of those things that we really had to look at. We've had some opportunities to really look at our finances, understanding where our money's going, understanding how our money's coming in. And this is no slight to the MEAC. The MEAC as a conference has blazed a trail for a lot of historically black colleges and universities. It's afforded them opportunities to play Division I intercollegiate athletics. And so this is no slight on the job that Commissioner Thomas has done. He has been phenomenal through this process. We've been transparent with one another, and we appreciate his support. But ultimately, this decision came down to what was in the best interest of FAMU. And you're seeing it at the Power 5 level, at the mid-major level. Geography matters now, and especially when you're operating on the margin. We've got to look for cost savings and opportunities for growth. Now, the SWAC offered both of those things for us, and the ability to reduce expenses, but then to expand our brand. Last year was a little bit of an experiment. I mean, seeing Southern come into Bragg Memorial Stadium, and we were able to, really take our gate receipts up significantly. Imagine doing that 2 or 3 times a year with great bands, such as the Sonic Boom and the Jukebox coming to Tallahassee. And I think that we can offer that same return to other, peer institutions. It's just a reality. It's hard to put a band on a plane and send them to Norfolk or to send them to Baltimore. It's just cost prohibitive at this level. And so, I think it's about access and opportunities, and I think this move to the SWAC gives us that. And the timing's not ideal. We're in the middle of a global pandemic, but we really evaluated that, and we just, again, for the future of FAMU athletics, the timing couldn't have been better than now.
A.D. Garcia, I wanted to follow up on what you mentioned about timing. One of the questions that I'm getting is in regards to the length of time that you've been in Florida A&M, concern in terms of, do you feel as though you've had an opportunity to get the lay of the land of the Florida A&M culture, the Florida A&M community, and this is the best move going forward?
Absolutely. And people, and I'll say this, one of the things that I think has really benefited me in my athletics administration career is the ability to come in, assess situations, and not pontificate on them, but to actually move, get it done. And I think that's the reason that my career has had successes. When you have data anecdotally and supporting documentation and trends that echo that, there's no need to really sit and wait on some of these decisions to be made. And so my president brought me to Florida A&M for a reason. And, we provided rationale externally and internally. This was not done in a vacuum. We presented it to my leadership. We all aligned, and we made a decision. And it didn't take us 2 or 3 years to figure it out. And I think that's one of the challenges. And I'll say, from my professional experiences coming from some PWIs into the HBCU arena, I think that's one of the big challenges. And sometimes we're kind of late to the party. Instead of saying, okay, wait a minute, we're missing these opportunities. Let's get it done. And so that's one of the things that we're excited about. I explained it, and I think this is one of the things that really got my board over the hump. Is I said, hey, we've kind of got some analog processes in a digital world, and FAMU's 4K potential.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the things that we're really excited about, and we've done that holistically in everything that we've done in my 6 months of being here. With our fundraising, we've partnered with Cash App. We've got different ways of giving. We've raised actual cash in a short period of time. We've brought high-level administrators to the table who are subject matter experts. And I think anybody can tell you who's associated or who's followed FAMU that there's been a drastic change in 6 months. And and we brag different, but I'm gonna tell you, we've got a hell of a coach, and I'm putting everybody in Black college athletics on notice that FAMU's coming. All right, there we go.
Well said. Let me ask about. I wanted to ask regarding the study. Just a couple of questions. I found it interesting that Dr. Robinson was on campus as the interim, if I'm not mistaken, at the time the previous study was done. How much of a resource was that to you in this study, or how much involvement did Dr. Robinson have in maybe introducing or sort of referencing back to you that previous study? And then I'll ask another question shortly.
Well, frankly, I did not even know there was a study commissioned prior to my arrival. As I reached out to the consulting firm, that's when it came up. Well, there's actually a study that's already been done, and so what we did is we kind of really took that older study and we studied. We evaluated. We said, okay, what's changed from 2014 to now? Obviously the institution, we FAMU have changed. So what has changed? What's the landscape of intercollegiate athletics? And then we assessed that, and then we asked some new questions. We asked, we really looked at that to the consistency of both leagues. Like, hey, what are some things out there? To be frank, in that study, we studied other leagues. We studied some predominantly white institutions leagues and a couple of other things that have been talked about that are out there, and so this wasn't done in a vacuum. I think the timing is right. After meeting with a couple of other commissioners, we felt that the potential with FAMU and the SWAC, after meeting with Commissioner McClellan, would be second to none. And he really sealed the deal. He's innovative. I think he's going to, like Dr. Thomas, I think he's going to be transformational about college athletics. And so to have a similar mind who's very progressive. There's some progressive athletic directors in Black college athletics. I'll talk a little bit about Ashton at Jackson State and Jennifer at Alabama State, two very good friends of mine, who we've had opportunities to really talk about experiences and how we take our programs to the next level. In the MEAC, Dr. Ed Scott and Ingrid McCree. Again, a lot of very innovative athletic directors who are trying to really lift college athletics and take it to places it hadn't been.
You mentioned, and it was also mentioned in the study, other conferences that were looked at. Although it wasn't named, as I heard the presentation or even saw in the study, I don't know if you care to share who, maybe any other conferences. I know a lot of people were saying, well, what about this conference? Or, I think maybe was there any reference towards other conferences like the Atlantic Sun, the Southern Conference, the Big South? Any of those conferences, were they comparable or used as the third conference in the study?
Yeah, absolutely. I won't name the specific one, but I think you hit it on the head, with some of the ones you listed. And for us, again, the geography became a big piece because travel expenditure, but then also, revenue shares and, what we would look like in that conference. Can we still make non-conference schedules work? We're committed to the Florida Classic. We're still going to play Bethune on an annual basis in the Florida Classic. That's not going to change. And so, we had to make sure that there were some things that were checked off the box. And we wanted to land in a conference that was going to give us a sense of stability, but also an opportunity to be successful. Some people have the whole playoff argument, but I'll be honest with you. Last year, the NCAA lost $1.4 million in the playoffs, on the NCAA playoffs. The business model for institutions who really, can't accept state support, it's tough, and so that really wasn't a model that really interested us at this time. We've got some things that we've got to fix, and we've got to provide opportunities for our student athletes. And so, we had to be practical. We had to be practical in that approach.
Yes, this is a question for both VP Athletics Courtney Gaucher and head football coach Willie Simmons in regards to, I know this is moving and then it really moved fast. Has there been any discussion in terms of conference alignment and scheduling, and whether it has or not, is there some framework of how you would like to see it? I know generally speaking at a conference level, the coaches have some ability to put input in how they would like to see a schedule, and then it rolls up to the athletic directors to review it and make some recommendations on what they see. It goes commissioner and on to the presidents to make a final ratifying type of decision. Has that been looked at? And if it has, what are your thoughts? If it hasn't, what would you like to see?
Yeah, I think there has been a lot of conversation. I haven't really dived into the details with Commissioner McClendon, just yet. But typically, it will involve the ADs to come back and figure out, the visions or kind of how that alignment and schedule is going to work. It's a little bit of a jigsaw puzzle because right now you've got 11 members. This thing is going to move a little bit quicker, and so it's a lot of moving parts right now that I couldn't really speak on. We're going to have to figure it out and make it work, but we're committed to doing so. And so it's hard to say this early, but I think over the next couple of months you'll probably see that be better defined.
No problem. I look forward to that. I would like to say this for both you, Coach Simmons, as well as you, VP of Athletics Courtney Gaucher. We had the pleasure of having you all on essentially back-to-back weeks. And I know in these days it's really hard to keep things where it needs to be worked out first. And I just wanted to commend you all in a very friendly manner that I thought y'all did a good job of coming on the show and not, letting anything out, sticking to the subject matter of why we asked you to come on. So thank you for that. I continue kudos, and we hope to continue to work with y'all, especially now that you come into our geographic footprint in terms of the SWAC, as we cover it all, but we do a lot of focus on that. So
absolutely,
thank you for doing that.
No doubt, we appreciate it.
Mike, I believe you have the question next, right?
Yeah, that's correct. This question is for VP of Athletics, AD Courtney Gaucher. Now that the cat's out the bag, the decision has been made, there's obviously 3 or 4 critical strategic steps that, are in front of you. I mean, this is where the nuts and the bolts start in terms of transition. Obviously, you have the 2020 season if COVID-19 will allow us to do some version of that. But what do you see as the most significant next 3 or 4 critical steps strategically to get integrated into the SWAC?
Well, I think the first thing, is to make sure that we're cognizant of our MEAC peers. I think that's the first thing. This move, is bittersweet. We've got a lot of rich traditions, and then quite frankly, there are a lot of HBCUs that this move could affect. And so that's never our intent, and so that's what makes this bittersweet. So I would say the first thing is to make sure that, we exit with class, that we help our MEAC peers as best as we can. We're all trying to survive. We're all trying to take it to the next level. And so we're very cognizant of that. The second thing would be just to make sure that, I'd say that we're ready, that we've stepped our game up. Because I'll say this, I do feel like from a fan base perspective, just from a regional perspective, we're going to get hit every week with some things that we have not experienced. It's great to have a game like Southern once a year, and then things are kind of back to the norm. No, you got to bring it. You got to bring it every week, because You've got some fan bases. You're going to go into some hostile environments. And so I think the way that we motivate our kids is going to be a little bit different, And so that's going to be an adjustment piece that'll take some time, but we're confident. I mean, again, I mentioned Coach Willie Simmons, his time at Prairie View and at Alcorn. So he knows the landscape. And then I think third, as an athletic director, we're finding opportunities to really work with a core group of elite professionals and SWAC ADs, and how we can still partner with MEAC, ADs and other HBCUs to create perennial opportunities. That's what it's all about. And so I see those kind of being the three big challenges, and how we really address those going in.
Thank you.
And I appreciate it.
Brian, we are lost. We lost your audio. You need to repeat everything you just said.
Okay. Well, I make sure I got. Let's see. Are we back now? Am I here?
You're good. We hear you.
Okay. So as I was saying, for VP Gaucher as well as Colonel Clark, I noticed VP Gaucher, in your presentation, you had a budget for this upcoming year as well as a COVID-19 budget. And it had me thinking about plans for classics this upcoming year. And I don't know if any information you can share at this time, or maybe a date. But as we start thinking about the upcoming season, football season, and we think about the Orange Blossom Classic, and then later eventually the Florida Classic, worst case scenario, do we know, or when will we know, whether those games will be played in the stadiums that they are scheduled to be played in? And if not, what kind of alternative plans might be in the works?
Yeah, I think this year for intercollegiate athletics, and particularly football, it's going to come with a lot of ebbs and flows. All indications are looking like, hey, we're going to kick off, and we're going to start football. But quite frankly, there's no AD in the country who knows what it's really going to look like. How many fans we'll truly be able to have in the stands. We will be able to complete a season, etc. I think I saw a couple of reports today where some schools have started to bring student athletes back, and a number of them have tested positive for COVID-19. Okay, so here we go. I think we're in that first phase of really understanding, but all the indications that I've received nationally says that we're going to kick off on time. And I think that's going to, if there is a wave or something that's in jeopardy of, affecting the game, I think it's going to be closer to, the cold and flu season, which is, November, December. So who knows? That COVID-19 projection for us was almost like a doomsday look, to say, all right, institution, this is what it could look like. Now, my job as athletic director is figure out how do you close the gap, because there's no magic bullet. There's no way to necessarily fix that, but it can show you really quickly, the effects of COVID-19, and for a lot of us in the intercollegiate athletic space, it can be detrimental. So there's going to be a lot of moving parts, but we're preparing to start the season in Miami and to end in Atlanta.
Yeah. So from alumni, a little bit different look. Of course, we got to have a team there for us to do what we need to do. Actually, we should be in Tallahassee right now for our 2020 National Alumni Convention. As we speak, we should have been in a Board of Trustees meeting physically today to see all of this, but of course, COVID happened. And so one of the things that we had to do is actually shift our national convention out to the week of the Florida Classic. We have no clue if it's going to go off or not, but we're still planning to support the team in any way we possibly can, and trying to move forward. I have to be cognizant of my alumni and especially my season rattlers, and ensuring that if they're going to come, we've got to put our heads together and make sure that they're safe. So rather right now, we're working toward being there for that first football game, and we'll just kind of see how it goes. But safety is priority, or for us, because we do travel in big numbers. And one of the things that that's come out recently is the worry, because we booked our hotel in Southern and we got several of them sold out, ready to in New Orleans ready to trek over to Baton Rouge for that game. And so we got to kind of take a hard look and see how does that look, So it is an issue, but at the forefront, we're going to always make decisions what's in the best interest of the safety of our alumni.
I had another question for A.D. Gaucher, and I wanted to ask. Obviously, the focus and excitement right now is on football, but what does it mean for the other athletic programs in Florida A&M, the basketball, the baseball, the various other spring sports? And what does this expansion of the brand mean for those other sports as well?
Well, again, I think it's going to be a big positive for us. When you think about, and again, our baseball program, 2019 NET champions. Our baseball brand is strong. Now putting them in a very strong baseball league with, a lot of perennial brands like Jackson State and Alabama State. We're playing a lot of those institutions anyway. And so for us, again, I think it gives us an opportunity to do some things that we haven't. You think about some of the other sports, and basketball in particular. We've kind of turned the corner with our men's basketball program, and just hired a new women's basketball coach. And so it will be really good for us now to really have our fan bases be able to kind of follow and support our basketball brands locally. Hey, you can get in a car and go to Montgomery and see a great matchup on a Saturday. All of those types of elements. Our alumni base. Think about the alumni that we have in the Houston and Dallas area. So now you've really changed. You've tapped into another set of really opportunity for us, and so we're excited about that. And so I think across the board, all of our programs feel really strong about this because what it's going to bring to the table.
Okay, we're going to go to joining us right now, Kofi Hemingway, one of our BCSN contributors. Kofi, we'll go over to you. I know you had a question for probably VP Gaucher.
Off mute. You get off mute. Yeah, real quick. I noticed that really with a lot of the other events around the world, many of them had been canceled. I know that with Wimbledon, they managed to ensure their event so that everything basically could go off. Is that a part of our vernacular? Is that a part of our structure at this time? And
yes. Yeah, so we're working on all of those things. To your point, for a lot of institutions, or I would say events like Wimbledon, they're so significant that they have either event insurance or emergency insurance to cover those things. Once the pandemic hit, everybody started to look into those things, and so they're not necessarily as feasible as you would imagine. But we are looking into those type of things, in anticipation for an extended period of time. But again, as we mentioned earlier, from the state level, and just kind of national conversation is, it looks like there's going to be a posture where things are going to open up enough to participate. And I've even talked to some schools here in Florida who are considering up to 50-60% of stadium occupancy. And so this thing, there's a lot of moving parts between now and the beginning of September. Today, June 15th is drastically different than May 15th. And July 15th is going to be very drastically different than June 15th. And so, we just got to keep planning and moving forward as this thing progresses.
Courtney Gaucher, brother Gaucher, I wanted to follow up with a question, big picture type of dynamic. So this may be a little early in the framework, so I understand if that's the case. But one of the big frameworks for the MEAC SWAC Challenge was obviously the early game with the MEAC SWAC Challenge, but even bigger was the Celebration Bowl. Has there been any indication on how that is going to move forward? I know a lot of people have having questions about that and concerns. It seems to me at this point, MEAC is still a viable conference in regards to what's going on there. So I would think that it continues to move forward until something else happens, but I know contractual things are taking place. What can you tell us in terms of what you are aware of in regards to the Celebration Bowl? With the
yeah. So very good question. That was actually a point of conversation with both commissioners. Both of them feel very strong about where we are with the Celebration Bowl and those agreements. So we feel confident, and I've seen some of the speculation about, the MEAC, again, the MEAC is going to be just fine. There are a lot of institutions in the MEAC that will continue to keep it vibrant. And again, I don't think they're going to disappear off the face of the planet because Florida A&M. The MEAC, is created by several other great institutions, and so I want to kind of put that misnomer to bed. But I certainly think that the Celebration Bowl will be different, and quite frankly, we're looking forward to winning it in the MEAC and the SWAC.
I like it like that, back to back. I guess you
Back
would
to
say
back.
that, as they say in a lot of partners. And I thank you for being so upfront with that answer, because that was out there, and I wanted to put it on the table because I was hearing what you just said, but I think it comes stronger if it comes from you and the other individuals that are directly representing the two conferences. So thanks for that.
Mm-hmm.
And the beautiful thing about technology, and while we're doing our show, we've got a little bit of breaking news, and I'm going to throw it over to Colonel Clark. Colonel Clark, you want to share a little bit of that breaking news that you just shared with us on the back end?
Happy to. Just got a message from our chairman of the Board of Trustees, Mr. Kelvin Lawson, that the SWAC presidents voted unanimously 10-0 to invite us into the SWAC. So that hurdle is out of the way. So we're on our way now. Good job.
Congratulations.
Y'all.
Congratulations, VP Gaucher, Colonel Clark, Coach Simmons. I'm sorry, I talked right over you, Doc. Say that again.
No, I was saying that was congratulations. That moved fast. It was great news. I had heard earlier that the ADs acted, and it was also unanimous that the SWAC ADs supported the move, and it went, I guess, directly to the presidents to support that. So it's amazing how everybody is the synergy in regards to the unanimous decisions that this is going across the board at various high executive levels. So to see everybody on this same page, which we've heard from Courtney Gaucher, from Willie Simmons, Colonel Clark, the board earlier, it is amazing. I'm not sure if we've ever seen this type of synergy before. So if you're talking about a way to start a new chapter of the 100 years of the Southwestern Athletic Conference, I think this is a very appropriate. So just kind of wanted to put that on the table.
Yep.
I want to follow up with what you said, Doc, with the synergy and the timing. VP Gaucher, maybe if you think about how quickly everything has moved, what are your thoughts? And when you hear and you see how everything has moved and all the synergy and almost all the planets have aligned themselves, it's a tremendous accomplishment of what you and the staff and everyone have been able to do. Share your emotions and your thoughts right now as you're hearing this news.
Well, I'll say this, and I talked about it a little earlier, the commitment that I made to this university by serving as its athletics director. Again, I think we're sending a message that we're not playing around. And, we're going to be about our business. I'm passionate about what we do. I'm passionate about these kids. I'm passionate about Black college athletics. And, that's what it's all about. And, in order for us to go places that we haven't been, to take the game, to take our programs and our kids places we haven't been, it requires us to do things different. And my goal and my hope is that, any athletic department around the country, that you can see, the alignment piece of it. Hey, this didn't happen overnight. I'll be honest with you, my staff, I've kind of neglected them the past 2 weeks. I'm like, don't call me, focus on what you need to focus on. I've literally been almost like a Democratic Party whip, on the phone and just trying to get that alignment. But again, I think when you can articulate a vision and give people a pathway to get there, that was easy for my president and my board of trustees to get on board and to have that trust in me. And then, quite frankly, to be able to reach out to another conference and do that in a very professional decorum, so that it's not out there. And quite frankly, that takes some work. That takes some allies, and we were able to do it in very short form.
Eddie Gaucher, I wanted to ask this question in regards to, you talked a little bit about the synergy, but you mentioned the ADs around this conference. You mentioned Jennifer Lynn Williams, Ashley Robinson at Jackson State, but this collective group of athletic directors that are in the conference, talk about, I guess, this group that has this sort of dynamic dynamism, if you will, if that's the word, but just this group moving forward under the direction of the Commissioner, Charles McClellan.
Well, I'll tell you this. I think, I'm very excited about seeing what this conference will do under his leadership. Again, I think very progressive in every facet of the game. He serves on several the NCAA basketball committee that is really, going to give us some insight in strategic scheduling. And so this is it's a very, very thought out process about the potential of what this league could be. Again, geographically, we're in the South where football is king, and so being able to kind of capitalize on that. We've got cities, quite frankly, who are putting money on the table because they want to see our brands, and so those are the same things that are happening at the Power 5 level. When they go play these neutral site games, you've got cities and counties loading up the Brinks trucks to get them there, and I think that's one of the things that we haven't really capitalized. Our business model with Bethune-Cookman is great. I own a football game as an institution. I'm not working through a promoter. I'm not working through. So when you start talking this new wave of thought process and revenue generation, I'm serious about it. And, and again, I think for those who may have seen some of my presentation, and, I think you can see that the pathway forward for us to really, elevate who we are and where we are.
Sure thing. All right, Mr. Gaucher, this is Mike Washington again, and congratulations to you and the entire administrative staff. It seemed like there was a whole lot of unanimous action going on right there. Everything was unanimous, boy. Man, y'all got in the room, and that must have been some good tea y'all were sipping in that room. I'll leave it there. But I want to put you on the spot, maybe an abstract question. Now that this has happened and it, pretty much is official, what excites you the most about this move? What two matchups, football wise? What, is it the band going in? I'm going to ask you to give me at least three things that excite you the most about this move as the AD, VP of Athletics for FAMU. What three things about the SWAC and going to the SWAC excite you the most? That just keep you up at night and you can't go to sleep?
So I think there's three things. Number one, I think the, you talked about it, the fanfare, the pageantry that this brand of intercollegiate athletics, to be a part of that week in, week out. We got a taste of it in some of our non-conference games, and we get a taste of it in the Florida Classic. But no. This is week in, week out. It's almost somebody actually explained this. They said, this is like the FCS version of the SEC. I said, you're right.
It is
right?
actually,
and so that's what we want. And I tell everybody, hey, family, we want to smoke. Hey, we that's what we're about. And to be able to march the incomparable marching 100 in anybody's stadium and show up and show out. Man,
careful now. When Colonel Clark mentioned the bands, he got cut off. So I just
I'm just telling you, you hadn't seen nothing like Dr. Shelby Chipman and our marching 100. So just excited to see that and showcase that around this country. So that would be the first thing. The second thing is, again, for our student athletes and our student, experience. Even our SGA president was like, "Oh man, like this is huge." Our students have gone in. There is a thing called FAMU Twitter. Don't get it twisted. Our kids and our fans and our sport will go in. Okay, so just to see that thing go crazy. And then I would say third, I talked about being from Birmingham and experiencing the Magic City Classic and all of those type of things, and to play against those perennial brands where, hey, I know if we go to Montgomery or Huntsville, it's about to be something special. I know when we go to Baton Rouge, it's going to be an electric atmosphere, or when we roll up into Jackson, Mississippi, and so. Just to be a part of that culture, and again, I just want to let everybody know, when FAMU come, we coming all the way. So we coming with some rattlers that's ready to strike. We coming with a band that's second to none. And again, like I told you, I put my coach against anyone in the country, and so we're excited to get this thing going.
Yes, I have a question for Coach Willie Shotgun Simmons that I've heard people call him over the years in regards to that. In terms of your preparation of your football team, obviously we talked a little bit about how you focus on this year, but also looking at next year. Strategically, you have any opportunity to take these trips across the SWAC, one on the East Division of the SWAC as a coordinator from Alcorn State, and then obviously as the head football coach on the Western Division in regards to Prairie A&M University. How do you see that coming together in regards to developing your platform of working with your assistant coaches so they understand the dynamics of traveling through the SWAC, preparing from that perspective, and in regards to certain destinations in regards to that? Is there any different type of preparation that you have them consider or look at in regards to particular places they have to play in the SWAC?
Well, the good thing about it, 5 out of my 9 full-time coaches have experience in the SWAC. James Spady, my associate head coach, tight ends coach, was the head coach at Alabama A&M for 4 years. He's been an offensive coordinator at Grambling under Rob Broadway. Both coordinators on offense, Coach Alex Jackson, my O-line coach, and Coach KJ Black, my quarterbacks coach, both spent time in the SWAC. KJ played at Prairie View. Coach Jackson was offensive coordinator at Mississippi Valley State for a few years. My defensive coordinator, Coach Ralph Street, coached with me at Alcorn, and also was with me at Prairie View A&M. And then Coach Brandon Sharp was with me at Prairie View A&M as well. So, we're very familiar with the conference. That's why there was so much excitement amongst us as coaches, because we remember, what it's like, life in the SWAC. We know what it's like to travel into Norman, Mississippi. We know what it's like to go up to Jackson, to go into Baton Rouge, and to get dressed and have to walk through that crowd of eating good food and smelling good food and trying to get ready to go play a football game. So, we're looking forward to it. My football team is definitely looking forward to it, like I said before. And like, VP said, it's kind of like the SEC, whereas, you got those big marquee rivalries every week. And, you're going into a hostile environment every single Saturday. And I think our guys, they'll thrive in those environments. Just, again, nothing against the MEAC. And we have a lot of respect for the members of the MEAC, but a lot of those institutions way up north in certain cases, obviously the fan following isn't as great, so to speak, and so but there wasn't a southern environment in the MEAC outside of FAMU. There's not an Alcorn environment, a Jackson State environment. It's the reason why the SWAC has led FCS in attendance 42 out of 43 years because they love their football in that conference. And you're talking about a university in Florida A&M that's perennially one of the leading schools in the country as far as attendance. And so we're going to add to that. And so it's a great marriage. We're looking forward to it. And again, We know our business to take care of in 2020, but in our minds, imagine what that story will look like if we win the Celebration Bowl in 2020 as a member of the MEAC, and then come in the first year in 2021 and repeat as a member of the Southwest Athletic Conference. That sounds like the coach I know. Thank you.
Yeah, I've heard that, Coach Simmons, before.
And on that note, I think that is a great point for us to take a break, as we've been fortunate enough to been joined not only by A.D. Gaucher, Colonel Greg Clark, and head coach Willie Simmons. We're going to take a short break. Hopefully, I'm not sure if any of those gentlemen, if you're able to stay, great. And we understand you guys may have busy schedules and a lot of other things. If you have to leave, we appreciate your time. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to be speaking with the commissioner of the Southwestern Athletic Conference, Dr. Charles McClellan. So stay with us. We'll be back right after this short break.
It was a monumental game for A&M and Tampa. It was a monumental game. Somebody had to lose, and thank God it was them this time.
We knew it was going to be a battle. Look at Jake Avis' record. 202 and 36, I think. Some off-the-wall figures.
And nobody would play him because they didn't want to take a chance of getting beat. But the truth of it is,
over 46,000 tickets. Blacks were sitting in the east stands. Whites were sitting in the west stands, and the score wound up 34-28.
The only thing we proved that we wasn't inferior, that we were not inferior, and we were not afraid.
For one night, for 160 minutes, we was better than them.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
The Creole seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar.
One, this is Dr. Kenyatta Cavill as we're doing a joint broadcast between Bryan and A.D. and Dr. Cavill's inside the HBCU Sports Lab. With that, we have Dr. Charles McClellan, the commissioner of the Southwestern Athletic Conference, joining us to talk about today's events. As many of you all followed us yesterday, and really kicked off in a formal process in regards to the subcommittee of Board of Trustees at Florida A&M University voting unanimously 5-0 to push this to a board vote in regards to the athletic program at Florida A&M University moving from the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference and seeking to join the Southwestern Athletic Conference. So with that part, we know that took place and it was unanimously voted by a proxy agenda vote in regards to carrying it through this morning from the Board of Trustees. And then we understood quickly that it started meaning that the Southwestern Athletic Conference needed to activate. So with that, I'd like to welcome Dr. Charles McClellan, the current commissioner of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. And if you would first tell us a little bit about what that process was like and the updated news that you can provide from us from an official standpoint.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you having me on your show. And I know VP Gaucher, I think he's still on. I would like to, address him. I think that he did an outstanding job. I got an opportunity to listen to the Special Committee on Athletics presentation yesterday. And I tell you, VP Gaucher, you made me wanted to join the SWAC. And I'm already you did a heck of a job. So, it's an honor to have Florida A&M to even want to be a part of the Southwestern Athletic Conference, but it's an even greater honor to look at, see, hear, and witness what you had to do, what your chairman had to do, what your president had to do in order to make this a reality. I'm telling this to you personally. I know Willie Shotgun Simmons. I know Willie well. I don't think I beat him yet in the sport of football. He actually was part of the reason why I became commissioner, because I couldn't beat him in football and they retired me out. We welcome you. This is going to be a great run, and I want to tell all of the Rattler Nation, you have joined the family. We're going to take care of you, and we're going to do everything that's within our power to make sure that your university is successful, meet all of your mission, your goals and objectives. And by the way, you're going to have packed stadiums and you're going to have a really good time. There's nothing like the Southwestern Athletic Conference. I might need to steal that from you guys, the Black SEC. But the only problem with that is we are the Southwestern Athletic Conference. So thank you, VP Gaucher.
I appreciate that, Commissioner, and we are fired up and excited about this move. So we appreciate your leadership and looking forward to great things.
Sure. And before you get off, I would just like to let you know we did have our Council of Presidents and Chancellors meeting at 4:30 Central. It concluded around 5:15 Central, and that vote was unanimous. 10-0 to accept Florida A&M as a full member in 2021 into the Southwestern Athletic Conference. So other than the agreement needs to be signed, it's official. Rattler Nation is a part of SWAC Nation. So I apologize for all of that, Dr. Kenyatta Cavell. That was a 5-minute rant, and I forgot your question.
No problem. I'll come back to it, and I think that was appropriate. And really, that was the question. What was the updated news? And you just provided it appropriately. So I thank you for sharing that, because that's what a lot of people wanted to know. What was the official stance? Colonel Clark gave us some breaking news in regards to getting it from his Board of Regents, and so we've heard it from the Florida A&M Board of Trustees side, and we just got it confirmed from the Commissioner of the SWAC in regards to that. So that was appropriate. With that, I'm going to allow Kofi to jump in here and ask you a follow-up question, and then we'll go to AD, and we'll keep this going to provide some updated, because there are some great questions that some of our followers want to ask you, but the panel is closing up on those questions as well. So Kofi, if you would, please chime in.
Yeah, my question is for both Coach Willie Simmons as well as Colonel Clark, and this is just in reference to a lot of the things COVID-19 has affected. Are there any plans with us going forward with any video conferences or video fundraising activities just to keep the momentum going, because this is a great time?
Well, from the Alumni Association standpoint of view, I mean, we're having to get creative, of course. As I told you earlier, we had to move our national convention to Orlando, Florida, but there's some business that we have to get done with our budget before submitting it to the Board of Trustees, and we're going to do something virtually like that July the 18th. But we're also coming into our membership year. So one of the things we're doing on the 27th is a big membership party featuring a couple of our top DJs, within the Rattler Nation, and we're going to be doing membership drives around that. So, people come in, have a good time, and pay your dues to the Alumni Association and listen to some music. So we are getting creative with this COVID. And I suppose that in the years to come that, we'll certainly look at these kind of things as cost savings mechanism to use Zoom. And my seasoned Rattlers, it's almost funny to see them, but they're doing it. They're learning this social media stuff, and they're doing it. So yeah, we will see. We'll see. I think that was a great question, and we're going to continue to try to use technology as much as possible. And then going into, as we start to advertise for our football season, we certainly gonna use it a lot. So looking forward to it. We're gonna try to get the commissioner on with us with the Rattler Nation sometime, probably the end of this month. I'm putting him on the spot here, but he's gonna have to carve the time out to come see the nation. And we'll probably do that at the end of this month to introduce the Rattler Nation to our commissioner and hear his vision, and we'll bring the AD and the coach and everybody else on to do that. So we're going to continue to do that and continue to touch the people wherever they are. Great question.
This is Dr. Kenyatta Cavell, and I'm going to let Charles respond to that, because I know Charles that he wants to get in there But this is Dr. Kenyatta Cavill with the AD SportsWrap show, joint show with Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington. Charles, if you would, please, Commissioner Charles, please respond to that.
Yeah, Colonel Clark, I didn't know you were on. First of all, it's good seeing you again.
Yes, sir. You too.
When you do that membership drive, add a Meet the Commissioner to it. Wherever it is, I'll be there. So put me in. And whatever you need, Zoom calls or whatever, I'm going to be there. And I appreciate all of your support. Never have I seen, such unity with an alumni association and a national alumni president. You take a lot of the credit as well of getting the Rattler Nation behind this move. And I want everyone to know the significant impact that you made, because it was significant. And without you and the alumni, I don't think this thing could have gotten done. So I would like to thank you as well.
Well, thank you so much. We're certainly glad to do it. And you gave us a roadmap. And I mean, social media is going crazy right now. Everybody's quite happy in the move that we make. And they're looking forward to meeting you and hearing your vision. And they're good people. They're good people. So looking forward to seeing you.
I'm excited.
Okay.
With that, we'll follow up and let AD jump in with the next question, and then we'll have one with Mike.
Dr. McClellan, as a Rattler alumni, I want to thank you for allowing us to come into your neighborhood, first of all.
You're the one that started all of this stuff with that article you wrote. I recognize you. I've been meaning to talk to you. Go ahead. I'm going to let you answer your question.
Oh, I don't know if I want to thank you for that compliment or get mad at that compliment. Cause anyway, but all seriousness aside, Doc, right? The SWAC has led the FCS in attendance for, and I'm not even going to misquote you, but as long as probably everybody can remember, I think it's only been 1 year in like the last 40 years where the SWAC has not led the FCS in attendance. Currently, last year, you had 3 of the top 7 and 6 of the top 30 in attendance. You're adding a Florida A&M who finished number 10, and probably if it were not for that hurricane game that forced that game to get moved from a Saturday to a Sunday, would have been higher up in that top 10. What does a FAMU coming to the SWAC mean for the SWAC brand, especially when it comes to attendance and future marketing? What does that really mean to the conference? Can you quantify that for us or qualify that for us a little bit further?
Yes, we hit the lottery, quite simply. If you had to draw up a school that you wanted within our geographical footprint with the same academic mission, with similar athletic budgets, with the same footprint of history, tradition, and culture, you would have had to draw up Florida A&M, basically from scratch. And I'm saying I don't think that you could have drawn it up as good as Florida A&M if you were trying to draw that up. And that's why I said we hit the lottery. I've been commissioner for 2 years, and coming in as the Southwestern Athletic Conference, I've said this, and I've heard Dr. Cavill say it on your show and his show. We were not necessarily in the mode of looking to expand. What we were trying to do was to get our house in order, right? We wanted to make sure that we increased sponsorships. We wanted to make sure that we got us a permanent home. We are 100 years old this year, so there are a lot of check marks that we had to make. We're working on APR. We're working on fundraising. We're working on budget. We're working on deals. We're working on branding. And all of a sudden, here come your dream institution to add, Florida A&M, saying, hey, is it a possibility for you to take a look at us, and is it a possibility for us to take a look at you? And it was a resounding yes. I know that there's been a lot of written. I know you wrote your article. I was not sure that this was going to happen until 12:45 Central Standard Time on today. So this is a dream come true for the Southwestern Athletic Conference. I think that we are a natural fit. If Florida A&M was looking for somewhere to go, there was no other place for them to go but to the Southwestern Athletic Conference. And I got this from your resident historian, Dr. Kenyatta Cavill, 42 of the last 43 years, but the only year we did not lead was Hurricane Katrina year. So had it not been for Hurricane Katrina, it would be 43 out of 43. So you're talking average attendance of 20,000. You're talking Jackson State upward of 33,000 per game. So can you imagine? I know you said the SEC of Black college football, but can you imagine being a football coach in the Southwestern Athletic Conference right now? You're going to have to bring your A game, and it's not going to be an easy week because it is so competitive now. So when you start talking about building a conference to the point to where you want to start doing some things greater than what you can imagine, it starts with bringing in an institution like Florida A&M. So again, we hit the lottery, and we're just as excited about having Florida A&M as Florida A&M is excited about being in the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Mike, please jump in there and ask your follow-up question.
Yes, Dr. McClellan. With this move, and I'll ask a similar question to VP Gaucher. The cat's out the bag now. Everyone is excited. You know, you heard social media is going crazy. Now, from your perspective, the SWAC, at the SWAC conference, what are the next 3 or 4 critical, strategic, and prioritized steps to pave the way for a smooth transition? Obviously, we have to get through the 2020 season with COVID-19, but to me, what's critical in paving that way for a smooth transition? Is it realignment considerations? Is it others? Prioritize them, if you will.
Mike, that's that Prairie View A&M University education coming out in an indirect way to ask me, are we looking for a So I'm going to go on and answer your question. Again, we did not necessarily position ourselves for expansion. Florida A&M has come into our league, and it is a remarkable catch for us. Ideally, in order to sustain divisions, you have to have that 12th team. So we are now eyes wide open for that 12th team. But let me be absolutely clear about this point. We are not going to expand for the sake of expanding. There is a pathway to have 11 teams. And I've seen some of the debates on a lot of the social media. Do you have an uneven division? Do you have an uneven division and then you swap that team every other year? So the East has 6 in one year and the West has 6 in the other year. I don't know the answer to that question yet, but I can tell you the model that I personally have been studying the most, and that is the old Big Ten model and the current Big 12 model, where you'll have 11 teams. We still will maintain our 8-game format. Allow teams to be able to play 8 conference games, and you will still have 2 conference teams that you don't play. So coming into 2020 season, it's 8 games, and then you have 1 team that will rotate off of your schedule for 2 years. We still will maintain that 8-game schedule if we have 10 teams, 11 teams, 12 teams, 20 teams. We're going to have that 8 game. So you could rotate on and off. Another major consideration for us was a consideration for FAMU. We don't want Texas having to come to Florida twice a year for all of their sports. So we're going to have to look at some divisional play, not just in football, but in most of our other sports. When it comes to basketball, with 11 teams in the Southwestern Athletic Conference, do we go from 18 games or to 20 games? When you start looking at the current format for NCAA, and I know you've talked a lot about the multi-team events and the NCAA has the new legislation, a lot of facts behind the MTE is if we eliminated MTEs, then the mid-major institutions would not have a great opportunity to be able to play on a neutral site some schools that they could possibly beat. It's going to be impossible to go in a game guarantee and win. You'll win one every now and then. The best probability is to play on a neutral court and get some of those teams that you probably could beat. Not necessarily a mid-major, but a lower high major. You can't get that in the MTE. The reason why you see the mid-major teams going against or rallying against MTEs is because you take that opportunity away, and all of the Autonomy 5 institutions are moving from 18 games to 20 games. So if they move from 18 games to 20 games and take away the MTEs, there are no games for us, the mid-majors, to play. I say all of that to say, from a SWAC's perspective, do we want to stay at 18 or do we want to go to 20? those are going to be some key decisions that we have to make. But from a scheduling standpoint, there are models out there that we will continue to look at, and we're going to do the best thing for the Southwestern Athletic Conference. But I want to go back to your original indirect question. 12 is the ideal number, but we don't have to get to 12. We can stay at 11, but 12 is the ideal number. So we are open to listening, which is probably not the position that we took just 6 months ago. But now we realize that in order for us to be able to fulfill what we need to fulfill, especially from a travel perspective, it makes sense to bring in a 12 team. It makes sense to have a geographical footprint where you have even numbers in the East and even numbers in the West. Possibly use the Mississippi River as a dividing line, and you have the East play the East and the West play the West. And then you have some crossover. You have Mississippi Valley State at that line. You have Jackson at that line. You have Alcorn at that line. You have Southern at that line. And for all practical purposes, you have Grambling at that line. So you have 5 teams that you theoretically could play in other divisions that are 3 hours drive from each other. So there are a lot of possibilities, but to me, they're all exciting possibilities. I haven't been faced with a challenging problem yet that says, oh, this is going to destroy. All of the issues that I'm seeing right now are issues to say we got to make the right call, because if we make the right call, it's going to blow this thing up. So I'm really excited to be a commissioner, to be in this situation, to have to make these calls. I'm excited. I hope I answered your indirect question.
Yes, you indirectly answered. No, in all seriousness, thank you very much for that answer, and thank you for being forthcoming. I appreciate that.
No problem.
We always see that coming from Mike with those types of questions that go into the data. With that, this is Dr. Kenyatta Cavill, with a joint production of SportsWrap of Bryan and A.D., as well as Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. With that, we're going to let Charles follow up with his question for the Commissioner of the Southwestern Athletic Conference, Dr. Charles McCullough.
Yes, Dr. McCullough. Now, obviously, Florida A&M, a national brand, tremendous history. But I wanted to ask this question for the Florida A&M fan who's basically grown up a MEAC fan. What are they getting now with the Southwestern Athletic Conference, especially the initiatives that you brought in place over the last 2 years?
Yeah, I appreciate that question coming from a Jackson State Tiger as well. and I will start with that. You know, I heard a lot of the students of FAMU because they had that experience at Southern University, right? But when you start talking about some of the initiatives that we put in, I'm going to put a pause there and just think about being able to go in that environment at Southern, and then the next week you have to go in the environment at Jackson State, right? Mm-hmm. And could you imagine a FAMU Jackson State football game that's actually a conference game to decide who gets to go to the SWAC championship, right? Yeah. Can you imagine a Florida A&M game at Grambling, or a Grambling game at Florida A&M that decides who gets to go to the SWAC championship? And you could say that at Alabama State, you could say that at Alabama A&M. And let's not take away from Texas. Florida A&M has a very large alumni base in the state of Texas. Yeah. This allows Florida to recruit Texas, as well as Texas now can recruit Florida. I heard some comments from Florida A&M talking about now this puts us in Alabama. It's great football in Alabama, right? This just closes our footprint. So when you start talking about our initiatives start there, bringing a quality product to our constituents. And I think that has to energize the FAMU nation, knowing that you can take their world-renowned band, right, and you can now go week to week, even in a stone's throw to at least 6 of our institutions, right, that you could drive, do your thing, and if you need to, come on back. I heard the SGA president talk about that. You know, our ability to be able to get that cultural experience. And let's make no mistake about it. You guys joked about it. This does make us a league that is extremely strong. This makes us a league that has a lot of prominent athletic programs, not just from a football perspective. Just look at what FAMU is going to add to men and women's basketball. Look at what they're going to add in baseball, softball, soccer. Not soccer, but track. I mean, they're going to be able to add a significant piece of competitiveness to the Southwestern Athletic Conference that their fan base is going to be able to touch. And let's not, forget that the SWAC does have a relationship with Atlanta. FAMU has been looking to get in Atlanta, right? So Mayor Keisha Bottoms, a FAMU graduate, we got to send her a hat, right? We got to send her a SWAC hat. I mean, we're going to draw a circle around this thing, and from a strategic standpoint, we got some plans. We talked about the deal with CityJet. We talked about our ability to be able to do some different things with our corporate sponsors. We talked about sharing corporate sponsors, giving our schools the ability to have the autonomy to do some of the things that they need to do with, let's say, with their apparel and some of their significant rights. But, one of the things that I thought about, Charles, and you talk about some things that get FAMU excited. I'm not just thinking about FAMU, but the entire thing. Look at these Battle of the Bands, right? Mm-hmm. And the Honda Battle of the Bands, the 50 and 60,000 people in there, and the Battle of the Bands that's in Houston that had 30 or 40,000. Well, you're trying to tell me I got Florida A&M, I got Alabama State, I got Alabama A&M, I got Jackson State, the Boom, I got Alcorn, the Sounds of Dynamite, right? I got Southern, I got Grambling. Grambling really one of the only bands that have even had their own TV show and Coke commercial, right? They still have a Coke commercial. They had a Coke commercial when I was a kid that I used to watch. I don't understand how they do that, right? And then you go Mississippi Valley State, playing that Devil's Gun. And then Arkansas at Pine Bluff has an outstanding band, Texas Southern Prairie View. I take those 11 bands, put them in a dome, I'm selling the thing out, right? We keep the money. Why am I going to give it to a third party? I have the greatest assets at my hand now. What we have to do is strategically think on how we can leverage our assets and put that money back into the hands of our member institutions. And I would say this, and I've said it publicly, we have identified over the last 2 years what it takes to run the Southwestern Athletic Conference. The rest of that is going to go back to the member institutions. So as we did, for example, with one of our major sponsors, cricket, as an athletics director, I always had issue with the Southwestern Athletic Conference taking all of my rights, right? I had rights. I had an insurance company. I lost them because SWAC had an insurance. I wanted my own apparel deal. I wanted my own. My philosophy is I can still get conference-wide deals and allow you to keep your brand, keep your deals. You look at cricket, one of our major sponsors. Cricket showed up to every campus. Each campus had an opportunity to keep their right at that category. And because they allowed cricket to come in and set up in the tailgates, we took money from the check that we got from cricket and we're sending it directly to every 10-member institution, right? So we're creating these deals because we know that we have assets to sell, but we're not going to take the rights of the institution. We're going to deliver that money back to the school. So we're trying to come up with new models, financial models, because this SWAC championship game that has allowed us to really get this energy and excitement and give that money back to the schools, that was the model that we wanted to find and perfect. Innovative ways to put significant revenue back into the hands of the schools. So FAMU, you should be excited. That philosophy isn't going to change. And very clearly, you are going to enhance our ability to be able to go out and do such things.
Certainly, again, this is Dr. Kenyatta Cavill with a joint project with BCSN in terms of the SportsWrap with Bryan and A.D. and Dr. Cavill's Inside HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. With that, we have many of our guests on here. I want to make sure that we get everybody in here. Again, Colonel Greg Clark, National Alumni Association for Florida A&M University President. We had a VP of Athletic, Courtney Gaucher, on. He had to jump off. We also had head football coach, Willie Simmons, on. But currently now we have the Southwestern Athletic Conference Commissioner, Dr. Charles McCullen, as he's filling our questions. We have a question that's going to go to Kofi, and then we're going to go back to Bryan. But before we do that, there was a question up there in regards to the MTE terminology. That is a NCAA terminology that Charles was using, Dr. McCullen, excuse me.
Multi-team event. Legislation would allow Division I schools to schedule up to 28 regular season games and participate in one multi-team event that includes up to 3 games, scheduling 29 regular season games and multi-team events that includes up to 2 games, or scheduling 29 games without participating. So listeners out there following us and jumping on, and with that, before I go back to Kofi to allow him with his question, I did want to get in a couple of these questions that are coming in from our fans out there to make sure we keep them engaged and that we are following. So if you would, the first question, Colonel Clark gave us some insight in terms of some of the dialogue that took place, and gave us a sneak peek, if you would, in regards to the strategic plan. And I know you have talked about this to some framework, obviously, Dr. McCullough, but of that plan, what components or parts of that plan in terms of long-term vision, I should say, are you able to share with us? Because that's a question that Irvin Lorenzo wanted to hear out there.
That's a great question, and I'm gonna try to tread on this lightly because a lot of it will take some legislation. But let me. I've always been open and honest, and if it gets me in trouble, I guess it just gets me in trouble. But I foresee us with the potential of trying to look at a Black College FBS conference, right? When you start looking at the branding that we have and the size of crowds, the economic impact that we make to these cities, and this is a long-range plan. This is going to take approval by conference commissioners, NCAA. There's a lot that we have to do, but my vision is a strong Black college conference that participates in the FBS realm. And when we say FBS, does that mean that we have to go play, other FBS schools? We have enough teams in our league to where we play our own game. We're playing game guarantees now, but the difference between a game guarantee as an FCS institution, especially in the SWAC, is on the high end $600,000. But if we change that to become FBS, which is football bowl subdivision, which means you go from 63 scholarships to 85 scholarships, that game guarantee now is 1.2, 1.5 million. When you start looking at television contracts, you're now in the millions, right? So we take those millions and we give it back to our 11 member institutions to help them raise their scholarship levels from 63 to 85. And now we participate in bowl games. It's not just Celebration Bowl. We still participate in the Celebration Bowl, and now we can go participate in other bowls. So the long range strategic plan is for us to continue to strengthen our league to the point that we as an 11 member conference can all together make that leap. And I want to say this very clearly. I don't want to turn it into a military terminology, but we're not going to leave anybody behind. We are unified as a conference. And I say, if anybody in the Southwestern Athletic Conference should have been put out, it was Prairie View A&M University, the charter member of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. And for those of you that don't know, I am a graduate of Prairie View, and I was the athletics director at Prairie View. We lost 86, maybe I had that number wrong, 85, 86 football games in a row, right? We still hold that record. We hold the record for the most consecutive basketball losses. We had the lowest budget in the Southwestern Athletic Conference. And if Prairie View can go from 86 straight football losses to where they are now as one of the perennial Black college schools, then nobody should be left behind. If the Southwestern Athletic Conference gave Prairie View every opportunity and Prairie View stuck with the Southwestern Athletic Conference when Prairie View was a powerhouse and the SWAC stuck with Prairie View, we're not going to leave anybody behind. So I also want to put that on the record as well. There is a pathway for all of our institutions to make that from the transition of where we are now to ultimately to where we want to go. But that's globally. I think more from a immediate standpoint, capitalize on the brand and the marketing. We have some work to do in that regard. We have to shore up, some of our multimedia contracts. We would like to see some additional flexibility I think ESPN is a great partner of ours, but I've always said I would like for ESPN to take the games that they want to show and then give me the rest of the games for me to be able to go out and sell in other markets. So there's some work to do there. But again, when you do the right things, when you bring in a FAMU, when you have all of these things going for you, you take bargaining power to the table. FAMU just added another huge bargaining chip when we go back to the tables of all of these entities to try to create these deals for our conference.
Certainly, and I think you broke into Dwight Moore's part of his question, so we were able to answer that in terms of that. So we'll break in back and forth as we have some of the people streaming and asking questions. With that, I want to get back, and Kofi had a question that he wanted to jump in and ask you as well.
Yes, Commissioner, I know that you all talked about that Prairie View education and a number of different things, and how Prairie View people have a tendency to lead into questions. At FAMU, we're taught to ask direct questions.
There you go.
So I want to ask, how close with the dream scenario possibly being a Tennessee State or possibly even Bethune, what's the reality with that possibly happening, and what would it take for that to happen? And I guess is there a real possibility that could happen?
I don't know. I have not talked to the administration at Bethune-Cookman, nor have I talked to the administration at Tennessee State. My hope is, Kofi, that entities will look at the Southwestern Athletic Conference now and say, hey, that's a league in which we need to be a part of. That's a league in which we can make money from a fan standpoint. That's a league that we can make money from a branding standpoint. And that's a league that we can go in and compete and have the opportunity to win championships and go to the NCAA. So I know that has been the hot topic debate, who's going to be the 12th team. We haven't even started that process yet, and I want to be extremely clear about that. I even heard something out there, this will be breaking on your show. Y'all getting a lot of breaking information. I saw it.
Break it.
That we've extended an invitation to South Carolina State. We've never talked to South Carolina State. I know Stacy from being an athletic director at Alabama State. Last time I talked to Stacy was at the NCAA National Convention in January. So none of that is true.
Okay. Well, that's awesome. Before they jump into that one, as you were talking about the bands. At
this point, we're kind of savoring this Florida A&M. I would like to crack a bottle of wine tonight and drink it with my wife before we start talking about 12th member and expansion. First things first. And to be very honest,
we had to get that in.
But I do want to dispel a lot of the misinformation.
Yes, sir.
We have not extended invitations. We have not sought after anybody to join the SWAC. When this opportunity came, when VP Gaucher reached out, when I had opportunity to talk to Colonel Clark, when I had opportunity to talk to Chairman Lawson, we were taking this thing step by step. Again, I was not 100% confident because I know how these things go. FAMU said, hey, if we wanted to come to the SWAC, would you be willing to accept? My answer to them was, who would not, right? Who wouldn't want FAMU? I allowed that, and if you know anything about me, you know that I do not put the cart before the horse, and I don't count my chickens before they hatch. And I say that because I have done that before, and I've gotten my feelings hurt. So I understand that there is a right way to do things, and we try to do them the right way at all times.
Certainly with that, I think we had Brian that wanted a follow-up question, but before we have Brian ready to jump in here, wanted to give some more shout-outs for those that are following us. Willie Alex Hines, he jumps in there, and he kind of had that question about Tennessee State, so I'm glad you answered that. Dwight Moore, Marching 100. Belinda Johnson, we are ready to provide the smoke. So we know we talking about those Alcorn Braves down there as they get excited and get it going. Anthony Weston wanted to make sure that y'all understand that you still got to come to Huntsville, Alabama, in terms of Alabama A&M, and they plan to be back in the football business and basketball as well. Giving a little shout out there. We have Carlos representing Southern University checking us out today with his great show that he does every Saturday from the 10 to 12 in terms of Carlos Brown show. So just wanted to give a shout out to a couple of folks that are following us and that have stick with us, diehard fans, true fans. We're getting FAMU Rattlers getting on board. North Carolina A&T Aggies are out there, and we know how that goes in that rivalry. So we'll have another part to be able to poke a little more at the stick at the Aggies, since the Florida A&M is part of the SWAC rivalry. So we'll make sure we'll do our part to let them know how we feel about these Aggies now. And we'll continue to push the envelope as well in regards to let them know that we're not playing around with Tennessee State Tigers. They need to figure out what they want to do if they want to be this weekend going forward. With that, officially, let me do that kind of talking, trash talking, for my commissioner, so he can do what he's supposed to do on the business side and don't have to do it. Bryan, if you would jump in here and get me out of this trouble that I might find myself in with my Commissioner, Dr. Charles McCullum, please. Thank you.
I got you, Dr. Bill. Dr. McClellan, thank you again for coming on and joining us. It's been I'm sure it's been a whirlwind 48 hours, not only just for you, but as well as Rattler Nation as well. My question, over the last couple of years, 4 or 5 years, we've seen the growth of, I think, of Division I FCS Black College athletics through events like the MEAC SWAC Challenge as well as the Celebration Bowl. And this move, as great as it is for Florida A&M and the SWAC, we'd have to say that after 2020, things will change. And so I'm wondering if you can maybe speak on your thoughts as you think about what potentially might change in terms of the postseason bowl, the Celebration Bowl, the beginning of the year contest between the MEAC and SWAC. Maybe just your thoughts on the change that is going to occur in Black college football, with not only FAMU leaving, but of course North Carolina A&T will be leaving the MEAC, and then of course we've seen recently, Hampton having left the MEAC as well.
Well, first of all, let me say, Commissioner Thomas is a great commissioner. He accepted me in when I became commissioner. He's mentored me, and one of the things that I wanted to make sure is that I handled this thing correctly. I got no great pleasure in the fact that Florida A&M was in the MEAC and they wanted to leave, and they decided that SWAC was the place that they wanted to be. I've had several conversations with Commissioner. I know he's disappointed, and I know he's probably angry at me for accepting. I do have a board as well, and they tell me what to do sometimes, but I have the utmost confidence in Commissioner Thomas, and let's make no mistake about it. I know him well. He has a plan. I don't foresee the MEAC going anywhere. I foresee him aggressively bringing membership back to the point to where the MEAC have the number of teams that they had previously. I think when you look at through the historical perspective of all conferences, teams come, teams go, right? That's what happens. But strong commissioners such as Dr. Dennis Thomas always does the right thing to keep that league moving forward. So I have no question in my mind that there will be a SWAC MEAC challenge. I heard you say MEAC SWAC challenge. SWAC MEAC challenge. Because SWAC is always first, because you said we were the Black SEC, so you got to start putting SWAC first. SWAC MEAC challenge.
That's right. My apologies.
Right, there you go. The official name is MEAC SWAC, but I'm a SWAC guy. I always have to put SWAC first. So I have no doubt that it's not only gonna stay, but it's gonna continue to get stronger. And quite frankly, I think the rivalries are gonna get a little bit more interested now that there have been some league change. So I'm very confident. As a matter of fact, we are in the process of negotiating with ESPN to extend the MEAC SWAC challenge. So I think that the interest is still there. The interest is still great. And I have the utmost respect for Dr. Dennis Thomas and the utmost confidence that he's going to make all of the right strategic moves in order for MEAC to continue to be a dominant player in Division I athletics.
Thank you for that, Charles. With that, I wanted to be respectful of everybody's time. We did that. I know Colonel Clark that you've been patiently with us, and I know you've had a chance to talk with Dr. McCullough. But I wanted to make sure if there was a follow-up question that you might happen that you wanted to get in here and ask Charles. If you didn't, we understand that. And after that, whether you do or not, we'll jump into AD to get in a follow-up question, if you would.
Yeah, and I have about 5 minutes there, Dr. King Atkinville.
Thank you. So with that, AD, let's go ahead and allow you to ask this final question with Dr. Charles. We want to be respectful of his time. I think we have Coach Simmons back in here so we can follow up with some questions with Coach Simmons as we didn't get to a great deal of dialogue, and then I'll turn it back over to Bryan if he wants to lead that part of the format as we're all here. But with that final question, let's do it this way. Charles, if you would, summarize what this means, and then we'll have a chance to follow up with some additional questions and get some independent. But with your time being limited, and you've been so gracious with your time, let's give you the platform to close this the way that I know you always will and do, but just give you this platform to put out there where we as fans, first of all, presidents of National Alumni Association, the media component that support HBCU sports, particularly the SWAC, our presidents, our athletic directors, VPs of athletics. Where do we need to synergize in allowing you to put this conference, Southwestern Athletic Conference, 100 years celebration? Obviously, COVID ripped our ability to celebrate the way we wanted to, but I guess there is a silver lining in that. Look what the gift, if you allow me to use this, the gift of God has brought to us in this strange time. Obviously, with all the things that we're dealing with Mr. Floyd in regards to how that is changing our environments. But how do we understand our role in supporting this great conference, these great institutions, and moving forward? I know that was long, but I wanted to do it appropriately since you're about to close now.
I think our role is significant, and I think we have to lead the charge, especially when you're talking about the political unrest. I think all of us probably have stories of being stopped by the police and, having negative circumstance. I have two boys, and I've taught them to be respectful, but stand up for yourself, right? I'm really afraid as to, this environment that we're in, but I also see a lot of change that is happening because of Mr. Floyd's death. Black, white, Asian, Hispanic, we've all come together, and I think the Southwestern Athletic Conference has to be a leader in that effort. I had a conversation with one of my colleagues, and it started about, the racial impact of police and African Americans. And I led to, not only is it race, it is more social economic at this point, or as much social economic as it is race. When you look at the system that is set up, the system doesn't allow us to be able to get the things that other privileged families have gotten. I even talk about, and I'll throw this to Colonel Clark, when you start talking about alumni donations, and we talk about, well, we don't give like we're supposed to give. We don't have that generational wealth. At best, we are 3-generation college educated. That means me, my father, and my father's father. Well, unfortunately for me, I'm only 2 generations, right? We haven't had that opportunity to get that generational wealth. Mr. Floyd was in an area to which they targeted him, right? From a social economic standpoint, others have the ability to be able to rise up out of those types of environments and don't necessarily have to deal with a day-to-day basis. If you're in a lower socioeconomic area, the hood, the ghetto, the project, most of them have police stations in the middle of that project, right? You don't see police stations in the middle of River Oaks, in Houston, Texas, in the middle of the neighborhood. I say all of that to say, we now, the 11 institutions, have a great responsibility, but the greatest opportunity to get these African American minority, first generation, second generation students into our member institutions, educate them on how to fight this oppression the right way, educate them on how to make change the right way, and equip them with all of the tools that they need to do it. That's our responsibility. Athletics is just a window in which our entire institution will be able to do that. You're talking about 11 institutions now with a student population of about 40, 50,000, alumni population probably 2 to 3 million. We need to unite all of those. We're going to have a strategic plan to unite all of those, and we are going to be the beacon. We are going to be the leaders, because I am firmly in the belief the time for change is now, and we have a platform to do so.
Thank you, Dr. Charles McCullough, the Commissioner of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. I think that's the perfect way to segue as we close out on your interview in this chapter, brought to you at this joint venture of BCSN with the SportsWrap with Bryan and A.D. and Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Again, thank you, Charles McCullough, for your time, and we look forward to talking with you more as we continue to move the Southwestern Athletic Conference. I know all the individuals on this platform support what is moving forward. It is dynamic, it is changing, and we're going to do this in regards to not just the SWAC, but as well as the MEAC and all HBCUs. That includes the SIC, CIAA, Gulf Coast Athletic Conference, about doing our part in supporting these institutions, because we know the historical background and what they stand for and how it is generational change in terms of doing it in a academic and educational, in some ways, athletic format. So thank you for your time again, Charles, and we bid you adieu, and we look forward to hearing from you soon. Thank you.
Thanks for having me on your show.
Colonel Clark,
with Bryan, I know we are probably up for a break and ready to take a time out.
Well, Doc, hold on. Before we get to that, we're going to let Colonel Clark get his final comments in. I think he may have had something he wanted to say before Commissioner McClellan left, if he has a couple of more seconds.
Absolutely.
Certainly. Sorry about that, brother Colonel Clark. Please jump in.
Not a problem, Dr. Cavell. Appreciate that.
What is all of that you guys are doing on camera?
Say, man, don't start nothing up there, man. You know what comes first. You know that light.
I got it.
So I hit on this a little bit in the initial segment, but I'm gonna take what the commissioner said. One of the things that I'm gonna pledge that the FAMU National Alumni Association is gonna do to help elevate the status of the alumni associations in the SWAC for the 2 years that I got left in this position. We do some things and we do them well. Governmental affairs, for instance, we have a network, a lobbying network like none other. There's some common ground in the governmental affairs space, where especially for our land grant schools, where we can come together to ensure that we're getting the necessary funds from the government around that. I mean, you got 2 FAMU grads that's on that agriculture committee up there in Washington, who is going to make sure that our 1890 land grant schools get its just due. But in a lot of cases in that space, we're getting our just due from the federal government, but there are some pieces in place where the state is not matching those dollars. Okay, so we need to talk about that, and I need to make sure that these alumni associations are understanding that, because they got to do a lot of this to try to help their presidents, because we're out there. Student recruitment. We continue to recruit over half the freshman class that come into FAMU year after year. It's a machine. It has worked for years and years and years. I'll be, looking at how do we help our presidents with student recruitment. We got a limited number of people that we can touch. That's full-time employees in that area. But we, the alumni, are the biggest ambassadors, and we need to drive our people into our HBCUs. And then the relationship we have with fundraising around our foundation. Our foundation board and our boosters and our National Alumni Association is lockstep. And one thing I love about our president is he includes us at the table when these decisions are made, and so it helps us help him move the narrative. One of the challenges I would say to the commissioner is we need to make sure that the presidents are accepting of their alumni associations, and we need to make sure that alumni associations are accepting of the president. Our jobs are not to run the university. We're there to be a direct support organization of the university, and we should do that. But we've got to make sure we elevate that part of it, because there's some common ground here where I think we can roll over and recruit some students. Because one thing is we don't go out to 5-star guys, but I think that we can start to get some of these guys now, because one thing we got is Big Mama still loves her HBCUs, and that's Big Mama. Big Mama said go to Grambling or FAMU. You got to end there. But I want to say that that's my commitment to this conference, and my board's commitments to this conference is to help elevate the importance of the Alumni Association. And my friend down at Southern, they're doing a heck of a job inside of their Alumni Association. So, you know, that's where we're going to go, Commissioner. We just need your support and backing, and we're going to try to elevate our association so that we can really drive the narrative to help grow this conference as a whole. So that was my comments, and I support you.
That sounds good, and I appreciate that, Colonel Clark. You might as well make the announcement of the newly formed committee that you're chair of as well.
Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell you, sometimes I open my mouth too much, and he go ahead and make you the darn chair of a Distinguished Alumni Award ceremony, and we need to do it, because we do it in the MEAC. We honor distinguished alumni. Actually, it's doing the basketball tournament, but yeah, of course, the commissioner said let's do it during the SWAC championship. It gives the alumni presidents an opportunity to nominate somebody to be the distinguished alumni awardee of the SWAC, and of course, with that awardee comes money. It's not a freebie, and so we want to look at doing that. So for all the alumni presidents in the SWAC, get ready. We're gonna be calling you, because you're going to sit on the committee. The commission has already said that. So thank you, Doc.
I love it. Challenge made by the commissioner, challenge accepted by the president of the National Alumni Association. Let's go. Let's get it done. With that, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back with you to give you some more on this breaking news and exciting day with Florida A&M University, better known as the FAMU Rattlers, have joined Southwestern Athletic Conference, better known as the SWAC. Look for more further details on what is transpiring and what's next. Thank you.
It was a monumental game for A&M and Tampa. It was a monumental game. Somebody had to lose, and thank God it was them this time.
We knew it was going to be a battle. Look at Jake Avis' record. 202 and 36, I think. Some off-the-wall figures.
And nobody would play him because they didn't want to take a chance of getting beat. But the truth of it is,
over 46,000 tickets. Blacks were sitting in the east stands. Whites were sitting in the west stands, and the score wound up 34-28.
The only thing we proved that we wasn't inferior, that we were not inferior, and we were not afraid.
For one night, for 160 minutes, we was better than them.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
The Creole seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar-free blend that's versatile enough to put on anything. One of the first blends I developed more than 8 years ago, the Creole seasoning has an unmistakable aroma, a bold flavor, and a little heat for character. Every time I open one of these bottles, I hear trumpets and big band music.
For my people that don't get to see me, trying to remind you who you are, just like in Romans 3. See, we about to blow across the world just like a day that's breezy. This motivation for the people and this classic Bible teaching say, make this for my people that don't get to see me, trying to remind you who you are, just like in Romans 3. See, we about to blow across the world just like a day that's breezy. This motivation for the people and this classic Bible teaching, hey, 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 motivation.
It was a monumental game for A&M and Tampa. It was a monumental game. Somebody had to lose, and thank God it was them this time.
We knew it was going to be a battle. Look at Jake Avis' record. 202 and 36, I think. Some off-the-wall figures.
And nobody would play him because they didn't want to take a chance of getting beat. But the truth of it is,
Over 46,000 tickets. Blacks were sitting in the east stands. The whites were sitting in the west stands, and the score wound up 34-28.
The only thing we proved that we wasn't inferior, that we were not inferior, and we were not afraid.
For one night, for 160 minutes, we was better than them.
It's like a loop machine. All around town, trying to get down. It's like a loop machine. It's like a loop machine. All around town, trying to get down.
I have in me the ability to make you a better you. So if you work hard, focus, stay on point, you can do anything. Trust me.
We made this track to tell everybody they can follow their dreams.
All right, welcome back to this this reaction show on a day, an historic day, and Black college athletics, and especially for the Southwestern Athletic Conference, as well as Florida A&M University. As earlier this morning or early afternoon, Florida A&M Board of Trustees approved the proposed move for FAMU moving from the MEAC to the SWAC, and then a little later this afternoon, by unanimous vote, the Southwestern Athletic Conference presidents voted to accept Florida A&M as the 11th member of the conference. It's been a great day. You're watching a joint project here between the Black College Sports Network and Dr. Cavill's inside the HBCU Sports Lab. Not only have you have Doc there, who's wearing his FAMU hat and swag hats. You got Charles Bishop, Mike Washington. A.D. Drew's been here. We had Kofi as well, Kofi Hemingway. Joining us right now, we have Coach Willie Simmons. He is back with us. He is, gracious with his time on such a big day. And so we're going to get right into it here in this final 15 minutes. So if you're watching us on Facebook, get those questions in, and we'll do our best here in this final 15 minutes of the show. I'm going to turn it over to A.D. Drew. A.D., you got some questions for Coach Simmons.
Yeah, and what we're going to do right here, Coach Simmons, we're going to do a little bit of a rapid fire, 1, 2, 3 word answers to a couple of questions. And I know everybody's wants to ask these questions, and I know I've got these in my mind. So with that, we're going to get started. When you go back to the SWAC in 2 years, what venue are you looking forward to most playing in?
Bragg Stadium, our own, against SWAC opponents.
On the road. Let me rephrase that. You got me on that one.
Well, obviously, two come to mind, and those are two institutions I was a part of. So, Alcorn State, obviously, I spent 3 years there from 2012 to 14, and then Prairie View A&M, where I got my first head coaching opportunity from 2015 to 17. So, those would be the two venues that I'm most looking forward to going back to.
What was the toughest venue? Where the crowd talked the most trash. You got to walk through the crowd. The toughest venue to play in when you were in the SWAC.
Oh, there's so many. It's hard to pick one, but if I had to say the most hostile environment, it's probably Southern, just because of the setup, where you get dressed, and then where you have to walk through the crowd to get to the stadium. So Southern's probably the most intimidating venue that we played in.
All right, now we're gonna flip that to your current conference in the MEAC. You've done your one around in the MEAC. What has been the toughest venue for you to play in the MEAC on the road?
Probably South Carolina State. Obviously, I only we went there this past year, and there was a lot around the game. But if you was going for the all-time winning record there, surpassing legendary coach there, so that was probably the toughest venue that we played in. And then obviously A&T was also a tough one, and we'll go back there this year. So I'd say A&T and South Carolina State.
What are you going to miss most about the MEAC?
I guess going to DC. Obviously, one thing I do with my team is every time we travel, I try to take them somewhere educational, so to get an experience. And we were able to go to the Smithsonian Museum 2 years ago, and we went to DC, and that was very impactful for our student athletes. So probably just being able to go back to DC, Baltimore, some historical places with a lot of rich history.
Outside of the travel, what are you going to miss least about the MEAC?
That's it. That's it. Some long trips, man. I mean, the 13, 14, 15-hour bus rides, getting up at 6 a.m. to try to get to the airport in time. So those long bus rides and long trips are what I miss the most. What I miss the least, matter of fact.
What are you looking for with your shift in recruiting now that you may have those opportunities?
I'll get back into Texas. I think there's an opportunity now for us to get back in Texas with our footprint. We have a huge alumni association there in Houston, also another one there in Dallas. And so we get calls all the time about recruiting young men out there. We have a lot of contacts from my years as the head coach at Prairie View A&M. So probably been able to get back into Dallas and even Louisiana, down in New Orleans where we have, pretty good fan base, alumni base down there as well.
All right. Last question, then I'm going to turn it over to somebody else. Give me your 30-second elevator speech that you would sell to a kid and their parent to get them to come to FAMU.
Well, you get the best of both worlds. Obviously, when you're a student athlete, you look at both components. The student side, Florida A&M has been the top public HBCU in the country for a very long time, and our academic ranking is as strong as ever. And so you come here, get a quality education, top-notch education, one that will take you very far in life. And then from an athletic standpoint, our football team is doing tremendous things right now. 9-2 last season, BCSN Black College National Champs, best record in all of Black college football at Division I level. And the sky's the limit. Again, joining a great conference in the SWAC, look forward to a lot of great matchups. But again, I don't think there's a school that can offer this combination of getting a great quality education and playing a great brand of football than you can receive at Florida A&M.
All right, I've taken up enough time with my rapid fire. I'm going to give it over to Charles, then followed by Mike.
Yeah, Coach Simmons, and I wanted to ask this question in terms of what type of SWAC do you think you're coming back to? And I ask it from the standpoint of Alcorn has obviously had their fights with North Carolina A&T, and when we think of the MEAC, we think of a physical conference, a run-heavy conference. But do you think that the Southwestern Athletic Conference has mimicked some of the things that maybe that you guys do very well over in the MEAC?
Well, the one thing I think that the MEAC SWAC Challenge or SWAC MEAC Challenge, however you choose to say it, and the Celebration Bowl has done is that it's pitted a lot of those cross-conference matchups. And so, teams from the MEAC now have the scout teams from the SWAC and vice versa. And so you'll see a lot of similarities. Obviously, the MEAC is right now probably a more a conference geared more towards interior line play on offensive and defensive side of the ball, whereas the SWAC is more played on the perimeter. And so you look at our blueprint of who we are, where we are, We're speed, we're spread offense, we're speed defense. So our style of play will mesh well in the SWAC, and looking forward to going up against some challenging defense and also other explosive offenses that can put up points in bunches. So, but our blueprint really, I think, matches up well with the schemes that we'll see in the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
And I do have to say, Coach Simmons, the delegation from Jackson is more than happy to welcome you back, and there's museums in Jackson as well. So.
No question about it. Looking forward to seeing them.
All right, Mike, the floor is yours with your question.
Yeah, Coach Simmons, Charles actually kind of took my question. That was a great question, but to piggyback on his second comment, we would welcome you back to the Panther Den, and we'd love to have you. Of course, you'll be on the other side of the sideline, but we'd be happy to welcome you. So along the lines with style of play, we look at offenses and defenses and seeing switches and, just really kind of tease off on Charles's question. Do you see the continued advent of, the spread offense, which seems to be, the predominant offense in the SWAC as well? Do you see the proliferation of that, or do you see more of a balance between run and pass as you transition to the SWAC, or do you see that your offensive scheme changing? I know that kind of tease on Charles a little bit, but it's kind of got a different spin to it.
I kind of lost your last part, Mike, about when you said balance between run and pass. I kind of lost you after that.
Yeah, I said you look at the balance and the proliferation of kind of the spread offense in the SWAC. Do you see that? Do you see your style kind of mimicking that specifically, going to a more of a spread offense, pass heavy, or more of a balance between the run and the pass, just because you're moving to the SWAC?
I think as you see the transformation of football in general, it's an adverse relationship. Well, typically you would think it goes from the top down, from the NFL down to college, from college to high school. It's actually in reverse. So what happens is a lot of the young men that we recruit now out of high school come from spread offenses. And so now we've had to adapt to that as coaches in the college profession. And now a lot of us are becoming more of a quote unquote spread offense. You look at the NFL now, a lot of the guys that they're drafting out of college now are in spread offenses. So what do you see the NFL do? They're starting to go more to a spread style. So I think you'll continue to see that. Again, the run-pass ratio is philosophical. I think you have your guys who want to be balanced, who want to be 50-50. That's kind of where we are. We want to be somewhere down the middle. You have your guys who don't mind throwing it around 65, 70 times a game, and you have your guys who want to try to run it for 200, 300 yards. So I think you'll still see spread offenses continue to grow, but the style of spread offense that you'll see will be continued on the philosophies and the recruiting efforts of the various programs that employ those type of schemes.
Thanks, Coach.
Hey, Coach, I don't know if you caught or you pay attention to preseason polls and preseason All-American things, but Florida A&M was I forgot one of the organizations in the FCS ranked FAMU preseason.
That was Hero Sports
in their preseason poll. I wasn't going to give them any acknowledgement, AD, but that's okay.
My bad.
That's all right. But also in terms of preseason All-Americans as well, I believe Chris Fadul, Xavier Smith, as well as Keenan Forbes were recognized. I was a little surprised there weren't any other FAMU players, but when you think about those kind of things, if other people, I'm sure, may be asking, were there any guys, any preseason players returning that probably should be on people's watch list?
Well, all three of those guys that definitely earned the right to be to garner those type of accolades. Obviously, Chris Fadul has led the nation in punting in 2018 and finished second in 2019. Xavier Smith went over the 1,000-yard mark last year. Was one of the top 10 receivers in the country, and Keenan Forbes, was our best offensive lineman for an offense that threw for almost 300 yards a game. Marquise Bell is a guy that I was surprised didn't receive those type of preseason accolades. He was the first team all-conference safety defensive back last year. One of the top interception guys in the conference, and that's not even what he's known for. He's known for his physicality and style of play. So actually, one of the guys that I guess, service that you don't want to name. I reached out to and even asked him, about Marquise and why he wasn't on the team. And, he said he was close to putting him on it. But we have some really good football players here. We have some young men who are putting in a lot of good work. And I think you'll see that reflect on the field this year. The quarterback competition is really steep with Rashawn McKay, who's the incumbent after being Ryan's backup the last 2 years. And then John Holcomb, the transfer out of Kansas State, who's from right there in Houston. Obviously, I know Dr. Cavill and all those guys will remember that name. So looking forward to seeing what those guys can do to lead this offense. And we feel like we have a lot of great skilled guys on both sides of the ball. And we did a great job in recruiting at the 10th graded class in the country. And so looking forward to seeing it put it all together and how this 2020 team will look compared to teams in the past.
And and as we get ready to close out, Coach, again, want to thank you for your time. I did want to mention I got to plug your Twitter feed at HC Willie Simmons on Twitter. You have been definitely one of the coaches who I think you have been very honest in your feelings on a couple of subjects over the past week. And I wanted to give you just an opportunity. Even as not only just yourself, but some of your players. I've been really encouraged seeing some of the strong opinions and comments from your players and just their thoughts on how they see things. And a lot of talk back and forth about college coaches, college football coaches in particular, caring and showing care and concern for their athletes. And I just wanted to give you the final moment here to kind of talk about how you express your care and concern, not just for your players, but just everything that's going on in our society right now.
Well, definitely. And first, let me give a huge shout out to Dr. Cavill and his crew for having me on their show earlier this week to talk about some of these social issues. And I think it's something that continues to be at the forefront, and definitely this conversation needs to continue. I truly believe we're change agents as college coaches, as student athletes. We're some of the most influential individuals in the country. Everyone knows how much we love college football. Everyone's looking forward to seeing football played this Saturday, and so I think it's our duty to use that platform for good. There are a lot of things that are going on nationally that, frankly, we should all be upset about, and that we should all feel a certain way about. And so I want to make sure I use the platform that I've been given by the grace of God to be a person of influence that a lot of people want to hear from on various issues. And I'm not going to stop. I'm going to continue to push the envelope. I'm going to continue to challenge my peers, white and black, and of other ethnicities to speak up and to really continue to have those tough discussions, those uncomfortable conversations with our players, with our constituents, our fan base, our administrations, and America in general, until we can make positive change. And so I think that's our civic duty. And I'm just honored to be able to be a leading voice. And hopefully my voice over the last few weeks have inspired others to step up and do a little bit more so that we can all, realize the America that we all dream about.
Thank you, Coach.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Coach. And again, on Twitter, that's at HC Willie Simmons on Twitter. Coach, it's been a great day. We're going to let you go. I know you got a busy day. It's been a busy day. We thank you for your time. Not only do we thank Coach Simmons, but we also have to say thank you to to Colonel Greg Clark, the president of the FAMU National Alumni Association, AD, athletic director Courtney Gaucher, and everything he did, and of course the SWAC commissioner, Dr. Charles McClellan, all of them joining us on this historic day, not only in the Southwestern Athletic Conference, but for Florida A&M University as well, as Florida A&M University becomes the 11th member of the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and definitely in 2021, the landscape of black college athletics and especially football will change, as not only FAMU but North Carolina A&T will both be leaving the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference in 1 year's time. We want to thank you. All of you have been watching us on Facebook. You've been watching us on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab. I want to make sure you follow everyone on Twitter here. Make sure you follow Dr. Cavill. Make sure to follow him at Dr. Kenyatta Cavill, Cavil. Make sure to follow Charles Bishop at Charles BISH1953. And then, of course, make sure to find Mike Washington at Mike Wash88. That's where you can find him. And then, of course, from the Black College Sports Network, my partner, A.D. Drew, at BCSN Drew. You can find me at DRB365. Kofi Hemingway. Kofi, where are you at on Twitter and all that good stuff, buddy?
I'm at Desir on Twitter, and I'm on Facebook under Kofi Hemingway. So it's pretty much H5 Global on Instagram.
All right, sounds good. And, of course, I want to remind you, you can find the Black College Sports Network at MyBCSN1 on Periscope, Instagram, Twitter, and on Facebook. This has been an outstanding show. Doc, I'll give you the last word. Any final thoughts here as we get ready to close out this show?
Thank you. Just wanted to say to everybody, this is a tremendous undertaking. We want to say both thank you to the fans out there that support us, and the only way that we can survive is that you all tell us that you have this interest. And so we decided to partner in regards to how do we make things better and give you the information you need. And so with the collaboration, we were able to get various components of Florida A&M University, obviously the National Alumni Association President Colonel Clark was able to give us on there. We got the Commissioner, Dr. Charles McCullen. We got the VP of Athletics, Courtney Gaucher. And we will continue to bring and give you more individuals in terms of finding the information that you want and deserve on HBCUs, namely in this area, the SWAC, Southwestern Athletic Conference. But if you want this, please understand that we need your support, and you can support us by continuing to follow us. You can support us financially, finding a way to contact Roy Evans, me directly, Cash App. We greatly appreciate their support. We will continue to find ways to give you this information, but that support is necessary for us to grow and do the dynamic things that you see us doing today. And as you see, if you're a supporter of the Southwestern Athletic Conference, things are changing, and they're changing fast. And the only way they're going to change supporting them by out there talking positive about your institutions in such a way that we enrolling students for this upcoming fall and years to come. Thank you for the time, and thank you for this partnership.
All right. Again, shout out to our producer, Roy Evans, for helping to put all this together and bring all these folks into this space. Make sure if you're, again, like, comment, share, subscribe, do all those things that you need to do to make sure you stay abreast of all the things that are happening with Dr. Cavill's inside the HBCU Sports Lab, as well as the BCSN Sports Wrap and the Black College Sports Network. All right, here for Kofi Hemingway, Mike Washington, Charles Bishop, Dr. Kenyatta Cavill, and A.D. Drew, I am Brian Fulford. Have a good evening, everybody. Thank you for watching our show, and congratulations to Florida A&M, and congratulations to the Southwestern Athletic Conference. Good night, everybody.
It was a monumental game for A&M and Tampa. It was a monumental game. Somebody had to lose. And thank God
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KeaversVoice.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
2020 has been a year like no other. Today, we're going to take a look back at some of the best BCSN Sports Wrap shows from the year 2020. BCSN Sports Wrap with Brian Fulford and myself, A.D. Drew.
Good evening and welcome to the Black College Sports Network. I am Roy Evans, and we are here for another special edition broadcast. As right now, we have some breaking information. Before I get started with that, though, Of course, I am joined by Dr. Kenyatta Cavill of Inside the HBCU Sports Lab. And right now with us also is A.D. Drew of the BCSN SportsWrap. And gentlemen, A.D., you put this out there 2-3 months ago, and the dominoes have started falling again. And as we see on the screen, the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats are headed on their way to the Southwestern Athletic Conference. They've had some votes. We're trying to get someone from BCU to come on and speak with us now. But let's start off and get some reactions. AD, we're going to let you start first, and then we're going to come to Doc. But what are your reactions to this?
I'm not going to do the "I told you so." I wish I had told you so. Honestly, when I start hearing rumor mills and start doing my contemplating and research and everything like that, you did not. I had an educated guess that this could happen, but as reality is starting to set in, what is the next step to reality? We've got, and I just put this out on my Twitter a few moments ago. Does anybody remember the old Southwest Conference? Dominated football. There were seven teams that were in Texas, and then you had Arkansas. University of Arkansas, 1991, left the Southwestern Conference, moved to the SEC. 5 years later.
AD, I just want to give breaking news. The release has come out. Yeah, and because we need to go down and do that breakdown. Breaking news has just came out from the SWAC office. SWAC announces addition of Bethune-Cookman as full membership. So that has come out. Also, breaking news, MEAC will have a 10 o'clock meeting tomorrow, which I know you had that one, but I wanted to get it out for those that are following us and listening as we start to break down all components of what's going to take place. As you take us on a historical, we'll link that to the present. Please go ahead, AD.
All right. I'll continue. 1991, Arkansas leads the Southwest Conference, joins the SEC, along with South Carolina. SEC ultimately becomes a super conference that we know of today, with the addition of Missouri and Texas A&M about a decade later. Now, fast forward 30 years, 25 years, Hampton leaves the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference, joins another conference, and now, as Dr. Cavill likes to use his word, conference churning, it's starting to happen. Hampton leaves the MEAC. North Carolina A&T leaves the MEAC. FAMU leaves the MEAC. And now, as Dr. Cavill has just stated, Bethune has officially put in their papers to leave the MEAC also. So in 2021, just like the Southwestern Conference, where the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference continue to exist. I digress to you, Dr. Cavill.
Yeah, that's a major question. I think everything is pending on the next domino. As we talked about the last time, I thought Bethune-Cookman was not the final domino. If we go back, we've been following this. North Carolina Central had a meeting, their board meeting, and that's where this really teeters. Everything has to go through the Board of Regents, Board of Trustees, whatever you want. In North Carolina Central, that's a very public and open meeting because it's a public institution, much like Delaware State has been public. So we've heard the fact, if you read the meetings from the Board of Trustees meetings at Delaware State, they have been looking at the athletics of Delaware State and therefore the MEAC over the last two meetings. You've heard the information about NSC. We're just getting a report from HBCUSports.com that says that NEC and or the Delaware State will not confirm or deny that they were talking. We can give you an update from North Carolina Central. They released a statement in regards to their reviews where they said that they will continue to monitor what's going on in the MEAC, but at this point they were not moving. So they essentially do not have an invitation at this point to any conference. So they will continue to monitor, be prepared for statements, but they're not moving. So it looks like right now the key indicator to me after this announcement with Bethune-Cookman and the fact that SWAC has accepted them is the fact that Delaware State really holds the key to where the conference will moving forward after at least 1 year. And the reason I say that is you have the threshold of 6 institutions you need to maintain a conference at the Division I level for the basketball money. This is not quite as important on the football side, if you would, because they don't look at the automatic bid to the FCS. They gave that up to go to the Celebration Bowl and the money associated with that. So there's no real threshold on that side other than just the scheduling issues you may have. But as you go to, as Dennis said, it was 7. I looked at the rules and I think it's 6. But that's where you're saying that key number is in terms of basketball. Is it 6 or 7 in regards to you maintaining your automatic bid for the NCAA basketball money? One other thing that is off the table is this reduces the baseball teams in the current MEAC alignment after A&T leaves, FAMU leaves, and Bethune-Cookman leaves in 2021. Now you had 5 baseball programs, so that automatic bid for the NCAA baseball tournament will cease to exist at some point after all these teams leave. So we need to kind of look at this per sport perspective in regards to what does this mean for the conference. Overall, obviously, this conference churning will take place in at 50 years of history in the MEAC. There are extremely concerning circumstances for the MEAC.
Let me jump in, Doc. Guys, one of the things that I want to say about this situation, though, is that I honestly think that with Bethune-Cookman making this move, to me, this actually is beneficial to the MEAC, because now you have pulled everyone out of that area who may have been worried about the travel and still having to contend to come down to South, down to Florida to play, which was always one of the major challenges as it relates to the conference. I think this is a great opportunity for the MEAC to almost, in essence, reinvent itself in pulling more teams in from that immediate area right there where they are, and making the travel issue no longer an issue for the conference schools. Focusing on that area, the north, I guess you would consider that the northeast part of the country. Maybe some things in the Carolinas, but staying in that area, focusing on some of those teams. We've talked about it before. There are multiple teams that we would assume at this point have the wherewithal and have the ability to jump up and compete and at least balance this thing out with the MEAC. So, I don't necessarily look at this as a bad thing for the MEAC, because I felt that with Bethune-Cookman, if they had stayed in the MEAC, that it was going to take a lot more of a realignment and then making sure that you can find 1 or 2 schools to necessarily bring into a southern region that would make the conference viable to continue on. AD, what were you about to say?
I was going to say the one thing that the MEAC needs to look at, the doc just mentioned that they're down to 5 schools in the for baseball. They need to look at affiliate members and affiliate membership just for baseball only, so that they could keep those keep that automatic bid. And according to NCAA rules, you can actually get Division II schools if they're willing to play up to Division I for baseball only. So some of those CIAA schools that have baseball and are independents in baseball, they made this. The MEAC needs to look at seeing if they can get them to come into the come into the MEAC for baseball only, so that the MEAC can maintain that that automatic bid right there. Obviously, you have to look at the PWI route. The MEAC does have 3 associate members in other sports: University of Alabama, Birmingham, Augusta State, and I can't recall the third, but I know they do have 3 affiliate members in other sports. Maybe they need to see if they can talk to those members, and I used an analogy on the previous show, that cousins who sleep on your couch every now and then, see if you can go ahead and get them to go ahead and move in and start helping with the bills. or get another one of their programs to come into the BAC to shore up the BAC. As far as football is done, the schools of the BAC will probably wind up as football independents. But the BAC does not need football to survive. It can become a basketball conference and get a bulk of its money off of basketball, focus on the Olympic sports, and still survive.
I'm gonna disagree.
That's going to be what the BAC conference needs to look at. Look at the GCAC at the NAIA level. They don't play football. They survive off, even though they're on NAIA level, they survive off of basketball and their other Olympic sports. I digress. One of you gentlemen.
I'm going to jump in on that because I don't really think that is something that is a viable option. There is too much money on the table with the MEAC SWAC Challenge and the Celebration Bowl, and not just money on the table, but as well as the prestige that goes along with those events. These schools, the MEAC is now okay. So let's look at the numbers right now. That means the MEAC is down to who all that plays football. We've got South Carolina.
They're down to 6.
North Carolina Central. Let's see. Help me out, fellas. Who we got now?
Norfolk State.
Norfolk State.
Howard. Delaware State.
Delaware State. So that means right now they're at 5 schools, correct?
6.
So who was the school that we missed? That I missed?
Did you get Morgan?
No, Morgan was the one that I didn't say. Okay. So theoretically, they only need realistically 2 more schools to come in and play football to maintain the
where you gonna find them at?
Thing to put to make it a balance. What'd you say, Drew?
Where you gonna find those 2 schools at though, Roy? That's the question. Especially in this COVID-19 society, and the fact that you have to pay a $500 entry fee to get into the BA.
Well, I'm going to tell you this.
Well, you can waive that. Just in regards to that, because the SWAC actually has waived the fees, in my understanding, for some of these institutions coming in because they thought they were going to be able to get the revenue later down associated, and this returns for district measures.
Exactly.
So you have that ability to do that. I think, again, as you alluded to, I'm going to split hairs with you because I think between your 2 arguments, if you would, that in the short term, I would agree with you, AD, in regards that you can operate this conference without the expansion of football and still move forward. Long term, I do think we need football viability to make it work. I think we also need to be careful in regards to, there is a whole year for this transition. This is not immediately. This does not take place in the fall. And there's obviously a lot of questions with COVID-19, whether we're going to have a football season, and the way things are going, if we keep having these politicians make some of the decisions they made, we might not even get basketball in regards to the major sports leading into winter. So with that framing, I think it'll be interesting to see what will come out tomorrow in terms of the MEAC press conference, which I think is extremely important and interesting before we get too much deep in the weeds about putting dirt on the MEAC, if you would. I think obviously a lot is when you play with these numbers, there's a question that we need to get some clarity on. Like when Dr. Thomas came in another interview, there was the framework of needing 7 institutions to be viable and them playing together for 8 years to hold the conference to have automatic bids. As I last remember the rules, there were 6, and obviously a lot was going on, so that could have been just a misinterpretation, or he may be looking at something specific. But that's something that we really need to have clarity on, whether it's 6 or 17, because that demarcation is key in regards to where we are with basketball and that revenue associated with that. Because as we said, short term, this conference can certainly survive with 5. And let me give you a plain example of why that can take place. We just talked about A&T going to the Big South. Big South operated with 5 conference members playing football for the longest. And so they didn't have the automatic bid to the FCS tournament, but they were still able to do what they needed to do in terms of scheduling a conference. They were able to have a conference winner, which is important in regards to what we're doing for the MEAC SWAC Challenge as well as the Celebration Bowl. If you have a conference champion, that team can go play in the Celebration Bowl. Will it necessarily be good for branding in the short term? Obviously not, but it's something that can get you over to the fold for a year or two until you can work with some Division II conferences or that have football or affiliated memberships, if you would, to do that. There's also another note, as you talked about the individual sports with baseball that we need to be put out there playing. You can do a petition. You can petition the NCAA for them to give you like a year release on your automatic bid. That has been done before. It's been done at the Division II level, but I'm almost sure that you do not lose that automatic bid again, immediately as well. So again, you got a full year that will not take place before these teams exit, which is next fall, which means you have some time, not a lot, but you do have some time to recalibrate what is going on in the MEAC in the association. So I wanted to get that on the table so there's some clarity in some of this dialogue that's taking place.
And guys, here's another thing I think we need to consider when we're talking about this. You'd have to think that Commissioner Thomas and the Council of Presidents, after FAMU made their decision and made their move, that they got aggressive behind the scenes. I would be shocked and amazed that if tomorrow we're having some conversations about some potential, if we're not having conversations about potential members coming in multiple scenarios. Like you said, some folks may be coming in just for affiliate sports to cover those things in football, affiliate, in baseball to maintain the automatic bid, and the same thing in basketball. I don't think that that's going to be too much of an issue. And like I said, we've even talked about it. I know I never did put out my my whole realignment setup, but like I said, that to me, that's one of the things that I thought that the MEAC should do was focus on that northeast area and try to pull in teams from, say, the CIAA, who were looking at that. But again, remember, as it was mentioned, my plan was a little bit more comprehensive because as I talked about the MEAC pulling schools from the CIAA, I was also looking at the perception of having the CIAA pull in schools from other places. As an example, if they were to lose Bowie State to the MEAC, West Virginia State was one of the immediate schools that I said that you bring in to replace Bowie State in the CIAA. It puts them still in that same area, and you're able to do some different things. I know we talked about, who was it, Shawan? Did they leave the CIAA because of the basketball, or they
left, except for they're only in the football. They left because of baseball, because the CIAA right. Dropped baseball. Was one of the main reasons that they left.
Okay.
Right.
So yeah,
right.
Those are some of the things, man. I really think that there are these, like I said, there are opportunities out there that this is not a death sentence for the MEAC to me. This is really an opportunity for the MEAC to strengthen itself to a point that will make it a more viable, I don't want to say better, I want to say more viable financially as a conference. Because here's what you got to realize, and this is the thing that I tell people, and Doc, I'm sure you can attest to this, especially in football, but when you start talking about your non-revenue generating sports or your Olympic sports, it is always best to create regional rivalries. People, as far as fans, need to be able to travel within an 8-hour time frame at the most. And you'll get fans who will travel and who will pick up and drive to a city for a day trip to be able to watch their team play. You'll get those types of regional activities that are going to happen. That was the biggest challenge with both Bethune-Cookman and FAMU in the MEAC. I mean, let's get real. There were times that we played at Howard where there seemed to be more FAMU people in the stands than Howard people when we went there. And we're talking about for both sports, for both major sports. So I really believe that this is going to give the opportunity for the MEAC to reinvent itself as a stronger and much more financially viable conference. I think it's going to help. It's the catalyst to help the MEAC SWAC Challenge as well as the Celebration Bowl both grow to an entirely different level, because now those are we're really looking at a north versus south type of a situation now. Because you're usually going to have those types of situations where the bulk of your players are, of course, going to be from those areas. But I mean, like I said, I would be shocked that if tomorrow, Commissioner Thomas is not talking about some plans that they have to do just that, to strengthen the MEAC with the membership, because they had to have known that this was coming with Bethune-Cookman, because it was not financially feasible for Bethune-Cookman to stay in the MEAC once Florida A&M left. It just wasn't, and we all knew that. It was just a matter of, well, what is their option going to be about where they're going to try to go.
Yeah, I think you bring up some extremely important points in context for us to continue to consider as we break this down even further. Just wanted to give one update in regards to the Conference Carolinas in Shawan. Shawan was accepted as they earned their invitation to the Conference Carolina in the summer of 2019, and it was for full membership.
All right. And as you all can see,
Conference Carolinas does not play football, which is why they still play football in the CIAA. Am I correct on that?
Right.
Yeah. So now they're just an associate member of the CIAA.
Correct.
And first of all, I want to say welcome to my partner in crime on the SportsWrap, Brian Fulford, who joined us. It's kind of tough with breaking news. I think everybody had a little bit of other stuff they were going on today. People had to drop what they were doing to get on this important conversation. So, how you doing there, Brian?
What's going on, guys? What's new? Anything new happening in the world today?
No, just COVID-19.
Just a little. Anything other than COVID-19 reported cases rising in Florida? Anything else happening in Florida today?
Brian,
NFL canceled their preseason game, the Hall of Fame game. That's the only other thing happening in sports right now.
There we go.
Brian, why don't we've gotten everybody else's opinion on this thing, man. Let's hear what your thought process is. What do you think about this? One from a BCU perspective, and then in the context of the MEAC, what do you think is going to happen, or what should happen moving forward? And he pulls his helmet off.
I'm trying to get my audio issues straight.
While Brian,
he's fixing that.
Works on his audio issues. I'm going to ask both of you guys about this. No one still has tackled the elephant in the room, as I like to say. Tennessee State.
That's
still the big elephant in the room.
Well, let's get Brian. It sounds like we got you now, man. Let's get you in on that, because honestly I don't see where Tennessee State.
Because I want a piece of that Tennessee State once Brian gives his voluminous ideas of what's taking place between the Bethune-Cookman and how his perspective of what this means for the MEAC. So I think, Roy, that's a great question. But yeah, let me go on the Tennessee State Tigers once he does his magic on the rest.
Well, I guess my first thought is congratulations, Bethune-Cookman. Welcome to the SWAC, as I call it, the SWAC 12 now. I think I'm part of the SWAC 12. Everyone's logoed up, huh? But look, how do I get down with this? Everybody else is logoed up, man. I got to get to the SWAC shop.
Yeah, we're gonna have to make sure they send us some good stuff.
Yeah, I'll pimp some SWAC gear now. Everyone else is, so
it's certainly
But no, I mean it's a good move for their athletic program. I guess as we were talking about this over the past few days since the Board of Trustees meeting, I've been sort of digging at just what Bethune-Cookman's athletic program has been doing over the past decade. And I was talking to an alum earlier today, and he was saying, over the past 20 years, and he's probably right, but they've had a strong football program, 2 strong basketball programs, men and women's, strong softball, strong baseball. I'm probably missing out on some other sports as well, but they have built themselves into a top level FCS program. And I think that's what the SWAC is getting now. They're getting another top tier program who's had a great decade. And I think it just adds more value to the SWAC brand, which eventually, when the SWAC, that we've heard Dr. McClellan already say it, his long range vision is for the SWAC to become a FBS member and to hopefully participate in some of those postseason bowls and some of that great bowl money that's out there for conferences. This just adds value. So great move for the SWAC. I think it makes for it keeps an interesting rivalry with Florida A&M, and the SWAC has already been playing some good. The Bethune-Cookman has already been playing some good SWAC opponents over the past few years, and so I think that just continues to grow as well.
So, Doc, before you jump into your comment, I want to bring up a statement that I saw somebody making in the SWAC group. Here's what we have to imagine now. Just think about this, that the Florida Classic and the Bayou Classic could end up being a prelude every year to the SWAC championship game. Think about the impact on that now that you officially added the Florida Classic into that SWAC bowl of classic games, and just the impact that is going to have on how this is going to move stuff, man. It is going to be, listen, I'm excited about it. I think for people like us and what we do, this is going to be a great time when we get back to sports as regular.
Can I chime in on that point? Do you think the Florida Classic would move to the same weekend as the Bayou Classic?
No, they moved away from Thanksgiving.
It would be an interesting.
They'll never do it. They'll never do it. They moved away from Thanksgiving on purpose years ago. The Florida Classic used to be on Thanksgiving weekend, and it was too much. People didn't want to do it. That's why they moved to before Thanksgiving. They will not move to that same weekend. It won't happen.
Yeah, I don't think they have to, because you create another way where you have competing interests in terms of the weekend. Now, television-wise, if a new contract comes in play and the money gets so big in terms of the contract that the television people push it, then I think that's another reason to look at it. But outside of that, I couldn't necessarily see that. But I will add this to your comment in terms of Florida Classic and Bayou Classic. I certainly say for the Bethune-Cookman and Florida A&M, as well as Grambling State and Southern University fans, that they certainly want that to come to fruition. But there are a couple of other, 8 other, to be specific, 8 other SWAC institutions that you frankly give a damn about whether that would be for a championship. Now, they are excited about the fact that they are in the place, but no, everybody's not going to be excited about that. But that's a great point in regards to that. I think a bigger component of that, alluding to what they're putting on the table, which is the fact that you have, think about this. You have the State Fair Classic, 50,000 plus. You have
Magic City.
No, I'm going to do them in order. The Southern Heritage Classic, right? Which is Jackson State and Tennessee State, which will get me to my point, which is the oddball looking out now. Then you have the Magic City Classic, which is all SWAC, just like the State Fair Classic, 50,000 plus. You have the Florida Classic, 50,000 plus. FAMU Bethune-Cookman, now all SWAC. You have the Bayou Classic, 50,000 plus. Grambling State and Southern, all SWAC. Of all those are the top 5 classics in the country, if you would, right? In terms of attendance,
The only oddball out is Tennessee State. It'll be interesting to see the calculus in terms of Tennessee State. While they say, they were good where they are right now, they had some. They were looking at what was taking place in the SWAC. You had the athletic director interviewing on Open Mic Network. Dr. Michael Prince interviewed the athletic director at Tennessee State. I think of his name, excuse me, get it to come back to me. And he said that, he had some interest. A lot of good things are going on, but they like the fact that they had the mix between the OVC and the HBCU. What happens now with them being in the Alabama? What if the SWAC looks at moving from just an 8-game conference to a 9-game conference, like you see these other schools, institutions, and conferences doing? That took place with the Pac-12. We've heard that taking place in regards to the Big Ten. Most recently, you heard them talking about doing that to the SEC. Obviously, that takes place in a different format in the Big 12. And a lot of that is because television drives the revenue component. And they are looking for more revenue-generating components in the conference. And that 9th game, if you would, becomes extremely important to the media. It gives them more inventory. You see this taking place in basketball, where they move from most conferences doing 16, where they move to 18, and now you got the Pac-12, the Big Ten looking at going 20 games. What if that happens in the SWAC in terms of them looking at a 20-game mark? But more importantly, in football, what does that do with Tennessee State and the availability of SWAC teams to be able to play Tennessee State, particularly regularly in a matchup? So Tennessee State could be in a real peculiar situation that they didn't necessarily take advantage of being a 12th team, not because the SWAC would maybe purposely freeze them out, but just because in terms of conference scheduling and the fact that you go to a 9-game conference, if you would model, so you can get the extra inventory, particularly with the contract coming up with ESPN to renegotiate and saying, hey, we can give you these matchups with these 4 conference classics, and on an odd year with Jackson State as the home team, that classic, as well as the championship game, Tennessee State need to really start to thinking about what really makes sense in terms of them not being able to schedule a game, because the other 2 games that you want to left, you want to play money games. And if the money games pay you more than what you get for playing Tennessee State, that becomes a major concern for Tennessee State trying to schedule games that they like in their non-conference schedule, because the availability is no longer there.
I think Tennessee State's going to be traveling to the DMV to pick up one of these remaining BAC teams trying to fill up their schedule, because, like you said, the SWAC teams won't be available. Also, Dr. Cavill, I'm ashamed that you forgot to mention the Turkey Day Classic. Even though it doesn't have the draw as those other classics, can you imagine Thanksgiving weekend starting off in Orlando, Florida on Saturday, then you go to Montgomery, Alabama on that Thursday, and then you go on to New Orleans, Louisiana for the Bayou on that Saturday. I usually take 10 days off during that time anyway. I see 3 different games during that 10 days that I get off during Thanksgiving week.
I didn't forget him, AD, and I'm sorry, Brian, I'll let you jump in. I didn't forget him, but I knew you were going to find a way to make a case for Tuskegee. So I was just giving you a fastball in regards to what's going in there. And I was going, no, I'm just saying Tuskegee in terms of that. Yeah, you're right in regards to that. Looked up. But I knew you were trying to sneak Tuskegee in this conversation was my overall point. And so, no, not for the Turkey Day, but as this conference expansion, if Tennessee State comes in as 13, everybody going to look for that 14 seat. So now you're talking about Clark, Atlanta, back to Albany State. Is it Langston? Is it Tuskegee? Miles College? I see you putting in the work, brother. You're really good at what you do. You're really good. I like that.
The only reason I bring up Turkey Day because now the SWAC has made Turkey Day a conference game.
Correct. And you get a chance. You get a chance to make that classic. And as you said, as these matchups go, that classic become even bigger. So you're right. Depending on the matchup in that game, man, that could blow up. And now if that gets to 35 plus 40,000, it adds into that ESPN inventory talking about, which goes back to my case where Tennessee State really needs to start looking at what does this mean, not from them not necessarily being happy with the OVC, but in terms of the revenue generating capabilities of the SWAC. And what does this mean for them, as you're saying, maybe looking more at playing more MEAC teams, and hopefully that works for them in terms of attendance in the draw, which may not, which is the same reason we heard with the argument with FAMU in regards to what does that look like with travel, and will that classic game against a Morgan State or North Carolina Central or Norfolk State, will it resonate with the Tennessee State fans versus what would happen if they have those matchups regularly in a conference format with Alabama A&M, Jackson State, Southern, Florida A&M, and et cetera, Grambling State for that matter. It can start to get really interesting when you talk about that. So the conference churning, as you appropriately talked about earlier, who's to say it stops at 12? So it's going to be interesting for that fan work is people are talking about a super conference. I think it used to be 12 members as a super conference, but I think it's even a little larger than that because I think the average conference size is about 10, 11, or 12 right now. So I'm not sure if you can really put super conference on a 12 team. Now, branding is what they're talking about, a lot of people. So I can accept that from that perspective that we just alluded to the classic games, that it becomes very intriguing when you start talking about the business side of this, of what it looks like. And I think I'll throw this out here now for my colleagues. We need to do a special over the next week in terms of what this looks like from a scheduling perspective, where we can really look at various sports and who will be the team that goes over to the West Division. I really don't want to get into that now, but as a tease, that's something that we can start looking at because obviously the focus now is on Bethune-Cookman. What does this mean for the SWAC in regards to them becoming the 12th member, and then offsetting what does this mean for the MEAC? And to some degree, we have to start looking at, as we Josette from the very beginning, you know, what does this necessarily mean for the CIAA? They just put out a statement of media release in terms of them rebranding themselves in terms of the core institutions and how they want to move forward of being more impactful on their legacy. And I think they're trying to put in position of, does this mean that maybe some MEAC schools will consider going down to the Division II or joining them? And I think a lot of this is proactive of trying to make sure that they keep those teams in regards to the CIAA. Because as I would put out there, if I was the MEAC tomorrow, and as Roy talked about, which makes sense to me, that there should have been aggressive meetings, if not face-to-face outdoor, at least backdoor conversations with Winston-Salem State, which would be a natural rivalry for North Carolina Central, which means maybe North Carolina Central says, not so fast, we don't necessarily have to move. We run it in basketball. Now we have a chance to really take a big step up in baseball. The problem is Winston-Salem State obviously dropped baseball, but maybe they decide to bring it back. And then you look at the fact that now they can run football. It puts them that much closer to looking at maybe they can replicate in a lot of ways what North Carolina A&T did in football and keep that $1 million money essentially for the Celebration Bowl. Then you move up a little bit and you talk about, can you look at Virginia State as a package with Winston-Salem State, which creates that natural rivalry again. So two public HBCUs, the largest ones in the state, with obviously Norfolk State. That keeps Norfolk State from having that wandering eye because you create that natural rivalry there. And obviously the final one that Roy put out there in regards to Bowie State and Morgan State. And that what could be a natural rivalry. So if you can get those three teams to come in, you go from 6 to 9 institutions back to an 8 conference. You have your basketball schools. You're in a really solid position for the MEAC to move forward, rebrand itself with rivalry games that are fully flux and what that does for maintaining the MEAC SWAC Challenge and the Celebration Bowl. So I think that's a key target when you talk about what are the institutions that could go that would be natural cultural fits. But the question is, can you put a strong enough package in regards to the MEAC that help them with that move in regards to the costs associated with moving from Division II? So we also need to look at this from the CIAA again in regards to will they become on the offensive or what looks in, and then therefore to some degree, what does this look like for the SIAC in regards to them looking at maybe South Carolina State, who's still in that move in terms of them making some decisions? Do they want to maintain that Division I FCS status and with the MEAC, or do they start looking at their options in regards to what they're going to do?
Brian, go ahead and jump in.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly add is that, Doc was talking about a 9-game schedule, and AD was talking even potentially of moving the Classic. We've seen classic rivalry games and conference expansion be adjusted because of one thing: television and money. So if there's anything that's going to come along and potentially move for Bethune-Cookman and Florida A&M, that Florida Classic, it'll be television. And what a television may dictate in that money. And just think about this in a 9-game setting. Like right now, Bethune-Cookman ends their season with the Florida Classic, as does Florida A&M. And then, of course, very many SWAC teams do as well. I mean, obviously, Grambling and Southern in the following week. Well, if you move to a 9-game schedule, guess what's going to happen? You're going to have potentially more teams playing that last week during that same time as possibly Grambling and Southern. Or, this just came out as, this came out today, I heard. 3 of the Power 5 conferences were discussing the potential of moving their championship games a week back. So if you think about that potentially happening, whereas, championship games, instead of being the first weekend in December, move to the second week in December, which I think the SWAC doesn't, the SWAC already does that, if I'm not mistaken.
No, the first weekend. SWAC is the first weekend in December.
Okay, so the first
weekend, and then usually the Celebration Bowl is the third weekend in December.
Okay, so but just think about here, and I'm talking strictly in the eyes of television. If that happens to move, and you go to a 9-game schedule, you got to put these games in somewhere. If you're playing a 9-game conference slate in 11 or 12 weeks, or if you catch one of those years where people can play 12. You can play 12 games in a 14-week window. I mean, you're going to have to make some adjustments. So I think Great
point.
Very soon you could be looking at the end of the Florida Classic being the end of the season for Bethune-Cookman and FAMU. I think it's very likely, and AD, your idea of possibly moving, I don't know what that would look like, but let's just say if television package comes in and money comes in and says, hey, we want to play your Turkey Day Classic game on Thursday, and then we want the Florida Classic on Friday, and then we want the Bayou on Saturday. Guess what's going to happen? That's going to happen.
Friday, Saturday.
That's because money will come in and dictate that, hey, this is going to be a part of our new TV package with whomever, assuming it's somebody big enough that can push that kind of move. And then all of a sudden, you got some adjustments. So, I mean, don't get tied down to the traditional schedule as it currently is, because I think it could change.
Well, let me say something on that, because I think this is where the variables come in for that, though. I don't know how that still being a conference game is going to impact what happens, but you have to remember, FAMU and Bethune-Cookman own that game, and so that means that
they own the consulting part of it. But once you join a conference, the conference owns the rights to the game. That is very important for us to understand.
The conference owns the rights to that game. And let's be frank with this in regards to that. A lot of this will have to do in regards to the commissioner sitting down with these presidents, ADs first, and VPs of athletics, and talking about the proposal. I'll give you a clear example of where that took place. In the SEC, they have what you call first rights. The first rights went to CBS. Then they had what you call secondary rights. The secondary rights went to ESPN. They even had what you call tertiary rights, which are your third rights, obviously. And those third rights originally went back to the institution. Those institutions, before there was an SEC network, could either do their own thing with their streaming platforms that were just coming on board, or they would create their own institutional network, or what you saw a lot is they would sign out with regional deals. Raycom Sports, some of y'all might have remembered them, right?
Jefferson Pilot back in the day.
Jefferson Pilot is another one, very good in terms of what that looks like. What the SEC did is they found out that they had a partner in ESPN that said we had a very good interest in regards to what we believe the value of your television deal would be. So we would like you all to consider about having this SEC network. What the SEC did is they ran the numbers and they said the numbers are off the roof. They said we can return essentially probably another $8 to $10 million to our institutions if we get all these tertiary rights and sell them to ESPN for a network. So all the school presidents were like, oh yeah, that's a no-brainer. If you get something like that, yeah. So what the conference did is they went and looked at all the times that the contracts were going to expand and made sure all schools understood, do not enter into any new contract. They actually closed those contracts, and it got so big that they actually bought the rights back from Jefferson Pilot and Raycom. The bill was going to be that big that they bought the rights back, went to all their rights, their tertiary rights, and said, all right, the conference owns these rights now. Thank you, institutions, and we're going to make sure that you pay to answer the phone. And they went to the SEC. They went to ESPN and said, y'all said y'all want to talk. Here we are. So they put all the Olympic sports on there. They put some of their football games on there, put a lot of their basketball games on there, including the non-conference game. And they had enough inventory for the SEC network, and they took hands over fist amount of money. Now, obviously, the money may not be and will not be as big as the SEC, but if you can even get anywhere close in regards to tripling or quadrupling what you got in your current ESPN contract, the money that FAMU and Bethune-Cookman would return from the conference, the SWAC, would dictate that it would make sense what Bryan just said. That we're going to make so much money that I can tell my fans that even if we have a small reduction of attendance by 5,000 or 7,000 fans, the money offsets any loss of potential fan loss. And I don't think that that's going to happen because now everybody's even more energized in regards to what you alluded to earlier. What if this becomes the de facto semifinal championship game? Oh man, that game's going to be off the roof, even if it is on television. So the framework of how we see games now has to change from a fan base. That this is serious at the time that the commissioner of the SWAC, Dr. Charles McCullin, and I've had the privilege to kind of work with him in some type of consulting framework, that I know that he's thinking about it. Now, how far he will decide to push forward, I know that this is things that he has is extremely aware of and is looking to capitalize. And one of the reasons that they were in a position to say yes to these two institutions in terms of the big picture of where the Southwestern Athletic Conference is heading and wants to go.
I don't like using the term, but let's play a little bit of devil's advocate, as we know that, again, part of the conversation has been the SWAC becoming a super conference. Like I said, I honestly believe that this can help the MEAC as well to strengthen themselves where they are. But let's focus on the SWAC. Right now we're at 12 schools. Say we want to get, let's just do 14. Let's not go to 16 route yet to be the super.
Can I enjoy 12? I haven't even had a chance to enjoy 12. If you want to go 14.
I hope you had less fun with 11, Brian, because it was only there for
who are the two schools that you look for? Who are you?
You didn't have time to get drunk off 11 before you got to go to 12.
Don't worry about that. But who to move to the next level, to move to that 14 schools? Who do you look at to make those moves? What schools do you think fit the footprint? Give the best.
13 is obvious, Roy. 13 is obvious.
Yeah,
question is number 14.
So I'm assuming your 13th team is Tennessee State.
Yeah,
correct. I think everybody is in consensus.
I don't think it'll be anywhere close to moving to 14 if Tennessee State is not ready to become the 13th. There's no way I'm going to 14 if Tennessee State is not ready and willing to go to 13.
Really?
Yeah, I think the key program in here is the Tennessee State. And the reason is because they can make the move as Division I. I'm not sure you're going to make a commitment to your Division II programs in terms of them moving up over a 4-year period of time. You would do that to get to 14 once Tennessee State, if they say, yes, there's too much momentum going here, we need to be a part of this. Then I start thinking you start looking at that. But before that, I don't think you go to 2 Division II teams and say, hey, y'all want to come together. Now, if you get some presidents over there and they can make the argument, I think you have to look at it if you're the SWAC. But I think the 13th member, which flips it to 14, will only take place if Tennessee State decides that, hey, we do not want to be left out of this. Outside of that, I think the SWAC is going to be fine with 12. And what, again, to me, what's interesting, again, is I harping on Tennessee State because they're variable out there. The other thing that makes it challenging in terms of when they make their decision is what do you do in regards to the television deal? If this television deal is negotiated before they decide to get on board, does bring Tennessee State allow the conference to go back to the table with ESPN, or do they have enough value to increase the revenue? Because one thing is key, as you expand the conference, you want to expand the conference by teams that equal, if not better, the divided distribution between the current team, right? So if you have 12 teams and you have a $12 million budget or $1,200,000, right? Make it easy in terms of the math and more realistic. You divide that by 12, each team gets $1 billion. When you go to 13, if Tennessee State or any institution for that matter can't increase that volume by $1 million, it's not worth it for the conference to let you in. You're actually losing money with you coming in terms of what the payout is to each conference. So these are what we look at in regards to when I'm teaching my students at Texas Southern University in the sport management program at the BS level, at the master's level, sports studies and sports leadership. Brian, that's a pool for you to consider us in terms of our online program. We'll put that out there so we can speak in existence. We'd love to have you in there, and anybody else out there for that matter in regards to that program. These are the things that we look at because we have a specific interest within our program where we focus on HBCU culture, sports, the athletic aesthetics, if you would, the sporting HBCU diaspora. We actually have a class within that program that looks at the uniqueness of HBCUs from a business perspective, and no other program in this country does that. So those that have a real interest in terms of sport management, sport leadership, athletic administration, particularly from an HBCU perspective, Texas Southern is doing it, and nobody else in this country can stay there. And so I bring all that point up to look at it, that it becomes even more strategic for us now on the media side to look at this, not just from a cultural perspective, which is extremely important, what it means, but what does this mean from a business perspective of the Southwest Athletic Conference? And what does it mean from
the MEAC, in terms of the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference, more specifically, what do these financial components bring to the table, and why they're going to make their decisions moving forward in terms of how they look at things? And for that matter, what does this mean for North Carolina A&T? Did they make their decision almost too early? Now they're in the Big South in regards to this. You know, there's been those little things coming out. Does the SWAC get to the point where they can even make a significant push to be at FBS, which is something that North Carolina's A&T has been open about? Have they put themselves in a position where they can't take advantage of it because the Sun Belt is not ready to expand, and the SWAC does get to an FBS level now that North Carolina is on the outside looking in? So I'm saying there's pros and cons to this in all the ways, and all these chips and people are trying to make these moves. But just because you make a move early doesn't mean that you made the best move.
Yeah. Brian,
Doc, can I ask you a question?
A message from the MEAC. Let's get that statement from the MEAC, Brian.
Go ahead and let AD finish his point, and then I'll read that statement.
All right,
while it's still in his mind.
Quick question. Yeah, you know, my mind is a little short, man. Too much of that party when I was at FAMU. I graduated from 2 HBCUs, so you can pick one that I partied at.
Oh, I understand. I did the same, so I'm not going to look down at you. Like Southern Prairie View, we got it going on too, so we're on the same page.
There you go. Does the SWAC look even further east and look into the Carolinas, but not at A&T, but at Central as their possible 14th member to complement Tennessee State? I'll throw that one at you, Doc, since you are a SWAC aficionado.
Right, and I'm gonna tease out this in a little bit so we can get to Brian, because we need to hear this statement from the MEAC. But yes, if Tennessee comes on forward, in regards to how I look at this in terms of television market, if I got to consult with the commissioner, Dr. Charles McCullum, he's much smarter than I am in regards to this. You've seen what he's done with Florida A&M landing that big fish, and now Bethune-Cookman. So do not want to take credit away from that. But I would say strategically, the institution that I said that really fits in a really good way in a lot of different things, and it's probably going to surprise a lot of people, is Clark Atlanta University. And let me tell you the reasons why. Clark Atlanta University is a private institution, so it gives a private partnership with Bethune-Cookman. You want to make sure there's some balance between your public institutions and your private institutions. So this gives somebody to go to the table with Bethune-Cookman when they're talking about, hey, these are some things we look at as a private institution, and for the 10 public institutions to consider that as they move forward. And in this case, obviously, that would actually be moving them up to 12. And so when you look at that perspective, the other thing that people don't realize about Clark Atlanta University, when you're talking about their enrollment, they fit the overall enrollment in terms of a lot of the institutions with 4,000 plus students and growing. They have a robust graduate program, academic side. People don't realize that there are only 3 institutions, HBCU institutions, that are doctoral research institutions that are private HBCU. One of them, most people would guess pretty quickly, Howard University. Oh. The second one, people may consider Hampton University. You know what the third one is? I just told you, Clark Atlanta University. So from an academic perspective, it gives you this. But really where I put all my chips on the table when you talk about it, it gives you the Mecca. It gives you the Atlanta market. And we're just talking about television. The television associated with getting in Atlanta really is nice. Now, this means you can book in the conference between 2 of the largest metropolitan cities in the Southwest and Southeast. You have Dallas with the State Fair Classic, and now you got Houston with Texas Southern and Prairie View, essentially. And then you have Clark Atlanta and Atlanta with FAMU having a great footprint there, Tennessee State having a great footprint there, and Alabama State just outside of driving distance. So now you have these 2 meccas where you book in the conference. Let's say you have your football championship now because your television dictates it's in Houston, and you have your basketball championship in Atlanta, right behind after playing your Celebration Bowl in Atlanta. think about what you're talking about from a television perspective and what somebody like ESPN or even Fox Sports now looks at, or CBS Sports looks at in terms of, wow, in terms of this demographic and what it does, we need to seriously look at it, because this is an entry gateway to almost the whole African American market throughout the South, not to mention those graduates that go across the country moving forward. So it is a whole different perspective when you start talking about expansion from that perspective, not just the culturally rich and programs that have good football or basketball programs. Look at it a little broader than. And once you get the commitment, and Clark Atlanta understands this, now you're talking about them being able to market their program at the SWAC level in FBS, and the money associated with what they put in, they easily get back. You're talking about an institution that will explode in terms of their enrollment, because everybody says, this is not the same old Clark Atlanta that my parents went to. No disrespect to them when you looking back at Atlanta University and Clark College, because those schools did a lot of great things as they merged into Clark Atlanta University. But you're looking at Clark Atlanta from a whole different perspective now when they're joining up with the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and at that time would be 10 public institutions to 2 private institutions covering the whole Southwest, from Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. Wow.
Touching everything. Bryan, let's get that letter.
Okay, so I'll read this statement, and then I actually wanted to, before I read this statement, I wanted to add, to that thought, AD, you bring up North Carolina Central, and I'll tell you, if you had to compare and contrast why North Carolina Central or why Clark, why, like Doc mentioned, great arguments, I don't think the thing that makes Bethune-Cookman such a nice fit right now in the SWAC is, in terms of football, they have played, and I just kind of went back earlier and did the look at the schedule. They have gotten comfortable, or they have become familiar with the SWAC and SWAC opponents. SWAC opponents have become familiar with them. Going back to 2011, these are the teams that they have played from the SWAC. 2011, Prairie View A&M. 2012, Alabama State. No team in 13. In 14 and 15, they played Grambling. In 2016, they played Alcorn State. Did not play anyone in 17. The last 2 years, they played Mississippi Valley State. Actually, and last year, they played Jackson State as well. This year, they were scheduled, or are scheduled, to play Arkansas Pine Bluff. Name it, North Carolina A&T, North Carolina Central, they have done nothing to go out and, obviously, we've seen A&T play some SWAC teams at the end of the season, but in terms of scheduling, kudos to, Bethune-Cookman for going out and scheduling SWAC teams. And so when they come into the conference, there's already some familiarity with them. That's what I think is missing from somebody like a North Carolina Central or South Carolina State even, or maybe less South Carolina State, because I know they played a few SWAC schools. But, if you're going to go with 2 theories, I love Doc's theories out of the box, definitely, but it does make a lot of sense. So here,
the SWAC needs to let Central come in, because that's the only team that they've beaten in the Celebration Bowl. But I'll digress. Back to you, Bryan.
Wow. And actually, I think you'd be incorrect in that. I think Central lost that game. Oh yeah, you said that. So I guess it was they beat. I got you. Yeah.
Yes.
My bad. Okay, so this was released as an hour ago from the Media Athletic Conference, the MEAC statement on Bethune-Cookman University. The Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference acknowledges that Bethune-Cookman University has decided to leave the conference after June 30th, 2021, but is also determined to continue its mission of being a viable NCAA Division I conference. With 8 remaining full members, including 6 institutions that sponsor football championship, subdivision, level football, the MEAC will retain its NCAA automatic qualification in 9 sponsored sports. Bethune-Cookman will be leaving after 40 years in the MEAC. However, institutions make decisions based upon what they consider is in their best interest. As with many challenges intercollegiate athletics face, it also provides opportunities for new conference expansion. The MEAC is celebrating its 50th anniversary in 2020-21, highlighting a proud history and legacy, including NFL and NBA Hall of Famers, as well as Olympic medalists. The MEAC has been a transformative and dynamic conference in its nearly 50 years, and we look forward to an even brighter future. So I think they may have answered the one question that a lot of people had as to whether they would still hold on to their automatic qualifier in the NCAA in 9 sponsored sports. So no comment from Commissioner Dennis Thomas in this release.
Well, again, like I said, I personally think that this is really an opportunity. It's an opportunity for the MEAC to again strengthen itself, but not just the MEAC. I think this is a transformative time for HBCU sports in general. And I think that, and I really hope that as they make these moves, that our conferences come together and start having some really, I don't even want to say hard discussions, because let's get real. Especially when you start, let's start off with just the two revenue generators, football and basketball. When you look at the college sports landscape, once you go past the Power 5 conferences, where is the only setup that is designed, that is ready, and that is capable of being profitable? It is the HBCU sports market. Because most of these other schools who are at the FCS level, who are at the Division II level, do not have the history and tradition. And Doc, this is, you know what, we may need to find out. We may need to get a whole bunch of people in your class. And so what we're going to need to do is I need you to put together a commercial to talk about that. No, and I'm serious, because I don't think most people, and Brian, it's ironic that we're having this discussion today. I had a memory pop up on Facebook from last year when we did our Black college sports to the 21st century conversation, when we were talking about the exact same thing, about the people who have the ability to make money. And when you look at the sports that you have, you're already, let me explain the difference in this. And this is what people, because yes, Brian is fussing at me about it 7 years. He knows I am a purist.
Right.
What's up?
How about you tease it and we go ahead and take that break?
Well, if you got to drop off, though, we go stay here. If you need to leave, you go ahead and leave. So we'll bring somebody else in. We don't have to take a break because we're Doc. Me and Doc both are working the phones. We try to get some other folks in here in the thing. So, but
and I'm about to go jump on another one.
Andy, we know that you got to get out. You're gonna go. You said you're going to go talk to some other folks, so if you need to go ahead and do that, go ahead and jump out. We appreciate your time. Do you have any last comments you want to make?
What's the day, fellas? Today is June
25th.
June 25th. Hey, we still got 5 days left of the month, guys. There are other rumors out there. There may be some other stuff that come out in these last 5 days. I'm just going to leave it at that because everybody has to make their decision these next 5 days. I'm just going to put it out there. We may be seeing a lot of each other over the next couple of days.
Let's say thanks to A.D. Drew as he jumps off to go jump in with some other folks who are talking HBCU sports. We're going to continue our conversation. And I want to bring this to this, man, but this is the legitimacy and the basic reality of HBCU sports. We've got Michael Coker coming in. Doc, I'll let you introduce him in a second. So we'll get him in as the brother comes in. So we'll give him a minute to come in. I think we're trying to get his stuff get going. But let's be realistic. The beauty of HBCU sports is it doesn't matter who or what division you move somebody to or what happens. When you start playing another HBCU, when Bethune-Cookman starts playing Alabama State on a regular basis, guess what's going to happen? It is going to be excitement. The fan bases are going to go at each other. They're going to get engaged. They're going to jaw jack at each other. They're going to have fun. If Bethune-Cookman had jumped into the ASUN and played, look, we'll give the best of whoever they talk about. If they had jumped in and started playing Kennesaw State, the Wildcats are going to be like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm not really worried about that game. The HBCU product has the best built-in rivalry system of any Division I FCS or Division II schools. And that is just a fact, because ultimately we have to realize that this thing, football and basketball, are about making money. And if you want to look at how your games are going to go, what type of revenue generators you're going to get, the HBCU market needs to stand together and realize the power and the potential that they have across the board. And I'm talking about to the point where the MEAC and the SWAC are scheduling down to play the SIAC and the CIAA and building some things. Where the MEAC and the SWAC do a week, and the MEAC and the SWAC, the SIAC and the CIAA do cross-conference weeks, where that whole week all they're doing is playing the other set of HBCUs. These are the things that we can do that will build revenue for years to come. The classic model is who we are already. The bowls have started, all these other bowls that have popped off because of the fact that the HBCU classics were so profitable, and they cannot duplicate what we do. So I'm going to get off my high horse, and I'm going to let Doc introduce our guest and bring him in properly. So, Doc, go ahead.
Yes, this is A.D. and Bryan with the BCSN network. As we like to say, I'm a guest coming over from Dr. Bill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab. Bringing on to us is a guru, and I mean this, Michael Coker, blackcollegenines.com. And for your baseball fans out there, man, it's really going to get excited in terms of baseball for the SWAC. It was already a major player that many people may not realize except for fans of the SWAC. But I'm sure Michael Coker is going to give you some great information of why it's just become even that more thrilling. And if you need to get your baseball fix in terms of just baseball in general, specifically for HBCU baseball, go check out blackcollegenines.com. I've had Michael Coker on as a guest in regards to what he brings to the table. And without further ado, I want Michael Coker to bring us a perspective that we probably just touched on, that he's really going to give you some great insight in terms of what does this mean for HBCU baseball.
Hello, everyone.
How you doing, Mike? Good to see you again.
It's always a pleasure to be back. And let me tell you something. This really changes the landscape of not just HBCU baseball, but Division I collegiate baseball as well. For HBCUs, because of the SWAC and the MEAC, the two conferences, they only took the champions, the conference champions from both leagues, from both conferences. This changes all of that. When you have two powerhouse programs, two good programs that are coming into the SWAC, you're still going to get those two teams. Those two teams that could finish, make the regional run. What it's going to do, it's going to open up, and it's going to get treated like the SEC, the ACC, the Power 5 conferences, the mid-conferences, where we could actually see 2 to 3, maybe 4 HBCU baseball programs make regional play. And here's why. When the MEAC it's safe to say it's being disbanded from within. You have two programs, Bethune-Cookman and Florida A&M, that are now going to be SWAC members come 2021 season.
Yes.
Not only will it open up, because the RPI rating is what gets teams into regionals. When you have a rating percentage index, And that's what the NCAA looks at once they make their selections. You've got some powerhouse programs within the SWAC. Now you have two really good teams coming from the MEAC that's joining the SWAC. That's going to force the NCAA to say that we have to include more than just the two conference champions, because now it's one conference. We're going to have to at least look at 2 to 3, maybe 4 additional teams, HBCU teams, that's going to make regional play. And what's that going to do? That's going to be a big revenue draw. Now you have Bethune coming in. Everybody knows that Bethune was a powerhouse, and they're a step away from regaining their steps. With FAMU, it also taps into the SEC getting those top baseball kids out of the state of Florida for recruitment. It's opening up avenues as to where kids can still be in the South and still play baseball at home, but in a better league with better travel, with better facilities, and it's opening up I think it's a big revenue draw for those HBCU programs within the conference, because now we just don't have two conferences, we have one. And the NCAA must honor that. If you're going to have a regular season champion that's going to go to the regional, and you're going to have a conference champion with teams that have a winning record and have been having a great season or a good, decent season with a non-conference schedule. This is huge as far as the perspective for HBCU baseball. Never in the history have we sent more than just 2 teams, and that was because of the conference alignment. Now that the question needs to be, how are they going to align each division? Where will Bethune-Cookman go? Will it still have that rivalry in the East versus the West with FAMU? Just in terms of how the schedule will be played out once they become full SWAC members, it's going to be huge come regional time, because we're going to get 3 to 4 teams from that conference.
Michael, let me ask you.
I told you you're going to get it, Bryan.
Yeah, no. Hey, look, I got a question, because I've seen conflicting statements regarding whether the MEAC will get that automatic qualifier in baseball. That you just hinted about them potentially get an automatic qualifier. Now, our guy Brian Simpkins had sent out a tweet that had he felt that if conference, he said something that conferences need at least 6 or 7 members to earn the NCAA auto bid. With Bethune-Cookman leaving and FAMU, that leaves the MEAC with Delaware State, Coppin State, UMES, Norfolk State, and North Carolina Central. Only 5 schools in the MEAC. Is that still accurate?
Yes, but there's also talk that Delaware could be moving as well. And if Delaware moves in, you have right now you have to have your attention on the SWAC, because the SWAC has more than enough teams that could make some noise for the regional. In my opinion, I don't think that the MEAC will be around a year from now. And that's my opinion. And that's the landscape that I'm seeing.
It's a very popular opinion, so don't feel like you're out on an island there. It's it seems there's a lot. If you look on Twitter, there's a lot of people saying that very same with that same thought. So you think that there's a potential with strong programs. Obviously when we were on our show, we talked about Alabama State. We know what they have. Bethune-Cookman, FAMU,
Jackson State. 3. You have Jackson State. You have Grambling. These teams and their recruiting, they're at the tip of the iceberg. And you look at the coach Omar Johnson from Jackson State. He has won in the last 14 of his 15 years coaching at JSU, at Jackson State. He has won more than 30 ball games. Now you have Vasquez at Alabama State. He's tipping that iceberg. He's getting there. So, and you look at the scheduling. When you schedule Division I, your RPI is based upon your strength of schedule. Now teams are going to be coming and gunning for the SWAC. SWAC gets good recruiting in, and they start winning some ball games, big time games, like they have been. I mean, how many times have they've upset LSU, Mississippi State? I mean, these powerhouse programs. This changes the landscape. This gives us a huge advantage as to where the SWAC can become a powerhouse baseball program, a powerhouse conference.
What regionals might they be? You know, this is really projecting, so you know, I know this could go anywhere, but obviously outside of your winning conference team, do you think that in terms of placement for the SWAC, let's just say the SWAC gets one or two at-larges, so that second and third team, do you think they would stay somewhere in the southeast, or do you think they might put them in a regional somewhere in the Midwest, or it could be anywhere? I don't know how it's determined. I don't know if it's RPI driven or some other metric, but what might that, you know, look like if you could guesstimate?
Well, let's be fair about it. Alabama State about 4 years ago played Florida State. They opened up in the Florida State Regional, and that's really the southeast. So with that being said, there is really no limit, and it's based upon your strength of schedule and your won and loss record against your strength of schedule. To go outside of HBCU, if you remember, Michigan ended up in California, and they won that, and at the last World Series came back and played in the World Series last year. So it's not really, the NCAA doesn't really take precedence or preference on keeping teams home. It's based upon your won and loss. Are you able to travel? Are you able to spend time on the road? And that's what it boils down to. Does your program have the revenue? And those are the simple things. And to me, this is be a huge revenue draw for the conference as far as HBCU baseball.
I want to follow up with a question in regards to, from a perspective of conference matchups and divisional alignments. What would you say would something that the SWAC should look at in terms of how you think they might look at baseball, particularly from a divisional platform, or should be a perspective where they play all types of games and then they just rotate certain teams on everybody's schedule? Do you think they should go to a divisional alignment, or should they just play a full schedule with some teams rotating off, or 8 teams, if you would, with 3-game series sets on weekends or something like that? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, their current format is based upon their division. You have the East and the West division. I think that they should be combined. It would sit better if teams were to play each other instead of having the East versus the West, and then you come tournament time, it would be based upon seeding, your won and loss record in the conference versus your non-conference, because non-conference just gets you nowhere when it comes to conference play. So I think it would be in the best interest of the SWAC that once this takes place, that they throw out the division and put the teams, let each team play each other, and let the best 5-6 teams advance and have that opportunity to get regional play. Because to me, you're limiting them in who can get hot and who can't get hot, who can win it and who can't, by the division. You're still keeping that division format, but if you open up play, it's a good chance that it's going to draw more attention, and it's going to put the NCAA on notice that the SWAC is somebody that needs to be considered. It would be in their best interest, not just for the sport of baseball, but for revenue as well. Because right now I'm looking at revenue and recruiting. With those two teams, it opens up. I don't know if people know this or not, but Florida is one of your hotbed for recruiting baseball talent. Everybody comes to Florida, with Texas and then Puerto Rico being third.
Wow. That's an interesting perspective. Let's dive a little more into that since you teased that out a little bit, talking about Puerto Rico. We obviously know a lot about Bethune-Cookman recruiting in Puerto Rico, and we've seen a little bit of that with Alabama State. And Melendez moved over from Bethune-Cookman to Alabama State, and then his assistant took over the job. Do you see that maybe having even more influx with more Puerto Rican players throughout the SWAC? Obviously, we've seen that. One player that played for a couple of years with Texas Southern. We've seen that obviously with Southern, but maybe even more so with that. And then with Jackson State, they got a player out of Carousel who was a big-time player in terms of their little league. So do you see not only Puerto Rico, but Caribbean baseball, how with the inclusion of the Florida baseball teams, does that become more of an open market to look at those players considering playing in the Southwestern Athletic Conference now?
Yes, but let's keep the facts where the facts are. Mm-hmm. When Melendez was the head coach at Bethune-Cookman, he recruited heavily out of Puerto Rico. Then he moves on to Alabama State. Alabama State basically gets first crack at all of those kids coming out of Puerto Rico. I don't care what Division I other schools, they look at Alabama State because they're heavily populated with, their coaches are from Puerto Rico. But also you have to add Alcorn State heavily recruits from from Puerto Rico. So does Grambling, so does Coach Cooper. So does Omar Johnson. I can give you a list of coaches that heavily recruit out of Puerto Rico. They're getting the cream of the crop. But the cream of the crop actually goes to Alabama State. If Miami wants to, the kids are already made up their mind. Let's say Miami, Michigan, or the Florida Gators. Those kids aren't, it's a plus if they get a kid, but they really want to come to an HBCU. It's more than just from, this is what I found out. And I found this out about 7-8 years ago from a lady scout in Puerto Rico. She said to me that they tend to tell their kids, you will have a better education, you will have a better learning experience at an HBCU. So I put it back at her and I asked her why. And it's true. At HBCUs, we don't have proctors. We don't have 300 students in a classroom. At HBCUs, you get hands-on experience and you actually get an education. And a lot of these kids are coming from, I'm not going to say poor families, but they don't have the necessary resources. So their parents depend on their kids to get a better education for themselves, for the education that they couldn't get. So these kids, they study hard. Some of them can barely speak the language, the English. But when they get that opportunity, they make the best of it. And where do they do that? At HBCUs.
Great point. Bryan, before I turn the floor over to Michael Coker for any final comments you may have, is there another question that you want to jump in here and add?
I was just going to ask about the scheduling that, Michael, you were talking about. Instead of the East-West, do the entire, sort of playing an entire conference schedule. I noticed, the MEAC has always done the traditional 3-game series, and I will confess that I don't know, if the SWAC does a similar setup in their conference, but I'm familiar that most colleges do. What do you think the format of games might look like if everybody is playing everybody?
The same. You're going to have the same weekend 3-game series, and then your midweek games that's your out-of-conference games. That's not going to change. That's going to remain the same.
Makes sense there. Again, this is Dr. Kenyatta Kavil with Bryan and A.D. on the BCSN show. We're coming in Dr. Will's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop as a guest. And we have the floor with Michael Coker, that is a special guest from
blackcollegenines.com. Again, for those baseball fans out there, you can't get better information than going to blackcollegenines.com. And as you see with the information here, you can't get this in-depth type of knowledge anywhere else. With that, Michael Coker, know you have a busy schedule, but certainly thank you for joining us. I wanted to give you the final say, Flo, if there's anything that we may not have asked that you think our followers need to know in regards to HBCU baseball and blackcollegenines.com.
Well, I'm hoping to see hopefully Coppin State and at least Norfolk State. If the SWAC can woo those two teams there, we'll have a Power 5 conference. I really feel that way. North Carolina A&T has already accepted an invitation to I forget the name of that conference. Yes, the Big South. Right. And if they can get two more teams, I think Coppin, it would be in Coppin's and Norfolk State's best interest. I think North Carolina Central is either going to go independent, and these are my thoughts because I thought about this today. I think North Carolina Central could either join the Big South or go independent. And Delaware State, that's kind of up in the air, but they're talking about leaving as well. I saw information on that. But I think that the two key additions that would really boost the SWAC would be Coppin State and Norfolk State, two heavy baseball programs. That if the SWAC, it's obvious they're not looking at the regionals because grabbing it makes sense to grab Florida A&M. You know, Bethune is 3-4 hour drive from there, so that makes sense. But going up north and getting those two northern teams to play in a SWAC, that's huge. That's big. That would give the conference enough teams as to where you could actually have 4 regional teams. I mean, what it comes down to is you don't even have to win a tournament. You could go into the tournament, win a game, lose the game, get put out of the conference tournament, and still, because of your RPI and because of your ranking, you still can get a regional announcement. It would be no different than what they do to the ACC, the Pac-10, the Big 12, the Pac-12, and all of the other conferences. Why not the SWAC?
Thank you, boy. I tell you, there's a lot to think about and consider and fodder, and we certainly will continue to talk about now Bethune-Cookman becoming the 12th member of the Southwestern Athletic Conference, joining FAMU in 2021 for a 12-member Southwestern Athletic Conference that will have great football, great basketball, and as you just heard, great baseball. We haven't even talked about the women's sports. So look out. They're very competitive as well. So volleyball takes a notch going in another direction. Women's basketball, for those that follow the SWAC, know it's second to none in regards to the competitiveness there. That just got better. Softball, as we take the other side of baseball, extremely competitive. You know the history if you're an HBCU fan in regards to Bethune-Cookman. They'll run to a super regional in softball and what they have been able to do. So it will be fascinating to cover. As media pundits, we're so excited about it. With that, again, Michael Coker of blackcollegenines.com. I want to say thank you for your time. I'll shift back over Ryan as we start to close out on the show, as we have some other things, and I think Roy wants to jump in here and say something as well.
Mr. Coker, we want to thank you for your time. Before we close out the show, though, we've actually got Dr. Charles McClellan, SWAC commissioner, is jumping in now. You'll see him pop up here on the screen in just a second. So, Mr. Coker, thank you. You can hang around if you like, but there he is, Dr. McClellan.
Anytime.
This evening, sir?
Thank you, Mike.
Anytime. Thanks for having me on board.
All right, Dr. McClellan, how are you doing this evening?
I'm doing well. I see you got your SWAC shirt on.
Oh, yes, sir. You saw that, didn't you? Hey.
I snuck him a shirt down there, Charles.
Dr. McClellan, I need some gear. I need some gear. I'm the only one without SWAC gear. I feel left out of the party here, sir.
Well, we're going to make sure you're taken care of. You got that Adidas on. We're SWAC schools. I mean, the Nike school. So.
I know. I'm all kinds of messed up today.
Nike Conference.
So
yes, sir.
We're going to jump right into this and give you the opportunity to take the floor. Tell us what your thoughts are about having Bethune-Cookman University join the SWAC, and what this impact again does to the job you're doing over there at the SWAC.
Well, we're excited, obviously, to have Bethune to join the Southwestern Athletic Conference. What they bring to us is definitely a huge benefit. You're talking about a school in the MEAC that has a tremendous athletic performance resume. You're talking about a strong football team. You're talking about an extremely strong baseball team, strong track team, strong golf team. I mean, what they're going to do to the Southwestern Athletic Conference overall, not just in the sport of football. Can you imagine what our baseball tournaments are going to look like now? Now, their baseball team has just been, outstanding. So it's almost like, we are the conference that, from a football's perspective, you got 12 strong. Baseball, you got 12 strong. Basketball, you got 12 strong. So what they brought to us just wasn't a football brand. They brought a strong program across the board. And also, they're very well funded. They're going to be in the top 3 funded programs within our conference. So it was a good fit for us. I know these are some of the questions that you're probably going to ask. I always see Dr. Kenyatta Convell, and I could see his mind twirling over there. But, one of the things that we wanted to look at were there were a couple of things that we wanted to look at. One was the travel and the distance in between the schools. And I know that was a concern not only for the Florida schools, but it was a concern for the Pine Bluffs and the Texas Southerns and the Prairie Views. Well, what this does is it allows us to have true divisional play in Olympic sports. So everybody that's in a division that's east of the Mississippi, you don't have to go any farther than east of the Mississippi or to Florida, and anybody that's in a division that's west of the Mississippi River, you don't have to go any further west in the Mississippi River and no further east. So it's going to reduce travel because we'll have a true divisional play. When you start talking about football, we are still looking at the 8-game format. So you have 5 games in your division, and then you'll have 3 games in the cross division, which means that there are 3 teams that you don't play. So theoretically, when you look at the Texas teams, we can schedule to where you might go to Florida once every 4 years. You might go to Alabama once every 3 to 4 years. You say, how does that happen? Well, I play my 5 on the West, and let's say I can get Valley and Jackson State on the other side, and then I can choose between, the Alabama schools, the Florida schools, or Alcorn. And again, one of those will have to go to the West, and I know that's going to be another question. But we can rotate those to where we can limit Texas having to go to Florida, and we can limit Florida having to go to Texas. And we could also do the same thing with Arkansas. When you look at basketball, you're talking now 12 teams. As you know, the max is 20 from a conference slate. We want to make sure that our teams have the opportunity to get their game guarantees in. But at the same time, we don't want you now playing all of these NAIAs. That was actually one of the initiatives that we had. So now we've added 2 Division I schools that you can get a legitimate win or a legitimate loss from that will help the net rankings. So when you start talking about conference, you play home and away on your side. That's 10. And then you play everybody in the other division at least once, right? That's 15. And then you still can play home and away with 2 to 3 schools. What that does is it allows you to still maintain your rivalries. Nobody would have to give up a rivalry home game. Nobody would have to give up a rivalry home game in football. There's enough space for us to be able to do both from a football's perspective and a basketball perspective. So geographical footprint was strategic in our looking at Bethune to ensure that we can reduce travel and save money. When you draw a circle around the United States and you look at the Southwest, the Deep South, and the Southeast, from Texas to Florida, we have every major Division I athletics program, every Division I major band. I mean, we have now 4 of the top 5 attended football classics, with one of the 5 Jackson State participating in. We got a big stick to play with now, and I'm excited.
No doubt about it. As you open it up, I wanted to go and take a deeper dive in regards to that question. Obviously, with one of the teams in what was the 10-member SWAC, essentially in Mississippi, whether it's Mississippi Valley State or Jackson State or Alcorn State. I know you said that decision hasn't been made yet, but could you give us some insight in regards to how that decision will come about? You know, what are the frameworks of making that decision, and how will it be approved?
Well, it's going to go through the membership. It'll start with the coaches' committees. And again, we talked about this when we announced FAMU. Jennifer Williams, the athletic director at Alabama State, is going to lead this initiative for us. But I think we're going to have some fun with it. You know, as I sat down and thought about it, who goes to the Western Division? Let's do a fan poll. We're going to probably put something up on our website. We want to hear from the fans. Who do you think will be best to go to the West? There are going to be a couple of things that we're going to have as foundational items. One, we're not going to give up any rivalries, right? So whichever school goes, let's say, and you mentioned 3 schools in the state of Mississippi, they all play each other and they're all heated rivalries. Regardless of who goes, the model allows them to be able to play each other, both home and away, in football and in basketball, and quite frankly, if they choose to, in all other sports. Distance and travel will have a lot to do with it. And obviously, we want to throw in competitive equity when we start talking about it. But again, the competitive equity standpoint, in my opinion, is going to be subjective, because on any given day right now, in any given sport, we are a super conference right now. Let's make no mistake about it. I don't care what sport it is. We now have the top HBCUs and, quite frankly, some of the top teams in Division I. So I don't know how much the competitive equity is going to factor in with that group, because, you know, who's on top today might not necessarily be on who's on top tomorrow. So we're going to have fun with it. We're going to make sure that we take time, we plan, we're going to get feedback. And I think it's only fair for us to let the fans chime in, for them to tell us who they would like to see go to the Western Division.
Certainly. With that, I don't want to monopolize the time. So, Brian, do you have a question that you want to get in?
Well, yeah, and you took one of my questions, so that was good. We get that one out of the way. Dr. McClellan, I'm curious about you mentioned going to an 8-game format. Many of the conferences, like in the SEC, Big Ten, I think even the Big 12, are playing 9-game schedules right now. I don't know if you said if it's already set in stone to play 8, but is there some consideration to possibly moving to a 9-game football schedule? And if so, would the thought of the Bayou Classic being the sort of end of the regular season still be on the table in that kind of format?
Well, answer your second question first. We're not going to touch the Bayou Classic. We're not going to touch the Labor Day Classic. We're not going to touch the Florida Classic. We're not going to touch any of those games. When you start talking about FBS, keep in mind FBS has 12 games that they play. FCS has 11. So their 9-game is actually within the same footprint that we have. They have 3 games that they can play outside of the conference. We're moving to an 8-game schedule this year. It's been highly debated. I'm not quite sure if adding 2 additional teams will allow us to go to 9. We still have to get game guarantees in. We have to have flexibility. And that's really been the, I guess, debate about 7-game, 8-game, 9-game. 8-game was kind of that middle of the road. It gives you 3 games to play your game guarantee, possibly bring in a game guarantee, and then go out and try to play a team at your level where you can make money. Well, I think we've already checked off the 3rd. We have so many teams in our conference. You just pick one of them, and then they can go and you can make money. I saw, and again, Vice President Robinson at Jackson State, a tremendous honor of him leading the FCS ADs. Again, as I said, they don't pick people that's not on the ball, that's not smart, that don't have things going for them. That's going to be a significant piece for us to be able to maneuver within this FCS foothold. we're strategically getting people in places where we can make significant change. But you look at what happened with Jackson State and Tennessee State, and then they can turn around and replace that game with a Florida A&M if they choose to. And I realize the Florida A&M didn't necessarily replace the Tennessee State game because the Langston game dropped off. But you lose Tennessee State on Monday and you pick up Florida A&M on Thursday. I'm happy to say, where else can you do that other than the Southwestern Athletic Conference? So fans are going to be extremely important. Rivalries are going to be extremely important, but we do want to give schools the flexibility to be able to check off all of those other boxes. But I preface that statement by saying we're strategically in the same position as those FBS schools because they have 12 games to play. We only have 11. They're giving their schools 3 games. We're giving ours 3 games.
So, Dr. McClellan, I think I want to jump in and ask a question, and it kind of falls in line with some of the things that you're talking about now. As I was on my rant earlier, and you've known me for a while, I am a purist, as we say, with the HBCU market, and what I believe that the brand of HBCU athletics the type of impact it can have across the board. What I'd like to know is, with what you all are doing with the SWAC now, do you think that we can get to a point very soon where our schools don't have to play these guaranteed games with the big Power 5 schools at this particular point, and that we can build from the HBCU level the opportunity where both schools can walk away with $600,000 for a game, and coming together and doing some different things? What is your thought process on the FCS schools focusing on building their brand as opposed to playing these FBS payout games?
Well, I think that's the goal. I think the goal is to add teams that are strategically aligned with who we are. And who we are, 42 of the last 43 years, we lead attendance. Bethune Athletic Ability comes in and adds another powerhouse. And you talking about revenue, we're going to be able to do some different things now. We're playing from a different position. We're now playing from a position of strength. So I know, and I'm on social media, I know there's a debate about the television contract, right? We have a television contract with ESPN. Do we go back to the table with it? Yes. But the television contract is going to be a significant piece of us not necessarily having to play those game guarantees. But when you go back to ESPN, now when you look at our brand, we're in a little bit different position from a negotiation standpoint. I also saw on social media where they talked about where you're adding all of these classes where the classic games, SWAC doesn't get money. Yes, we don't get money off of those classic games, but when they become a part of our portfolio, not only do we sell it from a television standpoint, but from a sponsorship standpoint. Our sponsors, the phone is ringing. I mean, I'm probably more excited about that than anything. We're fielding calls from sponsors saying, hey, we want to be a part of what the Southwestern Athletic Conference is doing. So the strength of our conference is based upon the strength of our member institutions. There's going to be more revenue. And again, I say this, I could have just coasted, Roy. We had 10 schools. We were doing well. Now the pressure is truly on the commissioner to go out and get these television deals done, get these sponsorship deals done, get all of these things that the fans have talked about. There is no excuse because we have every asset, we have every resource. But I would say this, if you want to play a game guarantee, we're going to give you room. But I would like for us to get to a point where we play them because we want to play them, not necessarily because we have to play them.
Okay. Dr. Charles McCullen, this gives me a chance to do this plug. I'm a professor over at Texas Southern University. You were formerly the VP of Athletics at Texas Southern University, and before that, obviously, the athletic director at Prairie View University. I don't bring that up to talk about that side of it, but many people may not realize, as I talked about a little earlier in here, that we have a sport management program, a BS in sport management, and most recently a Master of Science in Sports Studies and Sports Leadership. You taught in that program at the Masters Global, and we've had opportunity to talk about the business side of sports. And I think now we're getting people to understand, moving from just a cultural component about the business side of that. And so I'm happy to say that you were part of that program from teaching perspective, and people may know about the Dr. Charles McCullum, but they don't know that you had that expertise as well. Talk about the academic platform now that the Southwestern Athletic Conference puts together. You talked about this a week ago when FAMU came in and we're now having 3 law schools. I had a chance under your leadership to talk about the other programs in a lot of ways. Now with Bethune-Cookman, you add another nursing program, credited wise. But Bethune-Cookman in these degrees, talk about the academic side of what the Southwestern Athletic Conference now brings to the table and how that also can move the conference membership forward.
Well, first of all, let me put your business out on the street. Kenyatta has been a significant player in all that I've done, not only as a vice president at Texas Southern University, but even as commissioner. When it's time to do research, I turn to Dr. Kenyatta Cavell. There is nobody out there that is as knowledgeable as Dr. Kenyatta Cavell. When it's time for me to get some research, it's time for me to get some data, when it's time for me to get some historical perspective, Dr. Kenyatta Cavell is who we reach out to. So I'm putting you out there on full blast so everybody will know. My ability to be able to teach within that program, and I'll say this, Dr. Kenyatta Cavell, you're going to have some heck of a lessons to talk about this fall and this spring semester, because you're really living, a historical moment within the Southwestern Athletic Conference. And there's a lot to be discussed and there's a lot to be studied about. So I really wanted to give you your kudos because, again, you have been a significant part of us being able to make the transition, not only the things we did at Texas Southern, but clearly within the Southwestern Athletic Conference. But we've talked about all of the parameters that Bethune and Florida A&M brings to the Southwestern Athletic Conference. Again, it's not just about the athletic ability. I don't want to not give credit where credit is due. Bethune-Cookman's band, again, is one of the best bands. It was a significant conversation about who do we bring in. When you look across the scope of who we are and who we want to bring in, the list was narrowed significantly, but bands were a part of that. If we're going to bring somebody in, they have to be as strong on the band side as they are on the athletic side. And yeah, quite frankly, they have to be as strong on the academic side. You're talking about Bethune-Cookman University. You mentioned the nursing program, but another engineering program, another world-renowned business program. I mean, whatever it is that you want to be, you can be it within the Southwestern Athletic Conference. So Bethune has, so many different dynamic programs. And I know I've seen people write, okay, they are a private institution. Yes, they are a private institution, but the academic mission is the exact same as the other 11-member institutions. The only difference between Bethune-Cookman and our other institutions is where they receive their money. And oh, by the way, they're now a part of the Florida legislature, so they are private, but they're starting to get some public money. So technically, they're no different. And by the way, they're coming in with a budget that's going to be top 3 within the Southwestern Athletic Conference. So strong academic programs makes us a strong conference. I can send my kids to any SWAC school, and they can get the same quality education. They can be whatever it is that they want to be. I don't care what it is that you want to be. You can be an aeronautical physicist that wants to go to the moon or Mars. You can get that degree, and you can become that person now within the Southwestern Athletic Conference. So academics is clearly something that we want to push. And ultimately, athletics is the window in which the world sees us. All of this is to bring our academic platform to the forefront. Bethune-Cookman checks that box.
Dr. McClellan, let me jump in. We've got a question from actually a Rattler who's tuning in and watching this, a gentleman named Michael Reed. He says, what does the SWAC championship game now have on the ability for the rest of the schools not playing in it to qualify for the FCS playoffs?
So the SWAC championship game obviously is 2 weeks after the beginning of the FCS playoffs. But all of our schools, except really 3, possibly 4, are already done. Their seasons are already completed. You have the Bayou Classic, which is the first week, and Alabama State normally has the Turkey Day Classic. everybody else will be finished. So you will know if you are in the line for the SWAC championship game or you're in line to go to the FCS playoffs. Theoretically, there's a week that will separate. There could be a situation where, there's a tie if a team loses in the Bayou Classic, that you might miss the opportunity to go to the FCS playoffs. And unfortunately, there's not a lot we can do about that. But you're going to have to qualify. And ultimately, what we've tried to do is strengthen our league to where you can qualify through our league. You don't have to go out and try to play all of these games that could possibly not help you. You can qualify and get your resume built within the Southwestern Athletic Conference. So what we've seen in the past is schools that possibly would qualify would have the ability to go. Those that were looking at the SWAC championship, they knew it. And they vested all of their energies into the SWAC championship game. So it's no different than what we're doing now. We just think that we'll have more schools with a larger, pool and a bigger ability to go to the FCS playoffs, given that we've added Bethune and Florida A&M. And I hope I answered your question.
I'm sure you did. Mike is one of those folks who is bent on going back to the FCS playoffs, and he is he's definitely an advocate for that. As he and I have had many arguments to the contrary from my different perspective, but we're fair and balanced here on the Black College Sports Network. So even those dissenting views, we like to give them their opportunity when having the chance to speak to folks like yourself. Brian, you got something you wanted to ask the commissioner?
Yeah, Dr. McClellan, I'm curious about, in terms of scheduling and the footprint of the SWAC, which now reaches into Florida. Are there any, and obviously we've seen from the schools such as the schools that have recently left the MEAC, I'll just say it like that. Is there any locations along the eastern coast or maybe even further west that you would like to see possibly the SWAC teams possibly schedule games or classics? Are there any, in terms of expanding the reach of the SWAC, are there any destinations that maybe in the back of your mind or unofficially that maybe, hey, I'd love for us to be able to showcase our conference and our teams in this city?
Well, we're wide open to play, Brian, but I would say we're now the show. So if you want to be a part of what we have, you might need to think about coming to play us. I would say this. We don't have any restrictions on who our teams play. And I think as we start to look at a scheduling model and a scheduling philosophy, we are going to give our schools the greatest level of opportunity to be able to go out and schedule. But quite frankly, we have the teams and we have the fans and we have the crowds. We're going to make sure that our schools are taken care of first before we actually go put our show on the road. And I know you didn't ask this question, but I can foresee that there are going to be a lot of scheduling issues. People come to Southwestern Athletic Conference football games, 42 of the last 43 years. You're adding two major name brands to it. That's only going to enhance our popularity. If there's an opportunity to play, I can see we wanting to play each other. Can you imagine if, and I'm not saying this happens, but let's just say Alcorn isn't on the schedule for FAMU. Does Alcorn opt to go to the East Coast and play somebody, or do you opt to play FAMU in a non-conference game? Your stands are going to be crowded. I can imagine that games such as non-conference games are going to start to shrink from some of those schools that have normally played Southwestern Athletic Conference teams. Not because we're saying that we don't want to play them, but the room to play those teams are going to start to reduce significantly because of the teams that we have and the fan bases that we have. We could actually be self-contained and play all of our games and still fulfill all of the boxes that need to be checked.
I had one final question I wanted to get in specifically in this interview, depending on your time. But that was to look at it. Oftentimes, obviously, we look at football. It's one of the big things as we talk about in the SWAC. The late, great Marino Cassim obviously came up with the phrase to really illustrate why that is the case. We touched a little bit on basketball and certainly baseball. But on the Title IX of things, when we look at what this additional expansion with FAMU and now particularly even Bethune-Cookman, if you look at it, what does this do on the women's side in your mind for volleyball, which those two institutions have very strong programs? Obviously, the women's basketball becomes stronger. Nobody really needs to refocus on that. But even when you start talking about softball, in a lot of ways, track and field, on both sides, but specifically looking at Title IX, on the women's side, bringing the state of Florida to track. What are your thoughts in terms of what this does for women sports in the Southwestern Athletic Conference and how that arranges with your goals in terms of Title IX?
Yeah, we're balanced and loaded across the board, Dr. Cavell. That's not a Title IX answer, but our women's athletic programs are going to be just as exciting as our men's athletics program. I mean, we are a juggernaut right now. And when you talk about what Bethune and Florida A&M brings, they bring quality programs. And all of the social media chatter that I've seen from FAMU, they bring a lot of noise talking as well. And I know Bethune is going to bring the same thing. And that's what makes the Southwestern Athletic Conference so great. That back and forth, and then the ability to be able to go to the games. You don't have to wait for football season when football season ends to be able to engage in that banter. You immediately go to basketball, men and women. You immediately go to baseball and softball. You immediately go to track. You immediately go to golf. You immediately go to bowling. I mean, we are balanced across the board. And to expand on your question, again, from a standpoint, I received tons of emails when we brought FAMU in about who should have been the 12th member. You know, we had people saying, go get NAIA schools, go get Division II schools. And quite frankly, you know, we even had somebody say, go get Morehouse, and that goes to that Title IX. We could not bring in an all-male athletic program because it'll violate what we would have to do on the Title IX perspective. So whoever we bring in, we have to bring them in from a balanced standpoint. But let's take a step away from Title IX. Let's look at a Division II institution. One, it takes, and we talked about, a minimum of 4 years for them to transition to Division I. But can you imagine a Division II school having to, even if you're a powerhouse in football, coming to the SWAC and having to play? I think the maximum scholarships there is, what, 35, 36? You know, a 35, 36 scholarship football team is not going to be able to hold up to this day in and day out gauntlet of Southwestern Athletic Conference football. And you don't want to bring a member institution that they cannot compete football-wise, basketball-wise, softball-wise, track-wise. So whoever we got, they had to be able to fit. They had to be able to compete. They had to be able to bring that Title IX piece to it. And they had to be able to complete that circle. And as I said, our circle, it's complete, and we're getting ready to go do some great things.
Thank you for that.
So we actually have another question from one of our colleagues. A.D. Drew actually just asked the question, ask Dr. McClellan, will the basketball tournament expand from 8 to all 12 teams now?
That's a good question. I go back to, that's something that we're going to have to discuss. And I'll tell all of the listeners this. We just bought a brand new Ferrari. We don't even know what all of the gadgets are on. We don't know how fast it goes. We just know we have a Ferrari. We got to get in and read the owner's manual and figure out, you know, how to drive this thing. That's the fun part. And we'll get together. And, you know, we have some modeling. We have some things that we have. But, you know, you talk about basketball, and I'm really just talking now without putting anything on paper, discussing anybody. I'm thinking about baseball. How can you exclude some of the teams in baseball? Right now, we bring in the top 8, right? We just added 2 baseball teams that are significant. How do you do that? Do we go to the SEC model? Well, you know, we play in. And all of that's going to be on me. Most of that is funding, right? It's not necessarily about being able to play. It's about money. We now have the ability to go out and generate money where we can assist schools to come, whether that's basketball, whether that's baseball, whether that's softball. my philosophy is I don't want finances to get in the way from our overall level of competitiveness. So we have some work to do, but I'm just excited about the Ferrari that we have. We just have to figure out how to drive it to the maximum ability.
Well, Bryan, I don't know if you have anything else that you want to say to Dr. McClellan, but I want to make a statement. Dr. McClellan, I have not said this, I don't think, to you in a public sense. I know I've had some conversations with you on the phone. I guess it's been about 2 years now since you've taken over the helm of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. When that news first broke, I tweeted, and this was one of the very few times that I actually did a physical tweet, and it wasn't just a copy of something that I did. And I posted on Instagram that Dr. Charles McClellan becoming the commissioner of the SWAC was going to be the best thing that has happened to HBCU sports in the past 50 years. I stand by that today. Wow. You are doing an amazing job. I am glad and I'm excited to watch the things that you're doing and the vision that you have coming to fruition. You said something to me years ago when I had an opportunity to speak to the SWAC commissioner or the SWAC athletic directors when we were first starting this project, when folks were looking at streaming and black folk were talking about streaming on the internet, and most people were looking at us like we were crazy. And you said something that stuck with me, but you are the light at the end of the tunnel for those of us who are HBCU purists, and what you're doing and making sure that we maintain the history of that. And I just want to first say thank you and continued success in what you're doing.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you having me on your show. I do have to go, but I would be remiss by saying it's not me, Roy. I mean, I have an outstanding staff. Jason Cable, Dina Pooler came with me from Texas Southern. She's a assistant AD, Andrew Roberts. And I had the first time really in my career, the ability to be able to bring in all of the individuals that I wanted to surround me. And I'm only as good as those individuals that are supporting me. And I have an outstanding staff. Now, when I say outstanding, I know I get the credit, but this is not even a cliche. They are the ones that are really making a lot of this happen. And then when you talk about our athletic director,
okay, yeah, we lost you for a minute.
We have 10 outstanding athletic directors that are extremely supportive. We have 10 presidents that are all on the same page. So if you have all 10 presidents, all 10 athletic directors, and a conference office staff that's cohesive and on the same page, this is the reason why we've been able to move forward. I'm just fortunate enough to be the commissioner, but it's not me at all, Roy. It's everybody involved.
All right. Thank you, Dr. McClellan. We look forward to seeing how you guys are looking at new Ferrari.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for having me on the show.
Thank you.
All righty.
Man, that was a great interview.
So we got AD coming back in, and we're gonna get ready to close this out. He said
what's AD want to talk about? What else is there to talk about today?
That's the commissioner. That's a drop the mic moment from my perspective. Just want to let folks know we were not able to get AD Thompson from Bethune in tonight. He is still in the middle of meetings, but please stay tuned to the Black College Sports Network, the BCSN SportsWrap, inside Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab. If you haven't followed all three of those, get there, follow us. We will have him on tomorrow. We will put a post out letting you guys know what time that will air. And again, it will air, of course, here on Facebook on all three platforms, as well as on our Twitter feed. And we are just, we're just looking. I'm just excited, man. Like I said, as an HBCU purist, I'm so excited about what Dr. McClellan has happening over at the SWAC, and I'm going to tell people, man, I'm really interested in the MEAC call tomorrow. I am not one of those people who thinks this is all doom and gloom for the MEAC. I really honestly believe that this is an opportunity for the MEAC to return, almost like the $6 million man, stronger and better. Because they should have this opportunity to be able to create that regional base that you need for HBC or for college sports to be truly successful.
Well, Roy, if you think about what Dr. McClellan just said, and a lot of times, again, people are always quick to say, "Oh, so and so from Division II should come up should join the MEAC," and blah blah blah. Well, one, it's a financial situation, and then two, as he mentioned in that interview, there's a transition period that happens. So, a lot of people out there just think it's, easy to just jump from Division II up to Division I. It's not that easy. And that's sort of the situation, and why, seeing how the MEAC responds to this news will be really interesting over the next year. Because there aren't very many independent. As I can think of, there's only one or two independent FCS schools, and then there are no HBCUs in Division I that are just without a home, or that. Like, why would Tennessee State leave? Everybody went to the SWAC. Hampton went to the Big South. Savannah State went down to Division II. A&T went to the Big South. There's nobody left. So unless they, I don't know. Like I said, it's a tough spot to be in, and it's a very challenging spot to be in for the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference, and that'll be interesting.
One of the
to see what happens.
One of the things that I have talked about, and I think this is something that needs to be really looked at, because we know that both Hampton and A&T, one of the key factors, or what was put out as the key factors of them leaving, was the ability or the travel expenses that were dealt with, that you had to deal with going down to Florida on a regular basis for your non-revenue generator sports. Again, as an HBCU purist, and I like to make that point clear to people. I don't make any bones about it. This is that time that I think, honestly, your A&T and your Hampton look back at the MEAC now and say, wait a minute, okay, you know what? That financial piece has changed. Let's look at this from a conference perspective and see what is it that we can do, like you said, that may be able to happen in the next 2 or 3 years. If we were to return back to the MEAC now and do those things and put that stuff back in place, and then make that move to add whoever the 1 or 2 more schools you might need to have come in there. I really hope that the A&T faithful and that the Hampton faithful talk to their administration, talk to their fan base about possibly now coming back to the MEAC and getting back engaged in that process. Because if it was truly about the travel expenses and the things that you were doing, you no longer have that as an issue. You are truly that regional area where you can, again, that 8-hour drive time, that's all you need. These schools, if you're within that 8 hours from a driving perspective, you completely change the dynamic of what your cost is, what the look and feel for your student athletes are as they're going through these things, and you can now have a seriously strong regional base that can change the MEAC in such a positive way.
You're an optimist. You're a dreamer. I get it, Roy. It's not happening. It's not happening. I'm sorry. It's not happening.
If you don't mind, I'd like to chime in on something, fellas, and I thank you all for pushing the accept button. Let me come back.
Because I was ready to go eat dinner tonight, AD, and then you come back. I'm ready to go eat dinner. So.
Well, y'all done killed my nap after work anyway, so you try to sit here and suffer with me. But actually, I got this tweet during this conversation. This is from Third Coast Sports Head, and he tweeted out something, and Dr. Kavir may appreciate this. Just a thought. There's an FCS in Texas that starts this year and will be an independent that the Southland Conference should have invited, and they did invite them, that being Tarleton State. Maybe they fit within the footprint with the school being in Texas. maybe there might be another possibility for number 14, as we talked about earlier today, to come in along with Tennessee State. And we know Dr. McClellan definitely is the type of person who would think outside the box, bringing in a non-HBCU into the conference to balance out the conference.
Nah, Roy doesn't like that. He's an HBCU purist. No one can be. Anyway, let me stop.
Hey, excuse me for saying it like this, but white folk money spend just like black folk money, Roy.
Yeah, and they don't travel like we do to our games when it comes to the other. But we won't get into that's a whole nother show because yes, all of us are hungry and ready to eat. So we're gonna get some last thoughts from Bryan and from Kenyatta and see what we got going on. Doc, let's let you go ahead and go first. Kenyatta, what you got to close out with?
Yeah, my final thoughts in terms of 5 different things to look at as we move forward. For the SWAC, what does this mean in regards to scheduling? What is it going to look like? Who is going to be the team that goes to the Western Division, particularly in football, and what does it look like for all other sports? Number 2 is the question that you kind of brought up, Roy. What does it mean for the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference, better known as the MEAC, moving forward? We'll get the first brevity of that tomorrow morning, and we certainly will give you some insight after we listen to that and provide you some updates of what that looks like. And then third will be, what does this mean for the CIAA in regards to them move forward? Then byproduct, 4, what does this mean for the SIAC? And what a lot of people don't think about, number 5, because this tends to be a trickle-down effect, what does this mean for the all-HBCU NAA conference, better known as the Gulf Coast Athletic Conference? So there's 5 ways that we need to look at this moving forward in terms of the landscape that are immediate changes that we start with the SWAC, and then some of them will be long-range type changes that we'll see in terms of these 5 conferences. And 6, if you allow me to kind of put that team that sits out of this, what does this mean, what we refer to as the independent programs, HBCUs that are member of non-HBCU conferences, i.e. Tennessee State or OVC. And as you also alluded to, Roy, North Carolina A&T and Hampton of the Big South, and then those HBCUs at the Division II and NAI levels that are outside of the general HBCU conference. We speak in specifically those HBCUs, if you would, in the Texas market, Red River Athletic Conference, Langston as a public institution that is in the Sooner Athletic Conference. Everett Waters, that we know is currently a member of the GCAC, but as they start their transition that was announced in terms of the SIAC, what does it mean with all these institutions and some of the other independent programs such as UDC, to name a few at the Division II level? What does it look like for them moving forward? So this is going to encapsulate all HBCU programs, either directly or indirectly, and I'm focused on making sure we deliver that content as we move forward.
AD, what's your final thoughts?
You know, they said 2020 was supposed to be the year for a clearer vision. We were going to see 2020 in 2020. Has anything cleared up for us in 2020? Not really. You know, we are just as confused, probably more confused than ever. You've got COVID-19 going on. You've got the things that are going on in society with the Black Lives movement matter. You've got the conference churning, as Dr. Gaville has so eloquently put it. And fellas, we're not even halfway through the year yet. What will the remaining 6 months bring for HBCU sports?
All right, Bryan.
Well, I'm just going to leave you with a final thought. A good tweet of mine on Twitter at Penalty Talk put out there. So who's going to narrate the 30 for 30 about how the MEAC fell apart? And so I thought I would go ahead and skim the script. I thought I would go ahead and do the promo. So I'm going to do the promo now. What if I told you that the MEAC almost became a 12-team athletic conference a decade ago? What if I told you several years later, the 50th anniversary of the conference would be their last? Coming up later, the second Exodus. There's your 30 for 30 special. I am available whenever somebody wants that on wax. Whoever's going to do the documentary on the 50 years of the MEAC, I've already pinned the promo, the what if promo. So there we go.
Do you do weddings and bar mitzvahs also, Brian?
I am looking for work. My teaching salary doesn't kick in until August, so I'm free in July.
So, as my final thoughts, man. I'm gonna start off by once again saying, please make sure you follow all of the different groups here at the Black College Sports Network, the Jericho Broadcast Networks, Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab, the BCSN Sports Wrap. We are here to give you the information and to make sure that we give you the right and correct information about what's happening in the HBCU landscape and the future of where we're going to be. Definitely, again, please stay tuned to our networks and to our channels. We will have a posting of the time once we get it from A.D. Thompson at Bethune-Cookman. We will be scheduling our live broadcast to speak to him about the move and what he's looking at and how that will impact. We'll probably try to reach out to a couple of other folks down there in Daytona Beach and see if we can get some conversations with them. I'm going to make this my final thought. I'm kind of do an encapsulated pen of both of AD's and Dr. Cavill's, because I refuse to believe that the MEAC is going anywhere. So I'm not even going to address what Brian just said. But what we have, like I said, what we have right now is an opportunity for HBCU sports to take its place as a serious and major revenue generator, because we have now moved into the space with the SWAC becoming exactly what Dr. McClellan has called it. It is a powerhouse in the southwestern and listen, you don't even have to say southeastern part of the country. It is, by adding Bethune-Cookman and Florida A&M, they have made some very strong moves that now that all that needs to happen for the MEAC is that they do something similar in their region. Let's get to the point where we bring all of our HBCUs together, not just the MEAC, SWAC, SIAC, and the CIAA, but the folks in the Red River, the folks in the GCAC. The HBCU brand, especially in today's time, has an opportunity to make our schools a lot of money. It has an opportunity to give our student athletes a place to go where they can feel that culture, get the world-class education that they want, as well as still have opportunities to make it to the next level in the different activities and sports that they're engaged in. But what does that mean? And the biggest part of that is the alumni and the fans. You now have to step up. We now have to step up and do more than what we have done in the past. You have to start sacrificing some of the things that you didn't sacrifice before. If we're still serious about that super conference and moving to FBS, listen, the only reason you talk about moving to FBS if you want to compete with the Power Fives, and we know we can do it. So we're going to need everybody's participation in that and everybody being a part of that situation. So for Dr. Cavill and the Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Charles Washington and Mike Bishop, for Brian Fulford and A.D. Drew of the BCSN Sports Wrap, I am Roy Evans of the Black College Sports Network and the Jericho Broadcast Networks. Until tomorrow, we'll see you. BCU, welcome to the SWAC.
Let's face it, shopping for insurance can be time-consuming. That's why when it comes to your auto, home, and life insurance needs, make things simple and trust the experts at Allstate. They will help you get the coverage that fits your needs while helping you bundle your life, home, and auto policies. Bundling saves you money, sure, but it also saves you time. so you can enjoy the things that matter most even more. Contact me, Tammy Haynes, your local agent, for a free personalized insurance quote. Allstate, are you in good hands?
Q Time is our classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q Time, an Urban Passport member.
Support the Black College Sports Network so we can continue to provide you coverage. Go to myjbn.com/support and be a part of the Black College Sports Network.
They can follow their dreams.
Follow the Black College Sports Network on social media at MyBCSN1, the number 1, on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at MyBCSN1.
2020 has been a year like no other. Today, we're going to take a look back at some of the best BCSN Sports Wrap shows from the year 2020. BCSN Sports Wrap with Brian Fulford and myself, A.D. Drew.
But my beats, they are hard.
Welcome to a special edition of the BCSN Sports Wrap. This is another, as my colleague over there, Dr. Kenyatta Cavill, this is another conference churning edition of the BCSN Sports Wrap. Joining me today are my normal co-host, Brian Fulford, who letting me captain the ship today for some strange reason. Joining us for Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab is none other than the doc himself, Dr. Kenyatta Cavill. And from the latest headline maker in HBCU athletics, from Xavier University, athletic director Jason Horn. How you doing, A.D. Horn?
I'm well. It's been a busy past couple of days, or a busy week, between some conference things and Hurricane Sally and some awards. It's been a wild week for me, as you can imagine.
Right. Has anybody been going around playing that old song Mustang Sally while she was in town?
No, because nothing's open. We're still at phase 2 in New Orleans.
I got
I'm sure you guys saw the soundbite with our mayor. We're still in phase 2.
I got you.
Yeah, she does not play, so I'm glad you recognize that. That's a good position to be in, A.D.
Right.
You're very perceptive. I can see why you're in a leadership position. Very good.
She's actually a Xavier alum.
Okay. I read that. I read that, and she represents.
But before we get into the big elephant in the room, kind of talk about your area, COVID. You're dealing with Sally this week. Just some general thing, how things going on campus, how things with the family when it comes involved around COVID to students. Let's kind of get into that portion of it first for us, A.D. Horn.
Right. So most people that were kind of, when you think about when, I'll call it, America shut down, they were working from the house and they were at the house. I wasn't. I was still coming on campus. Seemingly I was still an essential employee, but I was fine with it. You know, I did work from the house a little bit, but I was fine with it because I was the only one in the building. So I was good. I knew I was the only one touching doorknobs. I knew I was the only one touching light switches. So I was good. And you know, and I had my sanitizer, so I was good. But you know, our campus has done a great job of working together to put together a plan as far as the safety for our students. So, you know, like in housing, you know, no one shares a bedroom. So we've got students that are staying in some apartments on the University of New Orleans campus, as well as a number of our students are staying at the Hilton Riverside here in the city. You know, again, we really have signs everywhere where we're promoting, you know, wear a mask, safe distancing, do the right thing, and our positives, so to speak, on campus have been extremely low. So it's been good. And then just kind of working with my staff and my crew about what did our return to practice look like? What are our rules going to be when we do, you know, how does it fit within the realm of what the university wants to do? And then what are we doing additionally from a protection standpoint? So it's been a long road, but you know, I keep saying to everyone, stop trying to make a normal year out of a time that's not normal. You know, so I allow our folks in the weight room, but there's a limited number. And then every other machine is unplugged. You know, I also oversee our recreation and fitness areas. So, you know, we're not doing open gym. So that bugs a lot of students, but you know, they just got to live with it. You can't, you know, as the mayor said, no contact sports. So you can't play basketball. It's just a simple fact. And then we've spread everything out. So we have a spin room in our fitness center. We've actually brought those spin bikes down to the main floor, and we do that down there when we have a yoga class. They spread out a little bit more, and we use our main floor. So we've painstakingly taken a lot of precautions. And then on campus, we're doing some testing. We've had, you know, we've probably done testing on campus a total of probably about 25 days since we've been back. And that's been available to, some days it's been available just to the campus community, but then just the general community in the city. So we've done we're doing a great job of serving both our surrounding community as well as our campus community.
Just out of curiosity, before I turn it over to Dr. Cavill, approximately how many students do you have on campus right now? I know normally you have between 3,500 and 4,000 students as your normal student population. How many do you have on campus right now?
We're still in that window. So okay. we're
at normal capacity.
We didn't nosedive. We you know, there were some surveys done amongst our students that were returning and our new students, and really the consensus was we want to come back to New Orleans and we want to be back on campus. So then, you know, our folks, between our academic folks and the folks in student affairs, we really worked to figure out how we can do this and do it safely to kind of maintain some mitigation. And that's part of why we did some of the housing things where we're not sharing bedrooms. We really drastically reduced the capacity of our common spaces, our classrooms. 2 people are allowed on an elevator at a time, and there's a sticker on the floor. One stands here, one stands there. I even bought these things called cootie keys so that you don't have to touch the button or grab the handle on the door. So we've got some things. We bought gaiters for all of our student athletes, you know, kind of the half mask over the face. So we've done some things that that you just have to do if you're going to operate, and we're not cutting corners with it at all.
Dr. Cavill?
Yes, thank you for sharing that, A.D. Horn. I think that is extremely important, not just for us to know, but for potential students, parents out there to get an inside view of what that looks like. Just for those students, I happen to be a professor at Texas Southern University in terms of the sport management program. And so we have a lot of students, as you would imagine, that are looking to get in the sport business. and many of them have dreams to becoming an athletic director, and obviously that's a long road to get there. But can you give them some insight of what your role was outside of what you just talked about on campus in terms of the affiliation at the conference level with GCAC, and now in terms of the Red River Athletic Conference, the negotiation that took place, and what it will probably be like, and even more importantly, at a national level, part of the NAIA. You know, how often did you have to deal with meetings in regards to getting updates, the medical? You specifically talked about what was necessary from a presidential and board level institutionally. Xavier University, a lot of important work took place. But how was that in terms of national perspective, in terms of those scheduling updates, closing of the season, when will the season open? How did that work in terms of your time commitment with, I presume, were probably virtual meetings with the national office and with the conference perspective?
Well, first I'll tell you that our convention, or at least the athletic directors convention, was supposed to be in Vegas, so it was very disappointing. I was booked. I was ready to go to Vegas. I hadn't been to Vegas in over a decade, and then that was canceled. So we wound up doing a lot of our meetings virtually. And I also serve within the NAI. I serve on the National Administrative Council, which is really outside of our Council of Presidents. It's our the folks that make a lot of the decisions and rules and what have you. And I also serve on the competition committee. So, you know, as we kind of look at it, we meet on a regular basis. As a matter of fact, we're meeting again, I think, next week to talk about what's our next round of the world going to look. And we don't operate based off of what the NCAA does. I mean, we look at it, but it doesn't. You know, we're a separate organization, so we make different decisions. So we didn't have a situation where you couldn't go visit kids. Now, on our campus, we did, but you know, with students, you know, that you wanted to go look at, you know, we just said, hey, you can't do that here. But on a national standpoint, you know, it's just being involved and figuring out what our survey questions are going to be and surveying the landscape across the country, because, you know, what you can do in New Orleans and what you can do in Boise, Idaho are two different things at two different times. So when you take a look at the state of Louisiana, the state is actually at phase 3. The city of New Orleans is at phase 2. So a school like LSU Alexandria in Alexandria, Louisiana, they're at phase 3, so they can play basketball right now. They can host basketball games. In New Orleans, we can't do it right now. Now the next parish over, the next county over, we can do that there, but we're not looking at doing that. So it's just really kind of paying attention to what are we doing on the campus level? What are we doing? What is the city allowing? What is the state allowing? And then kind of what is federal allowing? And it's really just trying to figure out those pieces, what it looks like for us. We have as a matter of fact, yesterday had a conference call with the NAI athletic directors across the state. There's 5 of us. And we had a conference call to talk about what we're doing, how we're planning. Have had some conversations with administration at Tulane, with the University of New Orleans, just really just seeing where everybody is, making sure that I'm armed with the most information I can get as we continue to make decisions. Sometimes I feel like, and my student athletes probably feel like, I'm the mask police, because you know, people walk around and they got their mask this far, and I'm like, hey, that nose needs to be in that mask. And I do it walking across campus, whether they're a student athlete or not. So it's just kind of managing those pieces and just making sure that people are being safe. And we have some ambassadors on campus. We've got some students that walk around, and if someone has a shabby mask, they give them another one. If they're not wearing the mask properly, they tell them that. You know, I've been in the cafeteria. We only allow 2 people at a table. Of course, students do what they want, because you remember when you're 18, 19, you were invincible. So, and I laugh at some of the things that I have to do, you know, thinking about my days back at the University of Michigan. when I tell people, I say I just went over and yelled at some students because they moved chairs in the dining hall, and they're like, "Boy, you're reaping what you sow." But we're on track, and we're doing some good things. We're temperature checking when we have activities here. We're tracking it. On campus, we have to check in every day via an app and answer some questions and let the university know where we are. So we do a lot of Zooms, even when I have my staff meetings, even though most of our staff are back on campus, we still do it via Zoom. Because at the end of the day, one, I'm not trying to get anybody sick. Two, it's just the diligent thing for us to do. And it's just to comply with what we've been asked by our president, who, by the way, is a immunologist and has a PhD in biochemistry. So as you can imagine, when I go into a meeting and I say, well, this is what's, he's like, hey.
Oh, we saw that report 3 weeks ago.
Exactly. So it's good. And we have a solid team here that buys in. Our health services, I talk to her weekly. Our team doctor, Dr. David Leslie, he works with our medical partner, and they're also the team doctors for the Saints and the Pelicans. So, they're getting the NBA information. They're partners with LSU. So we get all of that information. They give that information to us so that we can make the best informed decision for not only our student athletes, but for our university at large. But you asked me about getting into sports. Okay. I think that was the first thing you asked me. My advice to people that want to work in this business, get involved in college. Find somewhere. It may not even be the area that you want to work in. And let's do that. So when I got involved in sports, I worked in the basketball office at the University of Michigan. And when I think back on it, who the hell am I walking up saying, hey, I'd like to see if you guys are looking for somebody to work, because I just wanted to work in sports. And lo and behold, they told me they would call me on Monday. But, nobody had cell phones then. So I cut class all day on Monday, stayed home. They didn't call, but they called me on Tuesday and gave me an opportunity. And then who knew, I got an opportunity to work with the Fab Five and travel. I'll tell you this, and people that are listening, maybe they know, don't know. My autograph is on some basketballs in some people's living rooms. Like we walk through the lobby. They're like, hey, can we get your autograph? And then finally, I'd grab the Sharpie and just sign my name. And Chris and Jalen and Joanne would go, you are hilarious doing it. I said, hey.
They got the same travel suit as they did, so they didn't know the difference.
Exactly. So I'm good. But that's how I got in this business. I really found an opportunity working in the basketball office at Michigan, just helping out in the office. And from there, I'll tell you, Mike Tranghese set me up with my next opportunity. And Mike, for those that don't know, Mike Tranghese is the commissioner of the Big East. And I interviewed for an internship in sports information. I'm not a sports information guy. I'm a marketing guy. But it was an opportunity. And I'd never been to Rhode Island, so they invited me out to Providence, Rhode Island. I interviewed, and I'm meeting with this commissioner after I met with some other people, and Mike Tranghese sat across from his desk and said, you're not a sports information guy. Why are you here today? I said, because you have an opportunity, and I want to work in this business and learn all I can. And
great.
And so I didn't get that opportunity, but a few months later, I got a call from Connie Nickel at the University of Miami and said, hey, Mike Tranghese allocated some money for you to come down and help us out with marketing basketball. And that was the next step, and kind of just continued from there. So it's time and place. It's jumping in. But if I didn't jump, the one thing is I like to tell people, it's like the movie business sometimes. It's everybody wants in this business until they have to work in it. You guys are broadcasters. Everybody wants to broadcast till they find out, well, wait a minute, you just don't sit down. You do a little bit of research. You got to prepare. You got to check the light levels, the sound levels. You got to do all those pieces. They're like, oh, you just don't sit down and do it. No, you gotta give time. So that's how I got in, and I've helped a lot of. I try to say that I help a lot of people along the way, and I've helped some people, and I've paid it forward. So as a matter of fact, Monday, a young man who's at Lawrence Tech up in Michigan, we were on a Zoom just like this, and he reached out to me, and we were on the phone for an hour and a half on Monday, him just asking me how does he do next step stuff, and I've connected him with a couple of other people, and hopefully something works out for him.
Well, I'll tell you what, I am going on to eBay or somewhere. I'm on the hunt for a basketball that's got Jason Horn, Juwan Howard, Jalen Rose, and I'm looking for that.
Everybody.
I have got that is a collector's item. I may pay a good penny for that, but I'm going to be looking for that. No doubt now.
I'm on somebody's credenzas somewhere in America, on several credenzas in America. It's pretty fun.
I appreciate you sharing that. I'm serious. I'm on the hunt for that. But before we get into talking a little bit about the university, I want to first say congratulations to you. This past week, the NAIA recognized you as the National Athletics Director of the Year for 2019-20. You became the first African American to receive this prestigious award, the first from a HBCU, the first from a Louisiana NAIA member, and just the second from out of the conference, the GCAC. I saw I love the Twitter love that you got, but just if you'd like to take a second and just express your thoughts and all that went into that and just being recognized. I'm assuming that award comes from your peers within the conference. Just your thoughts on being recognized by such an award.
Wow. I mean, I was floored. I got it. They notified me by email, and I was actually, was it Tuesday? I was meeting Brett Simpson, the AD at Loyola, for coffee. We talk about, every now and then we just need to unplug and sit down and chat. And so I was waiting for him, and I just happened to check my email, and I went, holy crap. And this email came through that said that I was named the National Athletic Director of the Year. Now, did I know that I was up for it? Yes. Did I expect to win it? Absolutely not. And then kind of when our Associate Athletic Director, Ed Cassier, kind of did the research and said, the first African American, the first HBC, like it was just, I really was speechless. And for most people that know me, that's hard to do. So it was pretty cool. And then I sent a screenshot and to my parents and different people. And my mom didn't call me until that night. And so I called her, and this is going to sound a little morbid. So I called. Well, she didn't call me. I called her, and I said, "Have you checked your phone all day?" She's like, "Yeah." And I said, "You didn't call me or anything?" I said, "I'm just making sure you're not dead." And she laughed. She said, "Didn't you realize like there were cousins and aunts and uncles like texting you?" I said, "Well, yeah." I said, "I didn't even think anything of it." She says, "Well, who do you think sent it to them?" And so it was pretty funny, but it's cool because
just like a mom. I love it. I always teach it.
Right. I mean, it was funny. I said, but I swear to God, I did say to her, I said, "I'm just making sure you're not dead. I haven't heard from you. You didn't text me back, nothing." And she laughed. She said, "Well, you waited long enough to see if I was still alive." She's funny.
Oh, awesome comeback.
But it's really been an awesome past couple of days amongst just people in the athletic department, people at the university, people across the country, people that I worked with 30 years ago that saw it, and it's just been really humbling and awesome for me. And really, it's just a testament to what we've been able to accomplish as a team here. Our coaches, our student athletes, our administration, just everyone buying in. And like I said, we live by win, grow, and graduate around here. And we want people to come in and win from day one, that when they get on campus. We want them to grow from high school into early adulthood, and we want them to graduate from the university. So our GPAs have gone up since I've been here. We've got more people that have 3.0s than ever. We've added some sports, so we've got more student athletes than we probably had in school history, at least in the modern era. That is definitely a fact. So my thing is I pull on my experiences from the different places that I've been, and is everything going to work here at Xavier? No, but have we had some fun here? Yes. Have we won some championships here? Yes. And it's about helping our students, helping our staff. Since I've been here, we've had a couple of staff members go on to be young staff members go on and be head coaches. Some administrators move on, and that's really what I'm about. And I think I learned that early in my career about helping people kind of get next level and achieve their dreams. So that's a lot of what I do. I do fuss and yell. They'll tell you I fuss and yell. There's not always a smile on my face, but at the end, it's about moving people forward. And I think this award recognizes it. The conduit is me, but it really is the body of work that our university administration has invested in our athletic department, what our alumni do. We travel pretty good when we go on the road. We put ourselves in a position that when we go to places and if they're fortunate enough to beat us, they celebrate like it's the national championship. And I tell our kids, that's okay. When we win, I said, the whole expression of act like you've been there before, it's good. We played a team and they won a set off of us in volleyball, and you'd swear there were streamers and balloons getting ready to come down. And I won't mention the school, but one of their other coaches who was in the crowd after they won the first set, he said, "Oh my goodness, we got a chance." And then when we won the second set, 25-8, he said, "Where are my keys? I'm out of here." So, but it's fun, and that's what Xavier's about. It's about being leaders. If you think about the things that Dr. Norman Francis was able to accomplish, like most people don't know that the Freedom Riders were housed on our campus at one point. Recently, the city has said that they are going to rename Jefferson Davis Parkway to Norman C. Francis Parkway, and his pictures in the Smithsonian, and Catherine Drexel, who founded the university, and a lot of the things, and really just living the mission of the university. So that's what we promote here within our administration, and we live it within the athletic department, and we try to live it at the highest level possible.
All right.
Okay, answer your question.
All right, A.D. Horn. The big decision has been made. Well, I'm gonna take this back. In April, I put out an article with the help of my colleagues, and we talked about some possible realignment that was potentially going on. A&T had already moved by then. Fam and Bethune were rumored to be moving. There were a few other people. We even looked at the GCAC conference. And coach, I got to give y'all credit. I did my research. I did my homework. I talked to people. Nowhere on that map, nowhere of anybody who I talked to was Xavier even in the conversation of a team that was possibly going to be moving from the GCAC. Yes, we've heard of some other people in the GCAC who are moving or will be moving. Some that are known, some that are rumored that you probably had privy to, but I won't repeat here on this because they should have the opportunity to come out with it. But once again, nowhere was Xavier on the map. So, Coach, take us through the decision-making process, your portion of that decision-making process. How much of a role did you play in that decision-making process?
So, yes, it was very quiet. I'll tell you that there was I also serve as an officer on the NAI Athletic Directors Association, and I got on the call a little bit late this week, but I guess they had been talking. The buzz talk was Xavier moving to the Red River Conference, and one commissioner texted me and he said, "Wow, this was kept really quiet." He said, he says, normally this stuff is out there. And he said, congratulations on that you were able to keep it quiet. It happened relatively quickly. So, part of my job is, as the athletic director, is to always survey the landscape, know where we are, know where we sit. And as you gentlemen know, we've added some sports. We've added competitive cheerleading. We've added indoor track. We've added baseball. We've added softball. We're looking at some other sports down the stretch as well, to grow our opportunities for students at our campus. And part of the consideration is that we needed a home for our sports. So we played all of the sports that the GCAC had as championship sports, and we added some new ones. And so our picture changed. And yes, there was some discussion about some folks within the GCAC adding some sports and what have you. And we had a discussion with our athletic advisory committee. Our athletic advisory committee, I did some research, had a conversation and presentation with our athletic advisory committee, and then a recommendation was made to our president and our cabinet, and some decisions were made, and we decided to move forward with joining the Red River Conference. And it wasn't just an athletics decision. It really was part and parcel, some decisions that help us grow as a university broad-based. We're still aligning ourselves with fellow HBCUs. We draw, if you look at not only our student athlete profile, but if you look at our student profile, probably the largest number of students outside of the state of Louisiana hail from the state of Texas. And so that was a consideration. We recruit heavily in Houston, Dallas, some in San Antonio, and northern Louisiana, where you've got LSU Alexandria, LSU Shreveport. And so there's some synergy there. We've got a lot of alums in those spaces. Had some conversations with our associate vice president for alumni affairs, and that was a good move. Talked to our folks in enrollment management. So it was we had some healthy discussions, and I don't move too slowly. I kind of, if we say we're going to do something, we're not waiting around. Sometimes people tell them I beat them up. I'll ask them, on Tuesday, let's get this done. And then on Wednesday, I say, how much progress did we make? So so it was kept pretty quietly. Had some conversations with the folks at the Red River, and then they discussed us, and it was and might I say, it was a unanimous decision to extend an invitation for Xavier University of Louisiana to become the 13th member of the conference.
Yes, you really get into that decision process, and I really like the analysis, and I kind of bump my head back and forth, as I like to think I'm with AD and Bryan in regards to being able to, one, dig up information, but two, of trying to be innovative and strategic in regards why moves may happen. And I really like the idea that one of the things you talked about in that answer is the fact that in terms of the GAC footprint, you have the HBCUs and you have different schools in terms of Louisiana, obviously Mississippi, Alabama, Florida to some degree, depending on what that looks like with Edward Waters moving and making considerations and overtures with the SIC, having an open invitation there. They still haven't made their decision, and obviously Tennessee in regards to how it looks. But now talking about Texas, and more importantly, the cities that you're talking about. You know, Xavier is in New Orleans, a major metropolitan city. You talk about St. Thomas, not an HBCU, but it is in Houston in terms of that. Obviously, you have Dallas with Paul Quinn College, part of the Red River, and how that's a major metropolitan city. You talked about San Antonio, and what does that look like? Obviously, Austin, when you talk about comparatively speaking in terms of cities, fourth largest, fifth largest city in the state of Texas, but in terms of a metropolitan city, it is that. And you have Houston Tillerson there. So four of the cities we talked about have HBCUs in it, and how that connects, which sets up my question in terms of that. And I want you to visit this not in terms of a decision-making process. Obviously, you keep all that to the vest. But if you could get into the nuances in terms of your experience coming from NCAA member Michigan back then as you were just trying to get into it, having the conversation with the commissioner at that time of the Big East, Trans-EC, and then working at University of Miami, NCAA, Division I, obviously, but talk about the juxtapose in terms of the NAIA and the NCAA in terms of conference affiliation, Edward Waters, NCAA Division II at SIC, and now this partnership with the Red River Athletic Conference moving in the NAIA from Gulf Coast Athletic Conference to the Red River Athletic Conference. But can you juxtapose that framing of the NAIA versus NCAA and what that looks like, membership, particularly NAIA and NCAA Division II? And I'm setting this up for fans that try to understand athletics, and we don't get a chance to get it inside that circle. Certainly the fans, we get a little more of covering it, but what does that look like, and how do you come in framing the decisions when you have to take that macro level framework of a decision?
So some of it is that it puts us in front of more of our alums. So if you took a look at the GCAC, and we've enjoyed we're a charter member, we've been a member since 1980. But when you take a look at how, one of the things that also happened is the NAIA went to one division in basketball. So 2 divisions, they went to 1. And so there's other shifts that happen across the country. But when you take a look at, I'll use as an example. So the money that you see, take the Big Ten, for example. If you think back, maybe a year before Maryland joined the Big Ten, they announced they were dropping 7 or 8 sports. Then I guess the Big Ten called and they said, "We're just kidding. You guys can hang around." So they didn't drop those sports. But for us, as I analyze it, and part of my presentation to our athletic advisory committee, is it gets us more organic opportunities with our fan base, with our alumni base, and that's critical for any university, that it gets us an opportunity to have more discussions with potential donors or alums that feel a little bit disconnected from the university. Now, if we're coming into Houston, they can see us a couple times. Our alumni club there will host some events. Our alumni folks from campus can say, "Hey, why don't you guys do an event the night before the basketball game or the afternoon, or host a tailgate before the game?" So really, that was my thought process and part of my presentation to my campus community. And then just even with admissions, it's how do we continue to build a better mousetrap? And so talking to our enrollment management people and looking at some of those pieces where we can broaden our reach or fine tune it, I guess, is another way as well. And then the other pieces for our student athletes, it's different experiences. So, In my career, I'm fortunate that my family, we went on vacation. There's a lot of people never been on a vacation, or they go on a vacation once every 5 years with their family. And I'll tell you a story. Like, since I've been here, we men's basketball team, they were heading to play Florida Memorial in St. Thomas down in Miami, and they were going to, it's 17, 18, 19-year-olds. So the coach was going to have them stay somewhere in nondescript, coaches book stuff near the arena. It's about convenience. And I said, no. Let me book the hotel. I lived in Miami for a few years, so called around, called a few friends, and actually they stayed on Miami Beach. And I said, we're not going to put them on South Beach. We're going to go a little farther up. We stayed like mid beach, so it's a little bit of a hike to get to things. But the assistant coach called me, and he was laughing, and I said, what? He said, this hotel is really nice. He's like, how much did it cost? I said, don't worry about it. Just enjoy it. He said, these grown, tough guys walked in here like 11-year-olds, pulled out their phones, taking pictures, like, wow, this is just a fancy hotel. And they walked out by the pool, and and he said, one kid said, well, if this is the pool, what's that? The kid had never seen the ocean.
Right. Wow.
So for me, a lot of it's about opportunity. And do you get to do some special things? Like I tell coaches, and sometimes you have to force it, but I tell coaches, you got to make it educational. You gotta do some fun things. And for them, it was wow. Like I'll never forget, my cousin told me she took her kids to Disney, and they stayed at like the Nickelodeon Hotel. And she said her kids were cool at the Nickelodeon Hotel, and at the pool, she said, I already bought these tickets. Get your butt in that rental car. We are headed over here. Like, no, this is, like she said I could have saved a lot more money, but it really is, sometimes we forget about just the experience. Another time we were playing near Memphis. And so I said to the coaches, I said, why not head over, during the downtime, instead of just staying at the hotel, go to Lorraine Motel, go ahead. And I'll never forget, like, it was like, well, how much is this going to cost, and this, that, and the other? I said, you got an athletic director who just told you to do it. Just do it. And I had some student athletes come back and say, thanks for setting that up. I said, what are you talking about? I said, coach set that up. And they did one of these. We know this wasn't his decision. And I just laughed and I walked away. But it's about experience. And I think heading into Austin and seeing something a little bit differently. Going to Houston, going to Dallas. For some of the guys that come from small towns, they've never done some of those things. They've never seen, tall buildings. For some guys, New Orleans is a gigantic city, and it's not. I mean, so it's, for me, a lot of, some of the decision is how do you live the day to day? And I think for some of the student athletes, it'll be a great opportunity for them to see some new and different things. So that weighed into it a little bit. The difference between the NAI and the NCAA, it all depends on where you are. If you're in the Southland Conference, it's vastly different than if you're in the Big Ten, than if you're in the Big East. So you just gotta adjust and look at things a little bit differently. So that's kind of how part of the overall global decision when we made it.
Thank you.
Like I had, I'll tell this, my track coach is going to be mad. He's like, well, now it's more travel for us. I said, coach, you only have one event that you do in conference. It's the conference championship. What are you talking about? I'm like, you can still go run against William Carey and I said, you got to go one. You still had to go to the conference championship. You only got one, and you complaining about it. So, and he's like, yeah, I didn't think about it that way. But it's going to, really be a good move, and I think it'll allow us as a university to really connect organically with a lot of our alums. Because I get a lot. Oh yeah, I have gotten a lot of calls over the years. When are you guys going to come here? When are you guys going to come there? And then you'd be amazed that when we have gone to some places, alums have shown up. When we went to my hometown with volleyball, when we've headed up to Detroit, like there was one alum. She drove an hour to just come in and say hi, and then she left and went back. She said, "I just wanted to come and see my Xavier. They don't come up here too often, so I wanted to just come out, see Xavier, but I got to get back to work." And that's awesome. So if we can create more of those opportunities to connect and make them organic, that's what we want to do.
A.D. Horn, I love the way you framed all of the benefits of the move. I think, for anyone, as Dr. Cavill said, to give people that understanding of how it works, being able to see the benefits. I'm very intrigued by how the ball kind of gets rolling. Like, where was that first piece of yarn? How did it start rolling into where it is today? So my question for you is, can you maybe share that first thought? Obviously, with the Red River making a unanimous decision, there were all kinds of, back channel conversations or whatever that went on, or maybe it was conversations from years ago. But for you, given the history of being with the GCAC for 40 something years, where was the impetus to even consider moving? I mean, was there maybe one or two events, or maybe it was something that the Red River was doing, or that kind of said, it's time to really think about expanding our brand, which it sounds like that's what it is you're doing. You're taking from a conference that formerly was made up of, at least in the last couple of years, it went from 8 to 7. And now you're expanding out into a larger conference, which more opportunities, more travel, some of the locations you mentioned. So it really is an expansion of the Xavier brand. But as I said, I'm kind of curious if you can share, maybe if you think back, where were those first thoughts or conversations at to say, yeah, I think the Red River would be a good spot for us to potentially move to. I know a lot of things have to happen, but I'm just curious about that.
You're asking about the secret sauce?
Well, okay, so maybe not, you don't have to give me every ingredient, but maybe you leave a few things out, but just give me maybe a nugget or two.
So a little bit of it was from a competitive standpoint, and in many of the sports in the GCAC, it's very competitive national. But like I said, we added some sports that the GCAC just didn't have as a championship. So for a long time, and our tennis teams are two of the best in the nation. Our men's tennis team finished last year number 2. The women's team in the shortened season finished number 3. We finished national runner-up, and we did that as an independent. And we were not in the conference, at least since I've been here. And so they weren't in the conference, and then baseball we're not in the conference, and softball. So we were pretty much having just as many sports that were in the GCAC competing as we had outside. And so, that was the early impetus on where can we get the most bang for our buck with everyone being able to compete and contend for championships. So like this year, in 2021, baseball and softball are competing as an independent. Competitive cheerleading competing as an independent. Now we are playing in the Southern States Conference in tennis for the first year, but next year we will be in the Red River. So those are kind of some of the early pieces, and then when I just kind of analyzed it and said, how else can we help, using your words, and yes, it's part of it, is how do we continue to grow the brand of the university with this tool called athletics? And one of the ways is, what do they say? It's bigger in Texas, so it's you know it's an opportunity to reach more students, to reach more alums, to get into some bigger fan bases and have someone who they may be a Paul Quinn alum, but they've got a high school kid who's considering going somewhere, and they need to hear a new name, and the new name is Xavier, and they will look it up, and they will look on our website, and they will see some great things, and they'll see a great city, and they'll see that we're if they're Catholic, they'll see that we're the only Black and Catholic university in the country. If they look at U.S. News and World Report, they'll see that in terms of HBCUs, we're number 3. So they'll look and they'll see, hey, I want to go to medical school. Well, Xavier holds the distinction of putting more Blacks in that finish medical school than any other school in the country. So it is a way and an avenue for us to continue to grow. How do we continue to build a better mousetrap? But really the impetus, and I said, and I'll tell you this, from year one, I look at the landscape every year, and that's what I did. And that's what we continue to do, and just kind of gathering information, and really this was, sat down and said, this is the time, and this is where we're going, and fortunately the folks on campus agreed with me.
All right, A.D. Horn, we're going to go around one last time. Everybody has a couple of last questions that they want to get off to you. Now, I hope I don't put you on the spot when I ask you this question, but your current conference, which is soon to be your former conference, is, it's in a funny position right now. It's in a cloudy space right now. We've already know about Edward Waters have an open invitation from the SIAC to join Division II. We know SUNO, Southern University of New Orleans, dropped athletics last year.
They
suspended.
Suspended, yes.
Suspended. Okay, yeah. Suspended athletics last year. Don't know timetable on a possible return. We've got Xavier University in New Orleans put it in their papers to transfer to another conference. Mm-hmm. There are rumors and other stories about other schools within the conference.
I don't know what you mean. Who?
I'll let you put that out there. I'm not gonna put that out there, even though I know who they are. But just the future of the former conference, the health of the GCAC. What do you see the health of the GCAC potentially going? Because I know you're leaving, but it's like an ex-girlfriend. You still love her. You just have to move on to a new one.
Like I told you, I mean, like we've enjoyed being a member of the conference. We've enjoyed winning a lot of championships. We've enjoyed, 9 out of the last 10 years winning the Commissioner's Cup with the GCAC. So we enjoy the camaraderie. We enjoy all of that. The GCAC has 6 members, and you need a minimum of 6 to continue to have a championship and to continue to have an automatic to the national championship. And there will enjoy that. Are there discussions with some potential new members? There absolutely is. So, the GCAC hopefully will be around for a long time. It really is, a big thing was we've added some sports, and we just needed some continuity with all of our sports so that our student athlete experience kind of, as best we can, keep it the same across the board. That's really it. I mean, I think the GCAC, I know that they're going to be coming for us this year, and I mean, that's just what it is, and schools make decisions for the it really was a Xavier decision, and it was less a GCAC decision. It was this is where we are with our footprint, with our teams, with our sports, and as we continue to grow, we need to make sure that we have a home for all of our sports, and so that's a big piece of it.
I want to follow up that. Obviously, a lot of people are aware of the hometown, the city rival between Dillard and Xavier. As an athletic director, obviously, it's just one side of the equation. Are you at liberty to talk about whether you want to continue to play those matchups in the sports that Dillard and Xavier had together?
Xavier absolutely 100% wants to continue to play Dillard on a regular basis.
Thank you. Short and sweet.
In all
Go ahead, Bryan.
In all sports that both of us field the team, it makes sense. It's just like we still play Loyola. Similar situation. We still play them. I'm gonna throw Brett Simpson under the bus, the AD over there real quick, because one time his volleyball coach didn't want to play us, and so I called him. I said, we're 2 minutes away from each other. Why on earth would we not play? He's like, let me call you back. And then the volleyball coach said, okay, we'll play. And I said, well, what did you say to her? He said, we got to play Xavier. I get such a thrill out of consoling him after we win. So that's what he said. We haven't lost to him since, but that's what he said. And and that's okay. But our plan is that it is probably the best rivalry in the state. Arguably the best attended when it comes to basketball in the state. So we continue it, and you guys follow us on social media and stuff, and as you know, our SID, when he needs a throwback, he finds one.
Oh, he finds it on
the date of the time, and he will put it out there. So
I love it.
It does a great job for us.
That's good to hear. Thank you for sharing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, A.D. Horn, we're going to get ready to get out of here. But before we get out of here, we're going to let you give all those plugs for the university. Make sure you give them the website. Make sure you tell anybody who wants to write you a check as a donation, where they need to send that check, all the Twitter handles, Instagram. Give all that good stuff out right now.
I don't know that I can remember it all, but
give as much as
Xavier Athletics is xulagold.com. That is us across all platforms. Again, it's branding. Actually, it's on the social media platforms. It's Zula Gold, XULA Gold, and then our website is zulagold.com. The university is xula.edu. What else did you tell me? If somebody wants to cut a check, you can make it out to Jason Horn. No, you can make it out to University of Louisiana, 1 Drexel Drive, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70125. Or you can visit our website, zulagold.com. Right on the top, there's a button to click donate. We'll take e-checks, we'll take Cash App, we'll take anything. Those are our things. And really, we do want people to check out Xavier. It is really a hidden gem in the South, and we continue to grow and do new things, not just in athletics, but as a university. We're really moving some things forward, and we're involved with some of the what do you call it? The trials for COVID testing and all of those pieces, and many of our constituencies are getting involved with that. Again, if you're looking to go to med school and you're African American, the odds are very good if you come through Xavier. Assuming you can get admitted, but if you come through Xavier, you'll be good. We got a solid business program. We got a solid music school. Sciences were really strong. Solid art program. So check us out, and if you got any questions, you can reach me at 504-520-7329. That's it, you know.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. That was Athletic Director of the Year.
Yes.
Firstly, Jason Horn. That man over there who was just clapping, it was our friend of the show and colleague, Dr. Kenyatta Cavill. That other guy in that blue over there is my co-host, Brian Fulford. My name is A.D. Drew, and we'll be back right after these short messages.
Thank you.
If you want fall sports, the best thing you can do is, stay indoors. And I think that's ultimately what America has been told for the last couple of weeks. And I know it's tough. It's tough for me. But until we can get this thing curtailed, it's only going to take more time. So if there's anything that you think you can do to get football kicked off, it is to stay inside. And if you stay inside, I guarantee you we'll have football. So the only way we're going to have football is, to curtail it. And the only way to curtail it is to quarantine yourself until we can get a handle on it. So everybody has to do their part for football. We're going to do ours, and we hope that you do yours. And if you do, there's a 100% guarantee we'll play. But if we don't sit and quarantine ourselves and social distance ourselves from each other, it could jeopardize our ability to play football in the fall. So this stuff is serious, and it's not going to go away by itself. We have to do our part. So I just urge everybody to do so.
The census, when counting everyone in your home, helps support your neighborhood for the next 10 years.
Let's go home and count Papi!
Make your family count!
The census helps fund schools, healthcare, and more. Visit 2020census.gov.
Support the Black College Sports Network so we can continue to provide you coverage. Go to myjbn.com/support and be a part of the Black College Sports
Tell everybody
Network.
they can follow their dreams.
Welcome back to the BCSN Sports Wrap. Joining us on this special edition is Xavier University head coach, women's basketball head coach, Bo Browder. In case you guys have not heard, you have not been following them because they're in the NAIA, but they're one of our schools. They're at HBCU also. We got to give them their love. They made the big announcement earlier this week that they were leaving the GCAC after 40 years as a charter member and moving west to the Red River Athletic Conference. So first of all, before we get into that, Coach Browder, how you doing? How's the family? How are things going on campus? Just give us a quick rundown.
Well, family is doing well. Everybody's been pretty safe going through this virus situation. The university is doing really outstanding. We had one of our better enrollments when we talk about incoming freshmen. So I think we had about 800, maybe 800 freshmen to enroll at Xavier this year. So from a university standpoint, our enrollment is pretty high. We're really excited about that. We got a lot of things going on in our athletic department right now with additional to softball and baseball. And last year, from an academic standpoint, we pretty much had almost a 3.0 for our student athletes. So things are going extremely well. We've been fortunate to avoid two major hurricanes that went different directions. It really not hurt Lake Charles, Louisiana, really, really bad. A storm hit there, and we had a storm this week that we missed. So right now, we've been very fortunate in the city of New Orleans and our local area to miss two major hurricanes. So we are just going to keep praying, and hopefully we don't have any more hurricanes the rest of the year for the whole country and everything. So, but other than that, things are going extremely well.
For those who do not know, if you could, Coach, you said you had 800 incoming freshmen. Approximately how many students attend Xavier University?
We are pretty much around 3,500 and everything. Pretty much about 3,500 to 4,000 Consistently, we're definitely between 3,200 and everything. But at the beginning of the semesters, we are usually between 35 and 4,000 students. And we are well known for biology pre-med, excellent pharmacy program, and we have an outstanding business program also.
Correct. And students taking classes online, in class, hybrid model.
Yes, pretty much. Some of my student athletes are going to class twice a week and taking the rest of the days online and everything. So they have options to go online or go hybrid and everything like that. So it's been truly a blessing. The university and I did a great job. We're getting tested. All the students are getting tested on campus at least once every 2 or 3 weeks. So we feel really good about that. The staff also are going through testing also. So we're trying to make sure everybody is safe and everything.
All right. Now, for the elephant in the room, as we like to call it, Xavier made the big decision to move west, leaving the GCAC, which a lot of people may or may not realize it is a conference made up exclusively of HBCUs at this current time. But back in its founding in 1981, it was a hybrid conference with only three HBCUs, and I believe 5 non-HBCUs at that point in time. And over the years, it has evolved into an exclusive HBCU conference. But as recently as 2010, there were non-HBCUs in the conference. So first, what are your feelings about moving over to the Red River?
Well, like you was talking about, I mean, I've been in a situation where I have coached when we was pretty much a very diverse conference. Then we had pretty much a HBCU conference. So I done had the taste of both and everything. So with us moving over to the Red River, it's going to give us an opportunity to compete with some of the top NAIA schools in the country. It's a very strong conference with baseball, softball, track, volleyball, and their basketball programs are really outstanding. I mean, you got 2 of the top 10 programs in the Red River from the NAIA standpoint, with LSU Alexandria and LSU Shreveport on the men's side. So it's a very competitive conference. And we also will be in a conference that, like they get together sometime and call them power conferences, where we'll automatically have 3 NAIA national bids. So that's really also. And with us adding sports, I think it was a situation where, from an athletic director standpoint, the conversation he had with us was regarding making sure all the rest of our sports would be able to compete for a championship. But from a travel standpoint, it's great traveling to Texas. We do a lot of recruiting in Texas. I'm excited to be able to bring some of my players back to their hometowns and everything. But the bottom line is, it's an outstanding conference for us to have an opportunity to participate in.
All right, and for those who do not know, there are 5 HBCUs currently in the Red River Conference. Xavier would be number 6. Those 5 are Houston-Tolleson in Austin, Texas, Jarvis Christian in Hawkins, Texas, Paul Quinn in Dallas, Texas, Texas College in Tyler, Texas, and Wiley College in Marshall, Texas. Since we are an HBCU sports show, let's just talk about those future matchups with those HBCUs, with you being the number 6 on that list. What are you looking forward to with those matchups with those other HBCUs?
Oh no, it's going to be some exciting games. We always had, ever since I've been at Xavier for 22 years, we always had some very competitive games against Paul Quinn, Wiley College, and Texas College also. So, we're going to be excited to get those matchups started again. I think those schools are very excited about us coming into their conference. But like I said from the get-go, it's a very competitive conference, and those HBC matchups is just going to be real excited and everything.
Now, what about the non-HBCUs? Any particular one that you're looking forward to? I don't know if you have any history with the other colleges and universities in that conference.
Yeah. We, Our Lady of the Lake has always had one of the top women's basketball programs in the country from the NAIA standpoint, and we have always played them really tough. I think we done played six to seven games since I've been here against Our Lady of the Lake, and 5 of those games I went overtime, and the other 2 games was either won or lost by 2 points. So I'm really excited to have an opportunity to play them every year. Like I said, it's a great opportunity for our university and everything.
All right. Now, you've been in the GCAC. I believe this will be your 23rd year. Do I have that number correct, Coach?
That's correct.
Okay. 485 victories, 202 losses. So you're approaching that magical milestone of 500. Will it be? I'm trying to stay politically correct when I ask this question. Will it be more? Will it be better or more favorable for you to win that number 500 in the GCAC, or get number 500 in the Red River, or you just gonna take it wherever it comes?
Well, as a coach, like they said, sometimes we do coach talk and everything like that. It would be great to do it in the GCAC, but I know how difficult it is to win and everything, and I just take it wherever I can get it. I'm just going to be upfront with you, but the bottom line is I'm hoping and praying that we have a good year. So we have a good year, I'll definitely be able to get it within the GCAC. Good Lord said the same.
Leaving the GCAC, we know Edward Waters is considering making the transition to Division II. There have been rumbles and rumors about other schools possibly leaving the GCAC, but we're not going to harp on those right now. What I want to know from you, Coach, of the other 7 teams in the GCAC currently right now, which one is the toughest atmosphere for you to go on the road and play at right now?
It's Talladega. Talladega has their student body really gets involved in the games, and their women's basketball program is an excellent program too. It's a top 15 NAIA program. So going to Talladega is very difficult. But also, like I said, Edward Waters have made major moves. Also, I have to take my hat off to them. Also, their student body really gets involved into the games, and we have the GCAC tournament there this year. So it's going to be very challenging to go in on there and try to win a GCAC championship at Edward Waters, because their fans are really rowdy. They get into it, and they have one of the best bands in the conference also. So those 2 schools are very challenging. But for our students on Xavier campus, it's probably the Xavier Dillard game, because anytime you can get between 2,500 and 3,000 students at a game, that's a big crowd, and it's difficult to play in that type of environment when you're not accustomed to it. So those are 3. I know you asked me for 1, but I gave you 3 and everything.
And that's fair, Coach. That's truly fair. Of all the campuses in the GCAC that you have visited, which one do you think you're going to miss the most going to, of those other 7 campuses? Just beautiful campus, atmosphere.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. They all are nice campuses and everything. And like I said, I really, and I can say that I enjoyed going to Jacksonville. I enjoyed going to Edward Waters. I think it's a very nice place. The campus is nice. They're very competitive and everything. and they have a wonderful staff also. If I would have to pick one, I would say I enjoy Jacksonville a little bit more. How about that?
Now, you mentioned Talladega. They're opening up a brand new on-campus arena this year. Are you looking forward to playing in that one? And maybe, how can I put this? Not let that those home games be so bittersweet when those gold nuggets come in there.
Yes, it's going to be a little different. I think the transition. They had the best home court advantage since since we pretty much end up joining. We had a new building with the Convocation Center that seats about 4,000 to 4,500. So anytime you go from playing in a small venue like we was in the Bourne, we could only have like 1,500 or 2,000 in at a max. And when you have a packed crowd in there, that's some serious home court advantage. But anytime you move to arena setting, it kind of takes some of that energy away. So I'm kind of excited to have an opportunity to play in there. Anytime you can go and play in a new arena for his first year, that's exciting for the home team, but also for the visiting team also.
All right. We're going to get you out of here on these last couple of questions. How has this year been from recruiting to scheduling to everything else that's happened since the world stopped in March? Kind of go through that and part two of that question is, how are things going to be different going into this upcoming basketball season?
All right. Well, different. It's just been a challenge for everybody. I think I have truly been blessed to work at all levels. I mean, I started off on the junior college level, and I think that really helped me going through this transition with the virus and everything. That a lot of times in the JUCO you don't have a big budget, so a lot of times you got to watch film and make a lot of calls on the phone. So pretty much that's what I was doing with the process of recruiting and reaching out to different coaches and everything like that. So we really didn't get a chance to go out and see any players. The 2021 class has been very difficult. I call them you're watching them on game tape, and hopefully in December and January, February, March, we'll get a chance to really watch the 21 class. I mean, we got a chance to see them as juniors, but that was really late in the game and everything like that. But the recruiting process has been a little challenging, but other than that, you just make the adjustment. I think one thing about coaches, I mean, we tell our players all the time about making adjustments, and pretty much we have to practice what we preach right now, because as a staff, we really have to make some adjustment the way we handle practice time, the way we deal with recruiting, the way we deal with scheduling. The whole basketball staff has just have to be able to make adjustments with that.
And what have some of those adjustments been? Because I keep up with the readings. You can only you are already limited during the off season how many players that you can have in doing the workout. They've even put even more limitations, more restrictions. Obviously, we've got the increased testing. Just kind of give us a little synopsis on some of those changes that you have had to make, those audibles you've had to call.
Right, because right now, usually when the students hit campus and everything, we are able to, we'll do our conditioning with them, we'll do our weight room time, and we'll be fortunate to, let them get some individual workouts, as a coaching staff, maybe get some individual with them. But right now, there's no 5-on-5 on our campus. We haven't been cleared to do any 5-on-5. There's no free play basketball going on in the rec center. So there's no students on this campus that's able to play 5-on-5. If you're part of the athletic program or the rec program, there's no 5-on-5. So that's really been an adjustment. like I said, we have recruits that we sign, and we was excited about them, but I haven't seen them play on Xavier campus right now. I haven't seen them do any 5-on-5 workouts. So individual workouts, sometimes they can look like they're all American, but then when you put them out there 5-on-5, that's a totally different game plan and everything. So that's been really one of the biggest adjustments. And right now, we really don't know when we're going to get cleared for 5-on-5. So we just being patiently waiting and trying to do individual work and do conditioning as much as possible right now.
All right. Coach, I pretty much asked everything that I need to ask, so I want to give you the last word. Anything you need to get off your chest, anything you want to say to your alumni, your family, your friends, the floor is yours now, Coach.
No, just talking about our alumni, we have an outstanding alumni. We really appreciate y'all's support. Like I said, I've been here 22 years and have a lot of former players that played for me and Gold Rush players that I know. I just want to give y'all special thanks out for supporting the university, supporting our athletic department, and we just want to keep making y'all proud and everything. And our focus here is to make sure we graduate our student athletes and win championships. And the way we do that is with our alumni support and our president and our faculty and staff and everything. And we just want to tell y'all thanks for your support.
And there you have it from the legendary coach, Bo Browder. And if you did not see the bracket challenge that we had back in the springtime, we actually named one of our brackets after Coach Browder because he is one of the winningest coaches on the women's side. And I know as far as NAIA coaches, he is he's the winningest HBCU coach currently active on the women's side of basketball. You didn't think I knew that about you, did you, Coach?
No, I didn't think you knew that and everything. But that's like I said, that's a big time accomplishment. But that's all about doing with my staff and the former players who have played for me. And I just feel truly blessed to be in this position and to have the opportunity to coach at the university and everything. Like I said, and I'm a Christian man anyway, and I always tell them, it's not my will, it's God's will, So that's the bottom line and everything.
Xavier University head coach Bo Browder, thank him for his time. And this is A.D. Drew for the BCSN Sports Wrap, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Because the fight isn't over yet.
You will see me choose to protect my community by wearing a face cover.
And even with my face covered,
you will see me.
As a son.
As a man with a never quit attitude.
As a fighter for change.
Join me in wearing a face cover.
To help stop the spread of the coronavirus.
Because this is one small act of kindness
that has the power to make a big difference.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids' apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
Have you had your Earth Blend coffee today? At Earth Blend Coffee, we take pride in offering you the very best of beans across the world, blended and roasted to perfection, giving you superior quality and satisfying and flavorful taste. Experience the world in one cup with Earth Blend Coffee.
It's another sad day in America. Painful to be introduced to George Floyd during his last breath with a cop's knee on his neck. He deserves so much more.
So much
How many black lives have to be taken before something is done?
We are not a threat.
I am shaking as I type.
This has got to stop.
We are sick of it.
We need conviction.
I just want us all to live.
The deaths will not stop until the powers that be are finally held accountable.
Don't look away from the truth until every one of us are free from white supremacy.
The world stands with you.
Personne wurde George Floyd
Criminalizing and killing of black and brown bodies is not new. It's as old as America. It's just getting filmed more.
Do you know what it feels like to be hunted? To have a new hashtag for a dead black person every single day? How does one plan a life if they aren't sure they will have a life to plan?
Trayvon Armstrong, Deborah Dance,
Megan
Day,
Maya Hall,
Michelle Lee
Clark,
Megan,
George Floyd. His name was George Floyd. Say his name. Say his name.
George Floyd, say his name.
Say their names.
Once again, and always, we fight for justice.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Rest in power, beautiful. You didn't deserve this.
So the question here, here's Tougaloo picking up full court pressure. Right. Now, everybody's in the bonus, so cheap fouls here can hurt you. Send someone to the line. Mark running the baseline. Finds Dumas. There's TJ. He's got to get it across. Takes his time. Into the lane. There's the traffic. 20 seconds. Coach calls for a spread. Ball in the hands of TJ Jones. Right down the middle of the lane. Off the lane. Gets it. TJ Jones makes that. And we had a quick timeout. Yes. We'll see what happens. Williams has it. Are they going to foul him? Oh, he kicked off his foot. He lost the ball. And that's going to do it. Xavier. The gold rush. The gold rush. Our champion of the GCAC. Final score. Xavier 78. Tougaloo 75. An unbelievable finish to this ball game. The first GCAC tournament championship since 1996.
That's how you win the championship, Coach.
That's how we're going to start this segment of this interview off. BCSN SportsWrap. Joining us is our partner in crime, Dr. Kenyatta Kavir from inside the HBCU Sports Lab. And the last time I saw this gentleman in person, he was one of those people jumping around like crazy in that championship video. Coach Alfred Williams of the GCAC men's basketball champion, Xavier University Gold Rush. Coach, how are you doing today?
Man, I'm doing well. Just brought back some memories, man. It feels like eons ago, but it brought back some good memories, though.
Does it still bring chills to you every time you watch it?
Yeah, it's funny how, we had the ball in our hands of our freshman point guard. A lot of people first are having a freshman in that kind of moment, but that was special because that Tougaloo team, we lost to them at their house, and he had the ball in his hands again late in the game and had to make a play. We ended up losing on the road, and then he ended up coming back and winning the championship, with the ball in his hands. So it's just kind of ironic how that happened. And then, just to have that moment for the university, man, was big. It was big for us, man, and we were definitely excited, man, to get that monkey off our back, so to speak. But we definitely looking forward to hopefully not having a one-trick pony, being able to do it again next year. So we're excited. We're ready to get rocking and rolling if we get rocking and rolling. But it definitely was a good moment for us.
Speaking of if we get rocking and rolling, before we get to the big elephant in the room, talk about the letdown of winning that championship right there on your home court, and then basically having the rug pulled from up under you about 7 days later with the COVID thing. And by the way, Coach, you are the last HBCU to win their conference title in any sport pre-COVID. So keep that in mind as you defend your championship. But go ahead.
That's something right there. Let me see. It was rough. It was rough because we had our mindset on going to nationals and really representing for the GCAC1, but also for Xavier. And our guys all year long, we were preparing our minds for that moment. And it was just frustrating that we couldn't go and actually compete. And I had told our guys all year long that make sure we got to do what we control the controllables. And that was one thing that we preached all year long, man. And this was one of those instances where, yes, we want to go to nationals and yes, we want to compete, but it's one of those things that's out of our control, out of our hands. So we just have to kind of deal with what's presented in front of us, man. And I'm not even going to lie to you. I was sick. I was literally sick for like a week, knowing that we couldn't go to nationals, man. And I think with all the frustration of it, man, I just came down and I was down for like a whole week. But once I finally kind of came to reality that it was a global type of pandemic, man, it made me feel a little better that we were one of the few teams that, like I said, actually end their year on a win. So I was definitely excited about that.
Before I let my regular co-host go, I'm going to yield it to Dr. Cavill and let him come back with a follow-up.
Okay.
Thank you for that, AD. Coach Williams, I want to take you back to the gym.
Okay.
That day, AD painted the picture. We saw the visuals. After watching it again, as you said, it brought about cheers. But do you recall everything in that moment? Or how do you reflect on it differently now than what you really recall at that time?
I do reflect on it, man, often actually. Like you said in the video, that we haven't done that. It was 24 years since the last time we won a tournament championship. And, a lot of people, upon my hiring in 2016, a lot of people was, they were kind of skeptical about me getting the job, one. And two, they were saying that, Xavier was the best that it was going to be at that time. It probably couldn't get no better. And so, my focus and, if someone tells me that I can't do something, I definitely lock in and really go to work. And that's one of the things that drives me as a competitor, and I'm not afraid to compete against the best of the best. So, we went in, our team went in with the mindset, man, let's just get better every day. My first year, well, there's two things on that video. So my first year, we went 10-20. And to cap it off, that 4-year run with them same freshmen that came in on that 10-20 team, to have them leave as champions, like that right there was surreal. And it's like, all the early morning workouts and the commitment, the level of sacrifice that those guys gave to the program and to the team. I was definitely very excited, for them to end their collegiate career as champions. And so that was one of our goals that we set out for, man. We was able to accomplish those, but we weren't able to go to nationals. But I think, like I said, being able to finish the year on a win, a lot of teams don't get to do that. So we were definitely excited for those moments. And it was just so real to be able to do it in front of our fans, our families. It was just so real, man. And I definitely cherish that moment for a long time.
Now, the man on that championship call, Brian Fulford. Go ahead, Brian. It's your turn.
Hey, good to see you again, Coach. One of the things that I just realized watching that video, your point guard, and you mentioned that he was a freshman, which I did not know. When you called, if you watch yourself in that, when you called for it to be spread out, and I noted that, the young man, he was alert enough that when the defender kind of caught sense that, okay, they're going to maybe run a little clock or slow it down, he kind of looked away. Mm-hmm. And at that moment, that's when he went to the bucket. And that was probably the only reason why he had a step on the defender going to the back. I just noticed that because I saw the clock and I saw you say spread it out. And so most people would think, okay, they're going to take about 4 or 5 seconds here. And it was like he took a half a second, saw the guy look away, and he was like, oh, I'm going to the bucket. That's it. I just noticed that. Did you obviously did you just see that, or do you recall that in the moment? Right?
I'm laughing because if you remember, a week before we played Tougaloo for the regular season championship.
Yes.
And that same matchup, T.J. Jones versus that guard number 10, he hit a similar layup. Like he got past him off the dribble and got to the basket to get a layup for us to secure the regular season championship.
Right.
So when that moment, when we got it across and I saw he was guarding him, I said, man, TJ can take this guy. So we spread it out. He don't need no ball screen. Let's just go at it. And so he definitely went at him. And initially I thought somebody was going to pull, one of the defenders was going to pull to step up, but everybody stayed home because we had, scoring all over the floor.
Yeah.
And he, with this young man, T.J. Jones, man, he's just so confident, man. He puts the work in as a freshman. He was able to, to get the starting job for us and lead us in assists and end up getting freshman of the year. So he was poised for those moments. And, he's been doing that since his high school career, man. He's a 3-time state winning champion here in the state of Louisiana. And, he's definitely a high level. We felt like he was a high level Division I type guard. And for him to come to Xavier and definitely help us, where we're trying to go, man, this is a testament to us, being able to lock in on talent, but also him, choosing Xavier over those other opportunities. So once he got that opportunity, and we knew he can get a shot off at least.
Yeah, it brings a thought to mind there. Yeah, I was going to ask you something about end of the game scenarios and how often you practice it, but talk about T.J. Jones and as you mentioned him there. What was his recruiting process like? What was the recruiting process like for you in communicating with him? I mean, were you obviously with him being from the area? Were you constantly in touch with him, or you kind of knew of him? Just give us a little background as a school that plays in the NAIA, and I know a lot of young men sometimes look past NAIA schools, but as I keep telling guys, hey, look, I've seen NAIA programs like yours. Every time I say this, I think of your program and some of the other ones that I've seen in the GCAC. That hey guys, you may look past an NAIA program, but I'm telling you, there is some talent which might be better than some D2s and might be better than a few real bad D1 programs.
Right. So the first part, let me see. I want to say this. The first part, let me get it right. The first part of your question was not about his recruitment, but how often we practice those scenarios. So we, I kind of took the mindset of, how football has the 2-minute drill.
Yeah.
We have similar situations in practice where we kind of put some kind of I guess you'd call them hot plays or plays that come down to last minute situation scenarios. And so we practice those throughout the game. So when, while we're in practice, we have prepared our guys for those kind of situations. So when we get in the game, it's not foreign to them to be in those kind of situations. And so a lot of times we'll have set situations, set plays that we'll call to get, depending on what the scenario is. And but at that time there, man, it was just weird. It's a tie ball game. We got the ball. Let's get the last shot. If we miss it, we go to overtime. So, hey, spread it out. Let's rock and roll. But to talk about TJ, man, so my assistant does an unbelievable job of recognizing talent and definitely, doing a great job of recruiting locally. Our deal coming in as the head coach and the assistant coach was to identify local talent and be able to keep guys home. And so with T.J. Jones, he was a guy who, my assistant, he knows had some great relationships with his high school teams, and we recruited guys from his high school previously, man. And we had our eye on him for a while and just continued to just monitor him and everything. And we knew at the end of my third year, we went 18 and 14. We had to go get a point guard. Not a guy that pretends to play point guard, but we had to go get a point guard. And we identified him early. I mean, we once the end of the summer was in, we offered him, and we stayed on him all the way through January and February. And then, towards the end, he's like, Coach, man, I'm committed to you guys. And so that kind of started the ball rolling for us to get a lot of local kids. Because now we have, this was like the second wave of us getting local kids, but this was a guy who was definitely getting recruited by Division I schools, Southland level type schools. And so, we were able to jump in there, man, and put our name in the hat. And on A.D, Jason Horn always asked us to swing for the fences, man. And so he was one that we felt like at the end of the day, if we just continue to pursue, with the academic piece that we have, we'll be able to hopefully pull it off, man. And he was able to come, and that one recruit in that area started the domino of the guy that we got for this incoming class now. So, but he's been a special find for us, and he's only getting better because the only thing that he knows is winning. And so he's definitely helping push our culture forward with us winning, and we're just going to try to keep it rolling as long as we can.
All right, Coach. Entering your 5th year at Xavier University, 93 and 65 over those 4 years. But win, lose, or draw, this will be your last season in the GCAC. So give us your reaction, about the move, your feelings of switching conferences.
Well, it's going to be hard for me because I played in the GCAC from 04 to 08. Being an assistant coach here at Xavier, still in the GCAC, and so now having an opportunity to go to a different conference, different challenge, it's going to be difficult for us. Just getting adjusted to the new demographics of where we're going to be headed and everything. But I like our chances. We play during the regular season. We play a lot of Red River schools, and last year we traveled. We did a 3-game tour swing, Red River schools. And so we're familiar with a lot of those schools in that conference. We hadn't played everybody, but we're familiar with a good bulk of them, and it's going to be a very interesting move for us. It's going to be very challenging, man. I just look at it in our conference, especially in the state of Louisiana. You got Alexandria there and Shreveport there. So, those are 2 top 15, top 10, top 5 teams in the country easily. And so, being able to go against them in our conference, it's only going to make the conference stronger. And so, we understand that, we're going in as the new face and everything, but we're going to try to continue to, push the envelope, continue to, recruit in our region, and continue to just get better in the process, man. But it's going to be tough, leaving the GCAC just because of all the memories that I've had just from a player and also from a coach standpoint.
Coach Williams certainly can understand the memories specifically for yourself that had an opportunity to play in the league and then coach as assistant and then most recently as a championship winning head coach. With that said, I want to go a little more in terms of the decision process, but with that, we know each institution does it a little differently. How much input did you have in the process in regards as a coach? Some institutions is done just at a presidential level, board level, if you would. Sometimes, obviously, the athletic director will have a level of input. And in various institutions, they go with the coach to at least get some perspective. Can you share with us the autonomy that you had in the decision, and then once you have that, I have a follow up just on a more macro level question, if you would.
Well, it was definitely above my pay grade for sure. But after we kind of got some information why the move and why looking at the move, we looked at it from a standpoint from a university where a lot of our students that come to Xavier from a region from Louisiana to a lot of our students come from Texas. And so with the Red River based out of Texas with a lot of schools in the state of Texas, it made sense for us to kind of venture to that side, but also, given the opportunity for multiple of our sports to compete in championships. And I think that had more so to do with the move more than anything. Our tennis team, which is nationally ranked, they were competing unattached to a conference. Well, they just got into Southern States this past year, so hopefully they'll be able to come with the Red River also. And then with us starting baseball and softball, it's important for us to kind of be able to have all our programs compete for a national championship. In our first for a conference championship, and then also from a national championship. So I think I'm feeling, the university made that move because of those two reasons. But to answer the initial question, no, I didn't have much say so in, which league we go in.
Yeah, that's fair. And like we said, each institution is different in regards to what that looks like. And I appreciate you being upfront and sharing with that. And it gives me a perspective of the second question, which I'll ask more as just a philosophical question, since you provided me with the candor in regards to how that decision was made. And I thought you really did a great framework of setting up that question in regards to the rationale of what was shared with you, and makes a lot of sense. With that shared from the perspective of a player, and then a assistant coach, and now a coach participating in the NAIA, but also I know you all play a lot of games with NCAA Division II.
Right.
What do you see is the difference between the two leagues, associations, and obviously the two divisions, if you would, if there is a difference, and how would that come in terms of decision of staying in the NAIA, or even looking at what that would look like in terms of NCAA Division II, such as the SIAC or something like that?
Yeah, that's a good question. The NC2As, Division II also, it's been very attractive to us. I know over the course of the years, we've had multiple conversations. I'm not sure which direction, like I said, because my job is to coach, but I think the difference between the two. Well, first of all, both of them have great coaches. There are great coaches in both, and a lot of times with the NC2A Division II, you're getting kids. It really comes down to the kids that you get, the players that you get. A lot of Division I guys who leave Division I and transfer down, they'll go to a Division II before they'll go to an NAIA school. It's just, even though the NAIA can be the number one winningest team in the state, they could have just won a couple conference tournament championships, the whole nine. It's just something about the difference between NC2A Division II and NAIA just rings differently. And I think a lot of that comes down to just the ignorance of knowing the difference between the two and what NAIA stands for. And, but a lot of times it comes down to a lot of kids want the opportunity to go play professional ball after they finish college. And the wave tends to be a little easier Division II, NCAA Division II versus the NAIA. You have different roadblocks and challenges, but again, it comes back to them knowing about the NAIA. So definitely both have great coaches. I think the difference comes down to players. But with us, we felt like since I've been a player, we've always played Division twos. From the Morehouses to the Clarks to the Miles to the Lemoyne Owens. We've always played those guys, and so that's been that's all I've known. Just every now and then we'll play one or two of those teams, and we competed. And so they may have a few more scholarships or we'll get more high level transfers than we do, but for the most part, I think that like I said, it's great to be able to have those avenues to compete and kind of set the benchmark of where you are as a program, and how much more you need to go to games. So that kind of definitely gives you a perspective on where you are as a team and everything. And I appreciate those challenges for sure.
Thank you, Coach.
Coach, looking over at the Red River from this past year, and obviously, who's to say what they'll look like in I guess you could say 2 seasons from now. Mm-hmm. But this past season, their 10-member basketball programs, it looked like LSU, Shreveport, LSU, Alexandria were the top dogs over there. Both of them nationally ranked. Shreveport, number 3, I believe, in the country. Alexandria, 13. Shreveport won the conference tournament, finished the season on a 14-game win streak. How familiar are you with those 2 programs, and maybe let people know, Alexandria, Shreveport, obviously Houston, Tilliston's over there. What can people expect from the competition night in, night out from that conference, and maybe those teams in particular?
I'll say this, man. I know some people may agree with it and may not, but Louisiana has some great basketball. We got some great basketball here in Louisiana, man. Like you said, LSU, Shreveport, number 3 in the country. Alexandria was top 10 most of the year, kind of dropped to the 13th, and then we finished top 10 in the country. So it's gonna be very exciting every game. Even the teams who aren't as highly ranked, Texarkana, they had a great season also. They I think when they stole 1 or 2 games from Alexandria or Shreveport or one of those teams. I know they did a good job pushing them in the conference tournament. I think they ended up getting to the championship game, if I'm not mistaken. So the games and the atmospheres going on the roads at those places are intense. We like this past year we went to Texas College. We went to Jarvis Christian a couple of years ago. We went to Houston, Tilliston, and those atmospheres are intense, and the good thing about those for us too, we also have a huge alumni followings in Texas. So we had some good support come out to those games. So it's going to be, it's going to be a dogfight in the conference, going over there. We definitely looking forward to it. It's looking forward to the challenge, and we hopefully next year, man, we're able to get this thing rocking and rolling. So, but it's going to be some good games, some good battles. If you remember, LSU Shreveport was in the GCAC at one point in time, and so going back to those rivalry games, where they were just some knockout games, man, I think that's going to definitely bring back some memories for me. And then Alexandria has been, since I've been back since 2016, we've been playing at Alexandria. And those have been some heavyweight fights also.
All right. We're going to go around the horn one more time before we get you out of here, Coach. And I got a couple of, I'm going to do a couple rapid fire questions to get you in. Number 1, you got the HBCUs in the Red River. Mm-hmm. Of those, which one of those are you looking most forward to playing?
Looking forward to playing? Oof. We haven't played Wiley in a while, so I guess I'll say Wiley. My good friend over there just got the head coaching job, Derek Mitchell. So be fun to go against my buddy and going back to Wiley again.
All right. Number 2, of all the schools that you're going to miss in the GCAC playing, which school are you going to miss playing the most out of the GCAC?
Ooh, man, it's a couple, man. Definitely Tougaloo. Tougaloo is going to be one of those games because we always have epic battles with Tougaloo. Philander was always an interesting place to go play on the road. Talladega also. Talladega was a very, very tough place to play, for years. And of course Dillard, man. Dillard, that rivalry with Dillard, man, is going to be. Hopefully, we'll be able to continue to have the rivalry, whether it's may not be depending on whatever happens moving forward here, man. But hopefully, we'll still be able to have that rivalry. But of course, those ones I would miss the most for sure.
Well, you just answered question number 3 I had for you. You know, every person in New Orleans, or Orleans as y'all call it down there, wants to know about the rivalry with Dillard. Yeah. Will it continue, and how different will it be if it's not a conference game?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it will continue. I really hope it does, because it brings out. Even though we're rivalries, we're rival schools, we still have utmost respect for those our folks over at Dillard, and we definitely hope that it still continues. Those games are just so important to the city, man, just for bragging rights. So I hope that we're able to find a way to make it happen, and I think the intensity and the intensity of the game will still be there. I just have to make sure when we schedule it that it's during the right time, because the timing of it is going to be everything.
All right, Doc.
Yes, we talk a lot about on this show and inside the HBCU Sports Lab about the HBCU sports culture. Mm-hmm. So I wanted to explore that quickly in the framework of what AD and Bryan talked about in regards to these matchups. When you are talking about previously in the Gulf Coast Athletic Conference in this final season, going to Dillard across town, obviously Talladega, Tougaloo, some of those matchups, previously Everett Waters. Now coming in, you're looking at Wiley College, Texas College, Jarvis Christian College, going over there in Austin in terms of Houston-Tillerson University, Dallas with Paul Quinn. In Houston, a non-HBCU, or what I refer to as historically white college, now you get to come to Houston. So it makes sense in terms of the natural fit with a lot of fans in those Texas cities. But can you set up in a little in some ways, if you would, the natural HBCU sports culture? And is there any difference since you played both schools over the period of time, outside of in one case is a conference and the other one with non-conference games? Obviously, that'll switch if you play any of those teams moving forward outside of the divisional alignment.
Mm-hmm. Well, the experience at the HBCU is there's nothing that compares to it. It's I would say the only thing that I've seen in my eyes that kind of compares to it is like a Power 5 type school. Where you have the electricity of the crowd, the band, the DJ, and just the energy of the home fans and the student body, man. It's an unreal feeling to, also be able to, have clean fun. They're going to heckle you. They're going to get on you. They're going to call your name. They're going to talk about your shoes. Like, it's just one of them, right? It's something about it, man. And then once the DJ get rocking, the dancers get to going, and then Greeks
like playing during the timeout, and you can't hear.
Yeah, man. It's nothing like it. It's nothing like it, man. And it's an unbelievable experience. Definitely when we have our recruits come in town and stuff, and they're able to see that experience just from. You see it on the live feed, and you hear about it from family members. But once you actually get there and see it and feel it, it's like, man, coach, this is where I want to be at. We got a lot of recruits like that. Like, this is where I want to be at, coach. This is it. So it's going to be a little different, going from on all HBCU conference, kind of a mixed conference, but I definitely think the level of competition, level of play is still definitely be there. There's no denying that, and so, but like I say, you still have 5 other HBCUs in that conference, so it'll definitely be fun. The games that we did go out there and play in Texas, man, at the Texas College, man, that game was intense. Houston-Tillerson was intense. So now that we're moving over to that side of the conference, man, I definitely think it's either going to get better. It's going to get even better. So I definitely can't wait, man. Excited about the opportunity, and excited to get ready to compete.
Yep.
Thank you.
Coach, so the your men's program, just a couple of weeks ago, it was announced, Xavier was recognized as the national HBCU leader in victories over the past decade, which I think, it caps off an amazing year because you had the GC championship, then you were the BCSN fantasy men's basketball champions. Got to make sure that gets, known and recognized. And then over the decade, which you were a part of, I mean, you were as an assistant coach for the first half of it, head coach for the second half of it, most wins among all levels, NAIA, D2, D1. What kind of pride does that, is that, what kind of pride comes through when you hear that? I mean, 20, I think you mentioned probably the only year, you mentioned your first year, where you didn't have a 20-win season, but it seems like every other year was practically, I think you had 8 of them in that decade, 20-win seasons, a couple of championships, regular season. Talk a little bit about that pride over the work that's been done over the decade.
Yeah, you just put me on to something, because I heard the stats, but I didn't really dive into them as much as you did. But yes, I was an assistant from 09 to 15. And so you talk about 2010, we won 18 games. We didn't win 20 games that year, but every year after that, 10 to 15, we won 20-plus games. And, we had 3 regular season championships along that way, a couple of All-Americans. And then just coming back on the second half, be able to come and put my name, in the history books, man, with this, it's surreal. I'll tell you that, this campus, the students, the alumni, they all have tremendous pride in their school, and they, the guys who played here, man, even though, we didn't play at the big schools, the LSUs and stuff, but when we go play basketball, we're definitely well respected on the basketball floor, because our guys, we do an unbelievable job of just preparing our guys on the court with the skill development things that we do. So it was surreal when those stats came out, to know that we were the leader of all HBCUs and wins, and for me to be a part of that, and as an assistant coach, all the players and the coaches that came before and after, man, it's a legacy thing. And we try to continuously push our legacy of this program and also the university.
Yeah, well, congratulations to you, for the assistant coaches, excuse me, all of the players who have been a part of it over the past decade. It is definitely something to brag about. Hopefully, I know A.D. Horn, I know he will definitely recognize you guys somehow, but it is definitely worth bringing guys back in or doing something to make sure that gets well recognized, because that's a heck of an accomplishment. 221 wins, 104 losses, a win percentage of 68%. Those are the numbers total. So awesome.
I get mad at myself, because if we didn't have that 10 and 20 season, it would have been a little better. It would have been a little better. So I get mad at myself sometimes about that, but it happens.
Gotta take the good with the bad, Coach.
Absolutely, that's it. That's it. If we didn't have that bad, we wouldn't have won. So I definitely take it.
There you go. Coach A.J. Williams of Xavier University. Coach, quickly tell them how people get in touch with you, your Twitter handle, plugs for the university, all that good stuff.
You can reach me on Twitter is Coach _ AJ. You can reach me on the webpage, zulagold.com. Go to the athletics, our athletics page, and then click on men's basketball. You can find me on there also. So pretty responsive on Twitter. Follow a lot of different things, and just trying to continuously do our part. Do my part as a young basketball coach, be able to pay it forward and help those that are coming after me. So definitely, if anyone has any information or questions or concerns or about coaching, getting into coaching, or how they need to do it, definitely they can feel free to hit me up for sure.
All right, Dr. Gaville, I'm not Brian, so I'm not gonna do all the talking. I'm gonna let you do your own talking, Doc. Tell everybody about your Tuesday night show and how they can get in touch with you.
I appreciate it. With Dr. Caville's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab radio show. You can catch us every Tuesday live on Facebook Live. You can also catch us in this area on the radio, 12:30 a.m. K2H. If you're not able to catch it live, we do record it. You can check it out on BCSN YouTube, as well as Inside the HBCU Sports Lab YouTube. You can catch out the recorded. And if you just want to listen, you're driving, like Coach is going around getting some recruiting in, he just wants to get some news about the HBCU landscape, you can catch it on Spreaker. In terms of the various podcasts that are out there, you can listen as you drive, and you don't even have to look. You can keep going and keep moving and support us in that way. We'll make sure that we keep you updated with all the HBCU news and updates. Look forward for a big show coming this Tuesday, where we're going to bring AD in part of the show near the end, along with Rob Calloway, as we will dissect everything that's going into HBCU sports from that perspective and look forward. We're going to find a way to get Coach Williams on our set as well, specifically as he gets going. We'll give him a little time to celebrate a little more, and then we'll take a deep dive and get him on the show as well. We can't let BCSN SportsWrap have all the fun with some of these great coaches that he's interviewing as well.
All right. And I'm going to let my partner in crime, the normal captain of the ship, Bryan Fulford, go ahead and do our normal plugs because he does it so well.
Oh, man, AD, you got me. My voice is froggy. All right, so, yeah, make sure to follow the Black College Sports Network at MyBCSN1, the number one, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Search for us there. We're also the BCSN Sports Wrap on Facebook. More importantly, you can get our show and Dr. Caville's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab by simply checking out the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Go to your Google and Apple Play Store, search MyJBN or MyBCSN, download the app, be a part of the Jericho Broadcast Network's family, and that's where anytime Doc has a show that goes live or our show goes live, you'll be able to get a notification about it. So there's no reason for anybody to miss our show and our content anytime we have such great guests like Coach Williams or anybody else on. So appreciate the time, Coach, as always, man. And good luck to you. All the best. You guys be safe with everything with Sally going on in that area, Hurricane Sally. You know, you guys be safe out there, and we'll be in touch soon for sure.
All right, and I since everybody's taking care of all the business, my Twitter handle at BCSN Drew. I'm the simple man. I'm just glad these other two let me come along for the ride, and Coach Williams over there let me audit the class. So, and one last thing, Coach, shout out to Ed Cassidy for helping us set these interviews up for us, SID at Xavier University. Yeah. So for
one of the best in the business.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. So for our guest, AJ Williams, defending men's basketball champion of Xavier University, GCAC basketball champion, my regular co-host, Bryan Fulford, our special guest, Dr. Kenyatta Gaville. This is A.D. Drew for BCSN Sports Wrap, signing off. Thank you. God bless you. We'll holler at you.
See you guys later. Thanks.
But my beats, they are
running for your life. You're a shooting star, and all the years, no one knows just how hard you worked. But now it shows. In one shining moment, it's all on the line. In one shining moment, they're frozen in time. But time is short, and the road is long. In the blinking of an eye, that moment's gone. And when it's done, win or lose, you always did your best. 'Cause inside you knew that in one shining moment you reached deep inside. One shining moment you knew you were alive. Feel the beat of your heart, feel the wind in your face. It's more than a contest, it's more than a race. And when it's done, win or lose, you always did your best. 'Cause inside you knew, in one shining moment you reached for the sky. In one shining moment you knew, yeah. In one shining moment you're willing to try. In one shining moment you knew. One shining moment.
We are back. For the first time in 62 years, the Florida Memorial Lions will hit the gridiron, and their home games will be streamed by the Black College Sports Network at www.fmuathletics.com, www.mybcsn.net, and on the MyBCSN app, available on Google Play and the Apple App Store.
The real reason why I went after Comcast and Charter, it didn't have anything to do with my cable networks. It didn't. What happened was a gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs, and Comcast did not accept it, and that would have made a lot of money for these black colleges. Absolutely. And it would have educated the Black College Sports Network. This is what he wanted to do. That would have educated a lot of black kids. And when they didn't do that, that's when I came off the bench and said, okay, I'm gonna light you up like a Christmas tree. Okay? That was the real reason why I got into it, was when I saw what happened with the Black College Sports Network, which I don't know. I just knew that these black, right? I knew that these black colleges were going to benefit, and these black kids were going to get the education that they deserved and not have to pay.
Our podcast you can find everywhere you listen to podcasts. Just do a search for BCSN Sports Wrap. You can also find many of our shows on YouTube at MyJBN online, at BCSN Sports Wrap on Facebook as well. Go download the app, Jericho Broadcast Network app. Search MyJBN or MyBCSN on Google Play Store or iTunes Store. That's where you can download the app.
Major. 2020 has been a year like no other. Today, we're going to take a look back at some of the best BCSN Sports Wrap shows from the year 2020. BCSN Sports Wrap with Brian Fulford and myself, A.D. Drew.
These are tears that you don't understand the prayers that has been made. These are tears that has accompanied me through this journey. These are tears of satisfaction, Mr. President. These are tears of joy, Ashley. These are tears that just establish how proud I am to stand before my people. I said to stand before my people. I never read nothing. I usually come right off my cap, but it's a couple things that I wanted to truly establish. I believe that God led me here, not man. I'm gonna say that real slow. I believe that God led me here, not man, because man didn't believe that I was coming. W.C. Gordon, Jackie Slater, Lynn Barney, Robert Brazile, Eddie Payton, the late Walter Payton, Jimmy Smith, and Houston Hoover, who drove me to every game, established a tradition here that I believe that we can reestablish. I believe the men that I sat and looked into their eyes on a Zoom call yesterday can win SWAC championships. I believe the Sonic Boom is the best thing since peanut butter and jelly. I believe that our commitment to excellence academically can continue. I believe that our student enrollment can increase. I believe that the crime in this community could cease. I believe that these young men that we're raising is going to be pillars in the community, not only professional football players, but professionals.
All right, welcome back to the BCSN Sports Wrap, Bryan and A.D. And this is, of course, the group chat segment that we've been telling you about. Joining us right now from Dr. Cavill's inside the HBCU Sports Lab, the doc himself, Dr. Kenyatta Cavill, and, of course, Charles Bishop, one of the happiest Tigers in Tigerland right now.
That's two of them. That's two of them today, Bryan. How we gonna deal with that? We just got done talking to one Tiger. Now we got another one on here. We just can't
yes,
run.
Indeed. Gotta love it.
Exactly. I mean, oh, happy days are here again in Jackson State. So, and so obviously if you haven't had a chance to go back and listen to what was Tuesday night's show, a great show where Doc, Charles, Mike, and even A.D. joined in on the conversation, probably just a day after the announcement that Deion Sanders became the 21st head coach at Jackson State. That's some good stuff. And, you can find that on YouTube under Inside the HBCU Sports Lab. You can find it on Twitter at Inside the HBCU Sports Lab 1, and also on Facebook. So, I mean, make sure to go back and check out episode 84, if I'm not mistaken, right, Doc?
That's correct. Episode 84. I appreciate that plug.
Yeah. It's funny how
you need to be careful as a media person. You need to be using Coach Prime now. That's what it is.
Exactly. I've got to get used to that. Coach Prime, obviously. So we have, I mean, obviously there has been a lot of conversation. We've seen a lot. And so what I'm hoping in our group chat is sort of, I told A.D. there's some like behind the scenes stuff things that led up to Coach Prime coming to Jackson State, and then wanted to get into talking a little bit about just some of the reactions of what we've seen, because as we record this, it's been about 48 hours, 72 hours. By the time most of you watch this, it's been towards the end of the week. And so we've had a chance to kind of see the reaction from just the national media. So let me start with just a little background, because I think one of the things that we heard coming into the rumors of Deion possibly becoming the coach was, at the time there was already an interim coach in place. Obviously T.C. Taylor, who was the interim offensive coordinator, or interim head coach. He was offensive coordinator. And there was a lot of talk that he was going to be the successor and he was going to be the coach. And so after the announcement, it almost seemed to ruffle some feathers, not all, not a majority, but there seemed to be a ruffling of feathers by some as to, whoa, what happened? How does Deion get this position over T.C. Taylor? And so it had me thinking and wondering, who is T.C. Taylor, for those who may not know? And I guess I'll start with you, Charles, and kind of say, who is T.C. Taylor? And, the narrative that was put out there was that he was possibly overlooked for this job, that this was a job that he was perfect for. Tell those who don't know maybe a little bit of background on T.C. Taylor and just your thoughts. Had Deion not become the head coach, had it not worked out in the negotiation process, would T.C. Taylor have been a fit that would have been a good fit for Jackson State?
Yeah, I think T.C. Taylor would have been a tremendous fit. One of the things that a lot of the Tiger faithful know about T.C. Taylor is he is an extremely bright individual, a meticulous planner. And we interviewed former Jackson State quarterback Robert Kent. And Robert Kent talked about T.C. Taylor's intelligence on the football field, and he's taking that intelligence into the coaching ranks. So if T.C. Taylor was indeed to be Jackson State's future head coach, I think the Tiger faithful would have rallied in behind him. They love having one of their own sons, if you will, to take the reins of Jackson State football.
What about your thoughts on that, Doc, in terms of just the thought that here's an assistant coach being, as it was spun, overlooked, or sort of, here's a guy who's come from being an assistant coach at a community college to being an assistant coach and offensive coordinator at a couple other HBCUs. He's put in like 14, 15 years of time, and then he sort of skipped overlooked. Is that a fair narrative? That's kind of, I hate to use the word fair, it's one of my least favorite words, but
yeah, no, I understand the gist of that question, and you're right. I don't know if fair is the word we want to talk about, especially on top of what we recently heard about Breonna Taylor. In this life cycle we live in, there's not a lot of things that we can talk about fairness. But I think it is an open and honest critique that we need to look at when you talk about what's taking place. And part and parcel, part of that critique also in line with T.C. Taylor is the fact that he's an HBCU graduate. Jackson State University is alma mater. And so there are a lot of fans that like the idea of having a person from HBCUs, if not even more so alumni, actually heading up the team. And so I think there is a framework about that. But we need to also look at the historical connection about this. I think the resume that is good, and I'm glad that we're talking about T.C. Taylor, because he needs us to acknowledge that if it's not at Jackson State, somewhere else, because he is primed to become a head coach. He's put in the work in regards to what is necessary. All the way back when he started out as a graduate assistant, coming up the ranks, I got a chance to actually personally meet him at Texas Southern University. And I've been a proponent, and when I say a proponent, somebody that is an advocate for TC Taylor to get his opportunity, and I think he will. Went to North Carolina Central, helped them have some significant success there, as we know. North Carolina Central getting to the Celebration Bowl and the kind of success they had under him. But as that was transitioning off, he was looking for a new opportunity, one, whether it's head coaching or the transition there in terms of head coaching changes there. So unfortunately, in a lot of ways, this is the nature of the college football business, that you got to be prepared to move, and it's not subject to your timing. All things have to really line up. You know, you all being in that business know more than anybody that being assistant coach and even getting your chance of head coaching for that matter, you know, there's very few people that we can say that stay at an institution from some, 10 plus years. And in this day and age, that's unheard of. Head coach assistant. So that's part and parcel part of the business. So the last thing I would talk about in this case is we also have to talk about they welcome him home. They also talking about him continuing in the capacity with the team, and the fact that now he has the ability to align himself with another brand, and how that could successfully propel him to his next opportunity. And who knows that he still may come back. And this is all about timing. It may not been just his time, not meaning that he wasn't prepared to be a coach. It may not just been the time. And if you're a spiritual person, since we kind of talk about prime time and what he brings to the table, as we heard throughout his briefing, talking about, I believe, if you're that spiritual person, you need to understand that the timing will come at the right time when you're prepared for it, when you're ultimately ready, and a spiritual framework says that it's time for you.
Any thoughts to add on that, AD, regarding just, you've been in I heard you guys kind of talk about this, about being in a role of being an assistant coach, and sort of going through that process and seeing, how sometimes somebody comes in and it's like you clean house a little bit, or you kind of move away from maybe the more established people who are there. Anything that you wanted to add on that?
Well, number one, on TC Taylor, it is to be noted that he was a part of the staff, the only school not named A&T to represent the MEAC in the Celebration Bowl. He was a part of that staff. That's number one. Number two, does he possibly have a right to be bitter? Yeah, a little bit. Anytime you feel like you're qualified and you get passed over for a job, I don't care if it's a job at McDonald's or if it's a job at Jackson State University, you're gonna feel a little bit bitter. But the big thing is, what does he do with that? Does he frown and get the sour face with those lemons that have just been fed with him, or does he go get some sugar and make him some lemonade out of this situation? Also, talking about that progression in coaching, Deion did something only Deion can do. You really don't see anybody who goes from a high school assistant coach to a college head coach in that one step. There's a natural step of progression. You go from a high school assistant to a high school head to possibly a college assistant to a college head. He skipped to at least 2 steps in the natural progression of that. And usually when you get to the college level, you have to be a coach, then you go to coordinator, then you get the head coach. But this is prime that we're talking about. Some things, your name, your fame can help you progress and skip steps. We just saw with Steve Nash in the in the NBA. So things happen. So, no knock against TC Taylor, but if you are Jackson State, you've got an opportunity. You've got to roll the dice, because what Jackson State's been doing for the last 7 years hasn't worked. So what they say, insanity is the definition of doing the same thing over and over again. Jackson State then rolled the dice with all them 21s that we saw on Monday. Number 21 becoming the 21st head coach on September 21. I thought I was in Tunica, Mississippi there, Charles, or down in 21s rolling. I need them next time I'm on the blackjack table. So I'm just going to leave it at that right now.
No doubt.
I did want to jump in there as you said that, and this is especially important when you talk about, privilege. And so in this component, we're talking about that Hall of Fame status, prime time, if you would, status in terms of celebrity status that govern that privilege. But you also have what we talk about that a lot of people like hide from is the white privilege. And you talked about with Steve Nash. And, there's a component that you have to look at it. So I think that's a valid critique. But I did want to put on the table that we have seen this before in a lot of ways. People forget because they got short memories. Art Briles. He was a head football coach, and he went from a high school head football coach in the state to a Power 5 school. He went to Baylor.
Right.
Now, he had success. We got to talk about that. You also have, on the women's side, just to let you know that chivalry is not dead, and I'm owning up to it, Sherry Cole. She was a women's basketball coach who won championships in the state of Oklahoma. She got the head women's basketball coaching position at Oklahoma. Now, she turned it into a championship, so kudos to her. She made the most of her opportunity and has Oklahoma, for the most part, in the mix. Obviously, we know how the story at Art Briles turned out, not very strong or positive. But those are some cases where these things do happen. Obviously, it's usually happening to somebody that doesn't look like us. So we tend to forget about it because we're so focused in terms of our capacity, what's going on. But though there is a such thing as privilege, we understand it. And I think this is the example of privilege, but it is something that you have to talk about, all the things that he brings to the table. This is a lifetime, once in a lifetime opportunity for the institution and Prime. Time will tell will it will work out, but we got to understand in regards to there is nothing like this that we've ever seen out there in terms of the magnitude when you really measure Coach Prime, as he likes to talk about, right? Getting this opportunity. You don't see that. So I think in a lot of cases, I have to give VP and Director of Athletics, Ashley Robinson, and the president there a lot of credit. And obviously, if it works out, they're going to get a lot of pats on the back. But he's brilliant. In fact, could be a career move. You're going to have a lot of people looking at Ashley and the president. He's the acting president now. That's a lot of pressure he put on himself. He's putting himself in a position in regards to, is this a job that he can have long-term and becoming, I don't like to use the term permanent president because nothing is permanent, but he can become the full president, remove the acting title for Ashley. How does this propel him if it works? And so there's a lot of people that have a lot on the line, and we're in the business to second guess. And so we'll see, and time will tell how it comes out.
And Doc, to your point, I have to say, and it's a marvel to kind of look at with Mr. Thomas Hudson, interim president of Jackson State, and Ashley Robinson, the tremendous synergy that they both have in terms of a lot of the things that they're trying to do at Jackson State. And it's something, quite honestly, that the culture has not seen in quite some time. So they are getting a lot of kudos from the fan base, and that is propelling them to do some bigger and better things for Jackson State. So we'll see what happens especially with interim president, Mr. Thomas Hudson.
Before we move on, Brian, I got to put this out. Charles, and as a Jackson State alum, I am telling you this as a fellow HBCU alum. Jackson State cannot fail with this. They don't have to succeed and go 11-0, win 20 Celebration Bowls, but they cannot fail with this. There is too much on the line for this experiment, because that's what it is. This is a social experiment that we're going through right now with Jackson State, with Howard, with Alabama State, and some of the moves that are going on. HBCUs are hot. Everything is hot right now. People are flocking back to HBCUs. Jackson State cannot fail at this experiment for the sake of HBCUs in general. As we've seen it go down to just 100 HBCUs from 100 and I want to say it was like 110 when we came into this century back in 2000. We've seen about 10, 12 institutions close. Jackson State cannot fail.
Well, AD. I mean, let's put Alabama State under the microscope as well. They can't fail with Mo Williams. Bally can't fail with Lindsey Hunter. So I mean, it's not just Jackson State. I mean, we have to take a look at the.
But Jackson State is the center of the microscope. Those other institutions that you named, Howard, Alabama State, Mississippi Valley, those are the specks on the outside of the thing that we're looking at in that microscope. Jackson State is now the focus of all HBCU sports right now. They cannot.
If you're Jackson State, you see him smiling. He likes this, so that's not a bad thing.
I love it. Yeah.
Without risk, there's no reward. You put that out there. And the fact is I think you're talking about in a lot of ways, as we talk about in the academic setting, is the arms race.
Yeah.
You know, each of these are layers that build upon each other. And the next institution, if they get the opportunity, they like to do that one up. So my point is, I don't think we're quite finished with this yet. And that's what I keep trying to tell everybody. You don't quite know where the tipping point. You were thinking this is the tipping point, but we don't know what's next. We thought FAMU and Bethune, we thought FAMU was the tipping point. Then next thing we knew was Bethune-Cookman. We thought that was the tipping point. Now you had to scare, all these things continue to move. We thought Howard would make a mark was the tipping point. And it keeps moving. That's when you know that you're in, not necessarily a moment, but a movement, it seems like, which is interesting. As you said, a social experiment. I tend to like not the experiment people, so I call it a case study, but, we're being trivial in terms of terminology. But your point is made that this is something, as I did say previously in a different framework, if you would, is that this is something literally, and I'm going to wink an eye at soon-to-be Dr. Charles Bishop at some point there, is these are things that you could actually do for your dissertation study that you can literally live and make a career off of in a lot of ways. So yes, it is, to your point, that important.
Nobody seems to, it's funny in mentioning what you said, Drew. Nobody seems to mention Tyrone Wheatley, who came over to Morgan State.
Right.
And what's interesting is I have quietly seen Morgan State make some recruiting noise over the past year. I mean, it hasn't gotten the big splash that Howard or Alabama State, but he has brought in some very highly regarded athletes over to Morgan State's football program. And of course, I mean, now Tyrone Wheatley, he has some cachet, obviously nothing on the level of Deion, but we know the name because he had a strong college career at Michigan, had a good pro career in the NFL, and he came over. I want to mention, I heard Doc mention about the order. You called it the natural order of things, Drew. And what's interesting about the natural order of things is that what I told you earlier was the only thing that bucks that natural order is when you have won. And so Doc brought up Art Briles, who was a winning, successful coach in high school. And the other coach, who was the other coach you just mentioned, Doc, that had won in women's basketball?
Sherry Cole.
Sherry Cole.
C-O-A-L-E. Yes, Sherry Cole.
So I mean that is sort of when you have shown at a certain level that you can win and you can win consecutively and build a program, you can sort of jump the natural order to where we are today. I think.
True.
And
very true.
Did not Gus Malzahn do the same thing? Jumping from high school to.
Sure did, coming out of Arkansas.
Yeah.
Right. And what you know what
offensive coordinator did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean it's interesting, like and this is part of what I find interesting as I've listened to people over the past couple of days. People talk about Deion coming to Jackson State as if Deion had not spent a decade coaching. Deion has been coaching for about a decade or so, at least the last 8 years at the high school level. And a few years before that, I believe he was running his youth program with multiple teams. So it's not like he's brand new. Now, he doesn't have the name of colleges and things that other coaches, or, since we started talking about it, T.C. Taylor, of that person's background, but he has been coaching. He won 3 state championships in his league in Texas, which, I mean, Doc, you guys know, I mean, it's competitive as heck down there, regardless of. So
Texas will not take a backseat to anybody in terms of what they do at the high school level. And if you don't believe in terms of talent, I think you can argue that. I think one of the places that is hard to say that Texas is second to none is the facilities, which gives you a lot of indication in terms of just how much they put into understanding what it means to be a sports fan. And that's not just football, that's baseball as well as basketball facilities that are some of the top of the yard in the nation in regards to football facilities. Great point.
Right, and so I want to get into that about some of the reaction from people in a moment, but I want to kind of stay with the sort of things that led up to this and sort of the Jackson State coming to this point where, and just doing a little back research. It's interesting over this past decade. I saw this on First Take where they showed Jackson State's record since 2000. And I think I saw it. They pointed out Jackson State's record since 2000 is 107 and 117. So, I mean, that doesn't sound too good, right? But
take Rick Comedy out of there.
Hold on. That's where I'm going. What they forgot to overlook, or what they overlooked in that 20-year period that they brought up, was the 7 years of the Rick Comedy era, in which I wrote this down, right, for people who forgot. He came in 2006, right? And from 2007 to 2013, he won the SWAC East 6 times. This was like, I feel like this is like the pre-Alcorn State era. This is Jackson. I had forgotten that Jackson State ran the East. I'm sorry, Charles. I'm sorry. It seems like eons ago, but it wasn't just but a decade or so. I'm sorry. Right. Well, there's a point to all this in a second, Charles. So, but for people who aren't familiar, that period of time was probably a golden era of this millennium for Jackson State, was it not? It probably was. You won a SWAC title, went to the SWAC championship 4 years. You win in the East. Life is great. I'm not going. We don't have to get into all of why it ended, but since then, it's been 21 and 40, 17 and 25, 3 different head coaches. A couple of them have been interim coaches, and so that period. Talk a little bit about what the last 7 years have been like. And as you listen to the introductory press conference from Deion, what was it that he said that was different from what you heard from the 3 previous coaches who had their introductory press conferences?
First and foremost, there's no getting away from the record. The record is what it is, and we talked a little bit about this on our podcast, 1400 Club, Tiger Talk with 1400 Club, in terms of if you were a 6th grader in 2013, you have literally gone your junior high years, middle school years, and high school years without knowing any success for Jackson State's football team, and that's almost mind blowing to kind of think about. You extrapolate that even further, the SWAC championship era, from 1999 to now, Jackson State has had very little success. You mentioned the record. Take out the Coach Comedy years, and it's abysmal. So what I heard from Dion